Disciple, do you trust your master? Yes. Good. You shall now renounce your cultivation. After my demise, you will guard my grave for 5 years. After this period, you shall possess unparalleled talent. Do you dare? The disciple complied. Fang Chen, before his master, willingly relinquished his cultivation. Tian Yangzi departed with a smile. Yet this act reduced Fang Chen from a once prominent genius to a mere jest within the sect. Today, 5 years later, Fang Chen sat cross-legged before his master's tomb, patiently waiting. Master, today marks the end of the 5-year period. An opportunity shall soon arise. When I seize this chance, I shall surely revive the 7th peak. The sect to which Fang Chen belonged was named Tianyushan Zone, the foremost sect in the Divine East region. Within the sect, the inner sanctum was divided into 7 peaks, with Tian Yangzi serving as the master of the 7th peak during his lifetime. However, after his passing, the already desolate 7th peak fell into utter decline. Are you Fang Chen? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Fang Chen turned to find an elderly man and a young girl had appeared without his notice. The old man, with white hair and beard, exuded an aura of ethereal grace. The girl, strikingly beautiful yet icy, had eyes as deep as obsidian pools, with skin as delicate as porcelain, and her stature was upright, akin to a finely carved jade sculpture, radiating an air of youthful vigor. She regarded Fang Chen with a cool detachment, embodying a distinct haughtiness. Regaining his composure, Fang Chen nodded and replied, I am. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, the girl coldly stated, I am Lin Xuan, here to inform you that we are not of the same world. Lin Xuan? Fang Chen recalled that this was the newly appointed saintess of the sect, mentioned by his junior sister Su Wan'er just days prior. The cultivation realms are classified as Gathering Spirit, Acquired, Innate, Zhou Yuan, Inquiring Dao, and Grandmaster. Lin Xuan reached the peak of Gathering Spirit at the tender age of 8 and attained the pinnacle of Acquired at 15, undoubtedly the foremost prodigy of the sect. Subsequently, she was taken as the sole direct disciple by the sect leader, becoming the current saintess. While he pondered this, Lin Xuan cast a glance at him. With a shattered dantian, a mere waste, he indeed lived up to the rumors, nothing but a joke. Her gaze, laced with disdain, grew colder as she declared, I have come today to annul our engagement. It is truly foolish for a once great prodigy to have fallen to such ridicule. It was undoubtedly the wisest decision to come forth and cancel the engagement. Annulment? Fang Chen recalled that his master had once arranged a marriage for him during his childhood. He had not expected that the betrothal was to the current saintess. Of course, I know you would not agree so easily. However, I'm not here to negotiate, but to notify you. She produced the marriage contract and, before Fang Chen's eyes, tore it to shreds. As for your side of the marriage contract, it matters not. From this day forth, it is merely a worthless piece of paper. Having stated this, she and the elderly man turned to leave. Wait, Fang Chen called out to her. What else is there? Lin Xuan remained haughty. Fang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened a box beside the tombstone. From within, he unearthed a stack of marriage contracts and found the one pertaining to Lin Xuan. This is the contract between you and me, he proclaimed. What? Do you intend to use this as a threat? Lin Xuan replied coldly. Fang Chen held the marriage certificate, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Threaten me? Without allowing Lin Xuan a moment to react, he tore the marriage certificate to shreds. Is reaching the pinnacle of spirit gathering at 8 truly impressive? I achieved that feat at 6. Had I not obeyed my master's command, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes. Furthermore, I have already pledged my heart to another. Even if you do not initiate the annulment, I shall eventually seek to dissolve this union myself. You are simply unworthy, Fang Chen declared. Once a paragon among his peers, his indomitable spirit would not yield merely because his dantian had been destroyed. Even in death, he would stand firm. You, Lin Xuan, felt a surge of anger. How could she, the proud one, be humiliated by a mere wastrel? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing there was no need to lose her temper with someone so insignificant. He was merely grasping for a shred of confidence. You can only utter empty threats. Let us depart. She was disinclined to continue entangling herself with Fang Chen. With the destruction of the marriage certificate, Any future contact between them was rendered moot. With that, she and the elder took to the skies on their swords. As they traveled, she recalled the stack of marriage certificates in Fang Chen's possession and mused. That wastrel seems to have numerous engagements, which is not surprising. After all, he was indeed extraordinary in his youth. Had he not ruined his Dantian, he might have surpassed me. But those days are long gone. Regardless of his previous vows, they are surely all in vain now. I remember that Meng Yao was also betrothed to him. I must inform her to annul the engagement swiftly, lest she become entangled with such a petty individual. With that thought, she changed her course toward the second peak. Fang Chen watched them depart, his fists clenched tightly. One day, you will regret this. Brother Fang. Not long after, a graceful figure ascended the mountain. Fang Chen's face brightened at the sight of his junior sister, Su Waner. For 5 years. After he fell to the status of a wastrel and faced ridicule and shame, she remained steadfast, visiting him consistently. They had once vowed to be together for eternity. Fang Chen smiled, saying, I told you to wait for me at Master S place. Today, I will descend the mountain. Su Waner beamed, replying, no. I want to descend the mountain with Brother Fang. By the way, Brother Fang, today marks the end of the 5-year period. Has the opportunity Master spoke of arisen? Fang Chen shook his head. Not yet. It seems we must wait a little longer. A look of disappointment crossed Su Waner's face. Brother Fang, Master wouldn't be deceiving you, would he? That would be quite unfortunate, especially since your Dantian has been ruined. Gently, Fang Chen tapped her forehead, saying, do not speak such nonsense. Master would never deceive me. He had unwavering faith that his master would not lead him astray. He was taken in by Master, and without him, there would be no present self. Master treated him like a son. How could he possibly deceive him? Curiously, Su Waner asked Brother Fang, has your heavenly bone taken shape? If it has, there is still a chance for your Dantian to recover. The heavenly bone, a symbol of a prodigy, was a rare and coveted treasure among all cultivators. Fang Chen smiled slightly, recalling when his heavenly bone first manifested, causing a stir across the heavens and earth. Fortunately, his master had detected and suppressed the celestial phenomenon. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused a great upheaval. Only Master, Mistress, and junior sister were aware of this matter. He did not conceal it and nodded, saying, it has already taken form. It has taken form. Su Waner revealed a delighted smile, but the next moment, her expression turned malicious. With a fierce glare, she said, then I no longer need to continue my act. Bang! She struck Fang Chen's chest with a palm. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was sent flying, spitting out blood as he crashed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Before Fang Chen could recover from the pain, a raucous laughter echoed as a young man approached from afar, his eyes filled with mockery. You worthless fool! Waner has spent 5 years with you. And you truly believed she cared for you? She was merely waiting for your heavenly Dao bone to take form. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily forgetting his pain as he gazed at Su Waner in disbelief. Junior sister, tell me, what he said is a lie. He screamed, desperate for Su Waner's denial. However, the innocent junior sister he once knew had vanished in that instant. She walked to the young man's side, intertwined her arm with his, and kissed him on the cheek. If it were not for the heavenly Dao bone, who would waste time on a worthless fool like you? She smirked. Do you know who this is? The intersect genius of the second peak. Brother Luo Yun, who began cultivating at 6, reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering at 15, and is now at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. He surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Luo Yun continued to laugh, caressing Su Waner's cheek. In a mocking tone, he said, fool, you are still unaware. The junior sister has already been with me. We've had our encounters atop this very mountain several times. Ha ha! How annoying. Why tell this fool everything? Su Waner shot a flirtatious glance at Luo Yun, exuding charm. For 5 years, you've acted like a lapdog, and it makes me laugh. You truly are as much of a joke and a fool as the rumors suggest. Why? Why treat me this way? Fang Chen's veins bulged with rage, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. He roared as he charged at the two. But as a cultivator without any prowess, how could he stand against them? Luo Yun easily pinned him down with a foot, coldly sneering. You want to fight? Where do you find the courage? You worthless fool. He pressed down hard, Yet Fang Chen gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out in pain. Oh, quite stubborn are we? I hope you remain so when it comes time to extract your bone. He grinned maliciously. The dagger fell with brutal force, slicing through Fang Chen's flesh. Intense agony coursed through his body. Yet he remained silent, his blood-red eyes fixed on the two. Eventually, after losing too much blood, he succumbed and fainted. Luo Yun quickly extracted the heavenly Dao bone, but was left unsatisfied, for Fang Chen had not cried out in torment throughout. Looking at the mangled Fang Chen, he kicked him contemptuously. What a fool! Did you think yourself a prodigy? Oh dear, brother, don't dirty your foot. Su Wanner shot a disdainful glance at the now lifeless Fang Chen and said, Let us go, lest we attract bad luck. Very well. Luo Yun confirmed Fang Chen was beyond saving and, without further delay, departed with Su Wanner. However, just as they left, a dark beam of light flickered into Fang Chen's body from the tomb of Tianyangzi. In the next moment, he was enveloped in the black radiance, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Simultaneously, a long sigh echoed. Alas, my disciple, you have endured much. This is the final opportunity one bestow upon you. I believe you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force on this continent. The Divine Demon Celestial Tower commence. Chapter 2. The Ancient Sword Demon, supreme among demons' junior sister. Why do you treat me this way? Fang Chen exclaimed, startled into an upright position. He found himself enveloped in darkness, save for a small tower that loomed in the void before him. The tower, an antiquated blend of gold and bronze, bore the marks of rust and time, standing 9 stories tall, steeped in the echoes of ages past. Am I dead? Or am I still alive? What is this tower? Fang Chen pondered, gazing quizzically at the structure before him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the surroundings began to warp. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within the tower. Inside, there was nothing of particular note, merely a table and a box at its center, accompanied by a stone staircase leading to the second level, now barred and impassable. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. After a brief interval, Fang Chen comprehended its significance. It appeared that he had not perished, and this tower was, in fact, a fortuitous gift bestowed by his master. The voice he had just heard was none other than his Master S, informing him that this tower was a treasure of the heavens and earth. His master had sustained grave injuries from formidable foes because of this tower, ultimately managing to return. He had instructed Fang Chen to guard the grave, channeling his own essence into nurturing the tower. By forfeiting his dantian, he sought to establish a bond with the tower. It was evident that for the sake of this tower, and for Fang Chen himself, Tianyangzi had exerted tremendous effort. Rest assured, Master, I shall not betray your expectations. Fang Chen vowed resolutely, then approached the table. His master had mentioned that each level of the tower contained a unique opportunity, yet he remained unaware of what those opportunities might entail. As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside, a single drop of scarlet blood floated, pulsating with an ominous energy. The moment he unveiled it, a surge of demonic aura erupted forth, accompanied by a fierce sword intent. A solitary drop of blood, infused with demonic essence and sword intent. Fang Chen regarded it with confusion. Suddenly, the drop of blood appeared to come alive, hurtling towards him before piercing his forehead and entering his being. He felt as if a hole had been bored into his skull, and the sensation was akin to being struck brutally with a blade. This torment seemed to radiate from his forehead to his sea of consciousness, then throughout his entire body. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse, writhing and howling in agony. Concurrently, his blood felt as if it were boiling, comparable to countless ants gnawing at his flesh, an unbearable torment. This pain surpassed the experience of having his heavenly Dao bone forcibly extracted by Luo Yun, amplifying his suffering tenfold. He yearned for death to bring relief. Yet, amidst the suffering, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. But he dared not succumb to slumber. An instinct warned him that to fall asleep would mean certain death. He would never awaken. Clenching his fists in defiance, he resolved to endure the anguish. Master, I will absolutely not disappoint your hopes. He recalled the sacrifices his master had made for him. The betrayal by his junior sister, the humiliation inflicted by Luo Yun, and Lin Xuan's termination of their engagement. I cannot die. There is still much I must accomplish. My path of cultivation has only just begun. Relying on sheer willpower, he persevered for a full half-hour. His fingers had sunk deeply into the flesh of his palms, blood continually flowing from his mouth, while tears of blood streamed from his eyes. Then, all at once, the intense pain vanished. In that fleeting moment of relief, Fang Chen's physical form began to metamorphose, akin to a chrysalis breaking free from its confines. A powerful aura of demonic energy enveloped my entire being, simultaneously mending my shattered dantian. My dantian has been restored. I, Fang Chen, was overjoyed. Yet, to my astonishment, the dantian was not only mended, but had also expanded to more than 10 times its previous size. It was now comparable to that of the postnatal realm. At the very moment my dantian healed, my cultivation began to ascend rapidly, first to the first layer of gathering spirit, then to the second layer, and finally halting at the fourth layer where it stabilized. Although it had not returned to the cultivation level I possessed prior to the dantian's destruction, the ability to cultivate once more was sufficient. Progressing in rank would not be an issue. Wait, my heavenly Dao bone is also recovering. However, why does it appear different? Previously, my heavenly Dao bone was a brilliant platinum, adorned with intricate patterns. Now, it has transformed into a red-black hue, with those patterns morphing into demonic runes. As I pondered this perplexity, a droplet of blood manifested within my dantian. Yet, compared to before, it had diminished to a quarter of its former size. Simultaneously, a wave of familiar memories surged into my consciousness. The ancient sword demon, the supreme being among demons. With a single stroke, it cleaved the heavens asunder. With another, it annihilated countless spirits. I was astounded. This blood belonged to the ancient sword demon, the most formidable entity of antiquity. Merely absorbing a quarter of this blood had restored my dantian and rebirthed my heavenly Dao bone, transforming it into a superior variant, the heavenly Dao demonic bone. Suddenly, a revelation struck me. The Dao Qi coursed through my being, and a white, ancient character, no larger than a fist, materialized before me. Gazing at this character, I was filled with awe. The Dao text. The sword character, Dao text. I have unwittingly comprehended the Dao text. The Dao text symbolizes the pinnacle of genius. It serves as the sole passport on the path of cultivation. To traverse further along this road, one must grasp the Dao text. Otherwise, even the most talented will find themselves stagnant at the Zhou Yuan realm throughout their lives. Furthermore, the Dao text enhances a cultivator's combat prowess. Among those of equal rank, those possessing the Dao text achieve a victory rate of 90%. Few can comprehend the Dao text within the gathering spirit realm. Yet I, relying solely on my heavenly Dao demonic bone, have grasped it with ease. How could this not astonish me? Dantian, Dao text, physical form, heavenly Dao demonic bone. Although I am but at the fourth layer of gathering spirit, I already possess the strength to contend with those at the ninth layer. Tears streamed down my face. No one could fathom the trials I had endured over the past 5 years. A youth blossoming into talent, a paragon of the heavens, personally mentored by the peak master. All eyes upon me. In those moments, I shone resplendently. Yet, in an instant, my master passed away, and I was reduced to a mere waste, subjected to ridicule and betrayal. Others would have succumbed to despair under such relentless blows, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered. After a prolonged period, I gradually calmed myself. Master, your disciple comprehends your earnest intentions. I shall not betray your hopes. I am determined to carve out my own domain upon this path of cultivation. With that resolve, I turned towards the stone steps leading to the second level. As my master had indicated, once my strength reached a certain threshold, the second level would unlock. Thus, I lingered no longer, and with a thought, I departed the small tower. After a dizzying sensation, I found myself back at the tomb. Upon my return, I immediately inspected my dantian. Within it, the small tower floated, emanating a gentle radiance. In addition, there remains 3/4 of the blood of the sword demon. However, his cultivation is too low to absorb it. He must either wait for his cultivation to improve or use pure yin energy to counteract the yang energy within the demonic blood. Fang Chen smiled faintly and once again knelt before his master's tomb, bowing 3 times. Master, the 5 years have passed, and I must ascend the mountain. I shall visit you again someday. Do not worry, master. My mistress treats me as her own child, and I shall care for her as if she were my own mother. He bowed down 9 more times. After the death of his master, his mistress moved from the 7th peak to settle in Yuqing, at the foot of the Sex Mountain. It is quite interesting that while his master was a prodigy, becoming a peak lord at a young age, his mistress was an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. Fang Chen had once inquired about this, but his master merely smiled and offered no explanation. Yet, it was evident to Fang Chen that his master held deep affection for his mistress, with no hint of pretense. Furthermore, Fang Chen and Su Wanner had grown up on the 7th peak, often neglected during their master's rigorous training, and it could be said that his mistress had raised them single-handedly. She showered Fang Chen and Su Wanner with immense love and care, providing Fang Chen with a carefree and radiant childhood. Thinking of soon seeing his mistress, who was like a mother to him, Fang Chen displayed a smile. Suddenly, the jade talisman at his waist trembled violently and shattered in an instant. Witnessing this scene, his expression changed. The talisman contained a trace of his mistress's aura, and its shattering signified her imminent danger. Damn it! Whoever dares to harm my mistress shall face utter destruction. Fang Chen's eyes turned crimson in an instant. He sprinted down the mountain with fervor. Fortunately, Yuqing lay just below the mountain. In no time, Fang Chen entered the city, arriving at his mistress's residence. Bang! As he approached, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering from within. He kicked the door open, just in time to witness a scene that made his blood boil. His mistress was being flung away by a young man. Her face was already swollen on both sides, likely having endured several slaps prior. You old fool, tell me, where are the treasures left by Tian Yangzi? The young man sneered arrogantly, pointing at Xiaomei with contempt. Xiaomei, with a sorrowful expression, shook her head and replied, There are none left. All the treasures your master left have been given to you over the years. The young man, infuriated, retorted, You old wretch truly do not know your place. Sister Su said that if you do not hand it over, you shall die. With that, a dagger appeared in his hand. Stop right there, Fang Chen shouted, eyes wide with rage as he charged towards the young man. Chapter 3. The body of indulgence. The youth glared at Fang Chen as he approached, exclaiming, Who are you? We are under the protection of senior brother Luo. If you wish to avoid death, you'd best leave at once. Luo Yun. Fang Chen's veins throbbed with rage. It was him again. Not only had he stolen his heavenly Dao bone, but now he sought to harm his beloved master's wife. Surely, Su Wanner had informed Luo Yun that there might be a treasure left behind by their master, which prompted him to send minions to seize it. You all deserve to perish. Fang Chen would not allow anyone to harm his master's wife. The youth sensed Fang Chen's cultivation level and couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. A mere 4th-level spirit gathering dares to boast? All of you attack. Eliminate him. Yes. 3 lackeys brandished their daggers and advanced toward Fang Chen. Simultaneously, the aura of a 5th-level spirit gathering erupted. You dare to offend me? You have chosen your path to death. The 3 surrounded Fang Chen from all sides, leaving him no avenue of escape. Fang Chen's gaze turned icy, and a formidable demonic aura began to emanate from him. The trio, mistaking his stillness for fear, became even more contemptuous. Die, you worthless fool. One of them lunged with his dagger, aiming for Fang Chen's heart. Yet, just as the dagger was about to strike, Fang Chen sprang into action. He deftly sidestepped the lethal blow, simultaneously delivering a punch that connected squarely with the assailant's chest. The power of the sword demon within him surged forth, propelling the attacker backward with such force that he was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he met his demise. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the other 2 could react, Fang Chen was already upon them. Bam! Bam! With 2 swift punches, they were sent sprawling to the ground, like kites severed from their strings. The youth, witnessing the scene, was gripped by terror as he realized his 3 lackeys lay silent and lifeless. You! How dare you kill my men? I am allied with senior brother Luo. Do you wish to die? He bellowed. Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he slowly approached the youth. It is indeed his men that I have slain. As his words fell, he lunged at the youth. Despite the latter's cultivation at the 6th level of spirit gathering, he was already paralyzed with fear by the murderous aura emanating from Fang Chen. Stay back. Senior brother Luo will not let you off, he cried in panic. However, Fang Chen paid no heed to his threats, swiftly appearing before him. The youth instinctively thrust his dagger forward, but Fang Chen effortlessly evaded the attack. In a heartbeat, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the courtyard as several bloody teeth flew from the youth's mouth, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. This slap was in defense of his master's wife. Smack! Fang Chen delivered another slap. This one, too, was for his master's wife. Smack! Another blow followed. The youth was struck down, brutally dispatched by Fang Chen in that very moment. Casting aside the lifeless body, the murderous intent in Fang Chen's eyes gradually dissipated. Master's wife, are you unharmed? He hurried to his somewhat dazed master's wife, gazing at her swollen cheeks with deep concern and anger. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into her, aiding her recovery. Xiao Fang, you have returned, Qiu Mei murmured after a moment, gradually regaining consciousness. She smiled softly at Fang Chen. Do not move. I will tend to your injuries, Fang Chen instructed gently. Qiu Mei nodded slowly in response. After a cup of tea, the swelling on her cheeks gradually subsided and the pain diminished. Yet, what Autumn May first expressed concern for was not her own injuries, but rather exclaimed in delight, Xiao Fang, your Dantian has recovered. Fang Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Master Ant. I have encountered the opportunity as mentioned by the Master. In a month, the 7 Peaks assessment within the sect will take place, and I shall surely pass, leading you back to the 7th Peak. Autumn May's eyes glistened with tears of joy. As long as Xiao Fang was safe, nothing else mattered to her. Soon, she noticed the corpses in the courtyard and gasped. Xiao Fang, have you killed them all? Fang Chen nodded, reassuring her, Master Ant, there is no need for concern. They are merely outer disciples. Their lives are of little value. I will dispose of them shortly, and there will be no repercussions. The lives of outer disciples were inconsequential. As long as the matter was handled discreetly, no one would inquire further, just like him. Very well. Just be cautious, Autumn May advised, her worry evident. Yes, Master Ant. Allow me to assist you back to your quarters for some rest. At Tianyu Divine Sect at the 2nd Peak, a grand estate stood. Lin Shuyan and the elder landed before the entrance of the estate. The maidservants at the door bowed respectfully, announcing, Your Highness, the young lady has yet to arise. Lin Shuyan nodded. Very well. I shall go check on her. She instructed the elder, Please wait here. As you wish, the elder replied respectfully. Lin Shuyan entered the estate alone, proceeding to the innermost spacious bedroom. Within, a massive bed lay concealed by curtains, and through the fabric, a delicate figure could be discerned, alluring and inviting. Approaching the bed, Lin Shuyan drew back the curtains, revealing a beauty curled up, her sleeping posture languid like that of a cat. What stirred one's blood was the sight of her flawless, alabaster skin, unclothed and enticing, her exquisite form fully visible before Lin Shuyan. Accompanying this vision was an intoxicating fragrance that beckoned one to covet the enchanting maiden and cherish her tenderly. Even Lin Shuyan felt a flutter in her heart at the sight. However, she quickly regained her composure and called out, Meng Yao, it is time to wake up. Meng Yao, at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering stage at the age of 9, was a direct disciple of the 2nd Peak's master. Alongside Lin Shuyan, they were celebrated within Tianyu Divine Sect as the Ice and Fire Beauties. This distinction referred to their contrasting personalities. Lin Shuyan, cool and frosty, was known as the Ice Beauty, while Meng Yao, with her voluptuous figure and captivating charm, was dubbed the Flame Beauty, her smile enchanting and soul-stirring. Having grown up together, their bond was inseparable. Meng Yao lazily opened her eyes, her voice languid as she stretched, revealing her perfect physique like a work of art. Oh, is that not my little treasure? You have finally emerged from seclusion. Have you missed me and longed for a long overdue dual cultivation session? As she spoke, Meng Yao's hand reached toward Lin Shuyan's slender waist, gradually ascending, aiming for the peaks. Yet, before she could reach her destination, Lin Shuyan mercilessly swatted her hand away. She shot Meng Yao a glare. You haven't changed one bit over the years. Meng Yao responded with a sultry glance that even a woman would find hard to resist. Neither have you. Lin Shuyan felt a sense of helplessness upon witnessing the situation. Although Meng Yao possessed many admirable qualities, her propensity for physical affection was rather overwhelming. Yet, Lin did not hold it against her, attributing it to the nature of her insatiable spirit. This particular entity was characterized by its alluring charm, an innate seductive essence, and an intense desire. The spirit harbored a fierce inner fire, which could not be recklessly released. Otherwise, it would result in catastrophic consequences, potentially leading to a tragic demise. Likewise, any man who dared to engage with such a spirit would find himself subjected to the overwhelming backlash of its inner fire, leading to utter exhaustion. This spirit, unable to discharge its fervent energy, often turned its wrath upon its host, manifesting as an agonizing torment akin to flames consuming the flesh or ants gnawing at bones, an unbearable ordeal, even for the master of the second peak. Lin Shuyan spoke. Arise. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? We can converse while we rest. Meng Yao responded, her voice dripping with allure. Without hesitation, Lin declared, it concerns the engagement you have made. My engagement? Meng Yao's enchanting gaze was filled with confusion. Seeing her bewilderment, Lin sighed, I have mentioned it to you before. Yet you dismissed it as idle chatter. You must promptly annul the engagement. Fang Chen is nothing but a cowardly wastrel. Should you allow him to entangle you further, regret will come too late. Fang Chen. At the mention of his name, Meng Yao recalled a faint memory. They had crossed paths in their youth, when he was just 7 yet bore a maturity beyond his years, leaving a lasting impression on her. How intriguing, Meng Yao smiled seductively. I am rather curious to meet this fiancé of mine. She slightly sat up, allowing the bedding to slide off her fair skin, unperturbed by her exposed figure. She then wrapped her delicate arms around Lin Shuyan's waist, whispering temptingly in her ear, My love, accompany me to see him. Chapter 4. The outburst of indulgence. Lin Shuyan was enveloped by the gentle fragrance of Meng Yao, yet she candidly shook her head, expressing her disinterest. Forget it. I have no desire to see him again. Her enthusiasm for Fang Chen had long since evaporated. Come on, accompany me. I need to retrieve some elixirs. Are you not concerned that I might succumb to temptation along the way? Meng Yao implored with a playful tone. Lin Shuyan felt exasperated. She knew well that Meng Yao would not easily lose herself, otherwise she would not have endured thus far. However, seeing Meng Yao's pitiful demeanor softened her resolve, and she finally relented. Fine, I will go with you. Meng Yao's face brightened with a smile. That's more like it. Even if I were to lose myself, it would only be to you. No one else is worthy. She continued, moreover, I can also pay a visit to my fiancé at the second peak of the inner sect. When Luo Yun learned that Fang Chen was still alive and had killed his men, he was filled with both astonishment and rage. How could Fang Chen possibly have survived after he had been thoroughly dismantled? Had he stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity? Regardless of the circumstances, he must die. However, given that he had just assimilated the heavenly Dao bone, it was not prudent for him to act directly. Therefore, he called out Hishio. A lean man hurriedly entered, eager to serve. Boss, what is your command? Luo Yun replied coldly. There's a person named Fang Chen in the outer sect. I want him dead. Hishio smiled slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, boss. I will handle it cleanly. Meanwhile, after Fang Chen had dealt with the bodies and ensured the safety of his teacher, he departed the estate, heading towards the unwritten peak of the outer sect. Unwritten peak sprawled across more than a dozen mountains. While it did not compare to the grandeur of the 7 peaks of the inner sect, it was still a magnificent sight. This peak was the most frequented by outer sect disciples, as it housed the outer sect's library, spirit tool pavilion, and divine pill pavilion, essential resources for the disciples. Fang Chen had yet to collect his stipend for the month, which consisted of merely 2 spirit stones and a first-tier spirit nurturing pill. However, for Fang Chen, who was currently devoid of funds, this was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the divine pill pavilion, Fang Chen announced his name. The disciple in charge of the stipends, appearing rather apathetic, glanced at Fang Chen without further ado and casually tossed him the 2 spirit stones and 1 pill. Fang Chen gingerly accepted the items, securing them in his waist pouch. As he raised his head to express his gratitude, he noticed the disciple staring blankly behind him. Startled, Fang Chen turned to see a young girl approaching with a smile. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, her smile radiant, and her beauty striking. She had a fair complexion and donned a vibrant pink gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Under her luminous presence, even the most splendid brocade seemed to pale in comparison. This girl was the epitome of enchantment, and Fang Chen found himself captivated by her beauty, rivaled only by Lin Xuyan, whom he had encountered previously. This enchanting maiden was none other than Meng Yao. Assuming she too had come to collect her stipend, Fang Chen stepped aside. Suddenly, Meng Yao approached him directly, her hands gracefully positioned behind her, slightly on tiptoe, as she tilted her head to come closer to Fang Chen. With a playful giggle, she said, "Senior brother, I have just entered the sect and am quite unfamiliar with Wuji Peak. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" Fang Chen instinctively glanced at Meng Yao, his eyelids twitching slightly. This girl exuded a charm that penetrated to the very marrow of her being. Every movement she made was effortlessly enchanting, her allure manifesting in a manner that felt utterly natural, devoid of any pretense. Such innate seductiveness could only manifest in this way. Outside the Divine Pill Pavilion, Lin Xuyan observed this scene quietly. The two had originally come to visit the elder of the pavilion to collect medicinal pills, but unexpectedly encountered Fang Chen, who had come to receive his stipend. Lin Xuyan informed Meng Yao of Fang Chen's identity, and upon hearing his name, Meng Yao's heart stirred. She sought to ensnare Fang Chen's soul with her bewitching demeanor, hoping to unveil his lecherous inclinations, only to later reveal her intention to break off their engagement. What a splendid humiliation for Fang Chen. As for how dreadful his expression would be, she hardly cared. However, when faced with Meng Yao's enticing proximity, Fang Chen instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. After Su Wanner's betrayal, he found it increasingly difficult to trust women, especially those of striking beauty. Moreover, he was not foolish. He recognized that he possessed no extraordinary qualities, so why would someone like her take an interest in him? He replied coolly, "Sorry, I'm not familiar. Perhaps you should seek someone else." With that, he attempted to sidestep Meng Yao and leave the Divine Pill Pavilion. Meng Yao stood there, momentarily stunned, her expression a blend of naivety and allure, captivating the attention of a nearby disciple. He nearly exclaimed, "I could guide you." Yet, he refrained, fully aware of who stood before him. The last person who dared to tease Meng Yao had long since been rendered crippled. Meng Yao was utterly unprepared for Fang Chen's indifference, leaving her questioning whether he was truly a man. Surely, even women could not resist her temptations. What was wrong with this fellow? The scheme she had just devised crumbled entirely in the face of Fang Chen's cold response. Outside, Lin Xuyan also looked on in disbelief. Meng Yao had suitors who would circle the sect for her, yet this was the first time she had witnessed someone outright reject Meng Yao's advances so rudely. Regaining her composure, Meng Yao gazed at Fang Chen's retreating figure, filled with dissatisfaction and curiosity. In a flash, she reappeared before him. Her speed was so swift that Fang Chen barely had time to react, nearly colliding with her. Though he managed to halt just in time, they stood in close proximity, each able to catch the other's scent. However, Fang Chen's physical form had been transformed by the blood of the sword demon, and though the faint demonic aura lingered, it had no adverse effect on others. Yet, for Meng Yao, whose body was of extreme, and indulgent nature, it acted as a catalyst. In the next moment, Meng Yao's face flushed crimson, her eyes becoming dreamy. Her body softened, and a rosy hue enveloped her. Her lips parted slightly, releasing fragrant breaths akin to that of an aphrodisiac. Yet Meng Yao furrowed her brows, a pained expression crossing her features. Despite her while fighting against it, she was engulfed by a torment of insatiable desire. As Fang Chen observed Meng Yao on the verge of collapsing, he instinctively reached out to support her. However, the aura of the sword demon emanating from him only exacerbated Meng Yao's discomfort. Just as Fang Chen was about to inquire about her condition, a gentle breeze swept past, and a woman, around 30 years of age and adorned in the robes of an elder, suddenly appeared before them. Lin Xuyan, witnessing Meng Yao's sudden ailment, could no longer afford to hesitate and rushed in. Yet, she concealed her appearance with a secret technique, so Fang Chen did not recognize her as Lin Xuan, the one who had previously broken off their engagement. Upon seeing the elder, he quickly exclaimed, "Elder Hongyun, please lend your healing hand." Elder Hongyun furrowed her brow, perplexed by Meng Yao's unexpected illness. Nevertheless, she instructed, "You support her inside," referring, of course, to Fang Chen, who was holding Meng Yao. Chapter 5. Are you trying to take advantage of her? Fang Chen did not refuse, as Meng Yao had fainted before him. He assisted her into the inner room, and before entering, Lin Xuan turned to the disciple responsible for the salaries and warned, "If this matter gets out, you will be executed." This disciple, recognizing Lin Xuan, nodded in fear, acknowledging her words. Only then did Lin Xuan step into the room, just in time to see Fang Chen placing Meng Yao onto a chair. Elder Hongyun grasped Meng Yao's wrist, her expression suddenly grave. The body of indulgence has completely erupted. The Yin fire is pouring throughout her body, and my elixirs are useless. What? Elder Hongyun, you are the foremost expert in alchemy within the entire sect. If even you cannot help, then Meng Yao is doomed. Lin Xuan was thoroughly alarmed. At this moment, Meng Yao appeared even more critical, her entire body flushed, letting out enticing gasps of pain and suffering. The body of indulgence. Fang Chen's heart stirred. He had once read about this condition. The overwhelming Yin fire, when it flares up, can lead to a reversal of Yin fire. Women with a body of indulgence often perish before the age of 20 due to the accumulation of Yin fire. He had not anticipated that Meng Yao would possess such a legendary constitution. Yet simultaneously, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. The blood of the sword demon, unable to be fully refined due to its excessive yang energy, could be counterbalanced by absorbing Meng Yao's pure Yin fire, alleviating the pain of the refining process and allowing for continued absorption of the sword demon's blood. "I may be able to treat her," he declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan and Elder Hongyun immediately fixed their gazes upon Fang Chen. "You can cure her." Lin Xuan was naturally skeptical. "Do you understand alchemy?" Elder Hongyun also expressed doubt, but spoke gently. "Young disciple, the body of indulgence is not simple. It cannot be treated just by saying so." Fang Chen understood their skepticism, so he reiterated, "Although I am not an alchemist, I can heal her." "If you can heal her, then let him try," Meng Yao interjected. At that moment, she curled up in the chair, her fragrant sweat having already soaked her clothes, revealing her delicate and alluring figure, enchanting to behold. She was in excruciating pain, leaving her no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Lin Xuan, though reluctant, acquiesced. There were no other options left. They had to let Fang Chen attempt a remedy. "Then, you must lift your clothing to expose your lower abdomen. I need to place my hand there to channel my technique," Fang Chen said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was not his intention to take advantage, but to absorb the Yin fire. A physical touch was necessary. The Yin fire resided in the abdomen, making it the most suitable area to begin. Meng Yao's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Fang Chen. Lin Xuan, both shocked and furious, exclaimed, "Are you trying to take advantage of her?" She felt utterly disappointed in Fang Chen, despite his previous shortcomings. She had held him in some regard after he had returned the marriage certificate. Yet now, in such a critical moment, he appeared to be thinking of taking advantage. Could this man truly be so despicable? Was he unable to restrain himself? Meng Yao fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." In her heart, she mused, "He must be unable to resist my appearance. Humph, all men are alike. Very well, should he dare to lay a hand on me, I shall simply slap him away. Then I will broach the subject of our annulment. At that moment, he will surely be overwhelmed with shame and dare not refuse." Meng Yao. Lin Xuan gazed at Meng Yao in disbelief, astonished that she had actually acquiesced. Meng Yao signaled to Lin Xuan with a glance, and she instantly comprehended Meng Yao's intentions. Yet, Lin Xuan felt it was a pity that Meng Yao would pay such a hefty price for the annulment. Did he truly deserve it? Nevertheless, she refrained from dissuading her. As long as the marriage could be dissolved, anything else was acceptable. With a strong effort to suppress her pain, Meng Yao slightly pulled aside her garment, revealing her flawless, snow-white, and smooth abdomen. "Let us begin," she stated, her tone laced with a hint of seduction. However, her gaze remained coldly fixed upon Fang Chen. Should he exhibit even a flicker of desire in his eyes, she would not hesitate to act. Fang Chen remained composed, squatting before Meng Yao and gazing at her immaculate midriff as he extended his hand toward it. The unprecedented soft sensation caused a slight tremor in his heart, further intensified by Meng Yao's naturally warm body, stirring his senses. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. With a thought, he began to refine the sword demon's blood within him. Instantly, a wave of excruciating heat surged through his entire being. It seemed that the yin fire within Meng Yao sensed the formidable yang energy within Fang Chen, and without any need for guidance, it flowed out through the acupoint in Meng Yao's abdomen and entered Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the yin and yang fires collided. The pain dissipated entirely, replaced by the pure energy of the sword demon's blood merging into Fang Chen's being. The sword character scripture within Fang Chen's body shimmered with brilliance. A radiant wheel gradually emerged. Second-level scripture. Should anyone behold the scripture within him, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Tianyuming sect. To comprehend scripture before reaching the Tao enlightenment stage is already a mark of genius, and a second-level scripture is reserved for the most extraordinary among them. Even within the expansive Tianyushan sect, only a handful possess such a gift. Unbeknownst to Meng Yao, she awaited Fang Chen's hand. However, Fang Chen did not act recklessly, and she sensed that the yin fire within her was gradually dissipating. A warm current flowed from Fang Chen's palm into her abdomen, subsequently spreading throughout her body. At that moment, Meng Yao felt nothing but comfort, yet this sensation soon vanished. Why has it stopped? The sudden absence of that feeling left Meng Yao somewhat dissatisfied. But when she glanced at Fang Chen, she was taken aback by his appearance. Fang Chen's eyes were blood-red, and blood seemed to seep from his 7 orifices. His complexion was pale with a tinge of green, exuding an air of extreme weakness. "What has happened to you?" Meng Yao exclaimed. Fang Chen shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, merely an excessive drain." He had absorbed half of the sword demon's blood, but upon preparing to continue, he discovered that his physical form could not withstand the transformation induced by the sword demon's blood. Thus, he promptly abandoned the plan to further refine the sword demon's blood. It seemed that he would have to wait until his cultivation advanced before he could continue the process. However, the energy from the recently refined blood of the sword demon had yet to be completely assimilated. Breaking through to the 5th level of spirit gathering should pose no challenge. He mused inwardly. Meng Yao remained unaware of these intricacies, attributing her relief solely to Fang Chen's treatment. At that moment, she realized, to her astonishment, that the pain had completely vanished. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she tidied her garments and rose to her feet, discovering that she was indeed healed. Hong Yun and Lin Shuyan gazed at the scene in disbelief. Was it truly a miracle? Yet, Lin Shuyan soon shook her head in skepticism, thinking to herself that it was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps the yin fire within Meng Yao had simply reseeded on its own, a phenomenon they had witnessed before. Hong Yun harbored similar doubts, reasoning that if the affliction of indulgence could be so easily resolved, it would not have been deemed an incurable condition. Their reluctance to believe stemmed from their understanding of the nature of the indulgent physique. Only Meng Yao, with her enchanting gaze shimmering with excitement, looked at Fang Chen with gratitude, for she alone recognized that it was his intervention that had salvaged her. Fang Chen, having regained his composure, remarked, "I am still unable to completely cure this condition. Further treatment is necessary for a definitive remedy." Lin Shuyan furrowed her brow, taken aback that he would claim the credit for himself and attempt to take advantage of Meng Yao. How audacious! To her astonishment, however, Meng Yao readily acquiesced to his assertion. Lin Shuyan gazed at Meng Yao in disbelief. Meng Yao, with a radiant smile, approached Fang Chen and said, "Let me introduce myself anew. My name is Meng Yao." Fang Chen clasped his hands, responding, "I am Fang Chen, an outer disciple." Meng Yao, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, coyly remarked, "You may call me Meng Yao, or perhaps Menger." As she uttered the latter, She leaned closer to Fang Chen's ear, her enchanting voice stirring his heartstrings. Fang Chen's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly stepped back, stating, "Let us stick with Meng Yao." Observing Fang Chen's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao chuckled, her allure captivating. "Very well, I shall call you Brother Fang then," she declared, casting a playful wink in his direction. Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Meng Yao was teasing him. Meng Yao continued, "By the way, Brother Fang, you mentioned I should continue my treatment. I shall return in a few days for your assistance." Her final words delivered in a sultry tone, igniting fantasies within him. "I will come back to this place." Fang Chen, bowing respectfully, felt the urgency to depart, retreating in haste. Meng Yao, witnessing his retreat, displayed a charming smile once more. Lin Shuyan shot her an exasperated glance, saying, "Meng Yao, why haven't you mentioned the matter of the annulment?" Meng Yao watched Fang Chen vanish through the gates, and seeing Lin Shuyan's irritation, she quickly adopted a playful tone. "Oh, that could be discussed at any time. No need to rush. But that guy is nothing but a lecher. Once was not enough. He wishes to take further advantage of you." Lin Shuyan felt utterly disillusioned with Fang Chen. All right. He is not as terrible as you suggest. Let us go." In response, Lin Shuyan, feeling somewhat resigned, said, "You wait for me outside. I'll fetch some elixirs from Elder Hongyun." "Very well." Meng Yao nodded gratefully to Elder Hongyun before making her way towards the entrance. Elder Hongyun observed the scene and chuckled, shaking her head. "Youth is truly delightful." Lin Shuyan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Hongyun." The elder replied, "I have watched this girl grow. Calling it a bother is too polite. Come with me." Consequently, Lin Shuyan followed Elder Hongyun to procure the elixirs. Meng Yao refrained from accompanying them, fearing that the potent aroma of medicinal herbs within Elder Hongyun's chamber might rekindle her insatiable desires. Upon reaching the entrance of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Meng Yao discovered Fang Chen blocked by several outer disciples, each at the 8th or 9th stage of spirit gathering, their expressions menacing and filled with ill intent. The leader among them was Ishio, sent by Luo Yun. "Are you Fang Chen?" Ishio glared coldly at him. "Yes." Fang Chen replied, equally icy. "Good to acknowledge it. Now, either you cripple your own cultivation and limbs, or we shall end your life." He spoke with disdain as he regarded Fang Chen. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "This is within the sect." Ishio erupted into laughter. "That depends on who it is useful for. Here, senior brother Luo reigns supreme. Whoever he wishes dead shall perish." With those words, he lunged forward, a palm aimed directly at Fang Chen's heart. Should it land, it would surely spell doom for him. Fang Chen snorted coldly. Although Ishio was at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, for levels higher than him, his physical body had been transformed by the blood of the sword demon, and with the sword character Dao 1, he possessed the strength to contend with opponents at the 9th level, let alone someone at the mere 8th level. He surged forward, striking first, with a single palm thrust. Their hands collided. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Ishio's hand shattered. Yet, astonishingly, Fang Chen remained unscathed. A scream of agony erupted. Ishio was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His hand now resembled a twisted, limp string. The crowd stood in stunned silence, and even Meng Yao, who had intended to intervene, was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ishio, who was several levels above Fang Chen, could be defeated in a single blow. "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" Ishio, gritting his teeth against the pain, glared at Fang Chen with a fierce and vengeful gaze, shouting. Only then did the others react, rushing towards Fang Chen en masse. Undeterred by the onslaught, Fang Chen summoned the power of the sword character Dao when within him. His hand transformed into a sword-like finger. Each thrust sent an opponent flying. Within mere moments, the ground was littered with those who lay moaning in agony. From a distance, Meng Yao watched in disbelief. Wasn't Fang Chen supposed to be a waste? How could he dispatch cultivators of higher realms in just a few moves? What was happening? As she was lost in thought, several figures appeared. They wore uniform attire, all disciples of the Outer Sect's law enforcement hall. The leader, Huang Yong, frowned deeply upon seeing the multitude lying on the ground. Ishio, spotting Huang Yong, felt as if he had found a savior. He quickly called out, "Senior Brother Huang." "It's me. I am beside Senior Brother Luo Yun." Upon hearing Luo Yun's name, Huang Yong immediately understood who he Xiao was. He hastily inquired, "Junior Brother He, what transpired? Who attacked you?" He Xiao pointed accusingly at Fang Chen, exclaiming, "It was him. He suddenly ambushed us and even threatened my life. Senior Brother Huang, you must capture him." "I was merely carrying out tasks for Senior Brother Luo." Huang Yong's gaze fell upon Fang Chen with intensity. "How audacious! You dare to ambush someone within the sect. You deserve the gravest punishment." Fang Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "They obstructed me and intended to strike. I was merely acting in self-defense." Huang Yong sneered, "Self-defense? Nonsense. Clearly, you attacked from behind. Do you dare to quibble here?" In truth, he knew that it was He Xiao who sought trouble with Fang Chen, only to be taught a lesson in return. Yet what did that matter? He Xiao had Luo Yun backing him, a prodigy of the Second Peak. Such a prime opportunity to curry favor with Luo Yun was not to be missed. This person is cruel and ruthless. He even resorts to violence against his fellow disciples. He must have his limbs and Dantian crippled and be expelled from the Tian Yu Divine Sect, Huang Yong declared, effectively condemning Fang Chen. Yes, his followers immediately prepared to act. He Xiao grinned maliciously. "Aren't you strong? Go ahead, strike. You will undoubtedly perish at the hands of the law enforcement hall. Once you are dead, I will take my leave to eliminate your master." Fang Chen's gaze turned icy, fixating on He Xiao. His master was his greatest weakness, and any threat against her would invoke lethal repercussions. Just as he was about to take action, Meng Yao's voice rang out from behind him. "Luo Yin? Oomph. I truly did not realize when the outer sect became the domain of Luo Yun." This time, Meng Yao's voice was no longer alluring. It was imbued with an undeniable authority. As her words echoed, Meng Yao had already positioned herself before Fang Chen. Huang Yong had intended to reprimand anyone daring to obstruct the law enforcement hall's duties. However, upon beholding Meng Yao's stunning and enchanting visage, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. Meng Yao's gaze remained as frigid as ever. "Speak, when did it become Luo Yun, that worthless fool's dominion? Such a reversal of truth. What audacity! Do you even dare to threaten me?" She advanced further, her mesmerizing eyes brimming with icy disdain. "Senior Sister Meng, I was unaware that this senior brother was your acquaintance. I understand my mistake. Please spare me this once." Huang Yong pleaded, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Yet, Meng Yao harbored no compassion. "You shall resign from the law enforcement hall and exit Tian Yu Divine Sect. Should I see you again, death awaits." She turned her gaze to the other disciples of the law enforcement hall, adding, "You all are no exception." Huang Yong was engulfed in utter despair. His life was irrevocably shattered. At that moment, he loathed He Xiao, wishing nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. It was all because of them that he had met such a fate. He Xiao, filled with trepidation, cowered on the ground. Even Luo Yun had to bow in reverence before Meng Yao, let alone himself. Noticing Meng Yao's gaze upon him, he hastily dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. "Senior Sister Meng, I realize my error." He frantically struck his own face with his other hand, the initial arrogance long since vanished. Meng Yao cast a disdainful glance in his direction, then turned her attention to Fang Chen, her expression softening in an instant. "Their fates you shall decide." Chapter 7. This fellow is quite amusing. Grandpa Fang, acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me this once." He Xiao, displaying a modicum of cleverness, immediately pleaded for mercy from Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression remained cold and devoid of compassion. "Abandon your cultivation and leave the Tian Yu Divine Sect." Having absorbed the blood of the sword demon and suffered betrayal, Fang Chen would no longer extend any mercy to his foes. Meng Yao cast a glance of admiration at Fang Chen. In the realm of cultivation, pity was the most laughable sentiment. Meanwhile, Lin Xuyan had just exited the Divine Pill Pavilion and happened upon this scene. Her brow furrowed. In her eyes, Fang Chen was merely bullying others under the protection of Meng Yao. To destroy one's Dantian, how is that any different from murder? It is even more brutal than killing. He Xiao trembled, despair etched in his eyes. What are you still hesitating for? Meng Yao spoke coldly. He Xiao understood the implication of her words. If he did not forfeit his cultivation, his fate would be even more tragic, and his family would suffer as well. Thank you both for sparing my life. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck his chest with a palm. His dantian shattered. Others dared not hesitate either, hastily following suit and abandoning their own dantians. At the second peak, Meng Yao was like a deity. Seeing this, Meng Yao scoffed. Are you not yet gone? He Xiao and the others could only endure the excruciating pain and despair, fleeing in disgrace. Fang Chen regarded Meng Yao with a complex expression, his heart stirred by unease. To compel someone to forfeit their dantian with just a few words indicated that Meng Yao held an extraordinarily high status within the sect. It seemed that during his 5 years of guarding the tomb, the Tianyu divine sect had undergone many changes unbeknownst to him. What's the matter? Are you interested in me? Meng Yao resumed her enchanting demeanor, each movement captivating. No, Fang Chen firmly shook his head. I thank you for today. I will certainly assist you in resolving your indulgent nature as a token of gratitude. Farewell. With a slight bow, he turned and departed. Watching Fang Chen's resolute and upright figure, Meng Yao felt a twinge of self-doubt. Could it be that my allure is no longer captivating? Or is this fellow simply dense? Perhaps he has a preference for men? Meng Yao, why are you still helping him bully others? Lin Xuan approached, reproaching her. However, Meng Yao did not answer the question, but instead inquired, Xuan, do you think I am no longer alluring? Lin Xuan was taken aback, gazing at the fairy-like Meng Yao and shaking her head. Not at all. But that fellow didn't even spare me a glance. Meng Yao furrowed her delicate brows. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, then recalled something, saying he was previously in love with his junior sister, but was betrayed by her. Perhaps he has yet to emerge from that shadow. A glimmer of insight flashed in Meng Yao's eyes. That must be it. She revealed a charming smile once more, secretly thinking, he can help me with my indulgent nature, recognizes my extraordinary identity without trying to ingratiate himself, and can resist my allure. This is rather intriguing. She gazed at Fang Chen's departing figure and remarked, I suddenly find myself reluctant to dissolve the engagement so hastily. This fellow is quite intriguing. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen visited his master's wife and felt relieved to see her fully recovered. Subsequently, he retreated to his chamber to meditate. At this moment, a considerable amount of energy from the blood of the sword demon still lingered within him, energy that should not be squandered. As he absorbed this energy, both his physical form and realm experienced continuous enhancement. The progress of his sword character Dao text was similarly evident, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, nearly negligible. Fang Chen was not surprised by this. After all, his sword character Dao text had already reached the second level, making further advancements a challenging endeavor. Not only must his comprehension keep pace, but his realm must also align. To elevate the Dao text once more, reaching the acquired realm would be essential. He remained in seclusion for 2 days, and when the morning sunlight streamed into his room, Fang Chen's aura shifted dramatically. It surged forth, propelling him from the 4th to the 5th level of the gathering spirit realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes and let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying sword might erupted forth, infused with a faint trace of demonic energy. At the same time, his eyes turned crimson, exuding an imposing aura. In that moment, Fang Chen perceived subtle changes in the world around him. He noticed an unprecedented clarity. Looking out the window, he could even see a cicada singing on a tree 20 yards away, its minute movements appearing to slow down before his gaze. Overjoyed, Fang Chen did not anticipate that his absorption would fortuitously awaken the ancient sword demon's sole heavenly eye. This eye possesses the ability to penetrate all things in existence and wields a fearsome soul attack. A single glance renders all into a myriad of blood and bones, capable of piercing through the heavens and altering the laws of nature. However, at present, the sole heavenly eye he awakened was far from such prowess, perhaps lacking even 1/1000th of its potential. Nonetheless, in combat, it would allow him to foresee others' movements and significantly decelerate their actions. As for further enhancement, it would require continued absorption of the sword demon's blood. Fang Chen felt quite satisfied with this eye, recognizing its considerable advantage in battle. Just as he intended to rise, he sensed a slight dispersal of his aura, which fortunately stabilized after some effort. With a deep sigh, Fang Chen remarked, "While the blood of the sword demon is indeed remarkable, my rapid advancement has rendered my foundation somewhat unstable. It seems I must visit the library to seek a cultivation method suited to me. Without a solid foundation in a cultivation technique, instability in my realm is likely to occur." He did not linger in his room any longer, intending to head to the library. However, upon exiting, he spotted a figure in the courtyard, and his expression instantly turned frosty. The newcomer was Su Wanner, who was currently serving tea to his master's wife, Chiao Mei. Appearing quite obedient and considerate, Fang Chen did not soften at her seemingly docile demeanor. Instead, his brow furrowed. He approached the hall and halted his master's wife from sipping her tea, promptly questioning Su Wanner, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival, Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, revealing a semblance of grievance. "Brother Fang, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was coerced by Luo Yun, who threatened my life if I did not assist him. I have cherished you since childhood, and I promise to cherish our days together henceforth." After speaking, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Had Tian Daogu not been excavated, Fang Chen might have been persuaded by her words. However, now every gesture of Su Wanner seemed utterly contrived to him, provoking a sense of revulsion. He replied coldly, "Coerced? After I rendered myself powerless, you swiftly sought refuge in another's embrace. You even divulged my secrets to secure a stronger ally. I see no evidence of coercion in your actions." Su Wanner's pitiable facade instantly faltered. She had come because of He Xiu's downfall. Upon learning that Fang Chen had single-handedly defeated multiple 7th-level Gathering Spirit experts, both Luo Yun and she were astounded. They distinctly remembered Fang Chen as a gravely injured man on the brink of death. His miraculous recovery in such a short span could only be attributed to some extraordinary treasure. As for Meng Yao's intervention, though surprising, they attributed it to a mere act of justice. Nonetheless, Luo Yun's curiosity about Fang Chen's recovery led him to request Su Wanner to return and investigate. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chiao Mei intended to counsel Fang Chen, but upon hearing this exchange, she chose silence. If Su Wanner merely caused her harm, she could endure it for Fang Chen's sake. However, if she harmed Fang Chen, she would not tolerate it under any circumstances. Su Wanner's lips twitched slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure and smiled again. "Brother Fang, I truly regret my actions." Fang Chen replied directly, "Speak plainly. What is your purpose for being here?" With a smile, Su Wanner responded, "I merely wish to visit my master and am intrigued by how you managed to recover. Did our master indeed leave behind some treasure?" "Master, as a disciple of our master, I hope you won't show favoritism. I deserve a share too." Hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled. "Ah, I see." Chapter 8. The Soul Heaven Demon. It became evident that the adversary had discerned his recovery and surmised that perhaps his master had left behind a treasure. "So, if I present the treasure, you shall return to my side, correct?" Fang Chen stated with a hint of indifference. "Indeed." Su Wanner nodded fervently. "Fang Chen, as long as you hand over the treasure from our master, I will return to you. I vow, I shall never abandon you again." Fang Chen smiled once more. Yet his gaze turned frigid. "And what if I refuse?" Su Wanner hastily replied, "The master's treasure is rightfully mine as well. I am also a disciple of our master. Right, Chiao Mei?" However, Chiao Mei's face was filled with disappointment as she turned her head away, offering no response to Su Wanner. Fang Chen sneered, "Su Wanner, are you foolish or am I? Although our master accepted you, you were never truly initiated as a disciple. You do not qualify as one." He had previously harbored some grievances towards his master for not accepting her, but now it seemed his master possessed remarkable insight, having seen through her true nature long ago. In an instant, Su Wanner's pitiful demeanor vanished. She realized that her previously effective manipulations were now futile against Fang Chen. Deciding to abandon her pretense, she pointed at Fang Chen and scolded, "Fang Chen, do you think that restoring your strength changes anything? In my eyes, you remain a mere waste. Nothing at all. Let me make this clear. You must surrender the master's treasure. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Fang Chen regarded her with indifference. What? Do you still wish to take action against me? To kill me? Naturally, Su Waner did not dare to do so. The Tianyang tomb lay in a desolate area. And while killing Fang Chen might pose no immediate threat, being discovered in Yu City would bring her immense trouble. Yet, she cast a cold glance at Xiao Mei and declared, Fang Chen, I am powerless against you. But this old hag is merely immortal, and I could easily dispose of her. In fact, I could sell her to some rogue cultivators. Someone like her would be quite sought after. Slap! Before she could finish her taunt, Fang Chen delivered a resounding slap. Although Su Waner had anticipated an attack, she was caught off guard and was sent flying by the force of the blow. You dare insult my master's wife, Su Waner? You deserve to perish. Fang Chen said coldly, his intent to kill now palpable. Ah, it hurts. Su Waner cried out in agony. Fang Chen's slap had been delivered with considerable force, causing her cheek to swell and bruise immediately. You worthless scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Fang Chen, this time you are doomed. With a vicious glare, she bellowed. Come in. Disable him. The door was abruptly kicked open, and 10 cultivators at the 8th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm rushed in, each wielding magical artifacts. Clearly, Su Waner had not only prepared in advance, but had also devised a plan for when matters escalated. Fang Chen observed the scene with a cold smirk. Perfect. Let me test the Soul Heaven Demon Eye on you. As he spoke, his eyes turned a crimson hue. In an instant, the movements of the 10 intruders became sluggish, and their subsequent actions were laid bare before him. Fang Chen lunged forward with the swiftness of an arrow, unafraid of the encirclement. He transformed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, ready to confront them. With a formidable physical speed, a single finger thrust left the opponent utterly unprepared, resulting in a direct penetration of their shoulder. Others attempted to attack from Fang Chen's blind spot, yet he evaded them with the ease of one who seems to have eyes at the back of his head. Seizing the momentum of their previous force before it could return to them, he pierced through another shoulder. In a mere span of 10 breaths, 10 individuals lay on the ground, writhing in agony, their shoulders rendered useless by Fang Chen's hand. Without at least half a year of recuperation, recovery was a distant hope. How could this be? Su Waner gazed in horror at the scene before her, unable to fathom that the once inept Fang Chen had now become capable of simultaneously confronting 10 formidable opponents at the 8th level of spirit gathering. Fang Chen regarded Su Waner with an icy stare. Under the gaze of his blood-red eyes, she felt as though she were being targeted by a ruthless killer. Trembling in terror, although Fang Chen contemplated ending her life, he ultimately chose to exercise restraint. The presence of so many individuals would inevitably attract the attention of their sect if he were to kill them all, which could jeopardize the 7 Peaks assessment, a situation he could not afford. It would be wiser to wait until after the examination had concluded before exacting his revenge, allowing her to reflect on the folly of her decisions. However, while death could be avoided, punishment was inevitable. With a swift motion, Fang Chen approached and forcibly broke Su Waner's hand. Her anguish screams echoed in the air as she writhed in pain. What? Is this already too painful for you? He leaned closer, whispering, Do not worry, I will not allow you to die so easily. You shall taste the excruciating torment akin to that which I endured before my master's grave. Su Waner was filled with dread at his words, her hair standing on end in horror. Fang Chen's voice turned cold. Get out. Su Waner dared not linger any longer and fled in disarray, as did the others, dragging their injuries as they escaped the estate. Yet, even in her retreat, a sense of resentment lingered. As she crossed the threshold, she glared back at Fang Chen, declaring, Fang Chen, I know that you will undoubtedly participate in the 7 Peaks assessment to regain your place in the inner sect. I assure you, no matter how hard you strive, you will not pass. You will never return to the inner door in this lifetime. With a triumphant smile, she departed. Fang Chen maintained his composure. Let us see whether you can overshadow the Tianyu divine sect, or if I, Fang Chen, shall rise above you to reclaim the 7th peak. Just as Su Waner exited, another figure appeared at the entrance. Meng Yao had arrived. Meng Yao observed the direction Su Waner had taken, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Who is that woman with the birthmark? She seems familiar. Could she be your former partner? Fang Chen was taken aback. Have you seen her? Meng Yao shook her head. A charming smile gracing her lips, I looked her up. She wouldn't be here seeking reconciliation, would she? She then fixed her gaze on Fang Chen, asking, did you agree? Fang Chen responded with a shake of his head. No, she returned with the intent to deceive me. I will not fall for her tricks again. Meng Yao commended him. That is the spirit. It's good to see you standing your ground. Why have you come here so suddenly? Fang Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she alluringly replied, I have been feeling unwell and discomfort lately, so I came to see you. With those words, she gazed at him with tender affection, her charm captivating. Fang Chen was taken aback, realizing that the indulgent personality had resurfaced, prompting her to seek him for healing. Gome, let us go to my place for a private treatment, she said, her words laced with temptation. However, Fang Chen hesitated but Master-S wife. He feared that Su Wanner would bring trouble to his Master-S wife. Meng Yao, perceiving Fang Chen's concern, smiled and said, this is quite simple. She clapped her hands, and in an instant, 2 women appeared. Your Highness, they greeted respectfully. Fang Chen was startled by their swiftness, having failed to notice their arrival. Meng Yao instructed, ensure the safety of the esteemed elder within. There must be no mishaps. Yes, they replied, bowing respectfully before vanishing. Let us proceed. These 2 are formidable postnatal realm experts. And with them, we shall be safe, Meng Yao said with a charming smile. Fang Chen felt reassured and nodded. Very well, I shall inform Master-S wife. Please wait a moment. He then conveyed his intention to treat Meng Yao to Chiu Mei. Chiu Mei looked at Meng Yao with curiosity, and Meng Yao returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Understanding the situation, Chiu Mei offered no further comments, merely advising them to be cautious before allowing Fang Chen and Meng Yao to depart. Yet, as the 2 left the residence together, Su Wanner reappeared in the alley, casting a venomous glare at Fang Chen and Meng Yao as they departed. That useless fool. How could he possibly be acquainted with such an extraordinary woman? Jealousy consumed her as she had witnessed Meng Yao's stunning beauty upon leaving the residence, which intensified her envy. Observing her enter Chiu Mei's abode, she lingered to discern the purpose of the woman's visit. Now, seeing her leave with Fang Chen, laughing and conversing, her jealousy deepened. Unbeknownst to her, she did not recognize Meng Yao, for her status was still that of an outer sect disciple, only occasionally visiting the second peak, thus lacking the privilege to meet Meng Yao. That woman is undoubtedly exploiting that useless Fang Chen. Undoubtedly. She refused to believe that Fang Chen could find a beauty far surpassing her after their separation. Meng Yao led Fang Chen onto her spiritual vessel, arriving at her residence on the second peak. Stepping off the vessel and gazing at the estate, which was imbued with a far richer spiritual essence than the Wuji Peak, Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Anyone residing in such a mansion on the second peak must possess an esteemed status. If Fang Chen's conjecture was accurate, Meng Yao was likely a direct disciple of the second peak master. Upon entering the mansion with Meng Yao, Fang Chen was struck again by the presence of another breathtaking beauty, Lin Xuan. Chapter 9. The Eruption of Indulgence. Fang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Lin Xuan in this place. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend, Lin Xuan, Meng Yao said, linking arms with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan shot Meng Yao an admonishing glance and replied helplessly, you actually went to fetch him. Meng Yao stuck out her tongue playfully and said, but he truly saved me last time. Lin Xuan retorted bluntly, last time he merely sought to take advantage of you, and it just so happened that his ulterior motives were thwarted. Are you not aware of your own indulgent condition? It is not easily remedied. She then turned her cold gaze towards Fang Chen and stated, I am aware of your intentions for being here, but this time I will not allow you to exploit Meng Yao again. Fang Chen felt a bit awkward and could only explain, I genuinely possess the ability to cure her. And how do you intend to do that? Lin Xuan challenged. Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He could not possibly divulge the truth about the blood of the sword demon, as it was far too significant. Thus, he opted for silence. Noticing Fang Chen's reticence, Lin Shuyan felt a sense of triumph for having unmasked him. She then took Meng Yao to the main hall of the residence and said, "Meng Yao, this time I've managed to find a fifth-tier alchemist who will undoubtedly be able to cure your indulgent condition." A fifth-tier alchemist? Meng Yao gasped in astonishment. Fourth-tier alchemists were already considered elite within the divine Eastern region, and fifth-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare, found only in the most prestigious sects of the region. However, these alchemists were notoriously haughty and preferred to remain in their alchemical chambers, making their assistance more difficult to procure than divine intervention. Lin Shuyan must have expended considerable effort and resources to engage a fifth-tier alchemist. In the hall, an elderly man sat in the main seat, his eyes squinting, savoring tea from a cup without acknowledging the presence of Meng Yao and the others. Lin Shuyan and Meng Yao bowed respectfully, and then she spoke. "Elder Tian." The alchemist, known as Elder Tian, finally opened his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards Lin Shuyan before eventually settling on Meng Yao. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his gaze and said, "Lin girl, this endeavor of mine shall settle the last favor owed to your Lin family. Have you made your decision?" Without hesitation, Lin Shuyan nodded. "Elder Tian, I have made my decision. I kindly request your assistance." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian ceased to elaborate further. He looked at Meng Yao and remarked, "I am aware of your condition. Individuals afflicted with indulgence rarely survive past the age of 20. However, since you have encountered me, I shall assist you in resolving this issue." As his words fell, he flipped his hand, producing a vial. Inside is a fifth-tier elixir, known as the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill. This pill is a recent creation of mine, designed to counteract your indulgent condition through its yang properties. With this elixir, your affliction will surely be alleviated. Fifth tier. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Meng Yao's eyes. Fifth-tier elixirs were exceedingly precious and held immense value. She looked gratefully at Lin Shuyan, aware that this pill had come at a significant cost to her. Yet, a sense of hesitation enveloped her, for she had invited Fang Chen primarily for healing. Leaving him aside to receive treatment from others felt rather inappropriate. Lin Shuyan discerned Meng Yao's uncertainty, understanding it stemmed from Fang Chen. She remarked, "Meng Yao, what are you still hesitating for? Do you truly believe he can heal you?" Tian Lao also turned his gaze towards Fang Chen, having heard Lin Shuyan speak of him. The notion that he could cure Meng Yao through mere touch was utterly ludicrous to him. If the affliction of indulgence could be so easily resolved, many gifted women would not have perished before reaching 20. Naturally, as a master alchemist, he deemed it beneath him to mock Fang Chen. Meng Yao asserted, "Fang Chen can indeed heal me." Observing this, Fang Chen interjected, "Miss Meng, you should first take this Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill. If it can resolve your issue in one go, that would be splendid. At present, I am unable to rectify your condition in its entirety." He genuinely hoped for Meng Yao's recovery, as had it not been for her intervention days ago, he might still be languishing in the law enforcement hall. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Yao finally nodded, "Very well." It was not that she doubted Fang Chen. Rather, the torment of her affliction had plagued her for over a decade, each wave of suffering rendering her existence unbearable. Now, with the opportunity to potentially eradicate the source of her anguish, she was unwilling to forego it. She then accepted the vial from Tian Lao, pouring a golden elixir into her palm and, with a delicate parting of her lips, swallowed it. A surge of warmth flooded into her dantian, and the affliction seemed to sense a threat, responding with an explosive reaction. The two energies clashed violently, akin to warring armies spilling blood upon the battlefield. The potency of the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill was formidable, momentarily pushing back the dark energy of her indulgence. It appeared as if it might be subdued entirely. Meng Yao felt a glimmer of hope, exclaiming, "It seems to be working." Lin Shuyan, upon hearing this, also felt a flicker of joy. She glanced at Fang Chen, a hint of pride in her eyes, as if to say, "Boy, if you wish to take advantage of Meng Yao, dream on." But in the next heartbeat, the affliction unleashed its full fury, a wave of even more terrifying dark energy emerging. It began to devour the medicinal power with overwhelming force, growing even stronger. In an instant, Meng Yao's complexion turned fiery red, wisps of white smoke emanating from her, her body burning with heat, trembling in excruciating pain. Meng Yao! Lin Shuyan panicked, calling out, Tian Lao! What is happening? Tian Lao's expression shifted, and he hurried to Meng Yao's side to take her pulse. However, upon merely touching her wrist, a surge of terrifying dark energy erupted from within her, invading his body. Tian Lao let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with dread. What a horrifying energy! My pill's potency has been devoured by that dark force. It has fully awakened the affliction. Lin Shuyan's anxiety escalated. What should we do? Tian Lao, did you not say you could heal Meng Yao? Tian Lao's face grew awkward and grim. He had not anticipated the affliction would be so troublesome and perilous. The only solution now is to allow others to absorb the malevolent energy from within him. However, this energy is exceedingly potent, and even the most robust individuals cannot endure it, he remarked. I will do it, Lin Shuyan declared, rushing towards Meng Yao, only to be intercepted by Tian Lao. Your constitution is too weak. Even if you attempt to absorb it, you would only manage to take in a fraction, which would not only be futile, but could also cost you your life, Tian Lao warned. But I cannot bear to watch Meng Yao like this. Lin Shuyan's eyes brimmed with tears, realizing that she had inadvertently brought harm to Meng Yao. At that moment, Fang Chen, having arrived at Meng Yao's side unbeknownst to her, grasped her hand firmly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shuyan's fury erupted. What time is it? How can you take advantage of Meng Yao like this? She charged forward, intent on kicking Fang Chen away, but was halted by Tian Lao. Wait, he is absorbing the malevolent energy within her. What? Lin Shuyan was taken aback and soon witnessed streams of crimson, malevolent energy emanating from Meng Yao and entering Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's face contorted in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Do you wish to die? If this continues, you will perish, Lin Shuyan shouted. However, Fang Chen remained silent, invoking the remaining half of the sword demon's blood within him, refining it while simultaneously countering the terrifying malevolent energy. Fortunately, the sword demon's blood was sufficiently powerful to withstand it. This, Tian Lao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to the malevolent energy by now. Yet Fang Chen was managing to endure it. His constitution is remarkably formidable. Perhaps he truly can withstand this malevolent energy. But just then, an even more terrifying surge of malevolent energy erupted from within Meng Yao. Chapter 10, Why has it stopped? A voice questioned. The expression of Tian Lao shifted subtly, and he swiftly escorted Lin Shuyan out of the hall. Almost instantaneously, several formation flags appeared in his hand, shooting towards the periphery of the chamber. In an instant, the hall was sealed off, and the malevolent energy within remained contained. However, this also confined Fang Chen and Meng Yao inside, rendering the situation within utterly inscrutable from the outside. Fang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. The eruption of his indulgent form exceeded his expectations. This is unbearable. I crave it so desperately. Suddenly, Meng Yao embraced Fang Chen, her delicate hands wandering across his back. At the same time, she pressed her lips against his neck, the fervent sensation igniting a tempest of desire within him, stirring an impulse to dominate her. Yet, upon perceiving the anguish etched upon Meng Yao's enchanting visage, he suppressed the tumult within. Sensing Fang Chen's reluctance, Meng Yao's brows knitted slightly as she exhaled a fragrant breath, her hands beginning to unfasten her garments, her sultry body pressing against him. When Fang Chen beheld that her upper half was clad in nothing but a pink lingerie that barely concealed her voluptuousness, his face flushed a deeper crimson. Gazing upon her glistening form, slick with fragrant sweat, he could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, his reason held sway over his senses, preventing him from succumbing to chaos. Realizing that the situation could not persist in this manner, he gritted his teeth and grasped her waist with both hands. A sultry gasp escaped her lips, sending ripples of excitement coursing through Fang Chen. I apologize, he muttered through clenched teeth, his hesitation vanishing as he summoned the remaining blood of the sword demon within him. The two energies collided, incessantly consuming each other's pure yin and pure yang. Meng Yao soon found herself utterly drained, collapsing into Fang Chen's embrace. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of exquisite comfort emanating from her dantian, prompting her to emit soft, melodic gasps. Fang Chen's heart ached, Meng Yao's voice inherently beguiling. In such a state was utterly intoxicating. Fortunately, this phase did not endure for too long. After approximately half an hour, the yin fire that Meng Yao had unleashed was once again subdued. With a heavy exhalation, Fang Chen released a breath of turbid air, a bitter smile dancing upon his lips. The blood of the sword demon within him had been thoroughly refined, yet he dared not allow his body to assimilate this energy, fearing he could not withstand it, and thus he channeled it entirely to the heavenly Tao demon bone. Now, the demonic energy surged within the heavenly Tao demon bone, granting Fang Chen a faint sensation of enlightenment. What has happened? Meng Yao gradually regained her clarity, dissatisfied that the exquisite feeling had lasted but half an hour. However, upon awakening to find herself nestled in Fang Chen's embrace, her upper garments mysteriously absent, with only her lingerie remaining. The blush that had just faded surged back to her cheeks. "You!" she exclaimed, believing Fang Chen to be the culprit, poised to strike him. Yet, upon witnessing his pale, weakened countenance, she realized he had endured this for her healing. Glancing at the faint crimson marks on his neck, remnants of her own actions, her cheeks flushed even deeper, embodying a shy allure that was both captivating and enchanting. "Thank you for saving me once again. To express my gratitude for your life-saving grace, I propose to become your companion. What do you think?" She gazed at Fang Chen with sultry eyes, a look that could move countless men. Fang Chen, too, felt his cheeks flush slightly under Meng Yao's enchanting gaze, and he dared not meet her eyes directly. "Miss Meng, you are too kind. I promised to come and treat your ailment. How could I possibly stand by and let you suffer?" he stammered. Seeing Fang Chen's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao could not help but chuckle. Yet, she soon pouted her lips in feigned anger, saying, "Did we not agree? You shall call me Meng Yao, and I shall refer to you as Brother Fang. Now speak." Meng Yao, Fang Chen yielded under her watchful gaze. Satisfied, Meng Yao nodded and continued. "In light of your help, I can grant you any request you desire, anything at all." Her voice dripped with allure, suggesting that even the most audacious of requests would be met with compliance. Fang Chen's heart stirred at her words. He had been troubled by his inability to access the library to select a cultivation method. With Meng Yao's assistance, it would be a simple task. Thus, he declared, "I wish to enter the library." "The library?" Meng Yao blinked her large, sparkling eyes, unsure if she had misheard. Fang Chen nodded. "Indeed, as a mere outer disciple, I lack the qualifications to enter the higher levels of the library, so I wish to select a cultivation method." Meng Yao's face fell in disappointment. How could he, a man, choose the library over her presence? Very well, she relented, and with a flick of her wrist, a quaint token appeared in her hand, which she then handed to Fang Chen. "Once inside the library, this token will grant you unrestricted access." Fang Chen accepted the token with gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I shall return it once I acquire the cultivation method I seek." "No need for that," Meng Yao replied as she donned her clothes. "I have plenty of these tokens. Consider it a gift." Fang Chen hesitated, wishing to refuse, but a single glare from Meng Yao silenced him. Resigned, he accepted the token. Sometimes, yielding was the wisest course. After Meng Yao finished dressing, the two departed from the formation. This formation sealed the outside, but not the inside, commonly used by formation masters during alchemy, so they faced no restrictions. Upon witnessing Meng Yao emerge unscathed, even the normally stoic Lin Shuyan displayed a look of sheer elation. "Meng Yao, are you all right?" Meng Yao reassured her, "I am fine, thanks to Fang Chen. I have miraculously survived." Lin Shuyan turned to Fang Chen, and even though she had doubted him before, she had to concede that he had indeed saved Meng Yao. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she noticed a telltale mark of lipstick on Fang Chen's neck. Instantly, fury ignited within her. You were indeed up to no good inside. Taking advantage of Meng Yao, It was then that Fang Chen remembered the lipstick stain on his neck that he had yet to address. Dream Yao's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly pulled Lin Xuan aside, saying, "Xuan, this is merely the result of my reckless indulgence. He truly did not do anything to me." However, Lin Xuan remained skeptical, convinced that Fang Chen's proximity to Dream Yao was motivated by his desire for beauty and status. Yet, out of respect for Fang Chen saving Dream Yao, she refrained from further remarks. Nevertheless, her vigilance towards Fang Chen intensified, and her resolve to reclaim the marriage certificate for Dream Yao grew stronger. Elder Tian approached, expressing his apologies upon seeing that Dream Yao was unharmed. "Miss Dream, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that this elixir would cause you harm." Dream Yao shook her head, replying, "Elder Tian, you are being too modest. You acted out of a desire to save me." Elder Tian sighed deeply, shaking his head as he addressed Lin Xuan. "This matter of gratitude is not to be dismissed. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Turning his gaze towards Fang Chen, he continued, "Young brother, I misjudged you today. Thanks to you, my reputation remains intact. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever visit the Heavenly Dance Spirit Tower, please seek me out. I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded." The mention of the Heavenly Dance Spirit Tower startled Fang Chen slightly, for it was the foremost alchemical power in the divine Eastern region. Even the Tianyu divine sect treated it with great respect. He quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "Elder, you are too kind. It is merely my duty." Elder Tian did not linger any longer, retracting the formation before departing. "I should also take my leave," Fang Chen said, offering his farewells, as he intended to visit the library to select a suitable cultivation method. "Allow me to accompany you," Dream Yao suggested. However, Lin Xuan interrupted, "I have something to discuss with you." Dream Yao replied, "We can talk when I return." "No," Lin Xuan insisted, gripping her hand firmly. Observing this, Fang Chen interjected, "There is no need. I can go alone." "Dream Yao, you have just recovered and need to rest." Upon hearing Fang Chen call Dream Yao's name, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Subsequently, Fang Chen chose not to linger any longer and departed from the residence. Watching him leave, Dream Yao felt a twinge of reluctance. Lin Xuan, however, pulled her back into the room and questioned, "Dream Yao, you must not act recklessly. He is clearly after you. Did you hear how he addressed you? He called you by your name." Chapter 11. The Fierce Demon Sword Technique. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitated to reveal to Lin Xuan that it was she who had summoned Fang Chen. Thus, she remarked, "What does it matter? He has saved me twice." "Absolutely not," Lin Xuan declared resolutely. "I cannot allow him to succeed, no matter what." In her heart, she was convinced that Fang Chen intended to take advantage of Meng Yao, and she could not permit her dear friend to fall into such perilous circumstances. After Fang Chen departed, he made his way directly to the Wuji Peak, arriving at the library pavilion. The pavilion boasted 9 levels, categorized into 3 tiers: the lower 3, the middle 3, and the upper 3. The lower 3 levels were accessible to all disciples, the middle 3 to those of the inner sect and above, while the upper 3 were reserved solely for core disciples. At that moment, the library was bustling with disciples, and Fang Chen approached the counter, where an elder sat in a grand chair, dozing with half-closed eyes. Fang Chen respectfully bowed and said, "Elder, I wish to ascend to a higher level." He produced the token that Meng Yao had gifted him. The elder lazily opened his eyes, but upon seeing the token in Fang Chen's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. The Qianzi token. This token represented the highest rank among the disciples of the sect, endowed with significant privileges, allowing for effortless access to the outer sect's library. However, such tokens were exceedingly rare, possessed only by core disciples and a select few, making them almost mythical. The possibility of someone impersonating or finding such a token was virtually non-existent, for it was uniquely designed. Without the owner's consent, the token could not be utilized. The token in Fang Chen's hand emanated a faint spiritual light, signifying his eligibility to wield it. The elder scrutinized Fang Chen for a moment before replying, "You may enter. The library will impose no restrictions upon you." Fang Chen understood that the token Meng Yao had given him was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated its remarkable utility. "Thank you," he replied with a respectful gesture, then proceeded to ascend to the upper levels. In the Qitian continent, martial arts were categorized into 4 grades: Tian, Di Xian, and Huang, with the lowest being the mortal grade and the highest, the heavenly grade, each further divided into 9 tiers. The lower 3 levels of the Tianyu Divine Sect's library pavilion housed the mortal grade from 1 to 5 tiers, the middle 3 from 5 to 9 tiers, and the upper 3 contained the first 3 tiers of the yellow grade. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to reach the upper 3 levels. Instead, he first explored the middle 3 levels in search of martial arts techniques. The number of people here was significantly reduced, as only inner sect disciples could gain access. He began his search on the 4th level, where most techniques were of the mortal grade, tiers 5 and 6, but they were largely mundane and failed to capture Fang Chen's interest. He then ascended to the 6th level, which housed the mortal grade, tier 9 techniques, vastly superior to those on the lower levels. However, after surveying the offerings, he still found nothing to his liking, though there were some sword techniques available. Most focused on orthodox swordplay, which was not suitable for him at present. After all, he was now a sword demon, and techniques for the demon sword were far more fitting. Regrettably, he had absorbed too little of the sword demon blood. If he could awaken the innate divine powers of the sword demon blood, he would not need to search so desperately for techniques. Seeing that the 6th level yielded no results, Fang Chen ascended to the 7th level. Here, he found it nearly deserted. The Heavenly Feather Divine Sect is not merely a repository of books. It possesses an inner sanctum that is even more advanced, though it is newly established. While the Wuji Peak is a remnant of a bygone era. Nevertheless, the techniques here are quite comprehensive. However, new methods will not be replicated or transported to this location. Thus, when Fang Chen ascended to the 7th level, he discovered that the covers of the techniques were quite antiquated, and many areas were shrouded in dust, clearly indicating a lack of upkeep for an extended period. He continued his search for techniques, and indeed found several commendable demonic arts. Regrettably, these methods were not aligned with the sword path, compelling Fang Chen to relinquish them with reluctance. After perusing the area, he proceeded to the 8th level and arrived at a corner bookshelf. This shelf was dedicated to demonic techniques, housing approximately 7 or 8 tomes. After scanning the collection, Fang Chen's gaze fell upon one particular technique, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. He took the book in hand and opened it. The technique was named Ruthless Demonic Sword Art, classified as a yellow grade 2nd tier method, comprising 9 levels. The essence of the art lay in the fierce sword strikes, transforming the wielded sword into a demonic force, with each thrust capable of cleaving through adversaries. Note, this technique is a demonic art. While its power is formidable, it poses a risk of leading practitioners into madness, requiring utmost caution. As Fang Chen perused the text, he noted that the art emphasized the importance of maintaining ferocity with every strike. The more relentless each sword blow, the greater the resulting power. However, should one become entranced, there exists a peril of falling into madness during cultivation or combat, resulting in death and the extinguishing of one's path. Yet, a glimmer of realization flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. As for the risk of madness, he had already embraced the demonic. How could he possibly succumb to such a fate? Determined, he resolved to claim this art, but decided to glance at the 9th level nonetheless. Unfortunately, the 9th level contained only a sparse selection of techniques, with no demonic arts in sight. Thus, Fang Chen returned to the counter, placing the technique before the elder and respectfully stating, "Elder, I have selected my technique." He then produced 2 spirit stones. As borrowing a technique necessitated a fee of 2 stones per month, which was quite reasonable. However, any damage incurred would require compensation at market value. The elder cast a fleeting glance at the spirit stones and remarked nonchalantly, "With a heavenly grade token, you need not pay spirit stones. Simply record how many months you wish to borrow it. Of course, the maximum borrowing period is 3 years before it must be returned." This privilege startled Fang Chen momentarily, but soon he felt a surge of joy, Saving 2 spirit stones was quite significant, considering it constituted his entire fortune at present. Then, I would like to borrow it for 1 year, he stated. The elder nodded, then glanced at the technique with some surprise. A demonic art? Do you intend to cultivate in the demonic path? Fang Chen did not deny it and nodded affirmatively. The elder studied Fang Chen intently before advising. I recommend you reconsider. While the demonic path offers rapid advancement, it often leads to an unstable foundation, fraught with peril. Particularly with this technique, the risk of falling into madness during cultivation is substantial. This is why, in recent millennia, there have been fewer practitioners of the demonic path compared to the righteous path. Furthermore, although cultivation does not strictly differentiate between the righteous and the demonic, the heinous deeds committed by demonic cultivators have tarnished their reputation, making the title of demonic cultivator quite undesirable. Fang Chen comprehended that the other party's intentions were indeed for his own benefit. However, since he had already assimilated the blood of the sword demon, his path was irrevocably destined to lead towards darkness. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your counsel, elder, but I have made my decision." Upon hearing this, the elder sighed deeply and ceased his persuasion. "Since you have resolved your course, I shall not insist further. Take care of yourself." He then proceeded to register Fang Chen, who accepted the technique with a bow and took his leave. Instead of returning directly, Fang Chen grasped the token in his hand and mused. Since the Library of Tomes is accessible, the Spirit Artifact Pavilion should be as well. Possessing the technique was beneficial, yet without a suitable sword-type treasure, cultivation would be arduous. One could not rely solely on one's fingers as a sword. Thus, he made his way towards the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Treasures were categorized into 5 grades: Heaven, Earth Profound, Yellow, and Mortal, each of which was further divided into 9 tiers. Upon entering the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, Fang Chen observed numerous disciples selecting treasures. This was quite commonplace, especially with the impending 7 Peaks assessment. Everyone sought to acquire a treasure that suited them for this significant event. Naturally, most disciples could only rent their treasures. Renting was quite affordable. A decent 3rd-tier mortal treasure required merely 2 spirit stones for a month. However, as the grade of the treasure increased, so did the price. Damage incurred during the rental period would necessitate compensation at the market value. Unlike the Library of Tomes, which was structured into 9 levels, the Spirit Artifact Pavilion consisted of a single expansive floor, yet it was considerably larger than the library. The treasures ranged from 3rd tier to 9th tier mortal artifacts. As Fang Chen ventured further in, he headed directly towards the sword-type treasures. However, after taking only a few steps, he was met with a sarcastic voice. "You wretched spawn. You dare to come here as well." Chapter 12. A reunion with Su Wan. Fang Chen's expression instantaneously turned frigid. That voice was all too familiar. Who else could it be but Su Wan? With a disdainful glance, Su Wan remarked, "What brings you to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion? Here to rent a magical treasure? Do you possess the requisite spirit stones? It seems that all the spirit stones you amassed over the past 5 years, along with your previous treasures, now belong to me." Her laughter was filled with mockery, eyes glinting with derision. "Of course, if you were to kneel before me and plead, perhaps I might generously grant you a mundane artifact of no higher than the 3rd rank," she cackled. Fang Chen remained indifferent, choosing not to engage with this venomous woman. "Is that not Miss Su?" At that moment, a voice emerged, and a middle-aged man approached with a smile. Addressing Su Wan, he said, "Miss Su, young Master Luo has made the necessary arrangements. I shall have the mundane 7th rank artifact you requested delivered to you immediately." Su Wan turned her gaze toward the middle-aged man, her eyes lighting up as she performed a respectful bow. "Thank you, Master Ning of the Ningyang Pavilion." This middle-aged man was Ningyang, the vice master of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. With a smile, he replied, "There is no need for such formality, Miss Su. As young Master Luo's companion, you are akin to family." He gestured for a disciple to retrieve the artifact, and soon the disciple returned, cradling a long box in his hands. Upon opening it, they revealed a delicate pink jade sword, exquisitely crafted. The sheath of this sword is carved from the rare pink cloud stone found in the Tianjin Mountains. Its hue a perfect blend of pink and red, smooth and flawless, truly befitting the noble Miss Su. Ning Yang elaborated. Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with delight as she admired the sword. What is the price? She inquired. Ning Yang chuckled. I shall act as your guarantor. Thus, this sword requires no spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner was elated, trembling as she grasped the delicate sword, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She cherished the sword in her hands and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Ning. Ning Yang's smile broadened as he replied, There is no need for excessive courtesy. Miss Su, simply speak a few kind words on my behalf before young Master Luo. Of course, I shall do so, Su Wanner nodded eagerly. Her gaze then turned to Fang Chen, brimming with provocation and triumph. Did you see that? What Luo Yin can provide for me, you could never offer in a lifetime. Someone like you, a mere waste, will forever be trampled upon at the lowest rung of society. You ought to be grateful that I even spent those 5 years with you. In response to her taunts, Fang Chen scoffed. No matter how radiant you appear, it cannot conceal your shameless and venomous nature. I must thank Luo Yun for revealing your true colors to me. Su Wanner, still basking in her self-satisfaction, retorted, Humph. One must always strive for greater heights. Should I remain burdened by you, a mere waste? I have been progressing over these 5 years, and what about you? Fang Chen chuckled at her words. You consider yourself to be advancing? Is it through your filthy body that you have made such progress? Do you truly believe Luo Yun would regard a woman as vile as you as a worthy companion? Ultimately, you are destined for abandonment. What did you say? His words pierced Su Wanner's heart like a dagger, causing her fury to boil over. Ning Yang sensed something amiss and inquired of Su Wanner, Miss Su, who is he? It was only then that Su Wanner recalled Ning Yang's presence, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of insight. He is but a worthless fool, she replied, revealing Fang Chen's identity to Ning Yang. Upon hearing this, Ning Yang chuckled. Ah, so it is that foolish individual who discarded his own cultivation. He became a source of ridicule in the past and dares to return to the Tianyu divine sect? Fang Chen's self-imposed cultivation loss had indeed rendered him a great joke, ultimately branding him as a fool in the eyes of many. Most had forgotten this incident, yet Su Wanner's mention rekindled those memories for Ning Yang. Lord Ning Yang, Su Wanner urged, I implore you to take action against this disgraceful disciple who tarnishes our sect's reputation. With the knowledge of Fang Chen's identity, Ning Yang felt unperturbed and nodded with a smile. Do not worry, Miss Su. He then turned to Fang Chen and stated blandly, this disciple. I suspect you have pilfered treasures from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, and I must conduct a search of your person. At this, a spark of realization ignited in Su Wanner's eyes. Ah, the old fox is indeed cunning, she thought, realizing Ning Yang intended to render Fang Chen powerless. Fang Chen frowned slightly and retorted coldly, What qualifications do you possess to search me? Su Wanner sneered. Lord Ning Yang is the vice master of the Outer Sect's Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Do you dare question his authority? Fang Chen. The crime of stealing from the Artifact Pavilion is grave. The lightest punishment is corporal punishment, while the severest entails the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from a sect. A mere waste is bad enough, yet to be a thief as well? You have truly brought shame upon the disciples of the Tianyu divine sect. The commotion had already attracted the attention of many within the pavilion, and upon learning of Fang Chen's identity, they began to mock him. Indeed, a thief. Get out of the Tianyu divine sect. We do not accept thieving disciples. You have utterly disgraced our sect. They were aware that Fang Chen was being framed, yet this was a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Ning Yang. Gaining his approval could lead to a prosperous future within the outer sect. Seeing this unfold, Su Wanner felt a sense of satisfaction. Fang Chen, hand it over. If you refuse, we shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Fang Chen regarded the scene with indifference. I shall observe how you intend to frame me, he thought, folding his arms, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. A fool, even at death's door, continues to feign bravado. Su Wanner coldly laughed and then turned to Ning Yang. Lord Ning Yang, this incorrigible fool remains unrepentant. It is time for you to act. Very well, Ning Yang replied haughtily, nodding as he gestured, seize this man. Yes. Immediately, Two disciples from the pavilion prepared to apprehend Fang Chen. At that moment, an elder descended from the upper floor, his brow furrowing upon seeing such a gathering. Noticing Ning Yang among them, he inquired, "Elder Ning, what is transpiring here?" Ning Yang's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the newcomer, the pavilion master of the spirit artifact pavilion, Dong Huada, his direct superior. He promptly replied, "Master, this individual has stolen treasures from our pavilion. I was just about to administer punishment." Dong Huada furrowed his brows, pondering the theft of treasures from the spirit artifact pavilion, an occurrence that had not transpired for millennia. Even the most naive disciples within the sect understood the stringent security of the pavilion. How could one possibly succeed in such a theft? Observing the current situation, it was evident that matters were far from simple. However, he was disinclined to intervene. There was no necessity to jeopardize his relationship with Ning Yang over a single disciple. Although he held a certain disdain for Ning Yang, who had gained entry through connections, he still felt the need to maintain appearances, just as he intended to utter a few words before departing. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the surrounded Fang Chen, and he noticed a faint glow emanating from the latter's waist. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. It was a Qinzi token. This emblem represented a noble status. Its bearer wielded immense power and authority within the Tianyu divine sect. To speak of it lightly, ending his life would be a trivial matter. Moreover, the token recognized its owner, and the soft spiritual light radiating from it confirmed that Fang Chen was indeed its master. In that instant, Dong Huada's forehead became slick with perspiration, realizing that Fang Chen's identity must be extraordinary. Should Fang Chen suffer any misfortune here, even if he managed to retain his position, myriad troubles would surely ensue. Meanwhile, Ning Yang, seeing Dong Huada's indifference towards the situation, secretly exhaled in relief. He then cast a sinister glance at Fang Chen, taunting, "You're finished, kid. What are you waiting for? Seize him." Yes. The disciples within the pavilion glared menacingly at Fang Chen, declaring, "You scoundrel, I will make you wish for death." One of them stepped closer to Fang Chen. Yet at that moment, Dong Huada suddenly shouted, "Wait." Ning Yang froze, casting a puzzled look at Dong Huada, who swiftly descended the stairs and questioned him, "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, to capture this thief. Should he dare to resist, I will dispose of him immediately." Dong Huada's inquiry caught Ning Yang off guard, prompting him to instinctively divulge his entire plan. Slap! Dong Huada delivered a resounding strike, sending Ning Yang sprawling to the ground. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Dong Huada furiously exclaimed, "How dare you frame someone in my presence? Do you truly believe I, as the pavilion master, am inconsequential?" Chapter 13, Cultivation Master. I did not. He is nothing but a thief. Ning Yang atomte tu argue. Dong Huada scoffed coldly, then enlightened me. Which artifact did he steal? At a loss for words, Ning Yang struggled to respond. Each artifact within the pavilion was meticulously recorded, rendering the notion of theft utterly implausible. This had merely been a pretext to undermine Fang Chen. Yet he had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the master, who even resorted to physical confrontation. "Master, I am the brother of Elder Ning Xiao from the inner sect." Ning Yang resorted to invoking the name of his powerful relative, hoping to instill fear in Dong Huada. However, Dong Huada merely sneered, "And what of it? You have violated the sect's rules. You have slandered a fellow disciple. You even sought to ruin him. I hereby declare, effective immediately, you are no longer the vice master of the spiritual artifact pavilion. Now get out." The announcement left the entire assembly in stunned silence. To dismiss a vice master for the actions of a single disciple was unprecedented. "And you too." Dong Huada pointed at the two disciples who had supported Ning Yang. "You are also complicit in this slander. From this day forth, you are stripped of your identities within the spiritual artifact pavilion, and you shall never be allowed to purchase or rent artifact from this establishment for the rest of your lives." Upon hearing this, the two disciples' legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. They had merely sought to curry favor with Ning Yang. "You too." Dong Huada's gaze fell upon those who had mocked Fang Chen. Their faces turned pale, filled with regret. Why had they been so foolish as to jeer? If the spiritual artifact pavilion were to deny them access, it would be akin to sealing their fates. Although there were superior artifacts available outside the pavilion, their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for lower-tier practitioners. As for borrowing from others, who would be foolish enough to provide a guarantee? Should the artifact sustain damage, it would be the lender who bore the cost. Ning Yang remained oblivious to Dong Huada's motives, believing instead that the master sought to exploit this opportunity to expel him. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Dong Huada. "Just you wait." As he turned to leave, he cast a venomous glare at Fang Chen. It was all Fang Chen's fault for exposing his shortcomings. Otherwise, how could Dong Huada dare to confront him? Without further delay, he exited. Dong Huada chuckled inwardly. Even if Ning Yang sought out Ning Xiao, it would bear no fruit. The position of an inner sect elder, while superior, paled in comparison to that of a core disciple. Given that Fang Chen possessed a celestial token, even if Ning Xiao were to come in person, Dong Huada remained unafraid. The remaining individuals, too, dared not linger, departing the spiritual artifact pavilion in a dejected manner. Su Wanner, realizing she could not harm Fang Chen, wore an especially sullen expression. With a scowl, she directed her ire at Fang Chen. "Useless fool. Do not revel in triumph. Come the 7 Peaks assessment, you shall surely meet your demise." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait," Fang Chen called out. "Suvania heitet. What do you want?" Fang Chen replied coolly. "I recall that this sword was guaranteed by Ning Yang, and now that he is no longer the vice master of the spiritual artifact pavilion, he lacks the authority to provide such a guarantee." Dong Huada, standing nearby, comprehended Fang Chen's implications immediately. He coldly addressed Su Wanner, stating, "The guarantee from Ning Yang is now entirely void. If you wish to purchase this sword, you must pay 2,500 spirit stones." Su Wanner's expression changed dramatically. She had no such wealth. The spirit stones she had previously acquired from Fang Chen had long been squandered. Naturally, Luo Yun would not provide her with such a sum, at most offering her a mere 1 or 200 stones. With resentment, she glared at Fang Chen, wishing to see him utterly destroyed. Feeling the peculiar gazes of those within the hall upon her, she felt a sting to her pride and, gritting her teeth, declared, "A mere 2,500 spirit stones? It is nothing. I shall return at once to retrieve them." However, Dong Huada coldly replied, "I am sorry, but you, in collusion with Ning Yang, have defamed a disciple and have thus been placed on the Spirit Tool Pavilion's blacklist." Su Wanner's face darkened even further, yet she did not dare to unleash her fury on Dong Huada. Instead, she venomously directed her ire at Fang Chen, proclaiming, during the 7 Peaks assessment, "You are undoubtedly doomed." With that, she relinquished the fine sword and left in disgrace. Fang Chen calmly watched her departure. The 7 Peaks assessment? Let me see. At that moment, Dong Huada turned to Fang Chen and said, "I apologize, dear nephew, for the unjust treatment you have endured. It is my fault." Fang Chen noticed Dong Huada's gaze occasionally drifting to the token at his waist. Realizing its influence and feeling a surge of gratitude for Meng Yao, who had once again aided him, he cupped his hands in respect, replying, "You are too courteous, Pavilion Master. I am the one who should express my gratitude for your timely intervention. It is my duty. How could I allow such a thing to occur within the Spirit Tool Pavilion?" Dong Huada asserted with righteous indignation. He continued, "As a gesture of my apology, you may select any one artifact below the yellow grade from the Spirit Tool Pavilion, and you need not return it. Consider it on my account." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. A common 9th grade artifact is valued at 3,000 spirit stones. This was a fortune for outer disciples, yet Fang Chen could obtain it effortlessly. Instantly, envious and jealous glances were cast upon him. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he did not refuse but expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." He indeed required a superior artifact, and this was not the time for modesty. After expressing his gratitude, he entered the sword category to begin selecting an artifact. Soon, he halted before a sword. The Longming sword, measuring 1 meter and 50 centimeters, bore a dragon handle, lightweight and a common 9th grade artifact. However, upon touching it, he shook his head, It was too light and not suitable for him. He then approached another sword, the Tianfeng sword, measuring 1 meter and 40 centimeters. Slightly thin and agile, also a common 9th-grade artifact. Yet, sensing its weight, he again shook his head. He examined several more swords, but none seemed fitting. Just as Fang Chen was nearing the end of his search, a pitch-black sword caught his attention. The Hyming sword, measuring 1 meter and 50 centimeters, weighed 500 pounds. The blade was slender, with glimmering cold light on both sides, exuding a sharpness that was palpable, also a common 9th-grade artifact. Most importantly, Fang Chen could sense a surge of demonic energy emanating from it. As he touched it, the demonic energy surged fiercely towards him, attempting to invade his being. Fang Chen let out a cold snort, his aura erupting as he instantly suppressed the encroaching demonic energy. The indomitable aura of demonic energy was instantly quelled by the imposing presence of Fang Chen's sword demon physique, rendering it incapable of any further resistance. This shall suffice. A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips as he made his decision. This sword, a demonic blade, was perfectly suited for him. Upon seeing the sword in Fang Chen's grasp, Dong Huada was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by his choice. Unable to restrain himself, he advised, "I recommend you select another weapon. This is a demonic sword. Its blade infused with malevolent energy. Initially, you may manage to suppress this dark force, but as time passes and the sword remains by your side, the demonic energy will gradually erode your being, leading you down a perilous path of madness. Many have perished before you do to this sword." Fang Chen, however, shook his head resolutely. "Thank you, Sect Master, but I am resolute in my choice." Observing Fang Chen's determination, Dong Huada ceased his counsel. "Very well, I shall say no more. However, should you ever feel the demonic energy infiltrating your body, it would be wise to part with this sword swiftly." "Thank you, Sect Master." Fang Chen acknowledged, understanding that the man meant well. He then returned to his residence, and, after meeting with his master, he proceeded to the courtyard. With all the necessary treasures and techniques at hand, only the wind remained to set his plans in motion. It was time to commence his cultivation. He retrieved the fierce demonic sword technique. The first layer of the technique instructed one to nurture the sword with demonic energy, concentrating it within the blade, delivering lethal strikes, an offense without defense. After perusing the introduction, he recited the first layer's incantation, deeply pondering its meaning. To his astonishment, with the heavenly Tao demonic bone present, he found himself grasping the intricacies of the first layer. This revelation filled Fang Chen with elation. With such insights guiding his practice, it was plausible that he could cultivate the fierce demonic sword technique to the second or even third layer before the 7 Peaks assessment. He then settled onto the ground, placing the sword across his legs, and began to circulate the incantation. Within him, the heavenly Tao demonic bone shimmered faintly, and streams of demonic energy began to coalesce within his dantian, subsequently flowing through his body's meridians. The demonic energy could not autonomously circulate. Only spiritual power could be manipulated. Those who practiced demonic arts transformed their spiritual power into demonic energy, thus the essence of demonic cultivation. However, practitioners lacking depth in their cultivation often found the energy they converted tainted with impurities, making it rare for anyone to yield pure demonic energy. Yet Fang Chen was different. Having absorbed the blood of the sword demon, his corporeal form had already become that of a sword demon, allowing him to generate exceptionally pure demonic energy without needing to convert spiritual power. He could be regarded as a natural-born practitioner of demonic arts. Soon, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao demonic bone, within merely half a stick of incense, Fang Chen was enveloped in demonic energy, harmonizing with the Black Ming sword. Boom! The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, a surge of demonic energy erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. Chapter 14. The 7 Peaks assessment begins. He roared fiercely, gripping the black whistle sword and brandishing it in the open space. Each swing was executed with remarkable precision, striking with great force and intent to harm. However, as he executed the final strike, a burst of purple-black sword energy erupted, exploding violently 2 yards away and dissipating into nothingness. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. The last strike was supposed to possess the greatest power, yet he found himself unable to merge the sword energy with the demonic aura seamlessly. It appeared that he needed further comprehension and rigorous training. Otherwise, mastering the first layer of this formidable demonic sword technique would not be an easy feat. While it was true that the cultivation of demonic arts progressed rapidly, not everyone could grasp it swiftly. He realized that only through relentless practice could he attain full mastery. Subsequently, Fang Chen sat down once more, delving into the intricacies of the fierce demonic sword technique. Time passed swiftly, and the 7 Peaks assessment was drawing near. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, which lay in ruins, a testament to his struggles. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, and he broke through to the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He opened his eyes, feeling the changes within him, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. Not only had he ascended to the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, but he had also advanced the fierce sword demon technique to its 2nd layer. Luo Yun, Suwaner, I am eager to see how you will prevent me from passing the 7 Peaks assessment. As Fang Chen gritted his teeth, the small tower within his dantian trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Fang Chen felt the tower's change and was filled with immense joy. The 2nd layer of the tower had been unlocked. With a focused thought, he entered the tower once more. Upon returning to the 1st layer of the tower, he noticed no changes. The only difference was that the stone staircase leading to the 2nd layer had now opened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. The 2nd layer appeared unchanged, still featuring a table and a wooden box. He wondered if there was still sword demon blood present. Anticipation filled his heart, for the sword demon blood had bestowed him with tremendous benefits, and he naturally hoped for more. He opened the wooden box, and his eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing its contents. Inside lay 2 drops of sword demon blood. Indeed, Fang Chen was overjoyed, but then he noticed a faint glowing orb in the corner of the box. What could this be? As he gazed curiously, the 2 drops of sword demon blood swiftly entered his body and appeared in his dantian. Surprisingly, the excruciating pain he had experienced previously did not resurface. The sword demon blood did not require him to integrate it immediately. It seemed that after his initial fusion, he could choose when to merge it thereafter. Fang Chen mused to himself, his gaze now directed towards the luminous orb. What is this? He reached out, and upon contact, the orb entered his mind. Instantly, a surge of unfamiliar ancestral memories began to manifest within his consciousness. Time seemed to slip away as he absorbed this knowledge. When he finally regained his composure, exhilaration flooded through him. The orb contained a legacy. Moreover, it was a legacy of alchemy. It is unexpectedly a memory inheritance from a 6th-tier alchemy master. It is noteworthy that within the divine Eastern region, a 5th-tier alchemist is already considered among the elite, and there is but a single 6th-tier master. The sheer fortune of acquiring the complete legacy of a 6th-tier master filled Fang Chen with exhilaration. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure. Now is not the time to ponder this inheritance. The 7 Peaks assessment is about to commence, and it is time to set forth. Emerging from a small tower, he arrived at the hall and encountered his esteemed teacher, Xiaomei. Teacher, Fang Chen greeted respectfully. Xiaofang, have you completed your training? Xiaomei, currently weaving fabric, revealed a warm smile upon seeing him. Although Tian Yangzi had bequeathed her an endless fortune of mundane wealth before his passing, Xiaomei was not one to remain idle, often engaging in the craft of garment making. From childhood to present, all of Fang Chen's clothing had been fashioned by her skilled hands. Come here, Xiaomei said with a smile. I have woven a new outer garment for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Yes, Fang Chen nodded, accepting the garment. It was a long robe interwoven with white and blue, and once he donned it, his already handsome visage appeared even more vibrant. After observing him, Xiaomei remarked with a tinge of nostalgia, Ah, how swiftly time passes. The little Xiaofang who was once half my height has grown so tall. Fang Chen understood that his teacher was reminiscing about their master and missing home. Their master was no longer present, yet their home remained atop the 7th peak. With determination, Fang Chen declared, Teacher, rest assured, Today marks the 7 peaks assessment. I promise to bring you back to the 7th peak. Xiaomei gazed at Fang Chen's resolute expression, a gentle smile returning to her face. Very well. I believe you can achieve this. Subsequently, Fang Chen bid farewell to Xiaomei and made his way to the Nameless Peak. At the foot of the Nameless Peak, the venue for the 7 Peaks assessment sprawled over a vast clearing behind the mountain, now teeming with a throng of over 10,000 spectators. Of course, half of them were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, while those gathered in the center of the square were the outer disciples participating in the assessment. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level of spirit gathering, as it was common knowledge that only those at least at the 7th level had a chance of passing. There were also quite a few at the 9th level of spirit gathering who had intentionally delayed their participation until reaching this stage, motivated by a simple reason: rewards. The top 10 in each assessment receive various prizes, and particularly for the first place, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Thus, even those capable of entering the inner sect preferred to remain in the outer sect until they felt sufficiently confident to compete. Additionally, some participants were merely at the 6th level of spirit gathering. Most of these individuals did not harbor any illusions about their chances of success and merely participated to gain experience for future assessments. Fang Chen was among them, standing in an inconspicuous corner of the square, awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Look, is that not Lin Luo? Wow, it truly is her. She is only 15 and already at the 9th level of spirit gathering. She is a hot favorite for first place in this assessment. The appearance of a young girl in the crowd captured the attention of many. With bright, captivating eyes, elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and dimples gracing her cheeks, she was undeniably breathtaking. Her demeanor was somewhat frigid, clearly disliking the sensation of being the center of attention. Luo Ao has arrived, someone exclaimed, once again drawing the gazes of many. Luo, the cousin of the 2nd Peak's prodigy, Luo Yun, at a mere 17. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit gathering. He was indeed a favorite to claim the championship. I wager the victor will emerge from among the two of them. Indeed, upon hearing this name, Fang Chen furrowed his brow and glanced over. In the crowd, Luo Ao basked in the admiration of the onlookers with an expression of arrogant delight. Beside him stood a familiar face, Su Wanner. She had previously claimed that she would certainly fail the 7 Peaks assessment, yet here she was, participating nonetheless. After arriving, Su Wanner began scanning her surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Upon spotting Fang Chen, her face lit up with joy, only to be swiftly replaced by a menacing glare as she whispered to Luo Ao, "That is Fang Chen." Upon hearing this, Luo Ao turned his gaze toward Fang Chen, his expression filled with disdain and contempt. Is this the person my cousin wishes to eliminate? He approached Fang Chen, flanked by Su Wanner. You are Fang Chen? Luo Ao regarded him with a sneer, his eyes brimming with arrogance, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. Su Wanner smirked maliciously at Fang Chen, her expression one of morbid delight. You wretched mutt actually dare to show up. You must be tired of living. She then addressed the crowd. Behold, this is the foolish Fang Chen from 5 years ago. He willingly forfeited his cultivation to guard his master's tomb. How utterly laughable. Her words stirred memories among the onlookers. Is he truly that fool from back then? How amusing. He discarded his cultivation to guard a tomb. Such filial piety. That's not piety, it's sheer folly. Laughter echoed as the crowd regarded Fang Chen with mocking eyes, akin to how one might observe a simpleton. Despite the derision surrounding him, Fang Chen remained largely unfazed, too weary to engage in futile words. Luo Ao coldly declared, I offer you a chance. Discard your cultivation and crawl away to continue guarding your master's tomb. Perhaps I might spare your life. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Fang Chen regarded him with indifference and queried, Is that so? Luo Ao replied with haughty assurance, Naturally. At this, Fang Chen scoffed. You truly believe yourself to be significant? Pinnacle of spirit gathering at 17? I had already achieved that before I turned 10. What do you think you are? The air around them turned icy as Luo Ao's arrogance vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. The crowd fell silent. Fang Chen was clearly provoking Luo Ao. Very well. Luo Ao said after a moment of silence, his voice cold as ice. Do not let our paths cross during the Seven Peaks assessment, for I will ensure you learn the meaning of suffering beyond death. Wretched creature, your demise is inevitable. Su Wanner cackled, convinced of Fang Chen's impending doom. The eyes of the crowd were filled with mockery, pity, and schadenfreude, for crossing Luo Ao in the outer sect was akin to courting death. Silence. A significant figure approaches. In the distance, a voice echoed as someone stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of all present, drawing their gazes towards the elevated platform at the front of the grand hall, where, unbeknownst to them, a dozen figures had appeared. Most of these individuals were elderly, comprising both outer and inner sect elders. However, when their eyes fell upon the leader among them, a collective astonishment enveloped the crowd. She was a young maiden, adorned in a fitted red gown that accentuated her enchanting curves, the hem revealing her flawlessly straight and snow-white legs, a vision of perfection, coupled with her extraordinarily captivating beauty, which could rival that of the most exquisite blossoms. She left all the men in attendance utterly spellbound. This enchanting figure was none other than Meng Yao, one of the supervising elders for this occasion. Chapter 15. The Cloud Immortal Pill. A radiant smile graced Meng Yao's face, enhancing her already stunning beauty to an enchanting degree. Upon learning that Fang Chen would participate in the upcoming Seven Peaks assessment, she resolved to witness his examination and subsequently draw him into the second peak. This way, even if he were to succumb to his indulgent nature in the future, having Fang Chen by her side would ensure his safety. Is that Senior Sister Meng Yao? My heavens! It truly is Senior Sister Meng Yao. What brings her to the outer sect? It appeared she had come to observe the Seven Peaks assessment. As the celebrated dual prodigy of the Tianyu Divine Sect, Meng Yao's reputation was illustrious, known to all, coupled with her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure. She drove many to madness, becoming the beloved dream of countless admirers. Meng Yao, however, did not carry the air of an aloof goddess. She surveyed the crowd below, and the disciples she gazed upon were overwhelmed with excitement, their hearts racing in anticipation. They yearned for her enchanting eyes to settle upon them, believing that such a moment would fulfill their lives. Yet, her captivating gaze swept across their faces, ultimately landing on Fang Chen. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she cast him a flirtatious glance. However, Fang Chen was not alone. Many others occupied the same vicinity. The seductive glance left those around him utterly mesmerized, quickly igniting a flurry of excitement and fervor. That glance was undoubtedly meant for me. Nonsense. It was clearly directed at me. It must be me, with my striking looks. Senior Sister Meng Yao has surely taken notice of me. The disciples fought fiercely over the ownership of her flirtatious gaze. Silence, shouted Luo Ao's companion, glaring at them. Were you all? Do you even dare to compete? That glance was definitely meant for our boss. Luo Ao, himself enchanted by Meng Yao's recent flirtation, felt a surge of exhilaration. She must have heard of my name. That's why she came to witness the Seven Peaks assessment. Absolutely. With newfound determination, he vowed to perform splendidly, promising not to disappoint Senior Sister Meng Yao. Observing the throngs captivated by Meng Yao, Su Wanner felt a pang of jealousy. She regarded Meng Yao with a sense of familiarity, but could not place her. Though she had seen Meng Yao before, it was only her profile and back view. Furthermore, since she viewed Fang Chen as a lowly peasant, she could not connect the exalted Meng Yao with him. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin Xuan was present, albeit hidden from view. Perched atop a high building, she observed the scene unfold with clarity. Witnessing Meng Yao direct a flirtatious glance towards Fang Chen, her eyes filled with helplessness. In recent days, Meng Yao had been eager to meet Fang Chen, but Lin Xuan had thwarted her attempts. She had thought Meng Yao would forget about him, yet here she was, drawn to him once more. Glaring at Fang Chen, she resolutely declared, Fang Chen, I will not allow Meng Yao to fall for your tricks. Elsewhere in another high building, Luo Yun had also arrived. Upon encountering Meng Yao, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of desire glimmering in his eyes. Who within the Tianyu Divine Sect would not covet a beauty such as Meng Yao? Naturally, He too harbored such thoughts. In fact, part of his decision to join the second peak was influenced by her presence. What could have brought her here? Luo Yin pondered, gazing at Meng Yao's enchanting visage. Yet, no matter how he speculated, he could not fathom the reason, and could only shake his head, muttering to himself. Perhaps she is merely here to observe the outer sect assessment. His gaze then shifted to Fang Chen, noting that this scoundrel seemed to have made some progress in his cultivation. There must be some secret he possesses. I shall eliminate this scoundrel first, then capture him. I am determined to extract the truth behind his recovery. With this thought, he grinned wickedly. For this 7 Peaks assessment, he had made extensive preparations, harboring absolute confidence that Fang Chen would not even surpass the first hurdle. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he had already attracted the attention of many. Faced with Meng Yao's flirtatious glances, he could only bitterly smile, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, the chief elder stepped forward and proclaimed, "All right, everyone quiet down. The 7 Peaks assessment is about to commence." At this announcement, the commotion below swiftly subsided. The chief elder continued, "The 7 Peaks assessment consists of 3 stages. The first tests talent, the second assesses willpower, and the third is a competition on the arena. Successfully passing the first 2 stages grants entry into the inner sect as 7 Peaks. But the third stage offers substantial rewards that will greatly assist you once you join the inner sect." A voice from below inquired, "Elder, what are the rewards?" The chief elder replied, "The top 8 participants will receive a second-tier Luo Ling grass to enhance their cultivation, while the top 4 will receive 3. The first place will not only receive 5 Luo Ling grasses, but also a special reward." Upon uttering these words, he smiled mysteriously. Curiosity ignited among the crowd. What could this special reward be? Perhaps a kiss from Senior Sister Meng? Some speculated in their hearts. The chief elder smiled slightly and stated, "This special reward is provided by Senior Sister Meng. It is a 3rd-tier Yin Xiandan." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in excitement. Had they heard correctly? The Yin Xiandan. It is an essential elixir for entering the postnatal realm, exceedingly precious. Even inner sect disciples must expend significant resources to obtain one. The Yin Xiandan is rarely found outside, available only through major sects like the Tianyu Divine Sect. Even so, these precious items are in short supply within the sect, and not every disciple can possess one, resulting in many cultivators remaining in the gathering spirit realm their entire lives, unable to progress further. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps this would be their chance to ascend to greatness. Among them, Luo Ao was the most exhilarated, despite his family's strength. Procuring a Yun Xiandan was still a challenge. If he could obtain this divine elixir, he might hasten his entry into the postnatal realm. Senior Sister Meng truly came for me. I am indeed a frontrunner for the championship. This elixir is destined to be mine. His heart brimmed with unwavering conviction that Meng Yao had come for him. A glimmer of light flickered in Ling Fan's eyes. The Yin Xiandan held particular significance for him as well. Observing the disciple's spirited enthusiasm, the head elder felt a sense of satisfaction. However, no one noticed the fleeting glance he cast towards Fang Chen in the distance, quickly averting his gaze without drawing attention. He spoke languidly. "All right, it is time to step forward and register for your numbers in preparation for the first assessment." Soon, 100 disciples, each cradling a wooden box, approached the front. Over 5,000 individuals were participating in the 7 Peaks assessment, yet the pace of name registration and lottery drawing was surprisingly swift. Fang Chen found himself towards the end of the line, and after the burning of an incense stick, it was finally his turn. Upon announcing his name, he began to draw a lot, his hand brushing against a slip of paper. Without further thought, he picked it up and stepped aside. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the number 5,321, a rather late draw, likely meaning he would be among the last to be called. Fang Chen did not dwell on it, securing the slip before finding a spot to wait. Once all participants had drawn their lots, the head elder waved his hand, and a flash of spiritual light illuminated the area. Before the high platform, a spirit orb, approximately the size of a basketball, materialized. The orb was currently transparent, shimmering with pulses of spiritual light. The head elder proclaimed, "Talent is divided into 9 grades. To pass the first assessment, it is quite simple. Achieving a grade of 4 suffices. A curious individual inquired, "Elder, we already underwent a talent assessment upon entering the outer sect. Why the need for another test?" The elder elucidated, "The reason is straightforward. A person's talent can fluctuate with their cultivation. If your foundation is unstable, or if there are latent issues arising during your training, your talent may diminish. Thus, do not assume that passing the outer sect's assessment guarantees success in the inner sect. A solid foundation is paramount. Now, let the first round of assessments commence. Number 1, step forward. Chapter 16, What does it matter to be tenfold? A young lad of 18 stepped forth from the crowd, his demeanor tinged with nervousness as he approached the spirit orb. He placed his hands upon it and summoned a thread of spiritual energy. The orb flickered slightly, and soon, a multitude of luminous points began to illuminate. However, upon reaching the third point, the orb ceased to shine, dimming once more. Witnessing this, despair filled the boy's eyes. The elder beside him proclaimed, "Third-tier talent, not qualified." Instantly, a wave of tension swept through the crowd. The first participant had failed, indicating the difficulty of this initial assessment. Next, number 2, the elder announced. One by one, the disciples ascended the platform for their evaluations, the elder's voice continuously echoing with results. Most of those who passed possessed talents of the 4th or 5th tier, with a few achieving 6th tier, primarily due to their age nearing 25 and their solid foundations. Soon, half of the participants had completed their tests. When a young girl ascended the stage, she captured the attention of many. It was Lin Luo. Everyone wondered what tier of talent she would possess. With eager anticipation, they watched as Lin Luo placed her hands upon the spirit orb. Moments later, the orb began to radiate with points of light. When all the points manifested, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "My heavens! 7th-tier talent!" exclaimed the crowd. "No wonder it's Lin Luo." They marveled, while the elder on stage regarded her with admiration. Lin Luo maintained her composure, bowing gracefully before descending. After several more participants, it was Su Wanner's turn. She strode confidently onto the platform and placed her hands upon the spirit orb. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, she concealed a talisman within her palm, cleverly hidden from view. This talisman had the power to alter the orb's sensitivity, thereby elevating her talent rating. The chief elder noticed but chose to remain silent, having received orders from Luo Yun to ensure Su Wanner's success at all costs. Soon, the orb sparkled with a flurry of light points, astonishingly illuminating 7. She too possessed 7th-tier talent. "My heavens! Who is this?" Another with 7th-tier talent. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixated upon Su Wanner. Swiftly, she concealed the talisman, reveling in the awe and admiration directed toward her, her face beaming with pride. "So this is the feeling of being regarded as a genius," she mused. She cast a triumphant glance at Fang Chen, eager to witness surprise or regret in his eyes. To her dismay, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, not even sparing her a second glance. I shall see how long you can bask in this glory. It will be quite amusing when you test and discover your talent to be merely 1st tier," she scoffed, a sinister smile playing on her lips. Fully aware of Luo Yun's plans to deal with Fang Chen, after several hundred more participants, it was now Luo Ao's turn. Before stepping onto the stage, he shot a cold glare at Fang Chen. Waist prepared to witness true talent, he sneered, then ascended the platform. Both placed their hands upon the spirit orb and channeled their spiritual energy. Instantly, points of light began to illuminate. 1 point, 2, 7, 8. 8 luminous points. Unbelievable, a full 8. My heavens, am I seeing correctly? An 8-fold talent. No wonder he is Luo Ao. Truly, he is an extraordinary prodigy. The Luo family is indeed formidable. First, there was Luo Yun, and now, another Luo Ao. This is the rhythm of ascendance. The crowd gasped in amazement, with numerous female disciples gazing at Luo Ao with admiration and affection. Luo Ao, satisfied with this achievement, held his head high and cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen, as if viewing an insignificant insect. "Did you see that? This exemplifies the chasm between us." After stepping down, Luo Ao arrogantly remarked as he passed by Fang Chen. Is that so? Fang Chen's lips curved slightly upward. Then let us see. The number of test takers gradually dwindled until only one remained. Just as the elder was about to call out, the chief elder approached the spirit orb, seemingly inspecting its spiritual essence. Yet, no one noticed the chief elder holding a piece of dark purple jade, which fused with the spirit orb at the moment of contact. Instantly, the orb dimmed slightly. But this detail went unnoticed, and no one suspected the chief elder of foul play. At that moment, another elder called out the final participant. The 5,321st stepped forward. Fang Chen slowly emerged from the crowd, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Overestimating himself, Luo Ao scoffed. Soon, I shall see how you embarrass yourself. Su Wan'er sneered beside him. To have self-destructed his cultivation and still calm. Does he think he retains his former talent? Self-destruction leaves significant hidden dangers within the body. I doubt he can even reach a third rank. I estimate he will attain a first rank. Many in the crowd laughed. Let me see how remarkable your talent truly is. Only Meng Yao's enchanting eyes were filled with anticipation. Ignoring the jeers, Fang Chen approached the spirit orb. He gently placed his hand upon it, channeling his spiritual energy within. Yet, after a moment, the orb showed no response. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted from the crowd. Could it be that he lacks even a first rank? A waste among wastes. No wonder he is a fool who self-destructed his cultivation. How impressive. Ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. Continuous derision echoed from below. The chief elder smirked inwardly. The fallen star stone will reduce the orb's spiritual essence by tenfold. Even if your talent were exceptional, you could only achieve a first rank. In the high tower, Luo Yun coldly observed Fang Chen. This is the consequence of crossing me. On the other side, Lin Shuyan shook her head. Realizing Fang Chen was indeed inept, yet she had not anticipated he would sink to such depths, failing even to reach a first rank. Simultaneously, her resolve to prevent Fang Chen from bringing harm to Meng Yao strengthened. But soon, their mockery was abruptly silenced. The spirit orb suddenly radiated an intense glow. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into powder. Silence enveloped the arena. The crowd stood in stunned astonishment, utterly bewildered. What has transpired? How did the spirit orb explode? I am uncertain. I merely witnessed a radiant explosion. So, does this imply that Fang Chen has succeeded or failed? Following the shock, discussions erupted below. Yet, Fang Chen remained composed, exhibiting no surprise. He was no longer the person he once was, possessing the sword demon physique, the heavenly Tao demon bone, the soul heaven demon eye, the sword demon bloodline, and the Tao text. Each of these attributes, when manifested in an individual, would surpass the limits of the Spirit Pearl's exploration, achieving a 9th-tier talent. Even if these abilities were diminished tenfold, they would still result in an explosion. Fang Chen's talents are beyond the comprehension of those present. Meng Yao blinked her alluring eyes, taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. The chief elder of the adjudicators gazed at the scene in astonishment, momentarily at a loss. However, his expression soon turned cold as he stated, "The spirit pearl has shattered. This signifies your failure in the assessment and subsequent disqualification." With these words, the crowd erupted into further chaos. How could this be considered a failure? An explosion surely cannot denote success. Perhaps it was merely due to his extraordinary talent? What are you thinking? Such a notion is preposterous. The crowd was abuzz with opinions. Some believing Fang Chen deserved to pass, while others argued for his disqualification. Within the towering structure, Luo Yun was also taken aback by the result. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing the chief elder's judgment. Although the spirit pearl had shattered, as long as Fang Chen was disqualified, that sufficed. Wait. Just then, Meng Yao spoke up. Chapter 17. The celestial ladder. Meng Yao's words instantly captured everyone's attention. She addressed the chief elder, inquiring, "How can one declare elimination when the spiritual orb fails to reveal any talent?" The chief elder was taken aback by Meng Yao's defense of Fang Chen. Indeed, it may be prudent to reconsider. Perhaps his talent is simply too extraordinary to be assessed, he conceded. The other elders nodded in agreement. aware of Meng Yao's esteemed status and the necessity of aligning with her. Realizing that it would be futile to eliminate Fang Chen, the chief elder proposed, "Let's use a backup spiritual orb for further testing." Meng Yao shot him a cold glance. If a backup exists, why not use it instead of hastily declaring elimination? The chief elder, drenched in cold sweat, could only stammer an excuse. I simply did not think of it at the time." He retrieved another spiritual orb, which, unbeknownst to him, contained 2 shards of meteorite stone. "Let's try again," he coldly directed Fang Chen. Fang Chen regarded him with a knowing gaze. Suspecting that this man was aligned with Luo Yun, a smirk crept into his heart as he placed his hand on the orb once more. Bang! The orb shattered, just as it had before. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. What could possibly be happening? Meng Yao mused inwardly. No one noticed the golden light flickering in her eyes as she witnessed the explosion of the spiritual orb. She observed the entire orb engulfed in luminous points, the intensity too great causing it to burst. This indicated that Fang Chen's talent exceeded the orb's capacity for detection beyond the 9th rank. Her beautiful eyes blinked in curiosity as she regarded Fang Chen. "This man is becoming increasingly intriguing," she thought to herself, her curiosity for him deepening. The chief elder, bewildered by the orb's explosion, muttered defiantly, "I refuse to believe this." He produced yet another orb, this time infusing it with 10 pieces of meteorite stone. Bang! The orb exploded once again. The chief elder was at a loss, having exhausted his supply of spiritual orbs. Meng Yao remarked coolly, "Why not continue?" The chief elder could only awkwardly reply, "There are no more orbs." With a sigh, Meng Yao suggested, "In that case, let him pass directly. If he truly lacks capability, he will surely fail the second round." "Indeed, I believe Meng Yao's words hold merit." The other elders chimed in, following her lead. The chief elder, recognizing his inability to refute their consensus, understood that Fang Chen could not be eliminated at this stage. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and announced that Fang Chen had also passed the assessment. "This fellow's luck is extraordinary. How could he succeed under such circumstances? Indeed, why did I not experience a similar explosion when it was my turn? What does luck matter? He will undoubtedly be eliminated in the second round." The crowd below gazed at Fang Chen with envy, particularly those who had been eliminated, their jealousy palpable. Luo Ao's expression darkened, yet he remained disdainful, muttering, "Just a lucky brat. He will surely fail the second round." Su Wan's expression was exceedingly grim. Just a moment ago, she had confidently asserted that Fang Chen wouldn't even pass the first hurdle. Yet here he was, having done so. What of it, she thought. Passing the first stage means little. Brother Luo has far more prepared. Soon, her demeanor transformed into a cold smirk. Luo Yin was equally taken aback by Fang Chen's unexpected success, his countenance darkening slightly. However, it quickly morphed into a sneer. "In the second round, I shall ensure you do not advance a single step." The second assessment was not conducted here, under the guidance of the head elder. The group proceeded to another mountain of the Wuji Peak. Before them lay an extensive staircase crafted from radiant white jade, consisting of 1,000 steps. This staircase had been constructed at great expense by the sect, utilizing the skills of divine pattern masters and craftsmen. Upon stepping onto it, one would immediately feel a formidable oppressive force, rendering those with wavering resolve incapable of even ascending the first 10 steps. The head elder explained, "This staircase is known as the Heavenly Ascension Steps, and it constitutes the second challenge. The passage is straightforward. You need not conquer all 1,000 steps. Merely 100 will suffice. I advise you to act according to your capabilities. Attempting to force your ascent may result in a backlash, with the gravest consequence being immediate demise." As he uttered the word demise, he cast a pointed glance at Fang Chen. He produced a token, specifically designed to control the Heavenly Ascension Steps. As the token gleamed, the staircase emanated a soft glow, signaling its activation. "Go on, what are you waiting for?" A disciple dashed forward, the first to ascend the staircase. Yet, upon taking just a single step, he was enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, his stature seemed to shrink by half. Nevertheless, he managed to withstand the initial challenge and continued his ascent. Observing this, the others began to follow suit, embarking on their own climbs. Over 3,000 individuals had successfully passed the first trial, and the vastness of the heavenly ascension steps meant that this multitude did not create an overly congested environment. Luo Ao approached Fang Chen with a mocking gaze. "You wretch. Don't falter even on the first step." Beside him, Su Wanner added with a derisive laugh. "You will soon learn what despair truly means." Fang Chen furrowed his brow as he watched the two make their way towards the staircase, the incessant barking of dogs nearby adding to his irritation. When Luo Ao stepped onto the heavenly ascension steps, he seemed to glide effortlessly as if treading on level ground. He ascended with ease, casually reaching the 19th step, where he finally began to slow down. What was even more astonishing was that Su Wanner kept pace closely behind him. Ling Fan frowned at this sight. Luo Ao's progress was not surprising, given his prodigious talent. However, he was acutely aware of Su Wanner's capabilities, which were decidedly mediocre in both talent and diligence, making her effortless ascent implausible. He glanced towards the head elder, who held the token by the staircase, and it suddenly became clear to him. It was evident that the elder could manipulate the oppressive force above, significantly easing the burden on Su Wanner, allowing her to ascend so effortlessly. Fang Chen's assumptions were indeed correct, and it was not just Su Wanner who benefited. Luo Ao did as well. However, Luo Ao only reduced the pressure on others by a mere 10%, while Su Wanner enjoyed a staggering 90% reduction. Even if Su Wanner were utterly inept, following closely behind Luo Ao under such alleviated conditions made her ascent a trivial matter. As most people began their ascent, Fang Chen no longer hesitated and stepped onto the heavenly ladder. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the chief elder was fixated on him. The moment his foot landed on the first step, a horrific wave of oppressive force enveloped Fang Chen. The chief elder scoffed, declaring, "Your burden is a full tenfold that of others. Not even a practitioner in the early stages of the postnatal realm could withstand it. I am keen to observe how you will surpass this trial." Fang Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that this pressure was far from ordinary. Had it not been for his transformation through the blood of the sword demon and the inhuman torment he had endured, he would likely struggle to bear it. He cast a frigid glance at the chief elder, who wore a mocking expression in return. Fang Chen was certain that this was a scheme orchestrated by the elder. Meanwhile, Luo Ao and Su Wanner, witnessing Fang Chen's immobility on the first step, sneered with disdain. "Do you really think you can compete with us? Eliminating you will be effortless." Yet, their expressions soon solidified, their amusement abruptly extinguished. Chapter 18, What of 20-fold? After merely 2 breaths upon the first step, Fang Chen boldly advanced to the second, then the third and the fourth. It was as though the tenfold oppressive force posed no threat to him whatsoever. No one knew how Fang Chen had endured the past 5 years, tormented by the repercussions of his self-destructive actions. He grappled with uncertainty and fear for the future, compounded by the excruciating pain of bone extraction, the betrayal by Su Wanner, and the agony endured during the transformation of the sword demon physique. Fang Chen's willpower was not solely derived from the blood of the sword demon. He was inherently strong. What a tenfold burden when one possesses an indomitable spirit. Step by step, he ascended. The 10th step, the 20th step, the 30th step, the 50th step. Gradually, he astonishingly caught up with the 3 individuals at the forefront. Although his pace began to slow, his gaze remained resolute, unwavering in determination. In stark contrast, Su Wanner, who bore merely 10% of his burden, was already sweating profusely. Indeed, even facing just a fraction of the pressure, she struggled to move. As she glanced back at the approaching Fang Chen, her expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible. How could this waste be so powerful? He clearly. Luo Ao also watched Fang Chen with a furrowed brow. Puzzled, could it be that the presiding elder did not impose the tenfold pressure upon him? The presiding elder himself was taken aback. He could distinctly sense the tenfold oppression emanating from Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen continued to ascend with astonishing speed, even overtaking the initial group. "I refuse to believe it." The presiding elder's expression darkened as he activated his token, causing a flicker of light. Instantly, the pressure upon Fang Chen surged to 20-fold. His body sank slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfast. The sword demon physique erupted. The soul heaven demon eye unfurled. He straightened his back and pressed onward. How can this be? What on earth is happening with this fellow? The presiding elder could no longer conceal his astonishment, eyes wide as he beheld the unfolding scene. I refuse to accept this. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the pressure. 30-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold. Upon reaching 50-fold, Fang Chen could advance no further, half kneeling upon the 78th step. The presiding elder was elated, but his expression soon shifted. He had forgotten. When the pressure of the heavenly ladder reached 50-fold, it would materialize into reality. In the next moment, all beheld the visible oppressive force enveloping Fang Chen. It firmly constrained him, rendering each step an arduous endeavor. Meng Yao had been observing Fang Chen intently at first. She believed willpower to be his weakness. However, upon witnessing his form occasionally sinking as if burdened by an unseen weight, she sensed something amiss. Now, seeing the tangible oppressive force upon Fang Chen, she instantly comprehended that it must be the presiding elder's machinations. The materialization of oppressive force only appears at 50-fold. Such pressure would be difficult for even a late-stage, innate realm cultivator to withstand. Her enchanting face was contorted with anger. Her cold gaze fixated on the chief elder. Chief elder, what is the meaning of this? The chief elder, taken aback by Meng Yao's frosty stare, found himself at a loss. Others also sensed the unusual atmosphere. The pressure emanating from Fang Chen was incomparably greater than that of his peers. Yet, despite this, Fang Chen continued to ascend relentlessly. What terrifying willpower must one possess to achieve such a feat? The chief elder was sweating profusely, stammering and unsure of how to respond. Sister Meng, why bother with this? Just then, Luo Yun approached, his arrival eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. It's senior brother Luo Yun. My goodness, he is so handsome. Senior brother Luo Yun. Luo Yun held considerable renown within the Tianyu divine sect, not solely due to his talent, but also because he belonged to the prominent Luo family. Meng Yao recognized Luo Yun as well, yet her expression remained icy. Is this your doing? Luo Yun maintained a smile, replying, of course not, but I do understand why the chief elder is acting this way. Meng Yao's demeanor remained frosty. Speak. With a smile, Luo Yun stated, I presume Sister Meng is unaware that Fang Chen is an exceedingly lascivious individual. After he abandoned his cultivation, Sister Su devoted herself to caring for him for 5 long years, attempting to restore his confidence. Yet, he repaid her kindness with malice, attempting to take advantage of her. It is utterly despicable. Had I not fortuitously passed by at that moment, Sister Su would have fallen victim to his vile intentions. I informed the chief elder of this, and I believe he was equally outraged, which explains his current stance against Fang Chen. The revelation stunned the audience. In the next moment, they glared at Fang Chen with unrestrained fury. What? I can't believe Fang Chen is such a malicious person. Sister Su cared for him, and he dared to harbor such treacherous thoughts. Ugh, such a person should never be a disciple of our Tianyu divine sect. Expel him from a sect. This is utterly revolting. The crowd hurled insults at Fang Chen, firmly convinced that senior brother Luo Yun would never deceive them. This matter had to be true. A glimmer of determination flashed in the chief elder's eyes as he nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes. I cannot allow such a disciple to become an inner disciple of our Tianyu divine sect. I cannot believe he is such a person. From a distance, Lin Shuyan felt utterly disillusioned with Fang Chen, realizing that his bloodied state was the result of his nefarious actions, punished by Luo Yun. Amidst the surrounding vitriol, Fang Chen remained calm, having no intention to explain, for he knew no one would believe him. His gaze remained fixed ahead. Only by strengthening himself could all the false accusations unravel. Yet there was one who believed in Fang Chen, Meng Yao. She could not fathom that someone who had chosen to withdraw upon first meeting her was a lecher. She also did not believe that someone who remained composed and unshaken in the face of her allure could be wicked. Fang Chen had numerous opportunities to take advantage of her while healing her wounds, yet he refrained from doing so. On that occasion, I found myself utterly manipulated by the indulgent desires, yet Fang Chen remained unmoved. Such a person, how could he possibly be an incubus? Is that so? Where is the evidence? Meng Yao inquired coldly. Luo Yun was taken aback. This was a fabrication of his own making, with no evidence to support it. Even if there were, how could he possibly produce it? It was evident that Meng Yao did not believe his words. Fang Chen, on the celestial ladder, also paused momentarily. He could discern the trust in Meng Yao's tone directed towards him. This caused his once frozen heart to flutter slightly. Perhaps she was the first person to trust him in 5 years, apart from his master. Luo Yun replied, "How could I possibly provide evidence? However, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." "The truth, you say?" Meng Yao scoffed, her delicate finger pointing at Fang Chen. "Then tell me, how could someone capable of withstanding 50 times the pressure of the celestial ladder be an incubus?" Luo Yun was rendered speechless. The trial of the celestial ladder tested an individual's unwavering will, which included their state of mind. The will of an incubus is exceedingly fragile. After all, how could one become strong while constantly consumed by such thoughts? A person of that nature, let alone withstanding 50 times the pressure, would struggle to endure even the slightest strain. Indeed, Fang Chen had just demonstrated the ability to endure pressures far beyond that of others while ascending the celestial ladder. Could there be a misunderstanding? I do not believe Fang Chen to be that kind of person. Some individuals continued to voice their doubts. Their support for Fang Chen was not genuine, but rather a reflection of Meng Yao's defense of him. Luo Yun's expression darkened instantly. Meng Yao seemed resolute in opposing him for the sake of an outer disciple. Unperturbed by his grim demeanor, Meng Yao turned to the presiding elder and coldly declared, "I will report today's events truthfully. Not only did you increase pressure on one disciple, but you also relaxed it for others." Upon sensing something amiss, she activated her spiritual eye, revealing not only the pressure Fang Chen endured, but also the mere 10% pressure borne by Su Wan'er. With this revelation, it was clear to her what was transpiring. Upon hearing her words, the presiding elder's face turned ashen. His fate was sealed. Chapter 19. The Ancient Sword Demon. He was acutely aware of Meng Yao's esteemed position within the sect, and given his own actions, it was evident that he could not retain his status as an elder. The possibility of continuing to remain in the Tianyu Divine sect was also uncertain. He cast a pleading glance towards Luo Yun, hoping he might assist in resolving this predicament. However, Luo Yun's expression was particularly grim, and he had no solutions to offer. In comparison to Meng Yao, what was his own standing within the sect? He could only transmit a message to the chief elder. "Return and resign from your position. I shall recommend you to my father, allowing you to serve as a guest elder in the Luo family. You will not be treated poorly." Upon hearing this, the chief elder fell into utter despair. How could the position of a guest elder in the Luo family compare to that of an elder in the Tianyu Divine sect? Offending Meng Yao left him no choice but to comply with Luo Yun's arrangements. "Now hand over the token," Meng Yao commanded coldly. At that moment, she shed her enchanting demeanor, her icy beauty instilling a sense of dread. The chief elder dared not hesitate and obediently surrendered the token to Meng Yao. She received it and proclaimed, "I shall oversee this round of the 7 Peaks assessment, and I will restore equal suppressive force upon all." As she spoke, the token radiated with brilliance. In the next instant, Fang Chen felt the oppressive weight upon him vanish, granting him an unparalleled sense of ease. In stark contrast, Su Wan'er was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying suppressive force. A scream erupted as Su Wan'er was propelled from the ascending ladder, crashing violently to the ground, spitting blood in a most pitiful display. Meanwhile, Luo Ao grunted, but managed to withstand the sudden surge of pressure. In that instant, everyone comprehended the situation. It was clear that Su Wan'er had ascended so swiftly due to the diminished suppression. No wonder. I had said it before, her strength is rather mediocre. How could she possibly rise so abruptly? Indeed, the cheating during the Seven Peaks assessment is utterly disgraceful. The crowd looked upon Su Wanner with disdain, which only compounded her shame and fury. Fang Chen, she could only lower her head, secretly grinding her teeth in anger. It was all Fang Chen's fault. If he had been eliminated sooner, her cheating would never have been exposed. That wretched scoundrel. Luo Yun's expression was equally grim, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, casting a venomous glare at Fang Chen instead. It was all because of this dog that he had lost a valuable ally within the sect. Throughout it all, Fang Chen maintained a resolute countenance. He did not rejoice at the easing of pressure, but continued to ascend. His speed significantly increased. Luo Ao recognized that this challenge could not eliminate Fang Chen, and he gritted his teeth, pushing forward as well. Even if he could not eliminate Fang Chen, he was determined to be the first to reach the 100th level and pass the assessment. However, slowly, despair crept in as he realized that Fang Chen ascended the ladder with the ease of a common man, while he himself struggled with every step. Upon reaching the 87th level, Fang Chen surpassed Lin Luo'er, who had been in second place. At the 92nd level, he matched Luo Ao's pace. "You brat, the first place is mine. Stay close behind, or I shall surely eliminate you." As Luo Ao witnessed Fang Chen surpassing him, a sinister expression crossed his face. However, Fang Chen showed no signs of stopping. He merely cast a cold glance at Luo Ao and remarked dismissively, "Fool," before continuing to advance past him. Luo Ao's countenance turned ashen, veins bulging with fury as he gazed at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He vowed to himself that he would eliminate Fang Chen at all costs. "You better dare to participate in the third assessment. Should you have the audacity to join, I will surely slay you on the spot," he declared menacingly. Yet, Fang Chen paid him no heed and swiftly ascended the 100th level. Meng Yao smiled faintly. I knew he would succeed. The others exhibited expressions of disbelief, astonished by Fang Chen's formidable willpower. Indeed, he seemed no weaker than many ordinary postnatal rel practitioners. As the crowd marveled, Fang Chen did not pause at the 100th step. Instead, he continued his ascent. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was he truly intending to press on? Had he lost his mind? Beyond the 100th level, only those of the postnatal realm dared to challenge. Surely, he could not believe that the ease he felt at the 100th step meant he could reach the pinnacle. The pressure before and after the 100th level was vastly different. The crowd deemed Fang Chen reckless, and as he stepped onto the 101st level, he indeed felt a terrifying quintuple increase in pressure. But merely 5 times was inconsequential. Quickly adapting, he pressed onward with unwavering determination. 105, 110, 120. By the time Luo Ao reached the 100th level, Fang Chen had already ascended to 120 and continued to rise. Luo Ao seethed with resentment, convinced he could not be outdone by such a worthless individual. Therefore, he pressed on as well. However, upon reaching 115, despair engulfed him as he realized he could move no further. Looking up, he saw that Fang Chen had already reached 150. The pressure here was tenfold. Yet Fang Chen's stride remained steadfast, unperturbed by the immense strain. Soon, he approached 200 levels. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The pressure at 200 levels was a staggering 20 times. Yet, Fang Chen resolutely continued his ascent. Instantly, his body sank slightly under the weight. Was this the limit? But then, Fang Chen straightened his waist and pressed forward once more. 210, 230, 250. With 30 times the pressure bearing down upon him, Fang Chen persisted. 300 levels. The pressure had now escalated to 40 times. But Fang Chen, undaunted, forged ahead. The spectators below were utterly mesmerized. 300 levels. No outer sect disciple had ever reached such heights. Just how formidable was Fang Chen's willpower? 300 levels, and still he climbed. Was he attempting to pierce the heavens? My goodness, how had he cultivated such indomitable determination? Even Meng Yao looked on in astonishment, her enchanting eyes shimmering with admiration, utterly captivated by Fang Chen. What fortitude must his heart possess to achieve such feats? What trials has he endured to possess such unwavering resolve? Recollections of moments shared with Fang Chen flood her mind. Although their time together was brief, each encounter is indelibly etched in her heart. Is it due to the intertwining of her indulgent spirit with Fang Chen's sword demonic essence? Or perhaps it is because he chose to honor her, even when he could have taken advantage. In this instant, her heart flutters gently. Indeed, that marriage contract is not entirely a misfortune. Perhaps I should heed my grandfather's counsel. Uniting with him may not be such a poor choice after all. Such thoughts arise within her. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, who now stands on the 350th level, the multitude below harbors their own contemplations. Here, the pressure is magnified 50-fold, and he is once again beset by a tangible force, reminiscent of before. He finds himself kneeling once more. Is this the limit? The onlookers exhale in relief. Reaching the 350th level is already a remarkable feat, even among inner disciples. Only those in the late stages of the acquired realm can ascend to this height, while Fang Chen is merely testing his limits. Meng Yao's heart tightens with apprehension. If it proves too much, he should concede. He has already achieved so much. She silently implores, fearing that Fang Chen might recklessly push himself further. Exhaling a heavy breath, memories of recent humiliation surge within him, ignited by the oppressive force. Were it not for Meng Yao, he would still be crushed beneath this 50-fold pressure, devoid of the strength to even lift his gaze. Is it truly impossible? No. To yield to this force is akin to submitting to Luo Yun's might. He roars defiantly, gradually rising to his feet. His expression transforms once again into one of resolute determination, unshakable by any external force. Suddenly, a drop of sword demonic blood within his dantian erupts with ferocious intensity, infusing him entirely. His eyes blaze crimson, and a torrent of demonic energy courses through him, as if he has fully succumbed to the abyss. Concurrently, a distant yet commanding voice resonates in his mind. Stand tall. I am the ancient sword demon, the sovereign of myriad realms. Boom! Fang Chen straightens his back, lifts his head, and his eyes, a fierce crimson, brim with resolve. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he takes a bold step upward. Chapter 20. From this day forth, he is my fiancé. 351 steps. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Fang Chen had astonishingly endured a 50-fold pressure. Impossible. How could this worthless being ascend so high? Luo Ao shouted, his expression twisted with rage. In his eyes, Fang Chen was no more significant than an ant. He could not possibly be stronger than him. Even in willpower, it should be the same. Yet this damned bastard had managed to reach such heights. Luo Yun was equally astonished. What merit did Fang Chen possess to arrive there? But soon, he cast a glance at Meng Yao and contemplated a possibility. Fang Chen must be cheating. Indeed, it must be Meng Yao who alleviated the pressure upon him. That is how he could reach such a height. Absolutely. Just wait and see how I expose you. He sneered. Lin Shuyan also gazed at Fang Chen's ascent to the 351st step in disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure and shook her head, stating, willpower cannot equate to strength. Talent is the true key to advancing further. No amount of effort can compare to a genius who has comprehended the Tao text. The Tao text is a source of despair for countless cultivators. Without it, one's progress would forever be confined to the Zhou Yuan realm, unable to advance further. Fang Chen struggled onward. 352, 353. Each step was arduous, and upon reaching the 359th step, he could go no further. Fang Chen slightly raised his hand, signaling that he could proceed no longer. The crowd below remained enveloped in silence. The 359th step may seem trivial within the inner sect, but for the outer sect, it was a height that inspired despair. Meng Yao revealed a delighted smile, her enchanting beauty captivating all who beheld her. Yet at that moment, a sarcastic voice interrupted. This person must be cheating. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to ascend so high. The speaker was Si Jingye, a subordinate of Luo Yun, who had been commanded to shout such accusations. The crowd paused, then began to acknowledge that Fang Chen's ascent was indeed quite extraordinary. I also believe he is likely cheating. Yes, the pressure he endured could not possibly be 50-fold. Indeed, how could an outer sect disciple ascend so high? The crowd began to murmur, casting doubts upon Fang Chen. Meng Yao's smile vanished instantly, her expression turning cold as she glared at Luo Yun. It was unnecessary to guess. It was undoubtedly Luo Yun's scheme. Seeing Meng Yao's gaze upon him, Luo Yun smiled smugly, saying, "Sister Meng, this lad wasted his cultivation 5 years ago. He is nothing but a waste. How could such a one ascend so high? I implore you to see clearly, Sister Meng." He internally scoffed. "Weren't you just intent on being impartial? I shall see how you handle the exposure of Fang Chen's favoritism." He was already convinced that Meng Yao had reduced the pressure on Fang Chen. Otherwise, even if Fang Chen could withstand the pressure of 350 steps, he would never be able to go further. Yet he failed to notice the additional mockery in Meng Yao's icy gaze. Luo Yun continued, "Sister Meng, the ascending ladder is a rare treasure, and the token is equally precious. It is capable of recording the extent of pressure one can endure, and I kindly request you to reveal it, to ease everyone's concerns." He scoffed inwardly, eager to see if he would dare. However, he did not anticipate that Meng Yao would acquiesce without hesitation. A subtle smile graced her lips, exuding an enchanting charm. "Since there are doubts, allow me to demonstrate." Upon finishing her words, she raised the token in her hand. Instantly, the pressure endured by Fang Chen from the first to the 359th layer was vividly displayed before the crowd. The onlookers were once again astounded. Fang Chen had withstood a staggering 10-fold pressure from the very first step, continuously ascending until it reached 50 times. However, it was soon discovered that the presiding elder had intentionally suppressed Fang Chen. Meng Yao intervened, restoring Fang Chen's pressure to match that of others. Yet, as he continued to rise, the multiplier of pressure escalated until the 359th layer, where a formidable 52-fold pressure culminated. How is this possible? Luo Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that Fang Chen could truly withstand such immense pressure. It is inconceivable. How could that worthless individual achieve this? Are there any dissenting voices? Meng Yao's voice reverberated in everyone's minds. The crowd fell into a profound silence, none daring to voice any further objections. The previously boisterous Si Jianye trembled and retreated into the crowd, too intimidated to speak. Meng Yao continued, "This is his true willpower. Do not assume that just because you cannot achieve something, others are incapable as well. Do you truly believe you are a genius? This vast continent is home to many who surpass you in talent. While you perceive others as worthless, to them, you're not even worth that." Her words seemed to resonate with all present, yet it was clear she was indirectly addressing a specific individual. Luo Yun's face contorted between shades of red and pale, veins bulging, his expression twisted in rage. Especially upon feeling the peculiar gazes from those around him, he wished he could vanish into thin air. He never imagined Meng Yao would so brazenly disregard his dignity and humiliate him. "There is one more matter," Meng Yao declared, capturing everyone's attention. She gazed softly at Fang Chen, a smile illuminating her face, and continued, "My grandfather and Master Fang Chen made a betrothal agreement in their youth." This statement sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this true? He then recalled that when he returned Lin Shuyan's marriage certificate, there had indeed been other envelopes, but he had not been in the mood to examine them at the time. Meng Yao proceeded, "I hereby announce that my engagement to Fang Chen will proceed as promised. From this day forth, Fang Chen is my fiancé. Should anyone dare to insult him again, they will have to contend with me." The crowd erupted into fervor. A fiancé? My heavens! So, Fang Chen is actually the fiancé of Senior Sister Meng. In an instant, countless envious and resentful gazes fell upon the bewildered Fang Chen. No wonder Senior Sister Meng came today. It was for Fang Chen. My goodness! This announcement from Senior Sister Meng is bound to shake the entire sect. Luo Ao's expression was one of sheer malice. His gaze upon Fang Chen as if he wished to devour him whole. He roared, "Dream Sister, you claim that good-for-nothing Fang Chen is your partner? How is this even possible? That waste is unworthy of you. Luo Yun, equally incredulous, added, Dream Sister, Fang Chen is nothing but a useless person. How could he possibly deserve you? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Fang Chen is merely the discarded refuse I cast aside. How could he ever be? Su Wanner's expression soured further, as if she had consumed something vile. Dream Yao cast a cold, piercing glance at Luo Yun, Luo Ao, and Su Wanner, silencing them instantly. With a disdainful laugh, she declared, useless? His talents and willpower far surpass anything you could ever hope to compare with. Mark my words. You shall feel profound regret for your actions today. Turning her gaze towards Fang Chen, she revealed a gentle and enchanting smile. Brother Fang, congratulations on entering the inner sect. Fang Chen looked at Dream Yao, his eyes filled with warmth. Thank you. Dream Yao beamed radiantly, captivatingly. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Chapter 21. Luck? Not far away, Lin Shuyan was filled with anxiety. Yet in the presence of so many people, she hesitated to voice her objections. What is Meng Yao thinking? How could she agree to this? No. After the 7 Peaks assessment, I must have a serious conversation with her. This marriage proposal cannot be accepted, she resolved inwardly. Her gaze then shifted to Su Wanner. Perhaps I could glean information about Fang Chen from her. The 7 Peaks assessment continued, and the 3rd round commenced amidst the shocking news. Meng Yao announced, having passed the 2nd round, you are now officially part of the inner sect. Participation in the 3rd round is optional. Those who choose not to participate may step forward. 86 disciples had successfully passed the 2nd round. Luo Ao approached Fang Chen, whispering, Bastard, I advise you to withdraw now. Otherwise, should we meet on the arena, I will ensure you wish you were never born. He threatened, aiming to provoke Fang Chen into a reckless fury. Once Fang Chen stepped onto the stage, Luo Ao had 100 ways to ensure his demise. Fang Chen regarded him, discerning his intentions. With a cold smirk, he replied, Provocation? There is no need for such theatrics. We shall see who meets their end. Luo Ao's repeated humiliations had thoroughly enraged him. If his opponent desired to kill him, he felt equally inclined. Seeing Fang Chen taking the bait, Luo Ao laughed. Let us see how this unfolds, but don't get eliminated too quickly. Regardless, even if you do, I will still kill you. A wretch like you is unworthy of Senior Sister Meng. Out of the 86 participants, 21 ultimately stepped back. Whether due to lack of interest or exhaustion from the 2nd round, they had no choice but to forfeit the 3rd round's arena battle. In the end, 65 individuals would compete in the 3rd round. Meng Yao was not surprised by Fang Chen's decision to remain. She announced, since no one has withdrawn, we shall begin the arena battle. Due to an odd number of participants, one will be exempt. The drawing of lots commenced, with everyone eagerly stepping forward to participate. After Fang Chen drew his lot, he discovered it was number 1. Quite fortunate indeed. Once all had drawn, Meng Yao declared, the arena battle begins now. And the exempted lot is number 1. Who has drawn this lucky lot? Curiosity swept through the crowd as they sought to identify the fortunate individual. Who is number 1? I'm number 2. Step forward quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Initially taken aback, Fang Chen slowly raised his hand. I am number 1. In an instant, all eyes were upon Fang Chen. The crowd was taken aback. It was him. This fellow has such remarkable luck. Surely, this is the doing of Senior Sister Meng. Do not speak carelessly. The exempted lot is determined by the elders on stage, not by anyone's whims. Meng Yao, too, was momentarily stunned. She had not aided Fang Chen. The lot was chosen with the agreement of other elders, leaving only to say that Fang Chen's luck was indeed fortuitous. Fortune has favored us indeed. Yet this also augurs a higher probability of encountering challenges in the next round. She then remarked, You, dear disciple, have a bye in the 1st round and need not engage in battle. Luo Ao, exhibiting an air of indifference, believed that regardless of how many ranks Fang Chen might achieve, a confrontation with him would invariably lead to Fang Chen's demise. One by one, the others ascended the stage, engaging in combat, with the 2nd contestant facing off against the 3rd. The crowd gazed enviously at Fang Chen, yet they did not dwell on it excessively. attributing it merely to a stroke of luck on his part. Thus, the first contest commenced. The arena featured 10 platforms, enabling simultaneous bouts without any hindrance. Fang Chen did not remain idle. Instead, he observed the duels of his fellow disciples wielding swords, hoping to glean insights from their techniques. However, he found himself somewhat disheartened, for the swordsmanship displayed by his peers was rather rudimentary, indicative of those just embarking on their journey, offering little for him to learn. He momentarily forgot that he had already comprehended the essence of the sword, and no matter how gifted these disciples were, they could not compare to his extraordinary talent. The first match did not last long, and within the span of an incense stick's burning, all contests concluded. Out of 65 participants, only 33 advanced. Meng Yao compassionately granted the competitors a half-hour respite for recovery or healing, and once the time elapsed, she announced, "We shall now proceed to the drawing of lots for the second round, which will still include by lots." The lots were reshuffled to prevent any collusion for rig matches. Once more, the participants began drawing, including Fang Chen. This time, he drew number 33, which brought him both relief and exhilaration. Finally, he could take the stage. Eager to showcase his abilities, this would be his first participation in the arena since his recovery. Meng Yao conferred with the elders and subsequently disclosed the results of the by lots for the second round. After deliberation, the by lot was indeed number 33. Meng Yao declared, "Who has the last number?" The crowd looked around once more. However, no one directed their gaze toward Fang Chen, as they deemed it improbable for luck to favor him a second time. Yet, they failed to notice Fang Chen's expression of bewilderment, at a loss for how to react. Alas, this could not be easily explained. A nearby youth inadvertently caught sight of Fang Chen's lot and exclaimed, "It's him!" Instantly, all eyes converged upon Fang Chen, and the spectators were momentarily taken aback. Again it was he. Surely this cannot be real. Yet, the number he held was indeed 33. My heavens, what is happening? The entire assembly fixated on Fang Chen, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and animosity. Fang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had anticipated participating in battle, only to find himself with another bye. Meng Yao's enchanting visage bore disbelief. She truly had not aided Fang Chen. However, witnessing the peculiar stares of the crowd, she knew no one would believe her, and thus she could only manage a wry smile, deeming it unnecessary to offer explanations. I shall see how long you can evade battle." Even Luo Ao's demeanor turned cold, his heart brimming with envy and a growing intent to kill directed towards Fang Chen. That wretched scoundrel possesses such remarkable fortune. It must undoubtedly be that vile woman manipulating events from the shadows. Without a doubt. Below, Su Wanner felt her eyes redden with jealousy, her heart consumed by envy. How could it be that she was eliminated while Fang Chen advanced so effortlessly? He was merely the discarded offspring she had cast aside. He does not deserve such luck. Relying solely on the incompetence of women. Luo Yin scoffed, convinced that Fang Chen's fortune could not be so fortuitous, believing it to be the result of Meng Yao's underhanded scheming, utterly shameless. He conveniently forgot how he had aided Su Wanner during the second round and how he had targeted Fang Chen. I am eager to see how many times you can let him bypass the competition. He assumed that Meng Yao's manipulations would have some subtlety, at least not so brazenly apparent. However, what transpired next left him both astonished and infuriated. In the top 16, Fang Chen drew another bye. In the quarterfinals, it was the same. Initially, there were murmurs of cheating, but those voices gradually faded away. By the time the semifinals arrived, it was as if they had grown accustomed to it. The so-called unfairness of heaven and earth becomes a mere joke in the face of absolute power. At that moment, they were convinced that Meng Yao was clandestinely assisting Fang Chen. But what could they do? Who would dare expose senior sister Meng's favoritism? Moreover, even if they attempted to reveal it, they had no evidence to substantiate their claims. The elders above, numbering more than 10, would view accusations of cheating against senior sister Meng as a slap in their own faces. Little did they know that, at this very moment, Fang Chen and Meng Yao were even more astonished than they were. Fang Chen gazed at Meng Yao, whose enchanting face was filled with disbelief. Their eyes met, And though no words were spoken, nor thoughts exchanged, it felt as if they understood each other's silent queries. Fang Chen silently asked, "Is this your doing?" Meng Yao silently replied, "I did not do anything. I have no idea how this happened." However, as they reached the semifinals, everyone believed Fang Chen's luck had run out. This was due to the fact that two individuals had sustained severe injuries in the previous battle and could no longer continue in the arena. The number of competitors had now returned to 8, leaving no more buys. Chapter 22. The Arena of Life and Death. I am eager to witness how he continues to evade elimination. I guarantee it. He shall undoubtedly be ousted in the next match. Indeed, the crowd gazed at Fang Chen with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. At last, he would engage in a true battle. Having watched others clash fiercely, his blood surged with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his first adversary. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Thus, the competition among the top 4 officially commenced. After the draw, Fang Chen stepped onto the stage, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Before long, a pale youth with a hint of bluish hue approached the arena. Though his complexion was poor, his gaze was resolute. "Are you all right?" Fang Chen inquired, concern etching his features as he observed the boy's pallor. The youth shook his head firmly. "I am fine. I can still fight. Defeating you will be no trouble at all." Jealousy swelled within him upon witnessing Fang Chen's consecutive buys. Upon realizing his opponent was Fang Chen, he vowed to himself that he would surely triumph over him. Seeing this, Fang Chen chose not to utter further words. The two then announced their names. "I am who am. I am Fang Chen." The elder presiding over the match declared, "Let the contest commence." Fang Chen gazed at his black Ming sword and proclaimed, "This battle marks our first encounter. Let me witness the extent of your prowess." Bang! Just as Fang Chen lifted his sword, a heavy thud echoed through the arena. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find who Mo collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The elder's expression shifted, and he hurried to examine the situation. After assessing the circumstances, he could only shake his head in resignation, casting a peculiar glance towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback. "Why'd he look at me like that? I did nothing at all." In the next moment, the elder announced, "Due to Mo's severe injuries, Fang Chen is the victor of this match." A profound silence enveloped the audience. Suddenly, a voice erupted in anger, as someone hurled their sword onto the ground in a display of frustration. Chaos ensued. "How can this be? His luck is beyond belief. Where are his ancestors buried? I wish to relocate them next to his." At this moment, the crowd felt as though their worldview had shattered. If that middle-aged man had been present, one could only imagine his reaction. It seemed that even without him, Fang Chen's fortune was remarkably favorable, as reaching the semifinals appeared effortless. Fang Chen himself wore a puzzled expression, pondering the extraordinary turn of fate he had experienced that day. Could it be that after 5 years of misfortune, his luck had finally shifted? Such was the only explanation he could muster. Thus, he found himself, rather inadvertently, advancing to the semifinals. Soon, the battles among the top 4 concluded, leaving only 4 contenders. During the draw, Luo Ao approached Fang Chen once more. "What? Do you truly believe your luck is fortuitous? This is a deliberate design of fate, leading you to your demise in my hands. Take a good look at this guy. Soon you will learn what true hell on earth entails." "Ha ha ha." With a boisterous laugh, he departed. Fang Chen regarded him with an unperturbed expression, a cold smirk forming within his heart. Fortune, whether favorable or not, shall soon reveal itself. The anticipation surrounding the semi-final draw was palpable, with many eager to witness the clash between Fang Chen and Luo Ao. Fang Chen's extraordinary luck inspired a deep-seated envy among the onlookers. However, to their dismay, Luo Ao's opponent turned out to be another prodigy of this generation, Lin Luo'er. Fang Chen, on the other hand, faced yet another talent, who ranked just below Luo Ao and Lin Luo'er. Half an hour later, he ascended the arena, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, Hulai never made his appearance. The presiding elder repeatedly called out his name, but still there was no response. Just as the time for the match was about to expire, a disciple stepped onto the stage. The spectators assumed it was Hulai. only to discover that it was not. The disciple bowed respectfully to the elder and announced, "Elder, brother who has sustained severe injuries and is unable to participate in this match. He has chosen to forfeit." A hush fell over the arena. Another forfeit. Good heavens! How could this individual be so fortunate? Without engaging in battle, he was destined for the finals. What sheer luck! The crowd buzzed with chatter, once again lamenting the perceived unfairness of fate. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Such unexpected fortune left him at a loss for words. Perhaps this was a small token of mercy from the heavens, recognizing the tribulations he had endured over the past 5 years. Meanwhile, Luo Ao's fortune was not as favorable as that of Fang Chen. Both were celebrated talents of this generation, and their confrontation promised to be a fierce battle. Neither side held back, unleashing their full might, which elicited cheers from the audience, igniting their fervor. However, Lin Luo, at merely 15 years of age, lacked the training time and experience compared to the 18-year-old Luo Ao. Ultimately, she fell short in the contest. Nevertheless, she managed to land a strike on Luo Ao, though it bore no significant impact. What a spectacle it was! Thus, Luo Ao emerged victorious. The crowd regarded this duel as the true decisive battle, paying little heed to Fang Chen, hardly believing he possessed the capability to triumph. Meng Yao furrowed her brow and transmitted a message to Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, perhaps it would be wise to forfeit this match. Securing second place is still commendable." She was concerned that Fang Chen might not be a match for Luo Ao, especially given that he had spent 5 years in seclusion. After defeating Lin Luo, Luo Ao basked in his triumph, showing no intention of leaving the stage. He stood defiantly, blade pointed at Fang Chen, declaring with arrogance, "You worthless fool! Step up and meet your demise. Today, you shall comprehend the essence of a true genius." His voice resonated throughout the arena, and the attention of all was drawn to Fang Chen. This was precisely the outcome Luo Ao sought, forcing Fang Chen to confront him. Even if fear gripped his heart, Fang Chen maintained an air of calmness. He first glanced at Meng Yao, offering her a reassuring look. Then, turning to Luo Ao, he smiled and said, "What is the point of such a match? Let's engage in something far more exhilarating." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock, believing Fang Chen had lost his senses. Luo Ao, taken aback for a brief moment, soon erupted into laughter. "I have encountered those who court death, but never have I witnessed such reckless abandon." Just as he was troubled about what excuse to concoct in order to slay Fang Chen, now the opponent has graciously delivered himself. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Fearing that Fang Chen might retract his agreement, he hastily ascended. Upon the high platform, Luo Yun was beside himself with joy, exclaiming, "Truly, you walk the path to heaven but refuse to tread it, and now you dare to trespass into hell. You wretched dog, wait until your demise to see how I will deal with that old woman. My master's treasures shall ultimately belong to me." Su Waner cackled sinisterly. Meng Yao, however, found herself at a loss. She had not anticipated that Fang Chen would provoke a life-and-death duel. Yet, upon witnessing his resolute expression, she understood that further words would be futile. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, inwardly cursing, "You fool! If you perish, shall I not be left to mourn in solitude?" Such madness! Unaware of her turmoil, Fang Chen smiled faintly upon hearing Luo Ao's agreement and stepped onto the high platform. He then turned to the presiding elder, inquiring, "Elder, does the life-and-death duel between us stand valid?" The elder confirmed with a nod, stating that the duel must indeed be witnessed by an elder to be recognized. Luo Ao, with a sardonic grin, remarked, "A pity you are so meticulous. However, it matters not, for your fate is sealed." Fang Chen remained silent, merely gazing at him with calm resolve. The elder declared, "Since both parties have no objections, this battle shall be deemed a life-and-death duel, with no repercussions from the sect regardless of the outcome." With that, the formation activated, and the arena was sealed, trapping the two within its confines, preventing any external interference or escape. Thus was the life-and-death duel of the Tianyu divine sect. Luo grasped a black Lungsvorji, unleashing the peak aura of the gathering spirit realm. Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of a genius. For a waste like you to perish at my hands would be considered an honor beyond your worth, he proclaimed. As he spoke, he swung the black sword, conjuring a swirling mass of black mist that enveloped him entirely. The mist began to spread, shrouding the entire arena in darkness, a manifestation of Luo Ao's formidable power. Within this obscured realm, Fang Chen was doomed, while Luo Ao remained unaffected, his vision clear amidst the chaos, whereas others would find it impossible to see even their own hands. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were convinced that Fang Chen's demise was inevitable. Chapter 23. The March Pact. A battle of life and death. Fang Chen stood calmly amidst the swirling black mist, when suddenly Luo Ao's voice echoed, "Fear not, young one, for I shall not slay you outright. Instead, I shall inflict wounds upon you bit by bit, allowing you to perish in agony and bloodshed. Ha ha ha. I dare say your plight will be both tragic and visually striking." Concealed within the black haze, Luo Ao yearned to witness the terror etched upon Fang Chen's visage. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Fang Chen remained composed, even allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. "Is that so?" he queried, drawing forth the Hyming sword. "I would indeed relish a game akin to yours, but alas, my time is limited, and I shan't indulge you any longer. This is not a decision for a mere waste of space like you." Luo Ao sneered. "Nay," Fang Chen retorted, as the dark radiance of the sword surged with demonic energy, and the soul heaven demon eye unfurled. Luo Ao, under the illusion that he remained hidden from Fang Chen's sight, was unaware that his position was as clear as day to Fang Chen. Slowly, Fang Chen spoke. "This is what I can determine." As his words faded, a character representing sword appeared behind him. Indeed, it was the Tao text. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye fixated on Luo Ao. Suddenly, Luo Ao felt a sharp pain pierce his mind. By the time he regained his senses, Fang Chen had already appeared before him, and he beheld the Tao text looming behind him. How is this possible? This is the Tao. Before he could finish his thought, his head was severed from his body. His expression was one of disbelief. In his mind, it was inconceivable that Fang Chen could discern his location, awaken the Tao text within the gathering spirit realm, and slay him with a single sword strike. As his head plummeted from the heavens, regret flooded his eyes. Why had he provoked Fang Chen? Why had he engaged in this life and death contest? He possessed such a promising future, and yet he met his end here. Fang Chen sheathed his sword, retracted the text, and closed his eye, his demeanor remaining as serene as when the encounter began. As the black mist gradually dissipated, it became evident to all that the fierce battle had concluded. How could it end so swiftly? Fang Chen must be exceedingly weak. To challenge senior brother Luo Ao with such prowess is truly a path to self-destruction. Indeed, death suits him. Such a wretch is unworthy of. As they speculated, convinced of Fang Chen's imminent demise, the mist cleared. Contrary to their expectations, Fang Chen stood unscathed, with a headless corpse lying at his feet, and in the distance, the astonished and regretful head of Luo Ao. Boom! The spectators were, as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Not only had Fang Chen survived, he had slain Luo Ao. What could possibly explain this? Bang! Luo Yun sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with incredulity as he fixed his gaze upon the unfolding spectacle. No, this cannot be. My cousin is at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. How could he possibly fall to this wretch? It is absolutely inconceivable. You must have employed some insidious means. He refused to accept this reality. Could it be that Luo Ao was injured in his battle with senior sister Lin? Someone suddenly suggested. This remark garnered considerable agreement among the onlookers. Yes, that must be it. My goodness, Fang Chen's luck is astonishing. Indeed, being placed in the finals and coincidentally facing Luo Ao's injury is truly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Many remarked on Fang Chen's remarkable luck. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. One such individual was Meng Yao. At this moment, her enchanting eyes widened, and her delicate cherry lips parted slightly in astonishment. Within her beautiful gaze, a glimmer of golden light flickered. While others remained oblivious, She utilized her spiritual vision to perceive everything with crystal clarity, including Fang Chen's sword character Dao text. My heavens! He has awakened the Dao text, and a second tier one at that. He is merely in the gathering spirit realm. Her heart raced with shock, for even she had only comprehended the Dao text upon entering the postnatal realm. To grasp such profound knowledge in the gathering spirit realm is indicative of a prodigy among prodigies. Overwhelmed with excitement, her cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her even more captivating. What delighted her most was that Fang Chen's displayed talent would render any opposition from her family regarding their engagement futile. You bastard! How dare you kill my cousin? I shall grind you to dust. Suddenly, Luo Yun snapped back to reality from his astonishment. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he roared and leaped from the high platform, charging forth like a cannonball, unleashing the oppressive aura of a seventh-tier postnatal expert. Locking onto Fang Chen, the elder referee hesitated slightly but chose not to intervene, preferring to remain uninvolved in such troublesome matters, feigning ignorance. Luo Yun, what are you intending to do? Meng Yao exclaimed sharply, her figure flashing to stand protectively in front of Fang Chen, striking out to intercept Luo Yun's attack. Thud! Luo Yun was forced back 3 paces, while Meng Yao only staggered back 3 steps, supported by Fang Chen. Senior Sister Meng, this man has slain my cousin. He must pay the price. Luo Yun shouted recklessly. They are engaged in a life-and-death contest. Do you intend to violate the sex rules? Meng Yao questioned coldly. Luo Yun's expression remained fierce. This boy is so treacherous. Even in Luo Ao's injured state, he resorts to such ruthless tactics. Such a person will undoubtedly be insidious in the future, a backstabber. Such individuals deserve death. Insidious? Fang Chen retorted with a cold smile. What do you know of insidiousness compared to you? Collaborating with Su Wan'er, coveting the heavenly Dao bone within me. Once the heavenly Dao bone takes shape, you plot to poison me, to slice my flesh and carve my bones. Who is the true insidious one? Who truly deserves death? His words stirred a tempest of shock among the crowd, leaving them in utter disarray. What? Did I hear incorrectly? To extract another's heavenly Dao bone? That is to ruin a life. Extracting bones? Brother Luo Yun is not such a person, is he? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meng Yao's expression turned frigid. To extract another's bones is a transgression against morality. You speak nonsense. What kind of person do you think I, Luo Yun, am? And what are you, Fang Chen? But a waste? Do I even need to covet your heavenly Dao bone? Fang Chen, you are the true waste, projecting all blame onto me. Despicable and shameless. Luo Yun bellowed, his eyes flashing with icy, murderous intent. Indeed, Fang Chen, you sought to harm me, leading to your injury at the hands of Brother Yun. Do not play the victim. Su Wan'er chimed in. Fang Chen's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the two, a cold smile playing on his lips. The heavenly Dao bone has only entered your body for a month. It has yet to fully merge with you, has it not? Our sect possesses a secret method that requires merely a drop of blood from both you and me to determine to whom that heavenly Dao bone truly belongs. Luo Yun, do you dare to undergo this test? Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Luo Yun. Fang Chen spoke the truth. Within the sect, there existed a mystical technique capable of discerning the compatibility of the heavenly Dao bone within one's body. Should the compatibility exceed 50% with Fang Chen, it would undoubtedly indicate that it rightfully belonged to him. For if the heavenly Dao bone had never manifested within Fang Chen, such a high degree of compatibility would be impossible. You worthless fool, who do you think you are, to suggest a test so casually? Luo Yun retorted darkly, unwilling to grant Fang Chen this opportunity. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers could nearly ascertain the truth. Luo Yun had indeed usurped Fang Chen's heavenly Dao bone. Otherwise, why would he shy away from the challenge? At that moment, the glances directed at Luo Yun shifted dramatically. To seize another's Dao bone was akin to claiming their very life. Such an act was considered a heinous taboo in both the continent and the sect, revealing a despicable character. The disciples who had once idolized Luo Yun were now utterly disillusioned, unable to fathom that he could be such a person. Meng Yao's expression turned frigid She was taken aback by the revelation of Fang Chen's plight. To excavate a heavenly Dao bone. What a ruthless strategy. Luo Yun, you have stolen another's bone, violating sect rules. I shall certainly report this matter. You will not escape unscathed for the harm you have inflicted upon Fang Chen. I will ensure you pay tenfold. Luo Yun's face darkened, and he replied coolly, Sister Meng, are you certain you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? What worth does this bastard hold that you would oppose the Luo family for him? Meng Yao replied icily, let me make this clear. Fang Chen is my fiancé. Whoever dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with me. Luo Yun's expression shifted slightly. He realized that opposing Meng Yao would not bode well for the Luo family. He redirected his gaze back to Fang Chen. Fury and humiliation boiling within him as he shouted, Bastard, do you hide behind woman? Is that all you can do? You only seek an opportunity to kill me. Do you not? Fang Chen regarded Luo Yun with indifference and replied, I grant you this opportunity. 3 months hence, we shall engage in a battle to the death, with neither of us permitted to survive. Chapter 24. Do you not wish to do something for me? Meng Yao's expression shifted slightly. After all, he was a formidable foe at the 7th level of the acquired realm. Fang Chen smiled gently and assured, do not worry, 3 months will suffice. Excellent. Luo Yun had not anticipated that Fang Chen would be so reckless as to agree without hesitation, thus avoiding any chance of him retracting his promise. However, he soon expressed his doubt, saying, words alone hold little weight. What assurance do I have? With a wave of his hand, a shimmering golden paper materialized, and he inscribed a few characters upon it before presenting it to Fang Chen. This was the life and death decree of the sect, detailing the time limit. Once signed, the commitment must be honored. Those who violate it would have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. Fang Chen showed no hesitation, placing his finger upon it, thereby establishing the decree. It then promptly returned to Luo Yun's hand. Luo Yun, visibly satisfied, coldly remarked to Fang Chen, you now have 3 months to live. Cherish it well. He then made no further delay, departing with his companions and the remains of Luo Ao. Su Wan'er wished to follow, but was halted by an elder. After a brief exchange, she left with the elder. With the departure of Luo Yun and his group, the 7 Peaks assessment came to a definitive conclusion. At first, everyone believed that Luo Ao would be the star of the assessment, yet it unexpectedly turned out to be Fang Chen. Not only had he slain Luo Ao, but he had also become Meng Yao's fiancé. Once this news spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the Tianyu Divine sect. Nevertheless, the vast majority believed that Fang Chen's success was merely the result of good fortune. Otherwise, he would not have even passed the first hurdle. Congratulations were in order. Meng Yao personally presented the reward to Fang Chen. He received a substantial bounty of 5 spirit herbs and a cloud immortal pill. With these resources, combined with the remaining drop of blood of the sword demon within him, he could swiftly break through to the acquired realm. Subsequently, he would be able to unlock the 3rd level of the small tower, and slaying Luo Yun within 3 months would pose little difficulty. While there may be pressure, it was this very pressure that ignited motivation. With the 7 Peaks assessment concluded, the elder responsible for recording the successful disciples stepped forward. Now, those who have passed the assessment may choose which peak to join. Remember, this choice may significantly influence your future path in cultivation. Proceed with caution. The elder's gaze fell upon Fang Chen as he inquired, which peak do you wish to join? Meng Yao looked at Fang Chen with anticipation, hoping he would select the 2nd peak. Fang Chen returned her gaze, understanding her unspoken wish. Yet, in the end, he shook his head slightly and declared resolutely, I wish to join the 7th peak. He intended to bring his master back home and restore the former glory of the 7th peak. He would not abandon it. At this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. Is he mad? Choosing a peak that currently has no members? It has become a forsaken peak. Does he not realize that the 7th peak exists in name only? The onlookers regarded Fang Chen with bewilderment. Only Meng Yao appeared resigned, not surprised by Fang Chen's choice. Fang Chen, being a disciple of the former leader of the 7 Peaks, naturally chose to return to the 7th peak. She could only sigh softly and decide to support Fang Chen. The elder looked at Fang Chen with astonishment, but upon reflecting on his identity, he felt no surprise. He nodded and said, "In 2 days, you may proceed directly to the 7th peak." "Thank you, Elder Xie." Fang Chen expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, others began to register for the peaks they wished to enter. Such assessments of the 7 peaks were not of great concern to the inner sect, unless an extraordinary genius emerged who had not been preordained. Talents like Luo Ao and Lin Luer, for instance, were usually already designated to specific peaks. For other disciples, which peak they joined was of little consequence. At present, aside from the 7th peak, the other peaks were not lacking in disciples. They were in search of unparalleled geniuses. Once everything was settled, Meng Yao turned to Fang Chen and said, "Come, let us return together." Fang Chen did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The two boarded a flying ship bound for Yu City, with the envious gazes of the crowd on the arena lingering behind them, particularly the resentful glare from Luo Yun. On board the ship, Meng Yao gazed at Fang Chen with her large, watery eyes, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "WH. What's wrong?" Fang Chen inquired. Feeling somewhat flustered, Meng Yao smiled enchanting, teasingly replying, "You feign ignorance. We are now companions of the Tao, bound by a marriage contract. Do you not wish to do something for me?" Her face flushed, radiating charm and beauty, captivating Fang Chen's heart, making his breath catch and his heart race. Observing Fang Chen's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao giggled softly. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Even if you wish for me now, I cannot comply. You know my situation. If anything were to happen, we would both perish." Fang Chen understood that Meng Yao referred to her condition as a body of indulgence. Being aware of the tribulations and suffering it brought her, he resolutely stated, "Rest assured, I will certainly help you resolve your body of indulgence." Seeing the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, Meng Yao's enchanting gaze sparkled. Yet, she soon smiled mischievously and leaned closer to him, asking, "What? Do you wish to resolve my body of indulgence and cultivate together with me so eagerly?" Fang Chen's face flushed once more, just as he was about to explain. Meng Yao turned away, saying, "Well, it's not entirely impossible." With that, she glanced back at him with a smile, her cheeks glowing with radiance as she returned to the cabin. Fang Chen did not notice that, in that moment, Meng Yao's face was adorned with a rosy glow, exceptionally captivating. Before long, they arrived at Yu City and descended at its gates, subsequently walking together within, intending to return on foot. However, shortly after entering the city, they heard someone call out, "Meng Er, I never expected to encounter you here." A handsome young man in blue and white attire approached them, smiling at Meng Yao, accompanied by 2 followers. Upon seeing the man, Meng Yao furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, "Brother Yu Yuanwen, please refer to me as Sister Meng. Our relationship has not yet reached such a level." Yu Yuanwen maintained his smile, responding, "Very well, Sister Meng it shall be. In truth, there is no need for such formality. Once you turn 18, I shall come to propose. You must know, your mother has always supported our union." Meng Yao's expression remained frosty. "That was my mother's agreement, not mine. Moreover, I already have a fiancé, so I kindly ask you to keep your distance." "A fiancé?" Yu Yuanwen's smile instantly faltered as he then noticed Fang Chen beside her. He scrutinized Fang Chen from head to toe and scoffed, "Sister Meng, he cannot possibly be your fiancé, can he?" Before Meng Yao could respond, Fang Chen took her hand and declared, "I am. So I request you to keep your distance from my fiancé." The moment Fang Chen grasped her hand, Meng Yao felt a slight tremor in her body, sensing an unprecedented sense of security from him. "Were you to be worthy of Sister Meng, what qualifications do you have to command me?" Yu Yuanwen sneered disdainfully at Fang Chen. One of his lackeys looked at Fang Chen with contempt. "Do you even know who this is? He is a most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the 4th peak, the Shen Dong domain, heir of the 1st family in the southeast, the Yu family. Offending young Master Yu, you will not even know how you perish. And you dare to touch young Master Yu's woman? Truly seeking death." Yu Yuanwen arrogantly regarded Fang Chen and contemptuously said, "I do not care what means you use to enchant Sister Meng. I now offer you an opportunity." A flicker of spiritual light in his hand revealed a brocade box. Upon opening it, a luminous spirit pill lay within. This is the Enlightenment Pill, a Tier 3 elixir. Consuming it will allow one to comprehend the principles of the universe, greatly enhancing the chances of awakening one's Tao text. Take this Enlightenment Pill and roll away from Sister Meng. Do not appear before me again. A person like you will never be worthy of Sister Meng. Do you understand? His disdain was palpable by the end of his proclamation. Fang Chen glanced at the pill and could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Displaying a counterfeit elixir here. Is this what it means to be the heir of the Yu family? Chapter 25. Insulting you as a fool upon hearing these words. Yu Yuanwen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. You've utterly cracked me up. A simpleton who has never seen a pill of the 3rd tier or above dares to claim it's a counterfeit. Allow me to enlighten you. This pill was acquired at the Wan's auction house for an astounding 12,000 spirit stones. Do you even know what the Wan's auction house is? Someone like you. A country bumpkin surely does not. Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor. I confess, I'm unfamiliar with the Wan's auction house. Well then, cease your laughter at others' expense. Fang Chen gazed at the Wuqian pill and spoke with a nonchalant air. The Wuqian pill is primarily golden in hue, with silver highlights. It radiates a spiritual glow and exudes a fragrant aroma. This particular Wuqian pill does indeed exhibit such characteristics, yet its silver sheen is notably dim, and the surface bears faint cracks. What appears to be minor imperfections from insufficient refinement is, in truth, indicative of forgery. If my deductions are accurate, this should be a counterfeit pill with a false exterior wrapped around another inferior pill. As his words fell, Fang Chen extended his hand and pressed upon the pill. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The surface of the pill shattered, revealing a pitch-black pill within. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. It was indeed a counterfeit pill. To their astonishment, the surface of the pill bore the inscription, "Fool." At this sight, Fang Chen chuckled and remarked, "Did you see that? That person just called you a fool." Yu Yuanwen was first struck with shock and disbelief, quickly transforming into a deep fury. He could hardly fathom that the pill he purchased at the Wan's auction house for 12,000 spirit stones was a forgery, leaving him feeling utterly duped. Meng Yao blinked in disbelief, gazing at Fang Chen. She was well aware of the Wan's auction house's reputation for integrity, where counterfeit goods were strictly prohibited. Numerous appraisers were dedicated to verifying the authenticity of items, making it nearly impossible for any deceit to go unnoticed. This Wuqian pill must have passed their scrutiny, yet Fang Chen had discerned its falsity with a mere glance. The commotion had drawn a considerable crowd, particularly after Yu Yuanwen's explosive revelation about his identity, with many now regarding him with awe and admiration. However, when Fang Chen exposed the pill as a counterfeit, especially with the derogatory label, laughter erupted from the crowd. Good heavens! Who would be so foolish? Spending 12,000 on a counterfeit pill? That is hilarious. Could young master you truly be such a gullible fool? At this moment, veins bulged on Yu Yuanwen's temples, especially as he felt the mocking gazes of the crowd upon him, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide within. He glared fiercely at Fang Chen, his embarrassment fueled by this individual who had caused him such humiliation. What? Do you still wish to make a move? Fang Chen's expression remained tranquil as he regarded him coolly. Meng Yao stepped forward, coldly addressing Yu Yuanwen. What is this, Yu Yuanwen? Do you intend to harm my fiancé? Should you dare to lay a hand on him, I shall ensure our paths cross in conflict. Junior Sister Meng, you have misunderstood. I harbor no such intentions. Yu Yuanwen stammered, a cold sweat breaking out as he hastily shook his head. The Yu family was powerful in the Shindong region. Yet the Meng family was akin to the heavens there. Despite the Yu family's strength, they were still somewhat inferior. He could only glare fiercely at Fang Chen before turning to his subordinate and commanding, "Let's go." However, just as he was about to leave, he transmitted a message to Fang Chen. "Kid, I shall not let today's events go unpunished. Wait for it. Even if you have Meng Yao's protection, I possess countless ways to bring you to your demise." After delivering his threat, he left in a disheveled manner. Another adversary had emerged. Fang Chen felt a sense of resignation in his heart, yet he understood that this was inevitable, for he was currently holding the delicate hand of the beautiful flame of the Tianyu divine sect. With this thought, he couldn't help but grip her hand a little tighter. Her hand was as soft as a willow, slender and exquisite, yielding to his touch, which made it difficult for him to release her. Meng Yao noticed Fang Chen's hand misbehaving, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Yet, she did not pull away, allowing him to hold her hand. Meng Yao. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, startling both of them into releasing their hands and feigning innocence. Turning to see, it was Lin Shuyan who had followed them. Naturally, Lin Shuyan had witnessed the earlier scene and felt a surge of indignation. She approached Meng Yao and pulled her aside. Shuyan, what's wrong? Meng Yao inquired, puzzled. Lin Shuyan replied, I need to speak with you. Seeing Lin Shuyan's fierce gaze directed at him, Fang Chen understood that trouble was brewing. Thus, he addressed Meng Yao. Meng Yao, since senior sister Lin has arrived, I shall take my leave. Very well. Meng Yao, noting Lin Shuyan's hostility towards Fang Chen, could only nod in resignation. Subsequently, Fang Chen took his leave. Lin Shuyan brought Meng Yao back onto the spirit boat, and Meng Yao asked Shuyan, what is going on? Meng Yao, do not be deceived by him. I spoke with that Su Wan'er, and she revealed everything to me. Fang Chen has always mistreated her. She was forced into an alliance with Luo Yun to extract his heavenly Dao bone in her quest for a treasure. Moreover, this Fang Chen has a history of being a scoundrel, and Shuyan. Meng Yao shot an annoyed glance at Lin Shuyan. She stated, you do not know what kind of person Su Wan'er is, but I do. Fang Chen and his master have always doted on her. Yet she betrayed him and even plotted to kill his master. As for the so-called scoundrel, that is impossible. Fang Chen spent 5 years guarding the tomb of the senior Tian Lingzi. You have been there. Who would venture to such desolate wilderness? Furthermore, at that time, Fang Chen was merely a mortal. How could he have possibly mistreated a cultivator like Su Wan'er? In a gathering spirit realm, he managed to ascend 359 stairs on the heavenly ladder. You should understand how formidable his willpower is. How could someone like him commit such deeds? Yet, Lin Shuyan wished to say more, but found Meng Yao's reasoning somewhat compelling. Meng Yao continued, Shuyan, you have been immersed in cultivation, detached from worldly affairs for so long, making it challenging for you to discern right from wrong, always adhering to your beliefs. Reflect on whether Fang Chen's actions have truly been as you perceived. Lin Shuyan fell into a deep silence. Indeed, it seemed that Fang Chen had not committed any egregious acts. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Meng Yao grasped Lin Shuyan's delicate hand and said, ultimately, to truly understand a person, one must not only observe with the eyes, but also perceive with the heart. Do you not have a betrothal with him as well? Perhaps you should relinquish that engagement and join me in marrying him. After all, we promised each other in our youth that we would always be together. If we are to marry, let's marry the same man. Meng Yao blinked her large eyes and smiled charmingly. Lin Shuyan's cheeks flushed instantly as she glared at her in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, exclaiming, what nonsense are you talking about? Meng Yao laughed softly. In any case, I would not mind at all. Besides, you are my dearest friend. I cannot bear the thought of you giving yourself to anyone else. As the two continued their playful banter, the delightful sound of their laughter echoed through the ethereal vessel. Chapter 26. Mental strength. On the other side, at the Wanqing auction house, Yu Yuanwen brandished the Wutian pill, causing a commotion that immediately captured the attention of the auction house's upper echelons. Initially, they presumed it to be mere disorder. However, upon confirming that the Wuqian pill indeed originated from their establishment, they began to take the matter seriously. Inside the Wanqing auction house, within the cabinet, a loud bang resonated as Yu Yuanwen, consumed by fury, pointed accusatorily at the Wutian pill resting on the table. He exclaimed, I spent a staggering 12,000 spirit stones at your auction, only to discover that what I received was counterfeit. Had it not been for my discerning eye, I might have been deceived. At this moment, an elder, a distinguished figure within the Wanqing auction house, could only offer polite apologies to the irate Yu Yuanwen, promising an explanation for the incident. Just then, the grand door swung open, and a woman entered. Dressed in a flowing crimson robe, she entered with a poised smile. Her skin as fair as freshly peeled lotus seeds, accentuated by a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. This enchanting woman was Yin Xiaolin, the manager of the Wanqing auction house. Yu Yuan, greedily appraising Yin Xiaolin, snorted disdainfully and remarked, "Ah, Manager Yin has arrived. Pray, take a look at this Wuqian pill auction just days ago at your establishment. Had it not been for my keen perception, I would have fallen victim to your deception. Is it true that the Wanqing auction house has begun to auction counterfeit goods?" Yin Xiaolin gazed at the Wuqian pill, then turned her attention to the elder, who subtly nodded in affirmation that it was indeed purchased from their auction. With this acknowledgement, Yin Xiaolin maintained her smile as she gracefully took a seat opposite Yu Yuanwen. She gestured for tea to be served and, still smiling, said, "Mr. Yu, there is no need to be so agitated. To be candid, the degree of counterfeiting of this pill has far exceeded our expectations. We too have been deceived and are victims in this matter. Therefore, I propose that our auction house compensates you with double the amount. How does that sound?" A spark of interest flickered in Yu Yuanwen's eyes, but he quickly snorted again. "Countering, is that so? Manager Yin, you believe that mere double compensation will suffice to resolve this issue? What sum do you propose instead? At least tenfold. Otherwise, I shall expose this matter publicly, and your esteemed establishment's reputation will be utterly tarnished." In the face of his threat, Yin Xiaolin remained composed, lifting her teacup to sip the spirit tea before replying, "Mr. Yu, one must exercise mercy when the opportunity arises. Double compensation is what our auction house can offer. However, if you insist on demanding tenfold, that can be arranged as well. It merely depends on whether you dare to accept it." Her final words dripped with icy resolve. Yu Yuanwen felt a tremor within. He had heard from his father that the Wanqing auction house held deep connections and was not to be trifled with. In his eagerness to profit from the counterfeit pill, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Clearing his throat, he conceded, "Very well. Given that your establishment did not act with malice, let us consider this matter resolved." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaolin's smile returned, and she waved her hand for the spirit stones to be brought forth. Yu Yuanwen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had unexpectedly turned a profit. After collecting the spirit stones, he departed without lingering. Looking at the counterfeit pill, Yin Xiaolin commanded, "Investigate the individual who sold this pill. We must uncover their identity. No matter the depths, we must delve. Dare to deceive me regarding the Wanqing auction house, and I shall undoubtedly dismantle you into pieces." As she spoke, her expression darkened. Accepting counterfeit goods without detection was an utter humiliation for her. Indeed, the elder, upon receiving the command, prepared to investigate. "Wait." Yin Xiaolin thought of something and continued, "We must send someone to inquire who discerned that it was a fake pill. The level of forgery in this pill is such that it could easily be mistaken for the genuine article. Its fragrance, color, and form are nearly indistinguishable, even fooling our appraiser. The individual who can identify this pill as counterfeit is undoubtedly exceptional. If they could be of service to our establishment, such a situation would not arise again in the future." The shopkeeper remarked, "Did not young master just mention that he was the one who recognized it?" The elder, puzzled, replied, "With his limited abilities? If he truly could discern it, he would not have waited until today to come forward." Yin Xiaolin expressed her disdain, for she was all too familiar with Yu Yuanwen. "Very well." The elder complied and went out to make arrangements. Yin Xiaolin delicately picked up the counterfeit pill, truly curious about the character capable of unmasking such a forgery. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen shared the splendid news of securing first place in the 7 Peaks assessment and gaining entry into the Intersect's 7th Peak with his masteress wife. Xiaomei was overjoyed upon learning this and promptly prepared a sumptuous feast. After dinner, Fang Chen retreated to his chamber. Today, while traversing the heavenly ladder, he absorbed a drop of the blood of the sword demon. This drop was not intended for his physical body, cultivation, or the heavenly Tao demon bone. Instead, it was absorbed by his willpower. Willpower, in fact, is often referred to as mental strength. Mental strength is exceedingly vital for cultivators, particularly for alchemists, weaponsmiths, formation masters, and rune masters. One can even wield mental strength as a means of attack, eliminating foes without a trace, much like Fang Chen's Soul Heaven Demon Eye technique, which relies on the potency of mental strength. The ability of Luo Yun and Meng Yao to communicate telepathically also hinges on their mental strength. However, mental strength can only be cultivated upon reaching the postnatal realm. It cannot be gathered in the spirit-gathering realm. Yet, the blood of the sword demon surpassed all expectations. Upon absorbing this drop, Fang Chen truly possessed mental strength even within the spirit-gathering realm. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the ancient sword demon. Presently, Fang Chen's mental strength rivals that of the first level of the postnatal realm. Do not be misled by its singular level. The majority of cultivators entering the postnatal realm often struggle to reach even the first level, requiring significant time and energy to achieve it. Most importantly, Fang Chen can now commence training his mental strength, an opportunity that other spirit-gathering realm cultivators can scarcely dream of. Of course, Fang Chen is not in haste to cultivate his mental strength, for such training also necessitates mental methods. Without them, progress would be exceedingly slow. He took out a piece of Luo Ling grass. I must swiftly break through to the postnatal realm. I believe that with these 5 pieces of Luo Ling grass, reaching the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm in a short time should pose no issue. Without hesitation, he placed 1 piece of Luo Ling grass directly into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Immediately, a surge of pure energy flowed into Fang Chen's body, which he began to absorb relentlessly. After a day, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically. To his astonishment, he had directly ascended from the 6th level of spiritual cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th level. As he opened his eyes and sensed the transformation within himself, disbelief washed over his face. Could it be that I have entirely absorbed the full potency of this luling herb? If the herb's efficacy is regarded as tenfold, then an ordinary person would typically manage to absorb only 30% of its medicinal power, with the remaining 70% expelled from their body through the 100 acupoints, dissipating into the air. To absorb a greater amount of medicinal power, the optimal method would be to refine it into a pill. Yet even with a pill, one could only hope for an additional 10% absorption. However, Fang Chen had astonishingly absorbed the entirety of the luling herb's tenfold efficacy. This was precisely why he could elevate himself to the peak of the 6th level with just 1 luling herb. Furthermore, this breakthrough was remarkably stable, ensuring a solid foundation without any instability. The sword demon physique was indeed formidable. If I continue to consume more, I shall undoubtedly break through to the 7th level by tomorrow. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and produced another luling herb, resuming his cultivation. On the following day, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, and Fang Chen directly ascended to the 7th level. As he sensed the changes within himself, a faint smile graced his lips. Ever since the enhancement of the sword demon physique, each breakthrough had exponentially amplified his strength. In terms of physique, spiritual energy, foundation, dantian, and sea of consciousness, he surpassed an ordinary practitioner of the 7th level of spiritual cultivation by several folds. He could even contend with practitioners of the 1st and 2nd levels of the acquired realm. Fang Chen was thoroughly pleased with his transformation, yet he had no intention of continuing his cultivation. Today marked the 2nd day, and it was time to relocate and report to the 7th peak. He then stepped out of his dwelling, only to be taken aback by the scene within the estate. Chapter 27. Your master is truly remarkable in the courtyard. Several attendants were moving the sparse furnishings and luggage within the estate, while the master's wife and Meng Yao stood at the entrance, engaged in lively conversation and directing the activities. Both women wore radiant smiles, clearly enjoying their dialogue. Brother Fang. Upon seeing Fang Chen emerge, Meng Yao's face lit up with an enchanting smile. Fang Chen approached, puzzled, and asked, Meng Yao, what brings you here? Her smile unwavering, Meng Yao replied, Today is the day you report to the 7th peak. I came to assist the master's wife with the move. Master's wife? Fang Chen was taken aback. Chu Mei stepped forward, saying, I've already heard from Little Meng. Little Fang, you must treat her well from now on. If I find out you bully her, I will not spare you. Thank you, master's wife. Meng Yao linked her arm with Chiu Mei's, adding, if Brother Fang bullies me, I will definitely seek you out. Chiu Mei nodded with a smile. Very well. If he mistreats you, Just tell me, and I shall teach him a lesson." Fang Chen was left speechless. Had he truly lost favor after merely 2 days of seclusion? Then Meng Yao inquired, "Brother Fang, is there anything in your room that needs tidying up?" "Well, about my room." "Oh, I just remembered," Fang Chen exclaimed, returning to his chamber to retrieve the wooden box he had brought back from his master's tomb. Upon opening the box and examining its contents, he was astonished to discover several marriage contracts amidst the clutter. As he reached for one, he was taken aback by its unexpected thickness. When he pulled it out, he stood frozen in disbelief. It was a stack of 9 marriage contracts. Meng Yao, who had followed him in, was equally stunned upon seeing the pile. "With the one from Shuyan, your master has arranged for you a total of 10 brides." Meng Yao scrunched her little nose, her alluring face filled with jealousy. Fang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been completely unaware of this situation. "I must see the bride your master has chosen for you." Meng Yao took the 9 marriage contract from Fang Chen and began to peruse them. To her astonishment, as she read the names, she was taken aback. Duanmu by Shui, the young lady of the Duanmu family from the southern domain. Zhao Shimai, the saintess of the Tian Shui sacred sect from the Luo Tian domain. Each name she read sent waves of shock through her. These powers were among the most prestigious in their respective realms, and each woman was a paragon of beauty and talent, renowned throughout the world. It was unimaginable that they were all betrothed to Fang Chen. If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the realms. Fang Chen would be torn apart by the multitude of their suitors. Meng Yao gazed deeply at Fang Chen and finally uttered, "Your master is truly remarkable." Fang Chen offered an awkward smile, as he had been oblivious to all this before. "Give them to me." He took the marriage contracts, isolating Meng Yao's contract, and intended to tear the others to shreds. "Stop!" Meng Yao exclaimed, quickly halting him. "Why are you tearing them up?" Fang Chen replied, "Having only your marriage contract is more than sufficient." Upon hearing these words, Meng Yao's heart was subtly stirred. Nevertheless, she seized Fang Chen's marriage certificate, declaring, "But it must not be torn. This is a keepsake from your master, a token of his earnest intentions." Yet, before Fang Chen could utter a word, Meng Yao interrupted him. "Even if you wish to disregard this engagement, it is essential to clarify matters with the other party before dissolving it. If they are patiently awaiting your return, and you neglect them entirely, wouldn't that be rather irresponsible?" Her words rendered Fang Chen speechless. Thus, Meng Yao carefully returned the marriage certificate to its wooden box. "You should keep it for now. If ever the opportunity arises to visit them, make your intentions clear. That way, misunderstandings can be avoided, don't you think? If they have been waiting for you, then you must bring them back, for it would be a disservice otherwise." Fang Chen gazed at Meng Yao, profoundly moved by her sentiments. "With a wife like you, what more could a husband desire?" He gently embraced Meng Yao, vowing, "In this lifetime, I shall never betray your trust." Meng Yao smiled softly and returned the embrace. "But let it be understood, regardless of how many wives you may have, you must marry me first. I wish to be the principal wife." Fang Chen chuckled. "With you alone, I am already content." Subsequently, the two tidied their belongings. Once everything had been relocated, Meng Yao piloted the spirit vessel towards the 7th peak of the Heavenly Feather Sect's inner sanctum. The 7th peak, unlike the others that boasted numerous subordinate mountains, stood solitary. The remaining peaks had been allocated to other factions, rendering the 7th peak somewhat of a desolate domain. Fortuitously, it retained the main peak from its former glory, where Fang Chen and his master's wife once resided. Upon reaching the dilapidated main hall, Fang Chen gazed at the inscription above the entrance. "Heavenly Hall of the 7 Peaks," his expression a tapestry of emotions. Beside him, Chiu Mei shared a similar sentiment, astonished that she had indeed returned. Meng Yao remarked, "I have investigated the current state of the 7th peak. It now has hardly any disciples, save for a lone peak master who has been absent for quite some time. Thus, the 7th peak can be considered yours alone. You may do as you wish." Sighing softly, Chiu Mei lamented, "The old man has returned to his homeland. If he were here, at least there would be someone to converse with. He was but a mortal, having once followed Tian Yangzi, and since my arrival, he has stayed by my side to assist." Reflecting on the passage of time, she mused, He must now be 70 years old. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the ostensibly deserted 7th Peak Sanctuary. "Old man, you better sign it quickly. Otherwise, I shall gouge out your eyes, rend your limbs, hang you in the forest for the ants to feast upon. I assure you, it will be quite the spectacle. Hurry up. We've been waiting for nearly 2 days. We need to return and report to Brother Luo." Fang Chen furrowed his brow. "Brother Luo? Luo Yin, is it?" He forcefully pushed open the grand door, and at a glance, he discovered 3 disciples clad in intersect attire surrounding a frail old man, preparing to strike. As Fang Chen gazed at the elderly figure, recognition washed over him, his face turning pale with shock. It was Grandpa Wang. The very person that the leading disciple had trampled upon was the old man whom his master had just mentioned had returned to his hometown. In the next instant, Fang Chen's eyes turned crimson with fury. The old man's countenance was ashen, his tattered garments marred by ghastly wounds, unmistakably the result of cruel mistreatment. With eyes ablaze, he fixed his gaze upon the trio, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Seeing the old man's pitiful state, Xiaomei's heart ached. Her nose tinged with sorrow as her own eyes reddened. "Miss, young master, I have finally awaited your return." The old man, upon noticing Fang Chen and Xiaomei, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his already battered face. "How is it that you have arrived so swiftly?" The trio recognized Fang Chen, and their expressions shifted to one of alarm, their pallor deepening as they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Their mission to the 7th Peak was under the command of Luo Yun, aimed at seizing the ownership of the peak. Should they succeed in bringing the 7th Peak under his control, Luo Yun would ensure that Ling Fan would have nowhere to reside. They had arrived on the first day, but the old man had been in the back mountains of the 7th Peak, gathering firewood and preparing provisions. Given his advanced age, it was customary for him to venture out on the first day and return on the second. Thus, they had only just now found him. Having assumed they had ample time, only to be surprised by Fang Chen's early arrival. "You are doomed." However, Fang Chen had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the trio. In a flash, he appeared before the leading disciple, delivering a decisive kick. Chapter 28. Grandfather Wang. His arrival at the 7th Peak was at the behest of Luo Yun, with the intention of seizing dominion over it. Once the 7th Peak was under his control, Luo Yun would ensure that Fang Chen would be left without a place to call home. Si Qingye had come on the first day, but at that time, the elderly man was busy gathering firewood and preparing provisions in the rear mountains of the 7th Peak. Due to his advanced age, it was customary for him to visit on the first day and return early on the third. Thus, Si Qingye only found the old man now, having underestimated the urgency of the situation, as Fang Chen had arrived much earlier than expected. "You scoundrel!" Fang Chen had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Si Qingye. In a swift motion, he appeared before him and delivered a kick, sending Si Qingye flying like an arrow released from a bow, crashing to the ground. Fang Chen did not spare the other two either, delivering kicks that sent them soaring away. This time, he was truly filled with murderous intent. "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Why have they chosen to harm you?" Fang Chen suppressed his bloodlust, seeking clarity before proceeding. The old man, overwhelmed with emotion, replied immediately before leaving, "The current peak master must appoint someone to oversee the 7th Peak. However, apart from me, there's no one else. The peak master simply entrusted the responsibility to me. Those 3 sought to force me to relinquish the position, but I refused." At this juncture, Meng Yao interjected, after the death of the previous peak master. The 7th Peak inexplicably fell into disrepair, its spiritual energy diminished to a mere whisper, rendering it utterly devoid of value. Consequently, no one deemed it worthy, and it merely retained its name. The current peak master holds only a nominal title, thus assigning the role to a mere mortal poses no issue for him, even if the 7th Peak remains in its desolate state. Fang Chen nodded, understanding the intentions of Si Qingye and his cohorts. "So, your sudden desire for the title of overseer is merely a pretext to oust me from the 7th Peak, is it?" Luo Yun truly employs all manner of schemes. His expression turned icy as he fixed Si Qingye with a penetrating gaze. Realizing Fang Chen's intent, Meng Yao spoke, aside from the prohibition on killing. You may act as you wish. I will manage the aftermath. Fang Chen acknowledged her with gratitude. Si Qingye, upon hearing this, paled, terror washing over him. You cannot harm me. I am a man of Luo Yun. If you lay a hand on me, you will be expelled from the Tianyu divine sect. No one will protect you. Fang Chen remained unfazed by his threats. In desperation, Si Qingye pleaded, Brother Fang. No, Master Fang. I implore you to spare me this once. I swear I will not dare to cross you again. I was coerced by that scoundrel Luo Yun. He continually bowed, seeking forgiveness. But Fang Chen would not pardon those who harmed his family. The old man had cared for him since childhood, akin to a grandfather. Having suffered at the hands of Si Qingye, how could he possibly extend forgiveness? Coldly, he replied, Return and inform Luo Yun that his time is limited to less than 3 months. With that, he acted decisively. Suddenly, anguished cries echoed. Si Qingye and the other two had their dantian and arms crippled, leaving only their legs to return for their report. Leave, Fang Chen said coldly. At that moment, Si Qingye was in immense pain, yet upon witnessing Fang Chen's frigid and merciless expression, he dared not linger, enduring the agony as he fled the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall. Meanwhile, Meng Yao presented an injury-healing pill to the old man, initiating his gradual recovery. Upon seeing Miss Qiumei again, tears streamed down the old man's face. Miss, young master, you have returned, he exclaimed, weeping. Qiumei, also with tears in her eyes, inquired, Old man, did you not return home? Why are you still at the Tianyu divine sect? The old man replied, I cannot bear to leave you, miss, so I stayed. Even if I wished to seek you out, I could not depart from here. After becoming the caretaker, I was bound to remain, waiting endlessly. Thankfully, heaven has shown mercy, and I have finally awaited your return. Qiumei wiped her tears and asked, Old man, how have you fared these 5 years? The old man smiled faintly, saying, I cultivated some crops in the back mountains and hunted some game in the woods. Though the journey was somewhat arduous, at least I did not starve. Observing the frail old man, Fang Chen felt a surge of mixed emotions. He reassured, Grandpa, rest assured, now that I have returned to the 7th peak, I will ensure you no longer suffer. The old man gazed at Fang Chen, smiling, with the young master back. The 7th peak finally has a master again. I believe with you here, it will surely rise to its former glory. Fang Chen nodded earnestly, declaring, Grandpa, do not worry. I will revitalize the 7th peak. The three engaged in a lengthy conversation, recounting their experiences over the past 5 years. Once the old man's injuries improved, they began to explore the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall together. The vast 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, ordinarily expected to be dilapidated and dusty, appeared remarkably clean due to the old man's diligent upkeep over the past 5 years, albeit lacking in vitality. At the rear of the hall stood a residence, the former dwelling of Tian Yangzi, which also served as Fang Chen's home. The residence was pristine, clearly maintained by the old man, awaiting their return. After Meng Yao had arranged for their belongings to be moved in, she prepared to take her leave. Addressing Fang Chen, she said, I may need to enter seclusion for a time to cultivate. You must train diligently. You must win in 3 months, understand? I refuse to become a widow at a young age. If you let me become one, I shall bring you disgrace. She pouted, looking both threatening and playfully charming, captivating those around her. Fang Chen understood Meng Yao's concern for him. He smiled and nodded, Rest assured, I will win. Hearing this, Meng Yao's face brightened with satisfaction. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Fang Chen, gently kissing his cheek. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Meng Yao's face flushed with embarrassment, exuding a captivating allure. She shyly remarked, Consider this a small encouragement for you. If you can triumph over Luo Yun, there will be even greater rewards. After speaking, she playfully cast a captivating glance at Fang Chen, not allowing him a moment to respond before stepping onto the spiritual vessel and vanishing into the distance. Fang Chen remained momentarily stunned, and only after a considerable time did he regain his senses, gently touching his cheek where she had kissed him, a soft smile gracing his lips. However, Meng Yao did not depart immediately. Instead, she addressed an elder, saying, Elder Kun. A venerable old man with white hair appeared. Bowing respectfully, Mississippi Meng Yao continued, ensure the protection of the seventh peak, particularly for Brother Fang and the others. I do not wish for them to encounter any danger. Understood? Yes, Elder Kuan replied with a solemn nod before vanishing in an instant. She was acutely aware that declaring Fang Chen as her fiancé would inevitably attract trouble towards him. This was the least she could do for him at present. If she truly desired to be with Fang Chen, her family would pose the greatest obstacle. Previously, Meng Yao might have resigned herself to fate, considering her life expectancy was not beyond 20. Yet, Fang Chen's appearance had ignited a spark of hope within her. Witnessing his unwavering resolve during the second trial, despite his apparent weakness, had profoundly moved her, prompting her to reject resignation and fight against fate. She cast a final glance back at the seventh peak before urging the spiritual vessel to disappear into the horizon. At the second peak, in the Luo Yun residence, a loud crash echoed as Luo Yun unleashed a powerful strike, directly impacting the chests of Si Qingye and his companions. They were sent flying, blood spilling profusely, their life force extinguished. Why'd he kill me? One of them gasped, wide-eyed with terror and despair, ultimately succumbing to death. Luo Yun remained furiously enraged, shouting, "Useless! A bunch of worthless fools! You can't even handle such trivial matters. What good are you to me?" The repeated gains of Fang Chen, coupled with the death of Luo Ao, had driven Luo Yun to the brink of madness. "Junior brother Luo, who has provoked your wrath?" At that moment, a voice resonated softly, and a tall figure entered the scene. It was Yu Yuanwen. Chapter 29. The Thousand-Mile Shadow Killer Luo Yun was not surprised. He had just received a report and had also permitted the visitor's entry. He gestured for the removal of the 3 corpses and invited Yu Yuanwen to take a seat. Yu Yuanwen smiled and remarked, "I have heard that your cousin was slain during the Seven Peaks assessment and has even dared to challenge you to a life-and-death duel in 3 months." At the mention of Fang Chen, Luo Yun's expression darkened further. "A mere insect. I shall certainly slay him in 3 months," he declared. However, Yu Yuanwen interjected, "Are you truly intent on engaging him in combat? What do you mean by that? Your status is far above his. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with him would be beneath you. Furthermore, does it not occur to you that a swift resolution is often the best course? The news of Luo Ao's death will undoubtedly reach the Luo family soon. When they learn that you did not immediately avenge him, but instead chose to await the 3-month duel, what will they think? Might they not suspect that you fear Luo Ao's superiority over you?" Luo Yun furrowed his brow, as he had indeed contemplated such matters. "What exactly are you trying to say?" he inquired, gazing at Yu Yuanwen. With a gentle smile, Yu Yuanwen rose and said, "I am here today to assist you, hoping that these items will prove beneficial." As he spoke, he placed a jade slip and a talisman on the table before gracefully departing. Luo Yun picked up the jade slip, on which were inscribed the 4 characters, Thousand-Mile Shadow Killer. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had left the 7th peak and arrived at Yu City. He originally intended to cultivate until reaching the 9th layer of spirit gathering and then directly break through to the postnatal realm. However, realizing that all resources would be depleted after the breakthrough, hindering subsequent cultivation, he decided to make a trip to Yu City. By selling a single Luo Lingdan and purchasing some medicinal materials to refine and sell elixirs, he could amass a modest fortune in a short time. Of course, this process would require a significant investment of time for refinement. Sighing, he reflected, a penny could be the downfall of a hero. Fang Chen. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar and melodious voice called out. He turned in surprise and quickly identified a striking figure. Lin Xuyen. Today, she wore a blue and white dress, her figure wrapped modestly yet radiating an icy beauty. Beside her stood another young man, clad in a long white feathered coat, exuding charm with sharp brows and bright eyes, undeniably handsome. However, his gaze toward Fang Chen was anything but friendly. "What are you doing here? Isn't today the day you enter the sect?" Lin Xuyen remained oblivious to the tension, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, though her attitude toward Fang Chen had softened slightly, albeit just a fraction. It seemed that Meng Yao's words had prompted her to reflect, leading her to realize her previous misconceptions about Fang Chen. Fang Chen replied, I have moved to the 7th peak. I came today to purchase some materials for cultivation. Oh, Lin Shuiyin replied, coolly nodding. Miss Lin? Who is he? The young man interjected suddenly. Lin Shuiyin responded coldly, a fellow disciple. Just a fellow disciple? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly skeptical. However, he refrained from probing further and said, Miss Lin, the auction at Wanqing Auction House is about to commence. We should not squander any more time here. Lin Shuiyin nodded in agreement. The reason for her visit to Yuqing was to represent her family at the Wanqing Auction House as per their directive. Although she was reluctant, her family insisted on her attendance, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Upon seeing the young man, she understood her family's motives. The young man was named Yi Tianyu from the Yi family, which had a cooperative relationship with hers. Yi Tianyu had long harbored affections for her, and her family aimed to facilitate a union between them for the sake of collaboration. However, Lin Shuiyin was vehemently opposed to this notion and had made her stance clear. She would not marry. Yet, her family continued to orchestrate encounters between her and Yi Tianyu. Though she felt disdain, the Lin family relied on the Yi family for support, forcing her to endure the situation. After hearing Yi Tianyu's words, she nodded and prepared to head to the Wanqing auction house. Yet, Yi Tianyu, gazing at Fang Chen, smiled and suggested, since this is Miss Lin's fellow disciple, why not let him join us? It would be a splendid opportunity for him to broaden his horizons, would it not? More company brings more liveliness, does it not? Lin Shuiyin pondered for a moment and found merit in his words, thus inquired of Fang Chen, do you have other matters to attend to? Fang Chen considered that Wanqing Auction House also accepted spiritual herbs and thought it a good opportunity to sell the Luoling grass and gain some experience. He nodded and replied, if that is the case, then I am grateful. Yi Tianyu smiled and said, no need for such courtesy. We are all fellow practitioners. However, Fang Chen failed to notice the fleeting cold smirk that crossed Yi Tianyu's lips. As one of the top 3 auction houses in the Shandong region, Wanqing Auction House attracted numerous elite attendees for each auction. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with the affluent from Yuqing and nearby cities. Yi Tianyu, with a smile, produced 2 exquisitely carved golden tickets and presented them to the maid at the entrance of Wanqing Auction House. The maid received them and respectfully bowed, then stated, esteemed guests, please enter. 2. Lin Shuiyin frowned slightly. Only 2 may enter? The maid nodded. Indeed, this auction is member exclusive. Only members may gain entry. You and young master Yi are both members of Wanqing Auction House, and your names are recorded here. Thus you may enter. However, this individual is not a member and, regrettably, cannot be admitted. The maid cast an apologetic glance towards Fang Chen. Lin Shuiyin's frown deepened. Is it truly impossible to bring someone else in? Unfortunately, this auction is strictly for members. You may rest assured regarding safety. Wanqing Auction House guarantees your security during the auction, the maid replied. Yi Tianyu's lips curled slightly as he cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen, then feigned surprise. Oh dear, is this fellow practitioner not a member of Wanqing Auction House? I had assumed you were. My sincerest apologies for your wasted trip. Fang Chen, however, understood that the other party was clearly aware of the auction's rules. Yet he had still brought him along, evidently seeking to create difficulties for him. What puzzled him was that he had not offended Yi Tianyu in any way. As expected, this place immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. Numerous individuals, upon seeing Fang Chen dressed in exceptionally plain handmade clothing, mocked him for daring to attend the auction, sneering. It's clear he's just a poor boy, thinking he can participate in the Wanqing auction. Does he really believe that anyone, even the most insignificant, can enter such an event? Their laughter echoed, as they derided Fang Chen as if he were a mere clown. Lin Shuiyin discerned that Yi Tianyu was intentionally humiliating Fang Chen and coldly fixed her gaze upon him, demanding, what do you mean by this? With an unwavering smile, Yi Tianyu replied, Miss Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. I certainly did not anticipate that this would be a members-only auction. He then cast a mocking glance at Fang Chen, stating, to express my apologies, I will offer compensation. With that, he produced 2 spirit stones, saying, this is my token of regret. Please accept it. I trust that for you. These two spirit stones represent a substantial fortune. Ha! In his final words, he no longer concealed his disdain, bursting into laughter. He then carelessly tossed the spirit stones before Fang Chen, as if bestowing alms upon a beggar. Fang Chen's expression remained impassive, while Yi Qianyu continued his ridicule. You pitiful wretch, do you even know your own status? How could someone as lowly as you dare to covet someone like Shuyan? Begone! Do not presume that because you are a disciple of the Tianyu divine sect, you hold any significance. It would take but a single hand to dispose of someone as base as you. Chapter 30. Are you Fang Chen? Fang Chen was taken aback. It seemed that a mere exchange of words with Lin Shuyan could provoke such indignation. His expression remained remarkably calm, though a chill coursed through him. He had not offended the other party, yet he was subjected to such unwarranted humiliation, as if he were nothing more than a plaything. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Shuyan's icy voice pierced the air. Young Master Yi, are you attempting to demean my friend? Despite her disdain for Fang Chen, he was someone she had summoned, and she certainly did not wish for him to suffer due to her. With a frosty demeanor, she declared, since my friend cannot enter, I shall not partake in this one's auction house either. She then turned to Fang Chen and said, let us depart. Yi Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Shuyan would care so deeply for someone he considered beneath her. This revelation only solidified his suspicion of their unusual relationship. After all, Lin Shuyan rarely greeted even acquaintances. Yet, with Fang Chen, she displayed an unexpected eagerness. This infuriated him further. He possessed both power and wealth, yet Lin Shuyan dared to chastise him for a lowly individual. With an icy tone, he warned, should you dare to leave, I assure you that our collaboration with the Lin family will cease from this day forth. Lin Shuyan halted in her tracks. Turning around, her expression remained frigid as she retorted, are you threatening me? Yi Qianyu was unfazed. Since the situation had escalated, there was no need for pretense. Do not think that your status as a saintess in the Tianyu divine sect affords you any privilege. Our families are in a partnership. The Tianyu divine sect has never meddled in external affairs. Do you truly believe that the sect would tarnish its reputation for you? Lin Shuyan clenched her delicate hands tightly, yearning to respond with the same audacity she had in her sect. Yet, the thought of her family left her speechless. That was her home. Regardless of her feelings, it remained her family. What's wrong? Are you a man who can only threaten women? At this moment, Fang Chen stood resolutely in front of Lin Shuyan, his voice cold. Yi Qianyu regarded him with derision, sneering, you, a lowly individual, dare to oppose me? Do you think yourself worthy? I advise you to leave at once, or I will make your life a living hell. Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon him, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Look closely and see if I am worthy. In the next instant, Fang Chen delivered a resounding slap across Yi Qianyu's right cheek. Yi Qianyu was caught completely off guard. He had never anticipated that Fang Chen would dare to strike him. Being merely at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, he was unable to react in time and was sent sprawling to the ground. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief at Fang Chen's audacity. My face! How dare you hit me? Yi Qianyu lay on the ground, howling in anguish, his furious gaze fixated on Fang Chen. In his eagerness to be alone with Lin Shuyan, he had come unaccompanied, and now he found himself at a loss for how to retaliate. You are finished. I will ensure your demise. He spat venomously. Fang Chen's smile widened. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He looked at Yi Qianyu and said softly, remember my name, Fang Chen. I await your revenge. Lin Shuyan was taken aback by Fang Chen's unexpected act of aggression, her exquisite and frosty visage betraying her astonishment. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, her expression grew complex. Being as astute as she was, she understood that Fang Chen was shouldering the animosity for her, sparing her from difficult circumstances. She never anticipated that in her moment of utmost distress, it would be Fang Chen standing before her. What was happening? At that moment, a venerable voice echoed through the air. An elderly man, clad in the robes of senior elder from the Wanqing auction house, approached. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Qianyu's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he quickly exclaimed, Elder Lu, This person is causing a disturbance in front of the Wanqing auction house. He has the audacity to strike openly. I implore you to restore justice." Elder Lu, recognizing Yi Tianyu, responded promptly, "Ah, it is young Master Yi. The Wanqing auction house has collaborated with the Yi family, relying on them for a plethora of resources. It is no exaggeration to say that a significant portion of the Yi family's profits can be attributed to the Wanqing auction house, which is a testament to its strength." Seeing Yi Tianyu assaulted, Elder Lu felt a twinge of anger. After all, this was the Wanqing auction house, and such a public altercation was akin to a slap in their face. He was eager to ascertain the identity of the audacious perpetrator. Elder Lu furrowed his brow and glared at Fang Chen. Yet, upon recognizing Fang Chen, he paused, a flicker of familiarity crossing his mind. He felt as though he had seen that face before, but the memory eluded him. Lin Shuyan's expression shifted slightly as she quickly interjected, "Elder Lu, my friend acted in my defense." Fang Chen remained composed, asserting, "I take full responsibility for my actions. However, I harbor no intentions of provoking the Wanqing auction house." Yi Tianyu scoffed derisively. "That is not for you to decide, brat. You are finished." As Elder Lu remained inactive, Yi Tianyu's impatience grew, prompting him to demand, "Elder Lu, this fellow is Fang Chen, a mere pauper with no connections whatsoever." He believed Elder Lu was being considerate of Lin Shuyan. Fang Chen. Elder Lu's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. Had team manager Yin been searching for this individual? "You are Fang Chen?" he asked excitedly. Fang Chen, perplexed by Elder Lu's enthusiasm, nodded cautiously. "Indeed. Are you the Fang Chen of Tianyu Divine Sect?" Elder Lu inquired once more. "Yes," Fang Chen affirmed with a nod. "Truly you. We have been searching for you with great difficulty." Elder Lu exclaimed joyfully, then respectfully bowed, saying, "Come, please, allow us to converse within the hall." Fang Chen, bewildered, responded, "But I'm not a member. I cannot enter." "You are the highest level member of our Wanqing auction house." Elder Lu insisted eagerly. Lin Shuyan, equally perplexed, wondered when Fang Chen had become so esteemed. Yi Tianyu finally caught on, shouting, "Elder Lu, what are you doing? He is just a penniless, lowly individual." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu rebuked, "Silence. How dare you insult young friend Fang? However, he is merely a base wretch." Yi Tianyu remained oblivious to the current situation, continuing his relentless provocation. Fang Chen's expression instantly turned frigid. This Yi Tianyu, time and again, dared to incite him, truly mistaking him for a mere plaything. He halted his steps and spoke slowly. "I appreciate your invitation, esteemed elder, but I find myself disinterested. I shall take my leave." He could discern that Elder Lu undoubtedly had a request of him. Though unaware of its nature, he sensed an opportunity to gauge their intentions. Should they indeed value him, it was likely they would take action against Yi Tianyu. Conversely, if they did not hold him in high regard, his losses would be minimal, and he could simply turn and depart. "You truly believe," Yi Tianyu sneered, intending to ridicule Fang Chen further, only to be abruptly kicked out by Elder Lu, landing unceremoniously in the dirt. "Impudent! How dare you insult a distinguished guest of the Wan's auction house? Yi Tianyu, Yi family, you possess an audacious spirit. From this day forth, our Wan's auction house shall sever all ties with the Yi family. Your membership is hereby rendered void," Elder Lu declared coldly. He recognized that Fang Chen was testing their resolve. "Elder Lu, surely you jest." Yi Tianyu was utterly panicked. The Yi family relied heavily on the acquisitions from Wan's auction house. Without their support, the Yi family would suffer immense losses. As for seeking acquisitions from other families, that was utterly inconceivable. If this news reached his family, he might very well face dire consequences. Elder Lu snorted dismissively. "Yes. Do you truly believe I would jest with you?" Chapter 31 Invitation. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu reprimanded, "Silence. How dare you insult young Master Fang?" Elder Lu must have mistaken him for someone else. He is merely a lowly wretch, unworthy of being the person you seek. Yi Tianyu continued to regard Fang Chen as a useless individual, convinced that Elder Lu had erred in judgment. Fang Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. Yi Tianyu's repeated provocations had crossed a line, as if he were but clay to be molded. He halted his steps and spoke slowly, I appreciate your invitation, esteemed elder. But as a poor lad, I would rather not intrude upon your esteemed gathering. He discerned that Elder Lu surely had a purpose in seeking him. Though he was uncertain of its nature, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth. If they genuinely valued him, they would surely take action against Etienne. If not, he had little to lose, merely turning on his heel to depart. Young man, do you truly think? Etienne sneered, attempting once more to mock Fang Chen, only to be unceremoniously kicked away by Elder Lu, landing face first in the dirt. How audacious! How dare you insult a distinguished guest of the Wan's auction house? Etienne, you possess an extraordinary amount of gall. Henceforth, the Wan's auction house shall sever all ties with the Yi family. Your membership is hereby rendered void. Elder Lu declared coldly. He recognized that Fang Chen was testing their resolve. Elder Lu, you jest surely, Etienne exclaimed in utter panic. For the Yi family relied heavily on the acquisitions from the Wan's auction house. Without their support, the Yi family would suffer significant losses. As for seeking other avenues for acquisition, that was entirely implausible. Smaller entities could not meet the demands, while larger ones had their own supply chains. They would never entertain a partnership with them. If this news reached his family, he would likely face dire consequences. Elder Lu scoffed, jest? Do you truly believe I jest with you? The Wan's auction house is never short of families supplying materials, should they seek other partnerships. Numerous families would eagerly compete to collaborate. However, Fang Chen is different. A powerful appraiser could yield immense profits for the Wan's auction house. Armies are easily amassed, yet a capable general is rare. With that, he dismissed Etienne's pleas for mercy and respectfully addressed Fang Chen. Young Master Fang, please. Manager, Yin has been seeking you for quite some time. Fang Chen was taken aback that they would genuinely sever ties with the Yi family on his behalf, and this time he chose not to refuse. Elder Lu, not forgetting Lin Shuyan, smiled and gestured, Miss Lin, since you are a friend of young Master Fang, you're also welcome to join. Lin Shuyan, still bewildered by the unfolding events, nodded in confusion and instinctively followed them inside. Soon, the entrance was left with only Etienne and a group of onlookers. At that moment, these observers began to realize Fang Chen's elevated status, and the one truly in peril was Etienne. Consequently, their expressions shifted, and they began to mock him. How could one not see their standing? They have offended him to such an extent. Indeed, what a fool he is. To have such a simpleton in their family is truly a misfortune. Etienne's demeanor transformed from despair to a menacing snarl. Fang Chen, Lin Shuyan, I shall remember this grudge. You shall pay for this. He gritted his teeth and cast a resentful glance at the two who had entered before silently departing. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was invited into the most prestigious hall of the Wanqing auction house. Elder Lu had someone bring tea, and, as Fang Chen took a sip, he felt an immediate sense of clarity within himself, invigorating his spirit and slowly enhancing his cultivation. This revelation astonished him, for this was the first time he had ever tasted such exquisite tea. Lin Shuyan, somewhat at a loss, managed to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, having experienced some worldly affairs. Although she was the saintess of the Tianyu divine sect, the Wanqing auction house was an immensely powerful entity, merely a branch of which they were currently in. Hence, despite her status, she had never been treated with such high regard before. To her surprise, today she was receiving the utmost hospitality due to Fang Chen's presence, which made her gaze towards him considerably more complex. Elder Lu continued to engage in polite conversation, praising Fang Chen for his youth and talent. Before long, the hall doors were opened, and a graceful figure entered, Yin Xiaolin, dressed in a resplendent red qipao. Her meticulously crafted makeup accentuated her already enchanting beauty. Upon entering, she surveyed the room, and when her gaze fell upon Fang Chen, she seemed unable to look away. You must be Fang Chen, young Master Fang? She inquired with a radiant smile. Fang Chen rose and responded with a bow. Indeed, it is I. Yin Xiaolin smiled charmingly. Young Master Fang, you truly live up to the rumors, handsome and talented. I presume many women pursue you. Fang Chen humbly replied, You flatter me. May I ask why I have been summoned today? With a smile still gracing her lips, Yin Xiaolin noted, You are indeed straightforward. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. However, allow me to introduce myself. She took a seat opposite Fang Chen, her qipao inadvertently revealing her flawless, elongated legs, an exquisite curve that could captivate countless admirers. Akin to something from a painting, my name is Yin Xiaolin, and I am the junior manager of this watching auction house. She introduced herself, then promptly transitioned to the main topic. Last time, the gentleman Yuan brought forth a pill that was auctioned at our house. To be candid, I feel a bit ashamed that our establishment, known as one of the top 3 auction houses in the Shandong region, failed to recognize its forgery. It truly tarnishes our esteemed reputation. We later heard that you were the one who identified the counterfeit. Is that true? Although she knew it was Fang Chen, Yin Xiaolin still felt compelled to confirm. Lin Shuyin, standing by, looked at Fang Chen with a hint of astonishment. She was acutely aware of the Wanqing auction house's capabilities. If even they were deceived by the pill, it must be an exceptionally high-quality forgery. Could it be that Fang Chen merely got lucky? At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood the reason for her inquiry. He did not deny it and nodded. Indeed, upon hearing Fang Chen's confirmation, Yin Xiaolin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Might I ask how you discerned its authenticity? Fang Chen proceeded to reiterate the points he had made previously regarding the pill's forgery. Yin Xiaolin listened intently, and after a prolonged contemplation, she inquired, "So, it follows that you can distinguish the authenticity of both pills and medicinal materials?" "Naturally, I cannot," he replied. Fang Chen dared not boast, stating humbly, "Within the 5th rank, I could discern quite accurately." In truth, he was also capable of perceiving the 6th rank. But that would be too astonishing, so he chose to remain modest. However, his self-assured attempt at humility left the gathered crowd gasping in disbelief. The 5th rank in the Divine East region that was already considered the pinnacle of achievement. Naturally, Yin Xiaolin was not swayed by Fang Chen's words, for they were mere assertions without evidence. She remarked, "We happen to have several auction items of uncertain authenticity. May I request Master Fang to assess them? Should you succeed, I assure you that my establishment will duly reward you." Fang Chen pondered for a moment, refraining from refusal, and nodded in agreement. Yin Xiaolin clapped her hands, and immediately, 5 beautiful maidens with statuesque figures entered, carrying redwood trays. Each tray was covered with a cloth, concealing its contents. The maidens placed the trays upon the table and gracefully withdrew. "Please proceed with your evaluation," Yin Xiaolin invited. Fang Chen unceremoniously approached the first tray and lifted the cloth. Inside lay a 2nd-rank elixir, glowing a fiery red, marred by cracks, emanating a rich fragrance mingled with medicinal scent, invigorating to the senses. However, with a mere glance, Fang Chen determined its authenticity. While the elixir appeared vibrantly genuine, its surface was but a fade. The cracks not a result of excessive heat, but rather the marks left by forgery, confirming it to be a counterfeit. Yin Xiaolin's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Their own appraisers required a tea's worth of time to ascertain such details. Yet Fang Chen discerned the truth in an instant. "Please continue," she urged. Fang Chen unveiled the 2nd item, revealing a verdant herb, resembling jade in its exquisite translucence. After a brief examination, he confidently declared, "This is the 3rd rank by Yuling Shui grass, though regrettably, it is a counterfeit. There exists a herb known as the Fo Tian Fo Yu grass, devoid of any efficacy, yet closely resembling the Baiyu Ling Chui grass. With special methods of alteration, it can be made to deceive the eye." The brilliance in Yin Xiaolin's gaze intensified, while Lin Shuyin, beside her, looked on in astonishment at Fang Chen. She was unaware of the remarkable abilities he possessed. His discerning skill was impressive indeed. Fang Chen accurately identified the remaining 3 items without any errors, further solidifying Yin Xiaolin's belief that his previous discernment of the elixir was not mere luck, but a genuine talent. "Master Fang," Yin Xiaolin stood, clasping her hands in reverence. "I beseech you to become the esteemed guest elder of our Wanqing auction house." Chapter 32. Just arrived at 17 guest of honor? Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yin Xiaolin nodded earnestly and said, "Young Master Fang, as long as you agree, I am willing to offer you the highest level of treatment." In addition to becoming the supreme member of our Wanqing organization, you will enjoy the utmost privileges and benefits at all our branches, including a generous 30% discount. Furthermore, we will also grant you an annual salary of 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Lin Shuyan, standing nearby, could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her cherry-red lips. She was utterly shocked. She had never anticipated that the Wanqing auction house would extend such an invitation to Fang Chen. It was worth noting that just over a month ago, Fang Chen had been nothing more than a man without cultivation. Yet in such a short span, he had ascended to the status of a distinguished guest at the Wanqing auction house. Seeing Fang Chen hesitate to respond immediately, Yin Xiaolin grew anxious and inquired, "Is there anything that displeases you, young Master Fang? We could discuss it further." Fang Chen shook his head and replied, "No. It is just that I require a considerable amount of time for cultivation and cannot commit to daily duties for your esteemed establishment." "Oh, worry not." Yin Xiaolin beamed. "The tasks you would be required to handle are quite simple. Whenever our establishment encounters items whose authenticity we cannot ascertain, you would merely need to provide your expertise and identification. To be frank, there are not many items that we cannot distinguish. Thus, you would have ample time to manage your own affairs and only need to come in when we require your assistance." Fang Chen was taken aback. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. It was akin to receiving a lucrative position without the burden of excessive responsibilities. To decline would be utterly unthinkable. "In that case, I have no objections," he nodded in agreement. Yin Xiaolin's smile grew brighter and more enchanting. "Then welcome, young Master Fang, or rather, Guest of Honor Fang, to join our Wanqing auction house." The hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, Yin Xiaolin presented a jade token with both hands, respectfully stating, "Guest of Honor Fang. This is the first-class guest token of our establishment. With it, you will enjoy the highest privileges at any of our branches. Just a drop of your blood on the token will recognize you as its master." The jade token bore the emblem of the Wanqing auction house, with an exquisitely engraved character in its center. The guest ranks at Wanqing auction house are divided into 4 classes, with the first class being the highest and the 4th class the lowest. Fang Chen was granted the first-class status right from the outset, reflecting the significance Wanqing auction house placed upon him. As Fang Chen accepted the token, Yin Xiaolin produced a finely crafted small bag with golden edges and explained, "This is a specially designed spatial storage bag from our establishment. Its internal space measures 10 zhong, and it already contains 100,000 spirit stones." A storage bag? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Such bags were quite costly in the Shandong region. 1,000 spirit stones would only purchase a bag with a space of 1 zhong. A bag of 10 zhong would at least cost 10,000 spirit stones, and given its origin from the Wanqing auction house, it would require an additional 2,000. "This is far too precious," Fang Chen exclaimed. Yin Xiaolin reassured him, "Guest of Honor Fang, there is no need for such modesty. This is a complimentary gift from our establishment, one that every elder possesses. Please accept it." Hearing this, Fang Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Beside him, Elder Lu's lips twitched slightly. Did he receive it? How come he had not? Of course, he dared not voice this thought. Soon after, Fang Chen performed a blood oath to declare himself a guest elder of the Wan's auction house. "Just right," Fang Chen stated. "I require some spiritual herbs to concoct elixirs. I will be grateful if manager Yin could assist me in locating them." Fang Guest Elder is also an alchemist, Yin Xiaolin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Fang Chen did not deny it and nodded. "Indeed, but I am only capable of refining second-tier elixirs." Although he had inherited the legacy of a 6th-grade alchemist, the ability to concoct elixirs is intrinsically linked to one's spiritual power, which currently limited him to second-tier concoctions. Second-tier, Yin Xiaolin became even more excited, and Lin Shuyan, standing nearby, gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yin Xiaolin asked, "May I inquire how old you are now?" Fang Guest Elder, "Just turned 17. Fang Chen replied, somewhat perplexed. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The reason alchemists are highly esteemed in the continent is due to the high barriers to entry. requiring exceptional innate talent in alchemy. Even with such talent, one must first familiarize oneself with countless varieties of alchemical materials, which can be exceedingly tedious. Though monotonous, the allure of alchemy draws many to strive towards becoming alchemists. While there are indeed numerous prodigies starting at the tender age of 6 or 7 to identify medicinal materials, it is exceedingly rare for someone to achieve second-tier status by the age of 17, and even first-tier is a rarity. This explains the astonishment of the crowd. Wonderful, wonderful. Yin Xiaoling's smile grew even more radiant and captivating. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, exuding a charm that was hard to resist. She felt a strong urge to embrace Fang Chen and shower him with affectionate kisses. This time, Wan's auction house had truly struck gold. Fang Guest Elder, please let me know what materials you require. Immediately, she summoned someone to bring forth the 4 treasures of the scholar's study, and Fang Chen diligently recorded all the materials needed. Yin Xiaolin then dispatched someone to collect them swiftly. Fang Chen inquired, "Might I know how many spirit stones these materials will cost?" With a smile, Yin Xiaolin replied, "There is no need for formalities, Fang Guest Elder. Consider this my invitation." "How does that sound?" As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen remained unmoved, shaking his head resolutely. "I appreciate Manager Yan's kindness, but I must pay for this myself." He was unwilling to owe too many favors. Seeing Fang Chen's determination, Yin Xiaolin chose not to press further, understanding that persistence would only lead to his displeasure. Very well, very well. Since you insist, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. How does that sound?" "Thank you," Fang Chen acknowledged, realizing that it would be impolite to continuously refuse her generosity. Yin Xiaolin quickly calculated the total price, which turned out to be quite reasonable. After the discount, it amounted to only 1,521 spirit stones. For someone like Fang Chen, who had recently acquired great wealth overnight, this was more than sufficient. Soon, all the materials were gathered and presented before Fang Chen. Suddenly, Yin Xiaolin asked, "May I inquire where Fang Guest Elder intends to refine the elixirs?" Fang Chen was taken aback. He suddenly recalled an important detail. He had no alchemy furnace. Instantly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure of how to articulate his predicament. Upon witnessing this, Yin Xiaolin smiled gracefully and remarked, "Here, we have a dedicated alchemy room prepared specifically for the elders, which is also within your privileges. In that case, I shall trouble you, Manager Yin." Fang Chen replied with a respectful gesture. "Please follow me." Fang Chen nodded and rose from his seat before turning to Lin Shuyan, who had just regained her composure from her astonishment, and said, "Senior Sister Lin, I take my leave now." "Ah, very well." Lin Shuyan nodded, her exquisite visage softened, losing a touch of its aloofness and gaining a hint of adorableness. Observing this, Yin Xiaolin exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Lu, who instantly understood and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Fang Chen departed with Yin Xiaolin, prompting Lin Shuyan to declare, "Then I shall take my leave as well." Elder Lu called out to Lin Shuyan, "Miss Lin, please hold on for a moment. Is there something else you require, Elder Lu?" Lin Shuyan inquired. With a subtle smile, Elder Lu responded, "We have severed our collaboration with the Yi family and are now contemplating a new partnership. I recall that the Lin family engages in similar business endeavors. How about this? Our 2 families could collaborate, providing us with what the Yi family previously supplied, at the same price, of course. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyan's delicate form quivered slightly, her expression betraying disbelief. Chapter 33. Alchemy. Fang Chen was unaware that his farewell before departing inadvertently aided Lin Shuyan's family. Under the guidance of Yin Xiaolin, they ascended to the 3rd floor of the Wanxing auction house. This level was markedly more prosperous, yet the crowd was significantly sparser. Passers-by greeted Yin Xiaolin with utmost respect, while they regarded Fang Chen with keen curiosity. Soon, they ventured deeper into the premises, where the alchemy rooms were located. Numerous chambers were sealed, evidently in active use. Yin Xiaolin led Fang Chen to the farthest alchemy room, opening the door to reveal a simple interior: a furnace, a stone table, and various necessary instruments for alchemy. With a seductive smile, Yin Xiaolin inquired, How do you find this alchemy room, esteemed guest Fang? Fang Chen nodded appreciatively, replying, "It is quite satisfactory. Thank you, Manager Yin." Yin Xiaolin then asked, "Would you require an assistant? If you desire a maid, I can arrange that as well. Should you wish for my personal company, that can be arranged too." With her mature allure and voluptuous figure, Yin Xiaolin possessed a charm that was undeniably captivating for someone of Fang Chen's age. Fortunately, having seen the world and undergone various trials, especially through Dream Yao's training, he managed to maintain his composure. He responded, "Thank you, Manager Yin, but I can manage on my own." "What a pity." She feigned a look of regret, but quickly regained her composure, bowing with a smile. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further." Fang Chen returned the gesture, watching her depart before entering the alchemy room. Once inside, he laid out all the materials and picked up a brush to begin writing. Moments later, a recipe materialized before him. This was the elixir he intended to concoct, enhanced by the Luo Ling grass, which would amplify its efficacy manifold, named Luo Tiandan. At this moment, he felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. He was uncertain whether his mind could guide his hands to successfully create the elixir. Nevertheless, he resolved, even a homely bride must meet her in-laws. If I fail, I can always try again. Besides, I have more than enough materials prepared. He ignited the furnace and commenced the alchemical process, igniting the fire, refining the herbs, merging them, and finally forming the elixir. Success. Following the steps of the ancient teachings, he felt akin to a sixth-grade alchemist. Remarkably, he performed the procedures with remarkable finesse, betraying no signs of being a novice. Half an hour later, gazing at the freshly concocted Luo Tiandan, Fang Chen was elated. "I can scarcely believe I succeeded on my first attempt. This inheritance is indeed extraordinary. I feel as though I am that esteemed sixth-grade alchemist." He carefully stored the spiritual elixir and then regained his composure. "Time to restore my spiritual energy and continue crafting." In the ensuing hours, Fang Chen successfully produced 3 additional Luo Tiandan without a single misstep. Gradually, he became more adept at alchemy, shedding the initial self-doubt and anxiety. He even discovered that the practice of alchemy could enhance his mental fortitude. Although the improvement was modest, it nonetheless constituted a form of cultivation. With a broader smile, he contemplated the elixirs in his hand and mused, "This place is quite secure. I might as well cultivate here directly." Upon this realization, he seated himself on the ground, regulating his breath to attain a state of calm, and consumed a Luo Ling Dan. Instantly, a surge of pure medicinal power coursed through his body, entering his dantian and subsequently spreading to his limbs and bones. It must be noted that Fang Chen's sword demon physique is extraordinarily prodigious. The medicinal essence was absorbed in an instant without the slightest waste. Consequently, Fang Chen's strength experienced a qualitative leap, soaring to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of spirit gathering. To his astonishment, while absorbing the medicinal energy, he simultaneously practiced the fierce demon sword technique, which remarkably activated the heavenly Tao demon bone, accelerating his cultivation progress. With this, Fang Chen need not worry about an unstable foundation. Without any reservations, he consumed another Luo Tiandan. The following 5 days were spent entirely in cultivation. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that his cultivation had ascended to the peak of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, merely a step away from breaking through to the post-heaven realm. Savoring the enhancement of his abilities, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, it was somewhat regrettable that he had not re-entered the small tower. It appeared that entry was contingent upon a breakthrough to the post-heaven realm. Nevertheless, he was not anxious to achieve that breakthrough, as carrying the Yun Xiandan was rather cumbersome. Thus, he placed the elixir on the 7th peak, opting not to bring it back with him. Having spent 5 days here, it was time for his return. He recalled that upon the inner disciple's breakthrough to the post-heaven realm, there was an opportunity to enter the Ling Chong's secret realm. Although the spiritual energy there was turbulent, it was an excellent place for rapid advancement. After returning and breaking through to the post-heaven realm, he planned to visit the Ling Chong's secret realm to solidify and enhance his strength. Subsequently, Fang Chen departed from the alchemy chamber, Not having encountered Yin Xiaolin, he informed the maid guarding the entrance before exiting the Wanqing auction house. However, shortly after his departure, Yin Xiaolin entered the alchemy chamber accompanied by an elderly man. The old man, clad in a robe adorned with a badge upon his chest, was astonishingly a third-rank alchemist. Approaching the alchemical furnace, he took a gentle whiff and confidently declared, "This is a second-rank elixir and of a rather superior quality." Upon hearing this, although Yin Xiaolin had anticipated it, she was still taken aback. A 17-year-old second-rank alchemist. Fang Chen is indeed intriguing. A slight smile, both charming and mature, graced her lips as she gazed in the direction Fang Chen had departed, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. As Fang Chen exited the Wanqing auction house, night had fallen, yet he paid little heed to it, for the darkness posed no significant hindrance to him. Thus, he made his way towards the outskirts of the city, intending to return to the seventh peak. To leave Yu City, Fang Chen had to traverse a mountainous forest. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slicing air emanating from within the dense thicket. Though faint, his recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of spirit gathering, coupled with the enhancement of his sword demon physique, sharpened his senses several-fold compared to those of his peers, allowing him to rival even post-heaven cultivators. Instantly, he became vigilant. Concurrently, he activated his soul heaven demon eye, swiftly locking onto 3 approaching figures. The trio, clad in black garb and donning black masks, revealed cold glimmers from beneath their concealed visages. To his astonishment, all 3 individuals were formidable practitioners at the first level of the acquired realm. Assassins? In an instant, Fang Chen grasped the identity of his adversaries. Without uttering a single word, the trio lunged towards him, wielding their sharp blades aimed directly at his vital points. Their movements were swift, precise, and lethal, clearly indicative of their rigorous training as assassins. Had it been any other peak-gathering spirit realm cultivator, not only would they have struggled to react, but they might have found it nearly impossible to even detect the presence of these 3. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Fang Chen. In a heartbeat, Fang Chen sprang into action. He unsheathed the black, crying sword, his entire being surging with demonic energy. The formidable demonic sword art was unleashed in an instant, serving as a barrier against their onslaught. The soul heaven demon eye unleashed a mental assault, causing one of the assailants to experience a piercing headache and a sense of disorientation. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen struck. With a single swing, he severed the head of that attacker, now possessing the mental prowess of the 3rd level of the acquired realm. He rendered anyone below that level unable to disregard the onslaught of his soul heaven demon eye. The remaining 2 were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner could not only detect their movements, but also swiftly eliminate one of their own. This was dire. This individual's strength was far beyond what the information had suggested. "Retreat," one assassin exclaimed, hastily withdrawing. While their skills in assassination were exceptional, they faltered in direct combat. Following their initial failure, they would invariably choose to retreat, even when faced with a seemingly insignificant opponent like Fang Chen. Moreover, they sensed that Fang Chen was no ordinary gathering spirit realm cultivator. "Leave? None of you shall escape." Fang Chen's voice was icy as he moved, his figure flickering with a speed that surpassed even that of the 2 acquired realm assassins. Chapter 34. Becoming a Disciples of the Peak in a display of formidable prowess. Fang Chen unleashed the fierce demon sword technique. With a single stride, he traversed the air, instantly appearing behind the assassin lurking further back. With one swift stroke, he severed the head from its body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Without hesitation, he advanced several steps, showcasing the might of the sword demon body. He rapidly closed the distance on another foe. "I'll fight you to the end." The assassin, taken aback by Fang Chen's incredible speed, realized escape was futile. With a furious roar, he lunged toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen scoffed disdainfully, deploying the soul heaven demon eye. The fierce demon's sword technique erupted forth as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The assassin stood no chance of defense, his arms severed in an instant. Yet Fang Chen did not deliver the final blow. Instead, he pinned the assassin beneath his foot, coldly inquiring, "Who sent you? Who are you?" The man, with his arms severed, wore a twisted expression of rage, glaring venomously at Fang Chen. "It matters not if I tell you. We are from the 1,000-mile shadow assassins. Someone has paid for your life. As for who it is, you shall never know in this lifetime." With a sinister grin, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, meeting his demise on the spot. Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The man had evidently consumed a poison pill with such determination. 1,000-mile shadow assassins. His frown deepened. The 1,000-mile shadow assassins are one of the 3 foremost assassin organizations in the Divine Eastern region, with immense power, specializing in covert killings, driven solely by monetary gain. This organization is shrouded in mystery, without a trace, and no one knows who leads them or where their headquarters lies. The only individuals likely to send assassins after him are Luo Yun, Yu Wenwan, and that previous adversary, Yi Qianyu. However, it is most probable that it is Luo Yun, given the depth of their enmity. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile escaping his lips. This is intriguing. Casting one last glance at the corpse, he made no further delay and departed. As night deepened, upon returning to the 7 Peaks Sanctuary, Fang Chen encountered the old man waiting for him before the main hall. "Grandfather, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Fang Chen inquired. Upon seeing Fang Chen's return, the old man's weariness vanished instantly. "Young master, it's bad news. Not long after you left, a large group arrived, demanding your presence." "A large group?" Fang Chen's brow furrowed. "Is my master all right?" The old man shook his head. "The young miss is unharmed. When that group saw you did not appear, they planned to force their way in. Fortunately, an elder from the Tianyu Divine sect appeared and drove them away, which kept them from causing further trouble." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt a slight sense of relief. He then asked, "What do they want with me?" "They claim you are unworthy of Miss Meng and want you to leave the Tianyu Divine sect," the old man replied. Fang Chen understood. It seemed that trouble had indeed come knocking since he had confirmed his bond with Meng Yao. "Will they come again today?" he asked. The old man replied, "Some left after realizing you were absent, while others stayed behind, intending to wait for your return. However, quite a few have gradually departed in recent days, except for one particularly obstinate individual who comes daily and only returns at night." "I see," Fang Chen stated. "Grandfather, you should rest. I will handle this matter." "Young master, you must exercise utmost caution. Those individuals possess formidable strength," the old man expressed with concern. "Rest assured," Fang Chen assured him, vowing to remain vigilant, after which the old man retreated to his chamber to rest. However, once the old man departed, Fang Chen's expression darkened. Undoubtedly, these individuals had come due to matters concerning him and Meng Yao. "I shall see who dares to provoke trouble." This night, he resolved not to return to his room for meditation, but instead positioned himself outside the 7 Peaks Holy Temple, practicing the fierce sword demon technique while awaiting the arrival of that individual. The following morning, Fang Chen was drenched in sweat as he slowly retracted the Black Ming's sword from his grasp. Having reached the 3rd level of the fierce sword demon technique, both the techniques and their potency had significantly enhanced. Fang Chen estimated that, with his current strength combined with the sword demon body, he could easily contend with an ordinary practitioner at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. However, this was insufficient. He sensed that his attacks were overly singular. To defeat Luo Yun within a mere 3 months, he could not solely rely on the fierce sword demon technique. He needed to master other martial arts and divine powers. After pondering throughout the night, he conceived an alternative method to elevate his prowess in a short period. This involved the paths of the physical and spiritual disciplines. Upon entering the acquired realm, one could pursue 2 routes, the path of the Tao and the path of the body. The path of the Tao encompasses the cultivation of both the Tao itself and spiritual strength, whereas the path of the body involves physical cultivation, with stages including body refinement, bone tempering, marrow cleansing, I Ching, golden body, divine power, heavenly body, and 1,000 mountains. Body refinement pertains to the spirit gathering realm and beyond. Typically, practitioners choose this route when they're unable to comprehend the Tao texts, remaining stagnant at the primordial Yuan realm for life. Yet, this does not imply that the path of the body is weak. On the contrary, it is exceptionally formidable. In equal realms, practitioners of the Tao are no match for those of the body. However, the path of body cultivation is resource-intensive, as the physical form requires substantial consumption during training and incurs certain damages. Without rare materials and treasures, aspiring to advance far in the path of the body is a fanciful dream. Moreover, in later stages, practitioners of the physical path are often weaker than their Tao counterparts at the same realm, leading many to abandon this path. Fang Chen, however, was different. His body was that of the sword demon, inherently suited for physical cultivation. As for rare materials and treasures, with his current status as a first-class guest elder at the 10,000 Stars auction house, he need not worry in the early stages. Contemplating this, Fang Chen mused. The Eightfold Mountain is not only a sacred place for cultivation, but also a sanctuary for physical training. After addressing this matter, he intended to journey to the Eightfold Mountain, break through to the acquired realm, and cultivate the path of the body. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distant sky, swiftly approaching. Fang Chen immediately noticed the figure drawing near, and soon a striking young man, approximately 20 years old, with a shaved head and handsome features, stood before him. Upon seeing Fang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he brandished a long staff, pointing it towards Fang Chen. "You must be Fang Chen," he inquired arrogantly. Fang Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed." The young man pointed his thumb at himself, declaring proudly, "I am Steel Tiger, the pinnacle talent of the younger generation from the third peak. I am at the second level of the acquired realm and have grasped a hint of the Tao's momentum, with hopes of comprehending the Tao texts upon entering the innate realm. Only individuals of my exceptional caliber are worthy of Dream Senior Sister. I hereby command you to immediately annul your engagement with her. The essence of the great Tao is the profound comprehension of the Taoist texts, a realization not attained by all, as exemplified by Fang Chen, who grasped it instantaneously. The arduous nature of understanding the Taoist text has dissuaded 80% of cultivators from pursuing their aspirations of cultivation. To perceive even a semblance of the great Tao in the acquired realm is indeed remarkable." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "What if I refuse?" Steel Tiger, unfazed by the retort, brandished his hefty club and declared, "Then let us duel. If I emerge victorious, you shall withdraw from the pursuit of Dream Senior Sister." Fang Chen replied, "I am at the pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage, while you are merely at the second level of the acquired realm. Do you not find this somewhat unfair?" "Pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage?" Steel Tiger was taken aback, realizing that Fang Chen's cultivation was indeed limited to the spirit gathering realm. "How can you be so weak? What could Dream Senior Sister possibly see in you? If I were to win, it would seem rather unfair indeed." He found himself in a quandary. Fang Chen found this amusing. While Steel Tiger possessed some talent, his straightforward nature was commendable. Though proud, he was not the type to bully others. Contemplating this, Fang Chen had a thought. What if I were to recruit this individual to the seventh peak? That would be splendid. The development of the seventh peak cannot rely solely on my efforts, and since I must frequently leave, it is essential to have someone to safeguard the master and Grandpa Wang. With this in mind, he said, "I am willing to accept your challenge. But what shall be the terms if I emerge victorious?" "Impossible," Steel Tiger declared confidently. "I cannot possibly lose. Since this is a duel, there will inevitably be a victor and a vanquished. If I were to win and gain nothing, why would I engage in this duel?" Fang Chen questioned. Indeed, although Steel Tiger believed in his victory, he acknowledged the logic. He inquired, "Then tell me, if you win, what shall I do?" He was a candid and straightforward individual. For while others had left during Fang Chen's absence, he stubbornly remained behind. Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he stated, "If I win, you shall join my seventh peak as a menial disciple." Chapter 35. How about this? Upon hearing these words, Steel Tiger was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "You truly dare to propose that I, a disciple of the seventh peak, take on such a role? Do you have the courage?" Fang Chen gazed calmly at him. "Very well," Steel Tiger replied without hesitation, confident that he would not be defeated. No condition proposed by Fang Chen would matter. Fang Chen smiled slightly. "In that case, let's engage in battle." The two squared off outside the sacred hall of the Seven Peaks. Steel Tiger brandished his iron staff and roared, "Today, you shall learn that only a genius like me is worthy of Sister Ming." His staff shimmered with golden light, and as he swung it, dazzling golden afterimages erupted, rendering them almost impossible to track. In the next moment, he charged forward, instantly appearing before Fang Chen, launching a barrage of strikes that transformed into countless beams of light, converging upon Fang Chen from all directions. Unbeknownst to them, atop the peak, a graceful woman was observing the scene. She was Jing Yi, sent by Meng Yao. The Tianshi Qianing technique of the third peak is an exceedingly demanding skill, yet this bald-headed fellow has managed to learn it. He possesses some talent, Jing Yi mused internally. Then she turned her gaze towards Fang Chen. This time, I shall refrain from intervening and observe how capable this young man, favored by the young lady, truly is. Last time, when Fang Chen was absent, the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall was besieged, and she had to step in to resolve the predicament. She held a certain disdain for Fang Chen, believing him unworthy of the young lady. However, she had no choice but to comply with the young lady's orders. Meanwhile, Steel Tiger charged in. Dozens of beams of light descended upon Fang Chen simultaneously. Fang Chen remained utterly unfazed. A flicker of crimson flashed in his eyes as he activated the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. In an instant, he discerned the trajectory of the numerous beams falling towards him with crystal clarity. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he drew the Black Ming sword. Employing his formidable reflexes and physical strength, he remarkably withstood Steel Tiger's ferocious assault. How is this possible? Steel Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone who could so easily fend off this move before. Moreover, Fang Chen was merely at the pinnacle of spirit gathering. He should have been defeated under this divine technique. Yet, Fang Chen effortlessly blocked it. What are you dawdling for? It's my turn. Fang Chen's gaze turned sharp in an instant. The fierce demon sword technique erupted forth. His grand and sweeping moves, combined with the sword demon body, allowed him to execute the third layer of the demon sword technique with utmost finesse. His overwhelming offensive was so fierce that Steel Tiger found himself retreating repeatedly. Steel Tiger attempted to counterattack, only to be astonished to realize he was not simply caught off guard. Rather, Fang Chen's onslaught was inherently swift. Had he been an ordinary second-layer postnatal realm cultivator, he would have already been defeated. What is going on with this guy? Steel Tiger was profoundly shaken, simultaneously recognizing that Fang Chen was not as the rumors depicted. It was said that Fang Chen's success in the Seven Peaks assessment was purely due to luck, but it was now evident that he indeed possessed the strength to contend for victory. I cannot afford to lose. If I were to be defeated by someone at the pinnacle of spirit gathering, my reputation would be in shambles. Realizing Fang Chen's true strength, Steel Tiger resolved to go all out. Kid, you are strong. You have earned the right for me to unleash my full power. He remained as proud as ever, convinced of his imminent victory. Was he? Fang Chen, with an unruffled demeanor, remarked, "Unfortunately, I shall not grant you the opportunity." As he spoke, a crimson gleam flickered in his eyes, causing Steel Tiger to experience a sudden sharp pain in his head. Although he quickly regained his composure, that fleeting moment provided Fang Chen with the chance to strike. The demonic energy on the Black Ming sword surged violently, rapidly coalescing into a purple-hued magical blade, emanating a terrifying aura of demonic power, accompanied by a fierce intent of the sword. With a thunderous roar, he swung the purple blade downwards. Just as Steel Tiger returned to his senses, he had no time to unleash his divine abilities to defend himself and could only raise his iron rod as a makeshift shield. Bang! The purple blade struck Steel Tiger, sending him flying several feet away, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. This strike was a manifestation of the third level of Fang Chen's formidable magical sword technique, capable of instantaneously gathering demonic energy and sword intent to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful attack. An ordinary practitioner in the early stages of the acquired realm could not possibly withstand it. Steel Tiger felt a haze enveloping his mind, his chest ablaze with a tearing pain. At that moment, Fang Chen approached, pointing his sword at Steel Tiger, and declared, "You have lost." Gazing at the Black Ming sword, now mere inches away, Steel Tiger realized his defeat. I refuse to accept this. I have not even exerted my full strength. You have merely taken advantage of a sneak attack. This does not count. He glared defiantly at Fang Chen. Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then how about this? Are you still unsatisfied? Suddenly, the character for sword slowly materialized behind Fang Chen. Encircled by a radiant halo, it was a Dao text. This was indeed a Dao text, and a second-level one at that. Steel Tiger was left dumbfounded, his already small eyes nearly popping out. Dao texts were the aspiration of countless practitioners. Even he, hailed as a genius, had merely grasped a hint of the great Dao in the acquired realm. Yet here was Fang Chen at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, having comprehended a second-level Dao text. WW, who are you? How did you achieve this? Steel Tiger stammered. Fang Chen chuckled lightly and replied, What is so difficult about it? If you join my 7th peak, I can teach you. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Steel Tiger eagerly agreed, his eyes ablaze with desire. As long as I can comprehend a Dao text, I will leave the 3rd peak and join the 7th peak. Fang Chen was not surprised by this response. Dao texts were the ultimate pursuit for all cultivators. To awaken a Dao text, they were willing to make any sacrifice. Knowing this, Fang Chen was certain that a martial enthusiast like Steel Tiger would inevitably join the 7th peak. So does this mean you concede? He inquired. I concede. I concede. Steel Tiger nodded resolutely, showing no hesitation. I will return immediately to make arrangements. I will join the 7th peak in a few days. Fang Chen's ability to comprehend a Dao text at the gathering spirit stage indicated his exceptional talent, presenting Steel Tiger with a remarkable opportunity to ascend rapidly. Although it was a risky venture, the path of cultivation was fraught with uncertainties. Very well. Fang Chen nodded. I shall await your arrival. Without further ado, Steel Tiger made his promise and departed. As for the revelation of his Dao text, Fang Chen felt no concern. He realized that the Dao text could not be concealed indefinitely. There would inevitably come a moment of revelation. Moreover, being discovered need not be a misfortune. Perhaps it might even attract the attention of the sect. In the distance, Aunt Jing had only just regained her composure, yet her heart remained awash with astonishment. A second-level Dao text. No wonder the young lady held him in such high regard. He was indeed a prodigy of the highest order. With this realization, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. The young lady's discernment was truly remarkable. If this young man were to mature, his future accomplishments would surely be boundless. At that moment, her prior disdain for Fang Chen dissipated entirely, and she even contemplated fostering a connection between him and the young lady. No, the extraordinary talents of Fang Chen must not be revealed to the sect so soon. Should others seize the opportunity, would the young lady not have invested her efforts in vain? I must catch up to that young man. Under no circumstances can I allow him to disclose Fang Chen's possession of a second-level Dao text. Furthermore, I must assist him in completing his transition to the 7th peak swiftly. With this thought, she vanished in an instant, pursuing the direction where Steel Tiger was located. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen understood that even if Steel Tiger intended to come, it would likely take a few days. However, the very next morning, Steel Tiger reappeared, holding the jade tablet of certification for his transfer to the 7th peak. Fang Shidi, I have successfully transferred to the 7th peak, he exclaimed excitedly. So soon? Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Steel Tiger scratched his head, saying, I did not anticipate it would go so smoothly. I suppose Master sensed my determination to leave. Fang Chen did not dwell on it and nodded in acknowledgement. With eager anticipation, Steel Tiger asked, then Fang Shidi, may I begin my lessons with you? Fang Chen cleared his throat and replied, there's no rush. I will teach you once I break through to the Hotian realm. After reaching that stage, my comprehension of the Tao will be significantly enhanced. Chapter 36. Ye Island. He was not merely toying with Steel Tiger. After a breakthrough, cultivators typically experience profound insights. Steel Tiger was well aware of this and nodded repeatedly. Very well. Let us await junior brother Fang's breakthrough, he exclaimed, then cautiously inquired. Might I ask when junior brother Fang plans to achieve this breakthrough? Fang Chen replied, I intend to venture to Ye Island for my breakthrough. During my absence, I hope Senior Brother Steele can safeguard the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, particularly my master and grandfather Wang. They're mere mortals, and I wish to spare them any harm. Rest assured, Steel Tiger declared, thumping his chest. You may go, Junior Brother Fang. As long as I am here, I shall ensure they remain unharmed. Furthermore, the sect has rules against wanton killing, and that applies to mortals as well. No one will dare to act recklessly in their presence. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Before departing, he visited Tianyang Mansion to pay his respects to Qiumei, advising her to remain indoors if possible. Naturally, Qiumei agreed, as did Old Wang. Having completed these tasks, Fang Chen left the Seven Peaks and headed toward Yuzi Peak. Yuzi Peak is the true heart of the Tianyu Divine Sect, housing the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, Divine Pill Pavilion, and a Library Pavilion, much like Wuzi Peak. Nestled in the rear mountains of Yuzi Peak lies the revered Ye Island, one of the three great cultivation sanctuaries. After traversing several hills, he beheld a formidable black peak ahead, where spiritual energy surged violently and dark clouds perpetually loomed. Crackling with lightning, this was Ye Island. Fang Chen landed at the foot of the mountain, where a vast clearing lay, marking the entrance to Ye Island. Halt! A young man blocked Fang Chen's path at the entrance. The youth, around 20 years of age and clad in a blue and white robe, was evidently an experienced disciple. He scrutinized Fang Chen with a look of disdain. Fang Chen clasped his fists respectfully. Senior Brother, I am a newly admitted disciple and possess a one-time complimentary pass to enter Ye Island. He then produced his disciple token, which Dream Yao had given him during his relocation. The youth arrogantly snatched the token, glanced at it, and was momentarily taken aback. Seven Peaks. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. The youth's expression shifted as a realization dawned upon him. He sneered, take your token and get lost. Seven Peaks is a discarded peak, unworthy of entering Ye Island. Fang Chen frowned, recognizing that this person was clearly targeting him, unwilling to permit his entry into Ye Island. He replied coldly, the seventh peak is also part of the inner sect, entitled to access Ye Island. I say you are not. The youth retorted with a derisive laugh. Today, I am on duty, and I decree you cannot enter. Therefore, you shall not. Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon him and calmly inquired, are you a follower of Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen? If he had offended anyone influential within the sect, it would only be those two. It was clear that no one would obstruct him without cause. This was evidently orchestrated by either Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen, or perhaps the young man before him sought to curry favor with them. The youth's expression shifted slightly, and he barked, nonsense, get out of my way, or you'll find me ungracious. The extraordinary phenomenon here also attracted the attention of others who gathered around. Among them were several newly initiated disciples, much like Fang Chen. With an icy demeanor, Fang Chen remarked, the one who should leave is you, wielding a mere feather, as if it were a command. Do you truly believe yourself to be of any consequence? What are the senior disciples? Can they simply expel others at will? The newly initiated disciples displayed expressions of astonishment and indignation, as it appeared they had also faced previous hardships at the hands of this young man. You slander me, the young man exclaimed, his face paling as he shouted, call the law enforcement hall. Let them see if I have truly spoken falsely. Indeed, summon the law enforcement hall. Fang Chen replied coldly. He extorted a spirit stone from me before allowing me entry. He even threatened me. This is sheer tyranny. Many other newly initiated disciples stood up in anger, ready to unite against Fang Chen's oppressor. Seeing this, the young man became flustered. Oppressing the newly initiated disciples was a grave offense. Coupled with his prior extortion of their spirit stones, this situation could not bear scrutiny. Fang Chen, the young man's face flushed with rage, veins bulging, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Step aside, Fang Chen said coldly. I have little patience for those who bully the weak while cowering before the strong. Those who enter the inner sect, yet neglect their cultivation, resorting to such petty thievery. People like you are nothing but the vermin of Tianyu Divine Sect, a disgrace. Well said. The newly initiated disciples applauded in approval. The senior disciples looked at the young man with disdain and contempt, feeling ashamed to be associated with him. The young man's face shifted from red to pale, his gaze dark and filled with resentment. He realized that he would likely fail to complete Luo Yun's task today. If matters escalated, he would be the one to suffer. Yet he was unwilling to let Fang Chen off easily and coldly transmitted a message. Fang Chen, you wait. I, Zhongguan, will not let this matter rest. With that, he stepped aside, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Fang Chen cast a glance at him, remaining unfazed, under the admiring gazes of the newly initiated disciples. He stepped into the Eightfold Mountain. Zhongguan's expression remained grim, with a lingering murderous intent in his eyes. This matter is not over. I cannot quell my anger without your demise. He gritted through clenched teeth. The Eightfold Mountain comprises 4 major areas for disciples to cultivate: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. It is rumored that there are even better areas reserved exclusively for elders and powerful beings. Having recently joined and being at the Gathering Spirit Realm, Fang Chen naturally chose the lowest tier, yellow area. The 4 regions are interconnected, though their entrances are not located in the same place. Upon arriving at the entrance to the yellow area, he found a formation concealed by mist. Passing through the mist would lead him into the true Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen stepped directly inside, and as he emerged from the fog, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged towards him. Before he could absorb it, it began to frantically penetrate his body. If not refined in time, it could pose a great danger to him. Fortunately, this place merely serves as an entrance, and the turbulent spiritual energy is something Fang Chen can still withstand. He gazed toward the yellow stage area, a desolate mountain peak of considerable expanse, where numerous new disciples were scattered about, engaged in solitary cultivation. Observing this, Fang Chen made his way deeper into the area, intent on finding an isolated spot to hone his skills undisturbed. This was not a difficult task, given the vastness of the yellow stage region. Soon, he discovered a small hill with a rocky wall, a place where he could cultivate with minimal chance of interruption. Fang Chen settled himself on the ground and retrieved the Yun Xiandan acquired from the 7 Peaks assessment. With the Yun Xiandan, coupled with a drop of sword demon blood remaining within him, breaking through to the postnatal realm would be an uncomplicated endeavor. However, this would merely constitute a standard breakthrough. Since he possessed these rare treasures, alongside the heavenly Tao demon bone and the sword demon physique, he might attempt a simultaneous dual breakthrough of both the law and body. If fortune favored him, he could even unlock a meridian. As the name suggests, the spirit gathering realm is about gathering spiritual energy. Once the spiritual power within the body accumulates to a certain extent, one can circulate it throughout the entire form. If one manages to circulate it once around the body, a meridian will be opened, marking entry into the postnatal realm. Should one circulate it twice, they would attain the 2nd level of the postnatal realm. As for meridians, once one is opened, there is no need to open another until reaching the innate realm, at which point a meridian can be unlocked, signifying entry into the innate stage. However, cultivators who have only opened a single meridian are often quite weak, serving merely as stepping stones for true talents. There are a total of 36 meridians within the human body, and if one could unlock them all to enter the Zhou Yuan realm, they would be considered an extraordinary genius with a promising future. Nevertheless, even those hailed as geniuses typically manage to unlock only 18 meridians. Very few have achieved the feat of opening all 36 before entering the Zhou Yuan realm. Fang Chen felt that becoming the foremost individual in the Divine East region would be a formidable challenge. Yet he harbored a degree of confidence in unlocking 18 or even more than 20 meridians. Meanwhile, the violent spiritual energy surrounding him began to surge once more, attempting to invade Fang Chen's body. The longer one remains on the Eightfold Mountain, the more intense the spiritual energy becomes. New disciples can typically endure no more than a single day within this mountain. They first circulate the surrounding spiritual energy to impact the physical body, then utilize their own spiritual power to circulate throughout, pushing their body to its limits. Such a breakthrough allows for the simultaneous attainment of the postnatal realm and the 1st level of body refinement, achieving a dual breakthrough of both law and body. This method of breakthrough is not a secret, yet the process is excruciatingly painful. Should one falter, it could cause significant harm, even leading to the shattering of their dantian. Thus, many opt for the conventional breakthrough rather than the dual method. However, Fang Chen was unafraid. He possessed the sword demon physique, the sword word Dao text, the Yin Xiandan, and the heavenly Dao demon bone. To fear would be a waste of such rare gifts. Therefore, he consumed the Yin Xiandan and commenced his breakthrough. On the other side, Zhongguan knelt half-heartedly before Luo Yun, his expression resolute. Luo Yun regarded him coolly and inquired, "Do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? This person must not live. My hatred cannot be quelled until he is vanquished. I implore you, senior brother Luo, to grant my request." Zhongguan replied, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 37. Breaking through the post-heaven realm with a deep sigh. Luo Yun remarked, "If that is the case, then let us proceed." He deftly revealed a black dagger in his grasp. This was a first-tier, yellow-grade assassination artifact, known as the Shadow Blade, capable of eliminating targets without a trace. After you have dealt with him, you must make your swift exit. Should the enforcement hall investigate, even if they suspect you, there will be no evidence against you, Luo Yun instructed. Understood. Zhongguan respectfully accepted the Shadow Blade, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, senior brother Luo, I shall not let you down. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yun dismissed him, and Zhongguan departed. Upon consuming the cloud immortal pill, Fang Chen felt a natural formation of a circulatory pathway within his body. This is precisely why the cloud immortal pill is deemed essential for breaking through the post-heaven realm. It opens the most suitable circulatory route for one's advancement, ensuring a direct path to breakthrough without detours. Should one attempt to break through independently, any misstep in the circulating spiritual energy could result in severe harm. Once he determined the pathway, Fang Chen began to gather spiritual energy and initiate the process. Simultaneously, a torrent of turbulent spiritual energy surged into him. Utilizing the body of the sword demon, he fervently absorbed and refined this energy, transforming it into his own spiritual power, which he then integrated into his operation. This would allow for a more expansive pathway, enabling him to circulate spiritual energy with greater swiftness than others in the future. As the flow of spiritual energy commenced, the first meridian began to open. This process required utmost concentration. Any lapse in focus could lead to failure. It was essential to maintain an ample supply of spiritual energy, for any deficiency could spell disaster. As his aura intensified, the circulation of spiritual energy reached its midpoint. At this critical juncture, Fang Chen drew forth the remaining drop of sword demon blood from his dantian, allowing his body to absorb it. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through him, and the circulatory pathway trembled slightly. Another surge of energy followed the spiritual energy, undergoing a refinement of the physical body. This was Fang Chen's intention, to use the sword demon blood as a medium to enhance his physical constitution. The dual operation would facilitate better integration, greatly benefiting him in the future while also mitigating any potential rejection from the dual cultivation of body and law. However, this process was excruciatingly painful and exceedingly prolonged. Fang Chen felt as though an army of ants were gnawing at him, accompanied by a burning sensation reminiscent of purgatory, causing his veins to bulge. Each refinement felt like thousands of hammers striking his flesh, torturous in its intensity. Had it not been for Fang Chen's formidable willpower, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm to withstand such overwhelming agony. Even those who had ascended 300 steps on the celestial ladder would find it unbearable, succumbing to despair. The most tormenting aspect was the mental struggle amidst this suffering, where a voice incessantly urged him to give up. Why endure this? Ordinary breakthroughs are sufficient. You could achieve a solid body refinement later. Why complicate matters with dual cultivation and invite unnecessary suffering? You possess the little tower. With its aid, you can become a formidable force without such hardship. Is not a leisurely path to power preferable? This inner voice persistently tempted Fang Chen to surrender, and even he found himself wavering. Contemplating the expectations of his revered master and mistress, the humiliation inflicted by Luo Yun and Su Wan'er, the despair and unwillingness before death, the hopes of Meng Yao, and the icy gaze of Lin Shuiyan, he resolved to become stronger, exceedingly strong. He yearned to assuage the concerns of his master and mistress, to ensure that Luo Yun and Su Wanner would pay dearly for their transgressions, to eradicate any semblance of despair, and to bring joy to Meng Yao as her betrothed. For this, what is a little suffering? He silently roared in defiance, gritting his teeth in perseverance. A day swiftly passed, yet for Fang Chen, it felt interminably long, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, with his eyes closed, Fang Chen opened them, revealing orbs of crimson brimming with a demonic essence. In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically. The flow of spiritual energy coursed through his body, completing a full cycle. He had broken through to the first level of the postnatal realm. Not only that, under the influence of the blood of the sword demon, he completed the body refinement process, successfully advancing his physical form as well, achieving a remarkable breakthrough across 3 minor realms to reach the 3rd level of body refinement. At last, he had arrived at the postnatal realm. Sensing the transformation within him, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His dantian had expanded to twice its original size, surpassing that of an ordinary postnatal practitioner by more than 3-fold. The first meridian within him had been unblocked, specifically the central meridian, the most challenging among the 36. Thus, his ability to channel spiritual energy was exponentially faster than that of an average postnatal cultivator, allowing for a more fluid circulation throughout his limbs and bones. While it may seem merely a matter of speed in the heat of battle, such an advantage could be pivotal, potentially determining the outcome of conflict. Moreover, during daily cultivation, he would progress far more swiftly than others, reaping abundant benefits. Reaching the 3rd level of body refinement endowed Fang Chen with a physical strength equivalent to that of 5 cauldrons, a remarkable enhancement indeed. In combat, he would wield this newfound power as a formidable weapon. It could be said that Fang Chen, having broken into the postnatal realm, would find himself at ease in battles against opponents below the 7th level, and even possess the strength to contend with those at the 7th level. At that moment, a subtle reaction emanated from the small tower within his dantian. The 3rd layer had been unlocked. Overjoyed, Fang Chen did not hesitate to enter the small tower. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, he found it unchanged, featuring a table and a box. Opening the box revealed 4 precious drops of sword demon blood, alongside an ancient tome. As anticipated, he had surmised that the sword demon blood constituted the foundational reward of each layer, continuing until he himself became a true ancient sword demon. He stored the 4 drops of sword demon blood within his dantian and then seized the ancient book. Upon opening it, he was elated to discover it contained a method for cultivating spiritual power. Such techniques for spiritual power are exceedingly rare. Even the Tianyu Divine sect possesses only a handful, most of which are of mediocre quality, with merely 2 or 3 classified as yellow grade, 1st or 2nd tier. However, the tome before him was a remarkable yellow grade, 9th tier technique. This revelation thrilled Fang Chen immensely. Should this method be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless cultivators in the divine eastern region. The yellow grade 9th tier technique, unyielding sea of consciousness, spans 9 levels, capable of expanding the sea of consciousness, enhancing spiritual power, and once mastered, granting access to spiritual power divine abilities. A glimmer of realization flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. The purification of mental energy. The more unadulterated the mental force, the greater its potency. Much like a stacking effect, during collisions of similar mental energies, it is often the more refined mental force that prevails. Furthermore, when executing mental techniques and secret arts, the process becomes exceedingly smooth and flawless. I have been troubled by the lack of formidable mental cultivation methods, but with this technique at my disposal, I need not worry about that for the time being. This little tower indeed possesses a certain sentience, knowing precisely what I require the most at this moment. A faint smile graced his lips as he emerged from the small tower. However, instead of immediately choosing to cultivate the indomitable technique, he resolved to focus on the path of physical enhancement. I am still within the 8th layer mountain and cannot afford to squander the abundant spiritual energy here, coupled with the blood of the sword demon coursing through my veins. This presents an excellent opportunity for body refinement. Thus, he intended to commence his training in the path of physical enhancement. Just then, Fang Chen sensed that someone had locked onto his consciousness. Following his breakthrough into the postnatal realm, his sea of consciousness and mental strength had experienced tremendous enhancement, rivaling that of an ordinary third-tier postnatal cultivator. He could certainly perceive the presence of the other party. Without any hesitation, he projected his own consciousness outward and quickly discerned who had targeted him. It was him. Fang Chen's expression turned icy. For the newcomer was none other than Zhongguan, who had previously troubled him at the entrance of the 8th Layer Mountain. What would he possibly want? Surely, he isn't here to kill me? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Just so happens, after my breakthrough, I am in need of a sparring partner. Chapter 38. Ambush and counterattack. He summoned the Black Ming sword and placed it beside him, sitting cross-legged on the ground, feigning a state of cultivation. Zhongguan remained oblivious to the fact that his whereabouts had been discovered by Fang Chen. Upon sensing Fang Chen's position, a sinister smile crept across his face. At last, I have found you. Gripping the flowing shadow blade, he stealthily approached Fang Chen, confident that with his strength at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm, he could silently eliminate Fang Chen on the spot. He had even prepared a potion capable of silently destroying the corpse, ensuring Fang Chen would vanish entirely from this world. 10 paces, 5 paces, 3 paces. Fang Chen remained seated, seemingly unaware of Zhongguan's approach. It was not until 2 paces away that Zhongguan, filled with lethal intent, declared die. With a wicked grin, he swung the flowing shadow blade towards Fang Chen's back. Yet at that critical moment, Fang Chen's figure shifted. He swiftly drew the Black Ming sword and blocked the attack. Clang! The sharp sound of blades clashing echoed. This, Zhongguan's eyes widened in disbelief. By all accounts, Fang Chen should not have been able to defend against such an attack unless he had prepared in advance. Even if you were prepared, what of it? You are merely at the gathering spirit stage. Zhongguan still felt assured of his victory. After all, he was a practitioner at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm. But then, Fang Chen's aura erupted, revealing that he was, in fact, at the 1st level of the postnatal realm. How could this be? Just 2 days ago, Fang Chen was merely at the gathering spirit stage, and now he had somehow broken through to the postnatal realm. Yet, Zhongguan quickly scoffed. What of the postnatal realm? You, who have just entered it, are no match for me. With that, he swung the flowing shadow blade down with great speed, aiming to eliminate Fang Chen before he could react. However, he failed to notice that Fang Chen's path as a cultivator was at the postnatal stage, while his physical cultivation was at the 3rd level of the body refinement stage. Coupled with the sword demon body, his speed was incomparably faster than Zhongguan, who had yet to cultivate in the body refinement stage. In the instant Zhongguan descended with a strike, Fang Chen had already spun around to defend. Simultaneously, he unleashed his spiritual energy, executing the fierce demon sword technique. Bang! The two clashed once more, but this time it was Zhongguan who was forced back several steps, his arm numbed and powerless. What? Zhongguan's eyes widened. Was this truly the combat power expected of a newly ascended postnatal realm practitioner? Yet Fang Chen did not grant him a moment's respite. In this place, killing must be swift. If discovered, trouble would ensue. He immediately activated the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, launching a mental attack. Zhongguan suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head. The spiritual energy he had just gathered disintegrated in an instant. Having broken through to the postnatal realm, Fang Chen's Soul Heaven Demon Eye attack had grown even more formidable. It could inflict a piercing pain upon early-stage practitioners of the postnatal realm, rendering them incapable of resistance. Fang Chen swiftly closed the distance without a hint of hesitation. With a single stroke of his sword, a deep gash appeared on Zhongguan's neck. At the same time, he snapped back to reality from the pain. Upon feeling the wound on his neck, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He had not anticipated Fang Chen to be so decisive, leaving him no chance whatsoever. You won't die well. Senior brother Luo will avenge me. With his last breath, he uttered these words before his spirit departed this world. Fang Chen's expression remained tranquil as he grasped the flowing shadow blade in his hand. A first-tier, yellow-grade weapon. Quite commendable indeed. He stowed the blade into his storage pouch and proceeded to search the corpses. It came as no surprise that Zhong Guan lacked a storage pouch. After all, such items are not a common possession. Nevertheless, he discovered 10 spirit stones and a vial of medicine. Upon uncorking the bottle, a noxious, corrosive odor wafted forth. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, hastily distancing himself, yet a smile crept upon his lips. The extinction water, how fortuitous. I've been pondering how to obliterate the evidence, and this fellow has thoughtfully provided me with the means. He poured the potion directly onto Zhong Guan's corpse, which immediately hissed as if devouring the remains. Within the brief span of a stick of incense, Zhong Guan's body vanished, seemingly erased from existence. It was no longer prudent to continue cultivating in this location. A change of scenery was warranted. After erasing the traces of their battle, Fang Chen sought out a secluded spot, ensuring the area was devoid of any onlookers. He settled onto the ground and commenced his physical cultivation. He first refined a full drop of the blood of the sword demon, then summoned the surrounding turbulent spiritual energy to assault his physique in a process of tempering. This method of cultivation was equally excruciating, as Fang Chen not only had to endure the radiant energy from the refined sword demon's blood, but also the agony of physical tempering. Despite the arduous nature of the process, the speed of his tempering was remarkably swift, with no adverse effects to speak of. Thus, Fang Chen remained in the 8th mountain for a full 20 days. On this day, his aura surged dramatically. His physical cultivation reached the 7th level of body tempering, and his physical strength soared to 100 cauldrons. However, Fang Chen was not entirely content. Having consumed 2 drops of the blood of the sword demon, achieving merely the 7th level of body tempering felt somewhat sluggish. Were others to overhear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly chastise him. In just 20 days, you've advanced from the 3rd to the 7th level of body tempering, and you're still dissatisfied? Ordinary individuals require an entire year of relentless training to achieve such progress. Yet, Fang Chen remained unsatisfied. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the sword demon's blood, but its efficacy in body tempering appeared subpar. It seemed that the benefits of the sword demon's blood for tempering were limited. Thus, it would be prudent not to squander it. He resolved to seek out some medicinal herbs specifically for body tempering in due course. What did bring him satisfaction was the fact that the 2nd meridian had now opened halfway under the onslaught of the sword demon's blood energy. Should he continue his cultivation, complete activation would merely be a matter of time. However, Fang Chen recognized the necessity of departing. He had reached a state of complete saturation and could no longer absorb spiritual energy. Remaining any longer would be detrimental to his well-being. It was time to return. When he next visited, he would prepare some body-tempering elixirs, confident that breaking through to the bone-forging realm would pose no challenge. As for the sword demon's blood, it should be reserved for enhancing his constitution, elevating his cultivation, and strengthening his mental fortitude and heavenly Tao demonic bone. It appeared that the remaining 3 drops of the sword demon's blood might soon prove insufficient. As he made his way toward the exit, he pondered how best to utilize the sword demon's blood to further his own advancement. In a moment of contemplation, he departed from the 8-fold mountain. Fang Chen's departure went unnoticed, and none could fathom that a life had been extinguished within the mountain's confines. Yet, as Fang Chen exited, a formidable presence locked onto him. His brow furrowed slightly. The aura was undeniably potent, indicative of an elder. Indeed, a middle-aged man clad in elder's robes approached with haste, his demeanor dark and filled with malice. "You are Fang Chen?" he inquired coldly. "Indeed," Fang Chen replied. The man's eyes narrowed, and he coldly remarked, "So you're the one who killed Luo Ao?" Fang Chen instantly grasped that the man was from the Luo family. "I did," he admitted without hesitation. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Fang Chen's audacity, displaying no fear of his elder status, which only fueled his rage. "Excellent. As long as you dare to admit it. Do you realize you have slain one who was beyond your rightful reach?" He hissed. "He sought to take my life. Thus, I took his. What of it?" Fang Chen retorted icily. "He sought to kill you. You deserve to be slain by him. What is his status compared to yours? You wretch, do you think yourself worthy of comparison?" The middle-aged man shouted. He then coldly declared, "I am Luo Ao's uncle, Luo Tian Shao. You have killed him. and now I shall ensure you accompany him to the grave. Is the elder truly intent on taking my life here? Fang Chen's expression remained calm. Luo Tianxiao sneered, You, a mere wretch, are not worthy of my direct intervention. I now command you, in my capacity as a core elder, in 3 days, you will journey to one of the 3 great sacred lands, the realm of all things. A newly opened small world awaits exploration by disciples. Elders of the Tianyu Divine Sect are divided into 4 ranks: Outer Gate, Inner Gate, Core, and Elder. The Core Elder possesses the authority to command inner disciples. Such an action may not be appropriate, Elder Luo, a voice interjected at that moment. Fang Chen turned to see the speaker, momentarily startled. For it was none other than Elder Hong Yun, the head of the Outer Gate's Divine Pill Pavilion, with whom he had only exchanged fleeting acquaintance. Chapter 39. Although I serve as the leader of the Divine Dan Pavilion in the Outer Sect, Elder Hong Yun holds the esteemed position of an Inner Sect elder. Naturally, her status is still a notch below that of Luo Tianxiao. Upon recognizing Hong Yun, Luo Tianxiao coldly remarked, Elder Hong Yun, this matter does not concern you. However, Hong Yun had no intention of retreating. Elder Luo, it is rather inappropriate for you to harass a disciple in such a manner, she responded. Luo Tianxiao sneered. I possess the authority to command disciples. How? Is this harassment? Moreover, the exploration of new worlds comes with substantial rewards, and others would envy the opportunity to participate. Elder Luo, spare me your roundabout tactics. I am well aware of your intentions, and the Tianyu Divine Sect does not permit such actions, Hong Yun asserted. Yet, Luo Tianxiao remained unfazed, casually stating, I do not comprehend your words, and I am not coercing anyone. He cast a cold gaze at Fang Chen, adding, Of course, he may refuse. However, such a refusal would incur appropriate penalties. This statement held truth. As a core elder, he wielded this degree of power. It could be said that as long as Fang Chen was an inner sect disciple, Luo Tianxiao could easily bring about his demise. Fang Chen's expression turned frigid as Hong Yun transmitted a message to him. You cannot comply. You have killed Luo Ao. He will undoubtedly arrange for someone to kill you during this exploration. In the new world, deaths will not be investigated, only compensated. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen finally grasped Luo Tianxiao's intentions. He sent a message back, What if I refuse? If you refuse, you may face a reduction in your stipend or possibly confinement. However, given Luo Tianxiao's animosity towards you, he is likely to impose a confinement of 6 months, Hong Yun replied. Fang Chen fell silent. This was a critical period for him to enhance his cultivation. Being confined would be a substantial loss. Moreover, in 2 months, he would have to contend with Luo Yun in a life-and-death duel. He could not afford to be imprisoned under any circumstances. He inquired further, Elder, if I participate, what is the strongest cultivator he can send to eliminate me? If I agree and then emerge, can he still target me? Hong Yun explained, the entrance to the new world is unstable. If one's cultivation is too high, it may collapse. Thus, only those at the 7th heaven stage can enter. If you emerge, he will be unable to command you for 6 months. This is a sect regulation to prevent core elders from deliberately targeting disciples. 6 months? I understand. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, astonished by how much assistance Elder Hong Yun was willing to provide despite their brief acquaintance. He then turned to Luo Tianxiao and declared, Very well, I shall participate. Since only those at the 7th heaven stage could enter, what did he have to fear? Although he might not be able to defeat them, could he not escape? Luo Tianxiao was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen to genuinely agree. He let out a derisive laugh, saying, You have some courage. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a proper welcome in the new world, so you will know that offending the Luo family is the gravest mistake of your life. He laughed heartily, filled with pride, and transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the distance. You cannot agree. I have already warned you that he seeks your life. Hong Yun admonished. Fang Chen clasped his fists in gratitude once more, saying, Thank you for your reminder, Elder. However, I must pass this trial. Otherwise, I shall never find peace in the days to come. Rest assured, even if I cannot defeat my opponent, I am capable of evasion. Hong Yun observed Fang Chen's resolute determination. Though she felt it was still too perilous, she refrained from expressing further concern. Well, may you be fortunate, she said with resignation. and seemingly vexed or self-reproachful, she departed without another word. Throughout, Fang Chen maintained an unwavering calm, his gaze imbued with a chilling resolve. Do you wish for my demise? The Luo family is far from capable of achieving that. He scoffed inwardly, choosing not to linger any longer and heading towards the direction of the seventh peak. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao made his way directly to Luo Yun's residence, disregarding the fact that he was in seclusion, and burst in without hesitation. Luo Yun, unfazed by the intrusion, inquired, "Uncle, may I ask what troubles you so?" Luo Tianxiao fixed a cold stare upon Luo Yun, sneering, "Do you truly not know why I am angry? How long has it been since I returned to the Luo family? Luo Ao has been murdered, and the culprit roams free. Why should I not be enraged? Were it not for that lad from the Yu family notifying me, I might still be in the dark." His fury was palpable. Luo Ao was a junior he had favored, someone with whom he shared a close bond, and now he was gone. Luo Yun, having anticipated this reaction, replied, "Do not worry, uncle. I have already arranged a 3-month appointment with Fang Chen. When the time comes, I shall ensure he is slain in the arena," making it clear that the Luo family is not to be trifled with. Luo Tianxiao let out a derisive laugh, stating, "Do not presume I am unaware of your motives. You seek to solidify your position as the foremost talent of the Luo family to gain control in the future. Recently, Luo Ao's rise posed a threat to you, so you conspired to eliminate him through another's hand." At this, Luo Yun frowned slightly. The Luo family was rife with discord, divided into factions. He and Luo Tianxiao represented opposing sides, and as a central elder of the Tianyu divine sect, he held significant authority within the clan. This was why he opted to delay his actions against Fang Chen rather than allow Luo Tianxiao to intervene. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment to clash with Luo Tianxiao openly. He could only reiterate, "Rest assured, I will take vengeance for my cousin." With a dismissive tone, Luo Tianxiao retorted, "There is no need. I have already arranged for him to participate in the New World expedition in 3 days. I will ensure my disciples accompany him. His death is inevitable." After this, he cast a cold glance at Luo Yun and remarked, "I hear you recently acquired the Dao Bone, extracting it from that Fang Chen. Quite the clever tactic. Indeed, I was completely oblivious. Focus on your cultivation. I shall handle this minor matter myself." Without waiting for Luo Yun's response, he departed. Luo Yun watched him leave, his expression darkening to an extreme. Yet, he quickly composed himself and called out, "Come here." A shadow materialized before Luo Yun, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Luo Yun stated that you would also participate in this new journey to the world. Should those individuals prove incapable of vanquishing Fang Chen, you must take on the task. If possible, it would be best to first earn Fang Chen's trust. Understood, Heiying replied respectfully before departing. Luo Yun chose to disregard other matters and continued his cultivation, awakening the bones of the heavenly Tao. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Holy Palace, Fang Chen was immediately approached by Gang Hu. "Ah, junior brother Fang, you have finally returned," Gang Hu exclaimed, nearly brought to tears at Fang Chen's arrival. On his very first day, Fang Chen had left, entrusting the vast Seven Peaks to him. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of the Seven Peaks was utterly depleted, forcing him to rely on spirit stones for cultivation. Yet, even for a genius like him, the spirit stones were insufficient to support such demands, leaving him greatly distressed over the past few days. As Gang Hu was about to share the tribulations of his recent days, he suddenly realized that Fang Chen had broken through to the postnatal realm. He joyfully inquired, "Junior brother Fang, have you truly made a breakthrough?" Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. "That is splendid. Can we commence now?" He gazed at Fang Chen with eager anticipation. "Yes," Fang Chen replied, not denying the request, as it was indeed a promise he had made to Gang Hu. Turning to Gang Hu, he asked, "Which character's Tao do you intend to comprehend?" "Naturally, it is the Tao of War," Gang Hu declared with excitement. "The Tao of War can significantly enhance combat prowess. If I can grasp it, my fighting ability will surely multiply." Tao of War? Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Gang Hu would seek to comprehend the Tao of the staff. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment and simply nodded, saying, "You should wait for me at the martial arts arena. I will speak with Master Mother first before joining you." "Absolutely," Gang Hu readily agreed. Fang Chen then met with Xiao Mei and subsequently found the old man to treat his persistent back pain before making his way to the martial arts arena to meet Gang Hu. Junior Brother Ling, are we ready to begin? Gang Hu looked at Fang Chen with anticipation. Fang Chen nodded, of course. Chapter 40. The sword character path. With a mere thought, the sword character path materialized before the two. The universe harbors myriad paths, yet all converge into one. Each appears distinct, yet they share an inherent similarity. Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword character path is not solely a gift from the heavenly Tao's demonic bone, but rather a genuine awakening of understanding, with the bone serving merely as an auxiliary. Thus, Fang Chen's insight into the Tao is profoundly authentic, which is why he possesses the confidence that Steel Tiger can similarly awaken his own path. Though their paths diverge, the essence remains the same, allowing one to derive insights from another's character path. After elucidating the origins of the great Tao, Fang Chen said, "First, delve into my sword character path, and from it, grasp the fundamental essence of the Tao, then integrate it into your battle path." This method of cultivation is quite common within the Tianyu Divine sect. Elders typically present their character paths for others to contemplate. However, such collective comprehension often involves hundreds, if not thousands, rendering it nearly impossible to glean anything meaningful. In contrast, this one-on-one engagement proves far more beneficial, akin to having exclusive access. By the way, Fang Chen inquired, since you wish to comprehend the battle character path, do you have any preparations? Indeed, Steel Tiger replied, retrieving 2 jade slips and an ancient tome from a nearby satchel. These contain detailed insights and explanations regarding the battle character path. May I take a look? Fang Chen asked, finding it a pleasant diversion. Of course, Steel Tiger responded, handing the items to Fang Chen, who then resumed his contemplation of the sword character path. Fang Chen first opened the ancient book, authored by a powerful figure who had awakened the battle character path, which provided an extensive analysis. The character for battle bore numerous interpretations, such as though the world may be at peace, neglecting battle invites peril, and battle is not merely physical, it also targets the heart. For battle embodies courage. Fang Chen discerned that the essence of battle resides more within the psyche than in external conflicts. So that is how it is. As he continued reading, an epiphany began to dawn upon him. He then picked up the jade slips to examine them as well. Meanwhile, Steel Tiger immersed himself in the comprehension of Fang Chen's sword character path, and thus, they each engaged in their respective practices. So this is what the character paths are like. I have gained some insight. After a considerable time, Steel Tiger finally experienced a revelation, excitement gradually bubbling within him. He felt assured that he could grasp a character path upon entering the innate realm. Suddenly, he noticed the sword character path emanating a faint shimmer beside him. This light then transformed into a character, battle? The battle character path. Steel Tiger erupted with enthusiasm. Could it be that I have comprehended the battle character path? Ha ha ha. Just as he was about to break into laughter, he realized something was amiss. Wait, why is that character path manifesting by Fang Shidi's side, rather than my own? Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The aura of the battle character path was not directed towards him, but rather towards Fang Chen. This was not a manifestation of his own comprehension. It was evidently a realization derived from Fang Chen's own insights. At that moment, he stood transfixed, his gaze fixed firmly on Fang Chen, not even blinking. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had just completed his examination of the final jade slip and remarked, "The essence of the battle character Tao text is indeed profound and unfathomable." He soon noticed that Steel Tiger was intently staring at him, and inquired, "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to continue your comprehension?" Steel Tiger remained silent, instinctively raising his finger to indicate the battle character Tao text. Fang Chen turned to look and was equally astonished. "You comprehend it?" he asked. Steel Tiger remained mute, and it dawned on Fang Chen that the battle character Tao text was adjacent to the sword character Tao text, clearly indicating it was his own Tao text. He stood motionless for a long time before regaining his senses, uncertainly asking, "Did I really comprehend the battle character Tao text? Are you asking me? Who should I ask then?" Steel Tiger exclaimed, leaping up in frustration. "Oh my heavens! This is the Tao text I was meant to comprehend. I've struggled for so long without success. I've gazed upon those texts for what feels like an eternity without any insight. And he only needed to glance at it once. Just once. How can one live with this? Fang Chen was equally bewildered. After his own review, he indeed felt a slight understanding, and the heavenly Tao demon bone also reacted. However, he thought he had merely grasped some principles of the great Tao, never anticipating that he would directly comprehend the battle character Tao text. As he delved into the battle character Tao text and understood its implications, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As the name suggests, the battle character Tao text enhances combat prowess. Moreover, it could elevate Fang Chen's fighting capabilities by an entire minor realm. Although it may seem like just a minor realm, this would prove immensely advantageous for Fang Chen when he fought beyond his current level. My heavenly Tao demon bone is incredibly formidable, Fang Chen mused internally. Meanwhile, Steel Tiger continued to lament, unable to accept this reality. Observing this, Fang Chen said with a hint of exasperation, "Steel brother, there's no need for such despair. My comprehension of the battle character Tao text means you can directly perceive it as well, which will expedite your understanding." Steel Tiger still bore a woeful expression. His gaze locked onto Fang Chen. He had considered himself a genius, believing that even if he could not surpass the finest of the Tianyu divine sect, he was at least on par with them. However, Fang Chen's emergence revealed to him the harsh truth of competition. You are exceptionally gifted. If you showcased your talents, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's focus cultivation, he said with a hint of envy. Fang Chen responded with a faint smile. I wish to remain on the 7th peak for now. As for sect cultivation, we shall see about that in the future. He then added, all right, let us continue our training. I will share my insights on the battle character Tao text with you, which I believe will be immensely beneficial. 2 days later, Steel Tiger was seated at the center of the training ground. With Fang Chen's assistance, he made significant progress in his understanding of the battle character. Although he could not fully grasp it, this was sufficient for him to train for a month or two. At that moment, there was a stirring in Fang Chen's storage bag. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved the source of the sound, which turned out to be a first-grade guest token from the watching auction house. Upon sensing the presence of another seeking his attention, he recognized that his entry into the realm of all things would undoubtedly entail a fierce battle, necessitating thorough preparation. He chose not to disturb Steel Tiger's cultivation and departed directly towards the Star Auction House. Soon, he arrived at the Star Auction House, where Elder Lu awaited outside. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he respectfully ushered him inside. They entered the luxurious reception room, where Yin Xiaolin, adorned in a golden cheongsam, revealed her long, fair legs, exuding a captivating elegance that enchanted all who beheld her. Upon Fang Chen's arrival, she beamed and said, Mr. Fang, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting and replied, Manager Yin. He then inquired, May I ask what matters prompted your summons? With a smile, Yin Xiaolin responded, Mr. Fang, you remain as forthright as ever. In that case, I shall speak plainly. She clapped her hands, and 3 stunning maidens emerged from outside, each carrying a tray covered by exquisite cloth. Yin Xiaolin continued, in recent days, our personnel have acquired these 3 items. Although they could not discern their nature, they sensed their extraordinary essence and procured them. Our appraisers have examined them, yet they too found it challenging to ascertain their true worth, hence I sought your expertise. With that, she gestured for the maidens to unveil the cloth. Fang Chen looked upon the 3 items, noting that 2 were medicinal herbs, while the 3rd was a magical artifact resembling a shield, adorned with grotesque faces. He could even perceive an eerie energy emanating from it, feeling as though those ghastly visages were leering at him, intent on drawing him into the shield itself. Noting Fang Chen's keen interest in the shield, Yin Xiaolin was not surprised. She cautioned, Mr. Fang, do exercise caution. This shield is a growth-type artifact. Growth-type artifact? Fang Chen echoed, slightly astonished. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare, possessing the ability to elevate their tier continuously, akin to cultivators. Each growth-type artifact was worth its weight in gold. Yin Xiaolin nodded, but then let out a wry smile, adding, however, this particular artifact harbors a sinister nature. Sinister? He inquired. Indeed, it possesses the capability to devour its master. Chapter 41. The Demonic Shield Devourer. A tremor coursed through Fang Chen's heart. Artifacts that consume their masters are not uncommon, especially those of a sinister nature, which often lead their wielders to a tragic demise. Even the most formidable of these weapons are typically avoided by the majority, leaving only the most reckless to dare wield them. Yin Xiaolin continued her exposition. If this item were merely a dangerous weapon, it would be manageable. However, this particular object is exceptionally ferocious. Almost anyone who dares to use it will face a backlash. We brought it forth to see if you, Fang Chen, can resolve this issue. If you can, it will be a cause for celebration. If not, we shall have no choice but to seal it away permanently. Fang Chen gazed at the shield, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. May I touch it? He inquired. Yin Xiaolin replied, no. This item is truly malevolent. A previous appraiser suffered a backlash upon contact and nearly perished on the spot. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated the object to be so wicked. Yet, looking at the shield, he insisted, I still wish to try. Do not worry. I shall be fine. Well. Yin Xiaolin hesitated, but seeing the determination in Fang Chen's expression, she sighed softly. Since you are insistent, I shall refrain from further objections. However, should anything unusual occur, please release the shield immediately. She signaled Elder Lu to be ready to intervene if Fang Chen were to encounter danger. Fang Chen nodded and extended his hand, placing it directly upon his shield. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged into his body, seemingly intent on eroding his consciousness and seizing his flesh. Fang Chen was momentarily startled, but then snorted coldly. The demonic energy of the sword demon physique erupted instantly, and the ancient aura of the sword demon quelled the invading force, rendering it impotent. Yin Xiaolin, who had prepared to act, was astonished to see the malevolent figures etched upon the shield cease their sinister grins, their expressions replaced by sheer terror, as if they had encountered their nemesis. This left Yin Xiaolin and her companions in awe. It was known that a formidable Zhou Yuan realm expert had previously needed to intervene to control the shield, and even that powerful figure had declared that no one could master such a weapon. Yet, Fang Chen had achieved what others could not. Retrieving his hand, Fang Chen spoke. This shield is called the Demonic Shield, a yellow-grade second-tier artifact. It possesses a spirit, but it was forged through profoundly wicked methods, infusing demonic energy to create its spirit. If I am not mistaken, even the craftsman who forged this item did not anticipate its malevolence and ultimately perished at its hands. Yin Xiaolin stared at Fang Chen in disbelief, for his subsequent description was astonishingly accurate. When they discovered the shield, numerous corpses surrounded it, one of which belonged to the very craftsman who had forged the artifact. Can this demonic spirit be subdued? Yin Xiaolin inquired. Fang Chen nodded, yes, but it would require the intervention of a formidable expert above the inquiry realm to seal it. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Yin Xiaolin and her companions. The cost of enlisting a master of that caliber was exorbitant. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen proposed, if possible, could you sell me the demonic shield? I can acquire it at the highest price. He could sense the terrifying nature of the demonic shield. This artifact not only boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, but also possesses formidable offensive means, rivaling other treasures of the same rank. It is precisely what Fang Chen requires. Yin Xiaolin and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Fang Chen. He elucidated, I practice the path of demonic arts, and this object is indeed a demonic artifact, one I can subdue. As he spoke, a surge of demonic energy erupted from his body. The overwhelming aura of malevolence caused Yin Xiaolin and Master Lu to change countenance in alarm. Such dense and pure demonic energy was a rare sight for them. No wonder Fang Chen could tame this shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Xiaolin nodded, saying, Elder Fang, as a distinguished elder of our Wanqing auction house, you are indeed eligible. Thank you. Fang Chen expressed his gratitude. Yin Xiaolin smiled charmingly and remarked, there is no need for such formality, Elder Fang. We acquired this item without expending too many spirit stones. Even if we auctioned it, its excessive danger might diminish its value, perhaps even resulting in a failed bid. Given your privileges and discounts, we shall sell it for 10,000 spirit stones. I hope this is satisfactory. 10,000 spirit stones for a second-tier yellow artifact is already a considerable price. But it was evident that the Wanqing auction house had incurred significant losses due to this treasure. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let it be so. He then added, Manager Yin, I also need to procure some healing and recovery elixirs, as well as talismans, preferably those for escape and bewildering enemies, along with powerful offensive talismans. Does Wanqing possess such items? Yin Xiaolin regarded Fang Chen and asked, Are you preparing for an adventure? Fang Chen nodded. Yin Xiaolin replied with a smile, Naturally, we have such items. Please hold for a moment. She turned to Elder Lu, who understood her intent and stepped outside. Yin Xiaolin continued, Elder Fang, there are still 2 herbs we have yet to identify. I kindly ask you to assist us once more. It is my duty, he responded, observing the other 2 items, both rare and obscure herbs. However, with his extensive knowledge as a 6th-tier alchemist, he found them no challenge. A mere glance and a whiff enabled him to provide detailed explanations. After hearing his insights, Yin Xiaolin's admiration for Fang Chen deepened. Simultaneously, her curiosity about this young man grew. How was it that he possessed such knowledge at such a tender age? Before long, Elder Lu returned, bearing 4 brocade boxes and 3 elixirs. The attendant opened the boxes one by one, revealing talismans within. Elder Lu introduced, This box contains Earth Escape talismans, all of the 9th rank, capable of unleashing the speed of a 1st-tier innate realm practitioner. In this box, there are Earth Escape talismans, Mist talismans, and Illusion talismans, all of the 9th rank. Additionally, there are explosive talismans of the 1st rank, which can deliver the full force of a practitioner at the 8th or 9th tier of the acquired realm. The elixirs include healing elixirs and elixirs for recovering spiritual energy, all of the 3rd rank, along with a 3rd rank elixir that can enhance combat capability. In truth, the Wanqing auction house possesses even better items, but not all of them would be suitable for Fang Chen. The use of certain talismans and elixirs before reaching a specific realm can pose significant dangers, and it is precisely these that are most suitable for Fang Chen. After listening to the introduction, Fang Chen procured 5 Earth Escape talismans, 3 Mist talismans, 3 Illusion talismans, and 3 Explosion talismans. As for elixirs, he acquired a vial of healing potions, each containing 20, as well as 3 battle enhancement pills. Altogether, these treasures cost him over 20,000 spirit stones, a significant expense that weighed heavily on his heart for quite some time. Subsequently, Fang Chen bid farewell and returned to the 7th peak with his purchases. Upon arriving at his room, he retrieved the Demon Slayer's shield. Growth-type magical treasures require blood to recognize their master, but for a weapon as fierce as the Demon Slayer's shield, the process is perilous and could lead to a backlash at any moment. However, Fang Chen is undeterred. The ancient sword demon is among the most formidable entities within the demonic path. Even though Fang Chen's current sword demon physique pales in comparison to the true ancient sword demon, it is sufficient to intimidate this minor weapon. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Demon Slayer's shield. Instantly, the shield surged with energy, resonating with Fang Chen. The recognition process commenced. Yet, just as it began, a wave of terrifying demonic energy surged into Fang Chen's body. The Demon Slayer shield, unwilling to submit so easily, sought to resist. Even knowing Fang Chen's strength, Fang Chen let out a cold snort. The power of the sword demon surged forth once more. Submit, he commanded. Chapter 42. Journey to the New World. In that fleeting moment, the demon shield felt as though a deity stood before it, gazing down with disdain. Should it dare entertain even the slightest notion of resistance, it would be crushed like an insignificant insect. The demon shield promptly lost the courage to resist and submissively yielded to Fang Chen. Observing this, Fang Chen could not help but smile. Yet he understood that although the demon shield had recognized him as its master, it remained poised for potential backlash, necessitating his utmost vigilance. While it was possible to enhance its power, he knew it must never exceed his own strength, lest it turn against him. Grasping the demon shield, he sought to perceive its capabilities. This exploration brought him joy. The demon shield possessed not only formidable defensive prowess, but also the ability to absorb the powers of others, transforming them into his own offensive might. It could be said that with his shield in hand, he could defend while simultaneously striking back. With this safeguard, he was assured an additional lifeline for his forthcoming journey into the Myriad Realms. Contemplating the expedition to the Myriad Mountains the following day, Fang Chen's expression turned grim. If they seek to take my life, Let us see who ultimately prevails. On the third day, after bidding farewell to his mistress, Fang Chen proceeded to the Myriad Realm at Yuzi Peak. The Myriad Realm was situated upon another summit, where a vast clearing lay. At the center of this expanse stood several grand statues, and at the heart of it all was a space rift resembling a black hole, the very entrance to the Myriad Realm. At this moment, thousands had gathered nearby. Some were there to partake in the expedition to the New World, while many others were merely spectators. Luo Tianxiao had long since arrived, serving as the leader of this exploration. With his eyes half closed, he appeared to be in a state of slumber. Yet, in the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. They have finally arrived. As Fang Chen approached the throng, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd. You dare to show up, hybrid? A voice, dripping with sarcasm, rang out as he reached the gathering. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Su Wanner. She regarded him with a cold smile, as though observing an ant destined for demise. What are you doing here, outer disciple? Fang Chen asked, his brow knitting tighter, his tone icy. Su Wanner responded with a smug expression. Why should I not be here? I am now an inner disciple, which grants me the right to be present. After her elimination, Su Wanner had leveraged her connection with Luo Yun to enter the inner circle. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the sect. They merely caused some inconvenience. You struggled tooth and nail to enter the inner sect, yet for me, it was a mere trifle, she derided. And in this myriad realm, you shall surely meet your end in the new world. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred crossed her features. Rest assured, once you are dead, I will take excellent care of the mistress. At these words, Fang Chen's expression instantly hardened. A wave of terrifying demonic energy surged forth, locking onto Su Wanner. His mistress was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm her would invoke his unrelenting wrath. Su Wanner was taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Fang Chen, stumbling backward and nearly falling to the ground, only to be steadied by another. Supporting her was a tall and handsome young man, approximately 22 years of age, standing at an impressive height of 9 feet. Following closely behind him were a burly man with a rugged appearance and a beautiful woman exuding an enchanting allure. A slight frown crossed Fang Chen's brow as he noted that all three possessed the formidable strength of the 7th stage of the postnatal realm. Furthermore, trailing behind them were no fewer than 47 individuals, each casting malevolent glances at Fang Chen. If his intuition served him correctly, these were all assassins arranged by Luo Tianxiao. Are you Fang Chen? The young man asked, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Chen, his tone icy. Fang Chen remained silent, merely regarding him with a calm demeanor. The young man sneered coldly and continued, I truly wonder what audacity you possess to offend my master. Enjoy your remaining time, for it shall be your last. He then communicated through thought, remember my name, Luo Xiao, the one who shall end your life. The burly man, known as Du Tianxiang, spoke mockingly. If you kneel down now and offer 3 respectful bows to us and Elder Luo, perhaps we might grant you a swift end. Remember, that applies to each of us here. Enough of this, the woman, by Xiangmei, interjected with evident disdain. Such lowly creatures are unworthy of kneeling before me to beg for mercy. It's simply repugnant. Senior Sister Bai is correct. This wretch is not deserving of our attention. Another voice chimed in, as Su Wanner, emboldened by the presence of so many powerful figures behind her, cast a scornful gaze at Fang Chen. Luo Xiao continued, I hear your Dao Bone was taken by senior brother Luo Yin. How fortunate for you. Yet you dare to provoke him. Truly a sign of your ignorance. Bai Xiangmei added derisively, indeed, a worthless wretch like you dares to challenge senior brother Luo Yun to a life-and-death duel? You should be grateful he has not slain you outright. Yet here you are, brazenly boasting. Du Tianxiang chimed in, yes, you're courting death. Having your Dao Bone seized is a privilege, and a mere failure dares to offend the Luo family. The crowd murmured in agreement, their gazes toward Fang Chen rife with contempt and disdain. Fang Chen, however, maintained a serene expression as he regarded them. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed Luo Tianxiao. I must commend Elder Luo. His prowess is indeed remarkable. The crowd paused, then reacted with scornful disbelief, clearly interpreting Fang Chen's words as a sign of submission, as if he were seeking mercy. What is this? A wretch like you has finally come to fear us? It's too late, Su Wanner said, her tone dripping with derision. Fang Chen's smile remained, and he continued. The livestock raised by Elder Luo is remarkably obedient and protective of their master. At this declaration, the onlookers gasped, realizing that Fang Chen had brazenly insulted Luo Xiao and the others as mere domesticated animals. Luo Xiao and his companions were instantly consumed by rage, itching to strike. You have an audacious tongue. Du Tianxiang roared, while the others glared at Fang Chen, their expressions furious, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, in the face of their wrath, Fang Chen remained tranquil, unperturbed by the brewing storm of anger. Enough, he stated calmly. Luo Tianxiao finally spoke. There is no need to engage in verbal sparring with those on the brink of death. Once you enter, do what you must. Remember, if you encounter a beast, do not be quick to slay it. New creatures may emerge. Dissect before you kill. The others understood Luo Tianxiao's implication. When it came to Fang Chen, they should not strike him down immediately. They aimed to torment him, ensuring he comprehended the essence of a living hell. Luo Xiao and the others grinned maliciously, responding in unison, understood. Fang Chen, too, grasped the situation, yet maintained his calm demeanor. Junior brother Fang, at that moment, a girl's voice resonated in his mind. He turned slowly to see a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old maiden, clad in a pale green garment. With a delicate oval face, she was strikingly beautiful. Her clear, bright eyes met his briefly before she swiftly averted her gaze. Who are you? Fang Chen inquired through thought. The girl replied, I am Han Xiangxiang, a disciple of Elder Han Yan. She instructed me that if you were to encounter me in the new world, I could assist you, while I may not be of help in all matters. Providing you protection poses no issue. Fang Chen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Despite only having met Elder Han Yun once, she had been looking out for him. Thank you, Senior Sister Han. He conveyed his thanks telepathically. Han Xiangxiang responded, It is my duty. However, we must keep our connection discreet. Otherwise, I might become a target after we enter. Understood. I will make my way toward the central region of the new world, and you need only head in that direction to find me. After relaying this, Han Xiangxiang vanished into the crowd. All right, Luo Tianxiao announced. Now that everyone is here, let us prepare to enter the new world. All participants, please step forward. The crowd immediately sprang into action, with over 300 individuals emerging from the thousands present. As the rest stepped aside, this trio of 100 represented the disciples entering the new world, and Fang Chen was among them. Luo Tianxiao continued, Your task is to explore the new world. Each of you will receive a magical artifact capable of reading maps. Once inside, your objective is to investigate various areas and map the entire expanse within a month. This is a mission from the sect, and, naturally, there are rewards. Each entrant will receive 20 spirit stones, and those who produce the most complete and detailed maps will be rewarded with a third-tier medicinal pill, the Opening Veins Pill. Chapter 43, Perilous Opening of the Meridians. Alas, that is a divine elixir capable of assisting in the opening of the meridians. The crowd was filled with immense excitement, while those who had not participated were engulfed in regret. However, such an opportunity is not simply about participation. It requires both the presence of individuals and the fulfillment of specific criteria. Fang Chen felt a stir within his heart. Indeed, the elixir for opening the meridians would be of tremendous benefit to him. Soon after, Luo Tianxiao commanded his subordinates to distribute the magical artifact that recorded maps to the disciples below. When one disciple handed the artifact to Fang Chen, his gaze carried an unusual intensity. Fang Chen noticed this, but did not dwell on it, as he had become the focal point of attention, receiving myriad peculiar glances. The distributed artifact resembled a plate, merely a mundane item of the third tier, emanating a faint glow adorned with some runes. Its usage was straightforward. Once activated, it would autonomously document the surrounding environment, allowing for more detailed mapping. In no time, over 300 individuals had received the mapping artifact. Luo Tianxiao declared, Remember, you must take great care of the mapping artifact. If lost, you shall forfeit your qualification and be unable to claim the 20 spirit stones. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Luo Tianxiao produced a token, forming hand seals that cast an imprint upon the spatial rift. The rift shimmered slightly, its form shifting. Luo Tianxiao continued, "Upon entering, you shall be transported directly to the new world. However, the location will be uncertain. Rest assured, you will not be sent near any threatening creatures. What are we waiting for? Charge!" Someone shouted, and immediately leapt into the spatial rift. Others followed suit, one after another, disappearing from sight. Yet, Luo Xiao and her companions remained unmoved, clearly intending to wait until Fang Chen entered before they followed. Fang Chen understood their intentions and, without hesitation, stepped into the spatial rift alongside the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao and the others promptly followed. Once all had entered, the spatial rift closed instantaneously, only to reopen a month later. As Fang Chen stepped into the rift, he felt the chaos of the surrounding space, continually pulled by the force of the cosmos. When he tumbled out of the rift, he felt an overwhelming dizziness, but fortunately, it subsided in a mere blink of an eye. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a dense forest, eerily silent, with not a whisper of wind. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Fang Chen ascended the highest hill to survey the area, while simultaneously activating the mapping artifact to swiftly document his surroundings. The landscape stretched for 1,000 miles, enveloped in thick woods with ancient vines entwined, resembling a primordial forest. Occasionally, Fang Chen could hear the roars of beasts and rustling sounds, indicating that this was not a tranquil locale. After assessing the general situation, Fang Chen ventured deeper into the forest. In such a small world, the powerful entities of the sect would typically probe the area first, ensuring that there were no excessively formidable beasts before allowing their disciples to enter. If entering here meant certain death, there would not be so many eager disciples willing to participate. Roar! Just as Fang Chen was making his way from the depths of the thicket, a fiery lion, its entire body ablaze with crimson, lunged forth. An aura of ferocity enveloped the air, its claws, sharp as blades, aimed at Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen was prepared. The Hyming sword had unsheathed itself unbeknownst to him. Unfazed by the lion's ferocious assault, he charged forward with increased speed. The clash between the Hyming sword and the lion's claws erupted in a shower of terrifying sparks. However, in the next moment, the sword's intent surged forth, sending the fiery lion reeling. Startled, the lion did not expect this biped to be so formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned tail and fled. Fang Chen was taken aback. He did not anticipate that this lion, merely a level 2 creature, possessed such high intelligence. Just as he contemplated pursuit, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He promptly abandoned the chase and swiftly ascended a tree to conceal his presence. After 5 breaths, 3 figures appeared in the very spot Fang Chen had occupied moments before. Peering closely, he recognized them as 3 of the 50-odd individuals he had memorized prior to their entrance, a feat not difficult for someone of his innate talent. Yet, a question lingered in Fang Chen's mind. Why had these 3 appeared here? Was it mere coincidence? How had they discovered his presence? His brow furrowed. At that moment, one of the individuals below remarked, "Strange, there was a disturbance just now. That fellow should still be around here. He can't have gone far. Let us continue the chase." All right. As the 3 prepared to pursue, once more, Fang Chen observed them, noting that one possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of the post-heaven realm, while the other 2 were at the 3rd layer. They were within his reach. He mused silently, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the tree. A leaf had inexplicably appeared in his hand. As he descended rapidly, Fang Chen propelled the leaf toward the opposite side, severing a branch cleanly. Who? The 3 immediately turned, vigilance etched on their faces. Simultaneously, Fang Chen reached the back of one of them. That individual felt an icy chill creep up his spine. Yet before he could react, he felt a sudden lightness, his head rolling away from his body. Bewildered, he stumbled forward, only to behold a headless corpse in his place. Comprehension dawning upon him, his head had been severed. At that instant, the other 2 realized they had been ensnared. As they turned, they caught sight of Fang Chen's frigid expression. "You filthy scoundrel! How dare you kill my man?" The 4th layer cultivator roared in fury, raising his iron hammer to strike Fang Chen. The other, wielding a long sword, lunged at him. Yet, Fang Chen was prepared. The Shamo shield had appeared out of nowhere, blocking the fourth layer's assault. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. The third layer cultivator suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head. In the chaos of his attack, he faltered. Fang Chen, unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, struck with his sword, slaying him instantly. Turning his gaze to the other side, he was astonished to find that the Shamo shield had ensnared the fourth layer cultivator's massive hammer, displaying an ominous ferocity. "Well done," Fang Chen praised, as the dark energy coalesced swiftly in his Haiming sword. The violet glimmering demonic blade took form, cleaving toward the fourth layer cultivator. The cultivator's complexion changed drastically. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the hammer, retreating hastily while drawing forth a defensive artifact, readying to activate it. Fang Chen's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, causing the fourth-tier cultivator to feel a sudden sharp pain in his head, momentarily slowing his movements. Yet, in that brief pause, Fang Chen's violet magic blade struck true, cleaving him in two. After executing this swift act, Fang Chen felt a slight dizziness. Although the mental assault of the Soul Heaven Demon was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll on his spiritual energy. He could only unleash this power twice in quick succession. Once he had dispatched the three adversaries, he seized all their treasures and spirit stones before swiftly retreating in a particular direction. Approximately an incense stick's worth of time later, 5 figures materialized at the scene. Among them, a formidable 6th-tier postnatal cultivator and a 5th-tier practitioner. Upon witnessing the grim state of the 3 corpses, their brows furrowed in concern. The 6th-tier cultivator snorted derisively. "How dare they kill our people? This scoundrel possesses quite the audacity." He produced a treasure resembling a glass orb, within which a luminous point flickered incessantly, moving away into the distance. After assessing the situation, he quickly discerned Fang Chen's escape route and commanded, "Pursue." The 5 hastened after him. As Fang Chen continued his flight, he altered his course. However, within a mere half-day, he sensed 5 powerful auras gradually closing in behind him. His brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? How had they discovered his whereabouts? He had taken great care to avoid leaving a trace, maintaining a moderate speed while frequently changing positions. Logically, they should not have been able to track him. Was it possible that they possessed some secret tracking technique? No. If it were merely 1 or 2 individuals, that would be manageable, but the previous 3 had also known his location, which felt exceedingly strange. Could it be? A possibility dawned on Fang Chen. Testing his hypothesis, he retrieved an Earth Escape talisman and affixed it to his calf, then plunged directly into the ground. Instantly, his speed surged to over 10 times its former rate, and within a brief moment, he had outpaced his pursuers. He was able to accelerate so drastically. The 6th-tier cultivator expressed mild astonishment, yet as he gazed at the radiant point within the orb, a cold smile crept across his face. "I shall see just how far you can run." Chapter 44. Slaying the 6th layer. Fang Chen's escape spanned several dozen miles. He halted in a dense forest on a hill and retrieved a treasured map. This was the very item he suspected might have been tampered with. For apart from this map given to him by Luo Tianxiao, nothing else on his person could possibly be compromised. He tossed the item onto the ground, yet after a moment's thought, picked it up again. Contemplating further, he buried the map in the earth and affixed an explosive talisman atop it to set a trap. This talisman possessed the formidable power of an 8th or 9th layer cultivator, capable of inflicting severe injury or even death to anyone of the 7th layer or below who might fail to notice it. After completing this task, Fang Chen still felt uneasy and produced an illusion array to further conceal the trap. With these measures in place, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to discern the trap's true nature. Once finished, he ascended a large tree several meters away, concealing his aura while waiting in silence. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, the group of pursuers indeed reappeared, solidifying Fang Chen's suspicion that something on him had betrayed his location. Soon, they halted near the trap he had set and gradually approached the site of the treasured map. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, confirming his assumptions. Led by a 6th layer cultivator, the group drew closer, and he released a spirit orb, scanning his surroundings and glancing downward. A slight smirk graced his lips as he coldly remarked, "Are you hiding underground?" Previously, Fang Chen had utilized an Earth escape talisman, leading them to instinctively believe he was concealed beneath the surface. He observed the others, who seemed to exchange silent communication and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the five of them quietly gathered their spiritual power, transforming it into a formidable technique. Attack! Roared the sixth-layer cultivator, prompting the five to strike in unison. Boom! The combined might of their techniques created a tremendous explosion, instantly carving a deep pit into the ground, approximately 10 yards in depth. The five reveled in their triumph, believing Fang Chen to be buried at around 5 yards deep. Under their united assault, they anticipated nothing less than complete annihilation of his form. However, as they instinctively looked down, they noticed a faint golden light flickering within the pit. Curiosity piqued. They leaned in closer, and as the smoke dissipated, their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing the object. Oh no, it's an attack talisman. The five reacted swiftly, but they had no time to evade. Boom! An immensely powerful explosion erupted. The ground trembled violently, the trees shook furiously, and leaves cascaded like a blizzard. The three weakest among the five were caught completely off guard, reduced to mere pulp by the explosion. Only the sixth and fifth-layer cultivators survived, albeit severely injured, with the fifth-layer cultivator's body suffering grievous damage, half of it obliterated. Their cries of anguish filled the air. The sixth-layer cultivator, though somewhat better off, was still coughing blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. His face paled in alarm as he turned to see Fang Chen swiftly advancing through the falling leaves, wielding the Black Ming sword, infused with otherworldly malevolence, rushing towards him. "You wretched dog! How dare you set a trap?" The sixth-layer cultivator, despite his injuries, could still muster the strength of a third or fourth layer at his peak. More than enough to slay a mere first-layer cultivator like Fang Chen. He summoned his sword and charged forward with determination. Fang Chen immediately unleashed the fierce and formidable sword art, clashing with the sixth-level cultivator in a brutal confrontation. He aimed to swiftly eliminate this formidable opponent before dealing with the fifth-level adversary, still wailing nearby. At this moment, he could sense that the explosive sounds had drawn considerable attention, and soon others would arrive. However, a sixth-level cultivator, regardless of injury, was not someone Fang Chen could easily dispatch. With a resounding clash, they engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging 10 intense rounds of combat. Yet, neither side could claim a decisive advantage, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor at that moment. The sixth-level cultivator was astonished by Fang Chen's combat prowess, never expecting that a mere first-level cultivator could possess such strength. Nonetheless, he sneered, "What does it matter if you can hold your ground against me? Soon, others will arrive, and you will undoubtedly perish." Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the impending danger. The sixth-level cultivator continued to taunt him. "I truly wonder where you, a powerless and insignificant wretch, find the audacity to oppose the Luo family. Do you genuinely believe that with Sister Meng's protection, you can escape unscathed? Should you fall here, Sister Meng will be unable to assist you against the Luo family. Of course, if you kneel before me now and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, when the others arrive, you will be skinned alive." He sought to manipulate Fang Chen's mindset, hoping to provoke a flaw. Fang Chen recognized the ploy, and suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. "You seem overly confident in your ability to hold your ground against me." The sixth-level cultivator mocked. "What? Do you believe you can kill me? A mere wretch like you. Do you possess such capability? Just wait and see." Fang Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. In the next moment, a character materialized behind him, the character for sword. Upon seeing this, the sixth-level cultivator froze in disbelief. Then, with wide eyes, he screamed, "Dao text! Impossible! How could a wretch like you possess Dao text?" Ignoring his outburst, Fang Chen summoned another character behind him, this time the character for war. The sixth-level cultivator was left utterly stunned. 2 Dao texts. Fang Chen had comprehended 2 Dao texts in the postnatal realm. Such a feat could only belong to a prodigy among prodigies. Impossible. How could a worthless wretch like you be a genius? Absolutely impossible. He could not accept the reality that the one he had looked down upon was, in fact, an unparalleled genius. Now, who is truly the worthless one? I believe is quite clear. Fang Chen remarked coldly. Even if you comprehend 2 Dao texts, what of it? My cultivation level stands firm. You're no match for me. He roared. Is that so? Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he activated the Dao text. The sword Dao text instantly augmented the power of his swordsmanship, while the war Dao text elevated his strength from the first level of the postnatal realm to the second. With the enhancement of these 2 characters, the ferocity of the fierce magic sword art surged dramatically, allowing Fang Chen to seize the upper hand. The already injured 6th level cultivator found his wounds worsening under Fang Chen's relentless assaults, and he began to falter. In a moment of panic, he pleaded, "Don't kill me. I was forced into this. I can help you attract others," he exclaimed urgently. Fang Chen gazed at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well. The 6th level cultivator was taken aback, surprised by Fang Chen's agreeable demeanor. Yet in the next moment, a flash of crimson light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. The 6th level cultivator instantly felt a sharp pain in his head. However, this pain was merely fleeting, for the 6th level cultivator's mind was formidable, far beyond Fang Chen's current capabilities. In that brief instant, Fang Chen's Black Ming sword had already cleaved through the air. The 6th level cultivator reacted swiftly, dodging to the side with haste. Nevertheless, the sword still struck true, severing one of his hands. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. This was the first time his soul heaven demon eye had faltered. It seemed imperative to enhance both his soul heaven demon eye and mental strength urgently. Otherwise, against a 7th level opponent, his mental attacks would prove utterly futile. The 6th level cultivator's cry of agony echoed. Although Fang Chen's sword had not delivered a fatal blow, it had rendered him entirely incapable of continuing the fight. Lacking the courage to confront Fang Chen any further, he turned to flee. Yet Fang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. A short blade materialized in his hand, the flowing shadow blade. With a surge of physical might, he unleashed the flowing shadow blade. The blade soared through the air, piercing through the fleeing 6th level cultivator. You shall not die the good death. The 6th level cultivator's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Chen, summoning his last vestiges of strength to utter those words. Fang Chen, however, paid him no heed, advancing directly to the 5th level cultivator who lay on the ground, utterly bereft of combat capability. No, the 5th level cultivator pleaded for mercy, yet Fang Chen exhibited no hesitation, delivering a fatal strike. Subsequently, he searched the bodies of both men, to his astonishment discovering that they each possessed storage bags, a revelation that filled him with delight. Grasping the storage bags, he hastily fled in a particular direction. However, merely 30 breaths later, 7 figures materialized. Among them was the burly man of the 7th level, Du Tianxiang. Chapter 45, Breakthrough. Postnatal triple, gazing upon the ground strewn with remnants of battle and 5 lifeless bodies. His expression darkened considerably. A few fools, having fallen prey to that scoundrel's scheme. The traces of the conflict made it evident that these individuals had been ensnared and wounded, leading to their demise at the hands of Fang Chen. He retrieved a spirit pearl, yet upon witnessing the vanished luminescence upon its surface, his countenance grew even graver. It appeared that the scoundrel had discerned the tracking mark on the map artifact. Du Tianxiang remarked coldly. Then, Brother Du, how shall we proceed in our search? If he intends to conceal himself, we may find it exceedingly difficult to locate him, one disciple inquired cautiously. Du Tianxiang maintained his calm demeanor, letting out a derisive laugh. Does he think that without a tracking mark he can evade discovery? He is blissfully unaware that there are myriad methods to trace an individual. The disciple offered flattery. That scoundrel must be oblivious. Brother Du is a master tracking. He mistakenly believes he has escaped unscathed. With Brother Du on our side, that scoundrel is surely doomed. Indeed, indeed. Others chimed in, eager to extol his prowess. A look of pride surfaced on Du Tianxiang's face. Brother Du, a disciple timidly interjected. Should we not first regroup with Brother Luo and Sister before launching an assault on that scoundrel? His suggestion did not garner Du Tianxiang's agreement, but rather an icy glare. The disciple, sensing the chill, hastily apologized. Forgive me, Brother Du, I spoke out of turn. With a cold snort, Du Tianxiang declared, such insignificant ants require not the combined strength of the 3 of us. I alone am sufficient. Indeed, indeed, Brother Du's might is unparalleled. One is more than enough, the disciple quickly affirmed. Only then did a satisfied smile grace do Qianxiang's lips. Subsequently, he produced a long, needle-like instrument from his storage bag. After reciting several incantations, he pressed it down. The long needle began to rotate, slowly pointing in a specific direction. However, its trajectory was quite unstable, merely indicating a general direction. Move, scatter and search. That scoundrel cannot have fled far, he commanded. Yes. The group responded with fervor, embarking on a relentless pursuit in the direction Fang Chen had escaped. At that moment, Fang Chen had already distanced himself by several dozen miles, finding refuge in a cave, where he concealed the entrance. To ensure his safety, he affixed an illusion talisman at the cave's mouth and subsequently retrieved all that he had acquired. The three individuals he had encountered earlier, due to their insufficient cultivation, possessed little treasure, amounting to a mere 100 spirit stones and a few low-tier healing pills. These healing pills held little value for Fang Chen. Yet he did not discard them, tossing them into a corner of his storage bag. He then produced 2 storage bags. First, he investigated the storage bag of the postnatal realm's 5th-level cultivator. Naturally, the bag, no longer belonging to its owner, was easily accessed by Fang Chen. Compared to Fang Chen's storage bag, this one was significantly smaller, measuring only about a yard in size. However, it contained an abundance of items: 500 spirit stones, over a dozen second-tier healing and recovery pills, 2 ordinary 8th-tier fireball talismans, and 3 ordinary 7th to 8th-tier magical artifacts. 2 yellow-tier first-grade martial arts manuals were present, one detailing a hammer technique, and the other a technique named Extreme Shadow Steps. A flicker of intrigue coursed through Fang Chen's mind. Speed was indeed one of his significant weaknesses. Despite the enhancement from his physical cultivation and the sword demon physique, he could not fully unleash his body's potential without a corresponding technique. Although the Extreme Shadow Steps were merely a yellow-tier, first-grade skill, it would still provide him with some assistance in the early stages. However, Fang Chen did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he picked up the storage bag belonging to a 6th-layer cultivator. This storage bag was notably larger than that of a 5th-layer cultivator, measuring approximately 2 zhang in size. The contents were also considerably more abundant, with a staggering 1,000 spirit stones alone. In addition, there were 2 bottles each of healing and recovery elixirs, all of yellow-grade, first-tier quality. Various medicinal herbs and materials for magical beasts were also present, valued at around 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Among the treasures was the 6th-layer cultivator's life-bound artifact, the Heavenly Sword, classified as yellow-tier 2nd grade. Fang Chen tested it, although its rank surpassed that of his Black Ming sword. It was unsuitable for a demonic cultivator, relegating it to the status of an ordinary artifact. There was also a yellow-tier 1st-grade artifact, while the remaining items were of mundane quality, holding no value for Fang Chen. Nevertheless, he gathered everything and placed it in his own storage bag, planning to sell these items once he ventured outside, which would yield a handsome profit. However, upon organizing his belongings, Fang Chen discovered a wooden box tucked away in a corner of the storage bag, obscured by numerous materials from magical beasts, which he had initially overlooked. Now that the items had been cleared, he naturally noticed it. The box, hidden so discreetly, must contain something of great importance. He retrieved the box and tore off the sealing talisman on top to open it. Instantly, 3 vials appeared within the box. He opened the first one and poured out a pill, taking a whiff, and exclaimed in delight, "2nd-tier spirit-enhancing pill. There are 5 in total." Such pills were excellent for boosting cultivation. If consumed entirely, they might allow him to break through to the 2nd layer in a short time, while for others, 5 might be insufficient. Fang Chen could absorb the full potency of the pills. This alone set him apart from others. Next, he opened the other 2 vials, both containing spirit-enhancing pills, totaling an impressive 15 pills. A smile crept across Fang Chen's lips. It was worth noting that 15 spirit-enhancing pills would require a staggering 15,000 spirit stones. It appeared that these elixirs were intended for someone to break through to the 7th layer of postnatal cultivation. Yet fate had favored him instead. If he refined them all, combined with a drop of sword demon blood, his cultivation could potentially leap 2 minor realms. In such a scenario, he would possess the strength to contend against or even eliminate a 6th-layer postnatal cultivator, given that his ability to locate his artifact had already expired. Even if those pursuers sought him out, they would require some time to do so. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chen no longer hesitated. He swiftly took 3 spirit-enhancing pills and placed them in his mouth to begin refining them. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into his dantian, igniting the sword demon physique. He absorbed the essence of the spirit-enhancing pills without waste, diligently practicing the fierce sword demon technique. This cultivation lasted a full 10 days. Through relentless cultivation, the torment of the blood of the sword demon, and the unrestrained consumption of the spirit-enhancing elixir, Fang Chen's internal spiritual energy has achieved a cycle encompassing 3 circulations. His spiritual power has become more refined, and his foundation has been further solidified. Moreover, the fierce sword technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, with only a single step remaining to reach the 4th layer. Under the natural progression of his cultivation, he has successfully broken through 2 realms, advancing directly to the 3rd stage of the postnatal realm. Fang Chen opened his eyes and unleashed a strike, cleaving through the rocky wall. Instantly, a sword mark several feet deep was etched into the stone. The prowess of the sword demon's physique is indeed extraordinary. My consecutive breakthroughs have fortified my realm significantly due to this unique body. Additionally, my spiritual power is not only more substantial, but also pure, far surpassing that of others at the same level by countless magnitudes. Furthermore, I have utilized a drop of sword demon's blood to cultivate the 1st layer of the indomitable technique. It is no wonder that this technique from the small tower has exponentially amplified my mental strength, rendering it even more refined. Consequently, my soul heaven demon eye attack will become even more formidable. Should I encounter a 6th-stage opponent of the postnatal realm, it would surely not be a mere matter of an instant. In addition, there is the extreme shadow step technique. Thanks to the heavenly Tao demon bone, Fang Chen effortlessly mastered the 1st layer. It can be said that his strength has undergone a qualitative enhancement. Now, I am not only capable of contending with a 6th-stage adversary, but may even slay them. A cold glint flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. If there is a regret, it is that he did not enter the small tower this time to unlock the 4th layer. At that moment, a commotion was heard from outside. That bastard truly knows how to hide. It has been 10 days, and his trace remains elusive. Let the search continue. Seeing your brother do mention that the fellow is somewhere nearby, and a thorough search has commenced. I believe it will not be long before we uncover that bastard's whereabouts. Chapter 46. Who is the prey? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that even after losing the map treasure, his adversary still possessed other means to pinpoint his location. However, the range of this tracking was somewhat broad, making it challenging to locate him. Du Xixiao? It seemed he was one of the 3 practitioners at the 7th level of the acquired realm. From the current situation, it appeared that only one of them was present, not having joined forces with the other 2. Was this an attempt to claim all the glory for himself? A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips. If I can eliminate him now, I could prevent the 3 from joining forces. Engaging a 3rd-level practitioner against a 7th-level one would be perceived as a reckless act by others. Yet, Fang Chen was different. His strength now allowed him to contend with his 7th-level practitioner, though achieving a kill would prove quite difficult. Nevertheless, he possessed several trump cards, explosion talismans, fireball talismans, and combat-enhancing battle sky pills. Coupled with his sword, the battle character Dao texts, and his mastery at the 7th level of body refinement, he believed that with meticulous planning, he could certainly slay a 7th-level cultivator. Taking action was indeed possible, but it necessitated first eliminating those nearby to create a one-on-one scenario. Though troublesome, it was not insurmountable. Should he fail, he could simply retreat. Without further hesitation, he dashed out of the cave and, using the Soul Sky Demon Eye, quickly located the 2 individuals he had overheard earlier. One of them was at the 5th level of the acquired realm, while the other was at the 4th level. It seems I have underestimated them. Evidently, slaying one at the 6th level was insufficient to instill caution. In that case, I shall not hold back. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed the extreme shadow step technique. His figure flitted through the dense forest like a phantom, silently closing in on the 2. At that moment, the duo remained oblivious to Fang Chen's approach, lazily probing their surroundings while engaging in a lackadaisical conversation, entirely complacent. After 10 days of fruitless searching, it was no wonder they had grown weary. "What do you think that brat is hiding?" one of them inquired languidly. "Who cares? In the end, we want to get the credit for the kill anyway," the other replied, stifling a yawn. "True." He nodded, glancing at his companion, and continued. "You say," just as he was about to voice a complaint, he noticed a glint of light at his companion's neck. Upon closer inspection, it was a sharp blade. They had been focused ahead, completely unaware of the presence behind them, and never imagined that Fang Chen would dare to launch a sneak attack. "Watch out," he attempted to warn, but as the words escaped his lips, the blade struck. His head fell, lifeless in an instant. Wide-eyed, he met his demise without ever comprehending how it had happened. The other individual reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to strike at Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen was faster. He held nothing back. The sword and the battle character Dao texts manifested. 2 Dao texts. How could this be possible? How could this bastard comprehend the Dao texts? A shock coursed through him, disbelief flooding his eyes, and his hand momentarily hesitated. Meanwhile, Fang Chen did not relent. With all his might, he swung his sword down. The adversary only then managed to react, but could only hastily defend himself. Even though the opponent's cultivation level surpassed Fang Chen's, facing Fang Chen's full-force strike, even a 7th-tier expert dared not underestimate it, let alone him. Bang! In an instant, the sword sent the opponent's treasured blade flying, directly slicing into his shoulder and severing it along with one arm. A scream of agony erupted, accompanied by a face filled with terror. At that moment, Fang Chen had already raised his sword once more, ready to take his life with another strike. "No, please don't kill me. I was forced into this. Spare me." Crack! As the words fell, Fang Chen's sword descended. The man widened his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief and despair, ultimately expiring from the fatal blow. Fang Chen did not linger, swiftly fleeing in a particular direction. Others were undoubtedly nearby. Although the sounds of battle were not loud, they must have attracted attention. Tatari would likely result in being targeted, leading to incessant troubles if ensnared. Indeed, merely 10 breaths after Fang Chen's departure, 3 figures appeared instantaneously. Soon after, several more emerged, among them Du Tianxiang. Upon seeing the 2 corpses, Du Tianxiang's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that this was the work of a human hand. And who else could be responsible for the killings here but Fang Chen? After inspecting the bodies, one person remarked, "Senior brother Du, it's him. The wounds are identical to those of the previous victims." Du Tianxiang's expression turned icy as he gazed in Fang Chen's direction, commanding, "Pursue." Yes, with Du Tianxiang leading, a total of 7 individuals set off in pursuit of Fang Chen. In the distance, Fang Chen, utilizing his soul heaven demon eye, observed Du Tianxiang and his 7 companions hot on his trail. There were still 6 of them. He spoke slowly before vanishing towards another location. Du Tianxiang's long needle treasure was undergoing constant changes, and he furrowed his brow. He stated, "Form groups of 3. I will go alone. Spread out to search." Since Fang Chen could handle 2 alone, the 3 would support each other, making it difficult for Fang Chen to kill them. "Understood," the 6 responded, quickly forming groups to scour the area for Fang Chen's trail. Fang Chen naturally observed everything. On the left was 1 6th tier and 2 4th tiers. On the right were 2 5th tiers and 1 4th tier. He decided to eliminate the weaker ones first. A slight smile graced his lips as he headed towards the right. Although taking down 3 simultaneously posed some challenge, he was confident that with the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, he could incapacitate the 2 5th tiers, allowing him to slay them both with a single strike. The remaining 4th tier posed no threat. Du Tianxiang was still utilizing his long needle treasure to locate Fang Chen's figure when he suddenly heard commotion from the right. It seemed a fierce battle had erupted. He immediately rushed towards that direction, the distance only about 100 yards, taking merely 10 breaths to arrive. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of 3 slain corpses. As for Fang Chen, he had long since vanished without a trace. In just 10 breaths, Fang Chen had managed to instantaneously slay 2 5th tier innate experts and 1 4th tier, all at the hands of his single sword strike. How could this be possible? Du Tianxiang's expression was one of utter dismay. Fang Chen's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Such strength was not typical of a novice disciple. Senior Brother Du, what is happening? The disciples of the sixth realm had also arrived, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the scene. What audacity! To dare slay so many of us. Truly, he is unworthy of existence, he exclaimed in fury. Du Tianxiang, noticing that the other two disciples of the sixth realm had yet to appear, felt an unsettling premonition. They should have arrived by now. It dawned on him that the two disciples were far too delayed. This is dire. Du Tianxiang's expression darkened as he hastened towards the direction of the sixth realm disciples. Before long, he encountered the remaining two disciples of the fourth realm, but tragically, they were lifeless corpses. Like the others, they had been slain in a single stroke, without so much as a whisper of struggle. Du Tianxiang's countenance grew increasingly grim. Fang Chen had not fled after killing his comrades. He had seized the opportunity to eliminate the two without hesitation. The tables had turned. It was no longer Fang Chen who was the prey, but rather they, slowly consumed by him. Du Tianxiang could even sense a pair of cold, crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated on him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly, as if instinctively sensing something amiss. The sixth realm disciple beside him noticed Du Tianxiang's unease and inquired, Senior Brother Du, have you perceived something? Du Tianxiang did not respond immediately, but took a moment to contemplate before meeting the disciple's gaze. Finally, he spoke, with just the two of us. It is impossible to catch up to him now. He will not reveal himself. You should seek out the others while I continue the pursuit. Understood. I will summon Senior Brother Luo and Senior Sister Bai. With everyone joining forces, we shall surely eradicate that scoundrel. But Senior Brother, be wary. Though his strength may be lacking, he is full of tricks, making him hard to guard against, the disciple cautioned. Rest assured, I will be fine, Du Tianxiang replied calmly. Now go. Yes. The disciple complied and departed. Du Tianxiang, however, did not pursue but stood silently in place, unmoving. After a full hour had passed, he suddenly gazed towards a certain direction and murmured, At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. From within the dense forest, a figure gradually emerged. It was Fang Chen. Fang Chen regarded him coolly and remarked, You truly are ruthless. You have indeed honored my request. Your sixth realm companion followed you. And what a stroke of ill fortune that proved to be. Du Tianxiang remained unfazed. His death matters not to me, as long as it lured you out. His demise was justified. Chapter 47. Confronting Du Tianxiang, it turns out that Fang Chen had not ventured far. Instead, he had directly communicated with Du Tianxiang, urging him to lure away the other individual, thereby granting Fang Chen an opportunity to eliminate him. Fang Chen had merely spoken casually. Yet he was astonished when Du Tianxiang actually followed through with it. His absence was due to his intent to eliminate the individual at the sixth level of the postnatal realm. Fang Chen inquired, Are you not afraid that I might kill that person and not return? Although I would indeed be unable to pursue you if you did not come back. I could still ally with Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei to continue hunting you down. Naturally, in order to prevent the three of us from coordinating our efforts against you. You would not want to miss this opportunity, would you? Du Tianxiang replied with a smile, I am also taking a gamble here. If I can kill at the sixth level, are you not concerned that I could also eliminate you? Fang Chen calmly responded, Du Tianxiang, I am aware of your capabilities. But in the face of absolute strength, all else is merely ornamental. Enough of this idle chatter, Du Tianxiang continued. I shall take your head as a bargaining chip to enter the ranks of Elder Luo. As his words fell, a radiant purple long knife materialized in his hand. With a powerful stomp, he rapidly closed the distance, striking down with the blade. The attack was astonishingly swift, seemingly capable of slicing through all. Fang Chen raised his sword to defend. The two forces collided. Bang! In their initial clash, Fang Chen was forced back 5 paces, his hands tingling with numbness. He was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he found himself at a disadvantage in direct combat. Meanwhile, Du Tianxiang retreated only a single pace. Though he gazed at Fang Chen in astonishment, realizing that Fang Chen had managed to withstand his strike, albeit at the cost of being pushed back 5 paces. No wonder someone at the 3rd level can kill those at the 6th. However, the disparity in realms remains. You cannot defeat me. In the midst of his words, he charged at Fang Chen once more, launching a relentless assault. Fang Chen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed the formidable sword demon art to meet him head-on. Bang! Their exchanges were fierce, each strike purely offensive and relentless. The trees within a 10-pace radius were utterly devastated. Despite Fang Chen exerting his utmost in the sword demon art, he still found himself outmatched by Du Tianxiang. Alas, the gap in realms was insurmountable. He was forced into a series of retreats, sustaining injuries in several places, presenting an appearance of imminent defeat. What is this? Is this all you are capable of? Were you not confident in your ability to kill me? Du Tianxiang laughed triumphantly, convinced of his inevitable victory. Fang Chen remained silent, his expression cold. Du Tianxiang sneered and declared, I tire of this dialogue. It is time to end you and explore this new world. I have wasted far too much time on a worthless being such as yourself. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically. Purple energy billowed around him, his hair sprouting and his visage slowly transforming into that of a purple wolf. To perish beneath my divine prowess is a stroke of fortune for you. Accept your fate. With that, he infused his long knife into his body, transforming it into claws resembling those of a long knife. Bang! In the next moment, Du Tianxiang appeared before Fang Chen as if teleporting. His claws descended upon Fang Chen with astonishing speed, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In a mere heartbeat, he unleashed 100 claw strikes. Although Fang Chen's soul heaven demonic eye could keep pace, his physical form struggled to match the onslaught. He was unable to defend against every strike. Ultimately, a claw tore into his chest, leaving a gruesome wound. Had it not been for Fang Chen's mastery of the 7th level of the pure body realm and his sword demon physique, he would have already met his demise. He actually withstood it? Du Tianxiang was taken aback, but soon a cold smile spread across his face. I shall see how many more you can endure. As he spoke, he launched another assault on Fang Chen. Fang Chen remained composed, and in the instant Du Tianxiang's attack approached, a brilliant light flickered in his hand. The demon shield materialized, positioned protectively before him. Du Tianxiang, upon witnessing this, remained dismissive, continuing his ferocious onslaught. Countless claws rained down upon the demon shield, relentlessly forcing Fang Chen back. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly ordinary demon shield did not shatter under his violent strikes. Instead, it emitted a continuous wailing, akin to the cries of tormented souls. This shield is no ordinary artifact. He fixated on the enigmatic demon shield, sensing its extraordinary aura. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, and his attacks grew even more savage. Such a magnificent treasure should not be wasted on a wretch like you. It rightfully belongs to me. Only I am deserving of it. He sneered. Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he utilized the demon shield to fend off the attacks while consuming several healing pills. Being endowed with the sword demon physique, he completely absorbed the medicinal power, swiftly staunching the bleeding and temporarily stabilizing his injuries. Yet, he understood that if this continued, his death was inevitable. Refusing to await his demise, he countered while defending, launching the Black Ming sword in a swift arc. It was the purple light demon blade. However, Du Tianxiang merely scoffed, his claws shielding his body, easily deflecting the strike. Such a feeble slash seeks to wound me? A delusion. He mocked. But in the next moment, after enduring countless strikes, the demon shield erupted with a burst of black light. It shot towards Du Tianxiang. This was the demon shield's supernatural ability, devour and counterattack. The strike came precisely as Du Tianxiang was preoccupied with fending off Fang Chen's attack, catching him somewhat off guard. Nonetheless, being at the 7th level of the postnatal realm, he reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Yet, the assault was too sudden, striking his shoulder. His shoulder was instantly pierced, blood gushing profusely from the gaping wound. However, due to the unique nature of Du Tianxiang's purple wolf form, he merely emitted a low grunt, channeling his spiritual energy to halt the bleeding, sustaining minimal impact. Yet, this action thoroughly enraged Du Tianxiang. You are doomed, Du Tianxiang bellowed, his entire body enveloped in purple energy. It fused into his right arm, which expanded wildly, forming 5 long blades that slashed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly as he desperately urged the demon shield. Boom! The purple energy blades struck the demon shield. Fang Chen was instantly sent flying, spewing blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground, his life in peril. Simultaneously, the demon shield was knocked away, hurtling towards Du Tianxiang. Du Tianxiang had intended to finish Fang Chen, but upon seeing the demon shield flying towards him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He leaped, grasping the demon's shield. Ha ha ha, this shield is mine now. He was overwhelmed with joy, elated as though he had obtained a precious treasure. But the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A surge of terrifying demonic energy erupted from the shield, flooding into his body. First, it overwhelmed his arm, then his dantian. He hastily unleashed his spiritual energy to resist. He barely managed to fend off the demonic energy encroaching upon his dantian. A sigh of relief escaped him. If only he were granted a moment of respite, he could suppress the backlash of the evil demon's shield. However, Fang Chen would not afford him that opportunity. The instant he sensed the backlash of the shield striking Du Tianxiang, he soared into the air, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. The reason the evil demon's shield had been launched towards Du Tianxiang was his doing. He intended to use the terrifying, devouring power of the shield to catch Du Tianxiang off guard, ensuring that, as the demonic energy infiltrated his body, it would present an opportunity for Fang Chen to retaliate. The Soul Heaven demonic eye unleashed a mental assault, causing Du Tianxiang to experience a piercing pain in his head. The defenses he had just formed crumbled instantly, allowing the demonic energy to penetrate even deeper, directly invading his dantian. With a cough, Du Tianxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his veins bulging ominously. This was the harbinger of his descent into madness. Simultaneously, Fang Chen gathered the demonic energy around his black Ming sword, and the purple glowing demonic blade struck once more. Du Tianxiang sought to defend himself, but the moment he attempted to channel his spiritual power, he was met with backlash. The evil demon shield clung to him as if it were glued, refusing to be discarded. As Fang Chen's strike drew perilously close, fear and regret filled Du Tianxiang's eyes. No, he barely managed to utter before Fang Chen's purple glowing blade swept across his neck, severing his head from his body. In his final moments, his eyes remained filled with unwillingness. For his own carelessness and greed had led to his demise at the hands of one he had deemed insignificant. Fang Chen knelt on the ground, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. He had sustained significant injuries, nearly sacrificing half of his life force in the process. Yet, he understood that this was not a place for rest and recovery. After consuming a healing pill and a recovery pill, he retrieved Du Tianxiang's storage bag and meticulously erased all traces of the battle, especially his own blood, leaving not a single drop behind. Should his blood fall into the hands of a discerning individual, they could swiftly track him down. Once certain that no traces remained, Fang Chen departed in a specific direction. After stealthily traversing several dozen miles, he stumbled upon a cave halfway up a mountain. After vanquishing a second-tier beast within, he claimed its lair as his own. Once he secured the entrance, Fang Chen finally sat down to begin his healing process. As he relaxed, the pain from his wounds surged, causing him to grimace and tremble uncontrollably. After consuming 5 healing pills, he ultimately could not endure any longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. The 4th level of postnatal. Uncertain of how long he had been in a stupor, Fang Chen gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, the healing elixir had staunched the flow of blood from his wounds, yet the sensation of pain rendered even the slightest movement akin to enduring a merciless flogging. Fortunately, the operation of the indomitable heart technique alleviated his suffering considerably. He let out a bitter laugh, were it not for my physical form being that of the sword demon, capable of fully absorbing the elixir's medicinal properties, and my cultivation at the 7th level of body refinement, I might well have perished at the hands of that Du Tianxiang. After binding his wounds, he sat cross-legged on the ground to assess his condition. However, upon inspection, he was left astounded. Wait, how did my physical cultivation break through to the 9th level of body refinement? What manner of sorcery is this? At this moment, his physical state had unexpectedly advanced during his unconsciousness, and the foundation was solidified with scarcely a hint of instability. This must be attributed to the sword demon physique. Even when injured, the refinement of the body can enhance the physical path, and the speed of this enhancement rivals that of consuming the blood of the sword demon. Nevertheless, this method is fraught with peril, as sustaining injuries could easily lead to immediate demise or provide others with the opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, significantly advancing my cultivation. Should I encounter a 7th level expert alone again, I would not find myself in such a plight. With this thought, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He had no intention of remaining hidden until the exit was unlocked. Since they sought to slay him in this new world, he would instead eliminate them within it. Having descended into the path of darkness, Fang Chen was not benevolent. First, he would inspect the treasures within Du Tianxiang's storage bag. Upon opening the bag, he delved inside. The artifacts possessed by Du Tianxiang were of considerably superior quality compared to others, boasting a spatial capacity of 3 zhang. Within, there lay over 3,000 spirit stones, along with an abundance of materials and medicinal herbs, worth at least tens of thousands. Among these were numerous second and third-tier items, some exceedingly rare. There were also several vials of elixirs, approximately 5 or 6 in total. The healing elixirs and those for restoring spiritual energy were of high quality. But what delighted Fang Chen the most was the discovery of 2 vials of spirit-enhancing elixir. If consumed entirely, a breakthrough to the 4th level would pose no challenge whatsoever. In addition, there were various artifacts, including a treasured blade wielded by Du Tianxiang, a rare 3rd-tier yellow-grade artifact. Highly valuable. Regrettably, as a sword cultivator, Fang Chen could not utilize its full potential to augment his combat prowess. As for the rest, there were wolf claws, a shield, and a long needle box. After some manipulation, Fang Chen understood its purpose. This was likely a tracking device, albeit one that could only indicate a general direction, which explained why they had been unable to locate him thus far. He decided to keep it for potential future use, placing the long needle box into the storage bag. Continuing his search for other valuable items in the bag, he stumbled upon an exquisitely crafted jade vial. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of elixir wafted forth, causing Fang Chen to faintly sense a slight elevation in his cultivation. This is... A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He poured out the elixir from the jade vial. A golden red pill appeared in his palm, its alluring scent captivating. A 3rd-tier spiritual vein pill. This is on par with the heavenly opening pill. If I were to consume it now, there would be no hindrance in opening the 2nd meridian. First, I shall open the meridian and then transcend to the 4th level of the acquired realm. Subsequently, by cultivating the fierce demon sword technique with dual meridians, my power shall be exponentially enhanced. A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips, for if he were to confront a 7th-level formidable opponent, his capabilities would extend far beyond mere combat strength. However, he did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he meticulously organized his possessions, retaining the useful items in his storage pouch while relegating the superfluous to another. Upon inspecting the storage pouch of a 6th-level individual, he was, unfortunately, met with disappointment, as this person's wealth was not as abundant as that of the previous 6th level. The spirit elevation pills were scarce, numbering only 1 or 2. Reflecting on the previous 6th level's relative weakness, it seemed they had recently achieved their breakthrough, hence the lack of enhancement resources. After tidying up, Fang Chen placed both the spirit meridian pill and the spirit elevation pills before him. He then settled into a meditative position, striving to attain an optimal state. Once prepared, he ingested the spirit meridian pill. Instantly, a robust surge of energy coursed through his body, guided by Fang Chen into the partially open meridian. The 2nd meridian he was opening was the celestial meridian, which connected the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian. Its significance was on par with that of the central meridian. However, the central meridian was more suitable as the first to be opened, given its role as the key conduit governing the entire body. For others, unlocking these meridians was exceedingly arduous, even with the spirit meridian pill, a divine elixir for meridian opening. Initially, 1 or 2 might suffice to open a meridian, but the difficulty of subsequent openings would escalate exponentially, necessitating not only a plethora of spirit-opening elixirs, but also those of increasingly higher grades. Yet, Fang Chen was different. After being transformed by the blood of the sword demon, opening meridians became even more challenging. However, once achieved, his meridians would be far more potent than those of others. This was the source of Fang Chen's confidence in his ability to contend with 7th-level adversaries after opening his meridians. Soon, he delved deeply into his cultivation. Meanwhile, Du Tianxiang's corpse had been torn to shreds by passing beasts, and at that moment, over 20 individuals, including Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, were present. They recognized Du Tianxiang through the token he left behind, yet they remained remarkably composed regarding his demise. What useless waste to fall at the hands of that scoundrel. Luo Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Bai Xiangmei echoed her sentiments, remarking, presumably, he was caught off guard and ambushed by that scoundrel. He had it coming, thinking he could claim all the glory for himself. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. With 17 days remaining until the exit opens, we must locate him and eradicate him within this time frame. Bai Xiangmei smiled alluringly, saying, "Rest assured, Senior Brother Luo, I will set my white butterflies throughout the area. As soon as he appears, I shall sense his location, leaving him no chance to escape." Luo Xiao nodded. "In that case, I shall rely on you, junior sister." 3 days later, Fang Chen was still seated in the cave, his surrounding spiritual energy swirling. The light between his dantian and sea of consciousness flickered, resembling a galaxy in harmony. The celestial meridian opened. Concurrently, Fang Chen's realm surged dramatically, breaking through to the 4th level of the acquired realm and continuing to ascend until reaching its pinnacle. He exhaled deeply, feeling the changes within himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. He circulated the spiritual energy within his body, swiftly activating his central meridian and the celestial veins, gathering a formidable surge of spiritual power in the blink of an eye. Although the meridians merely facilitated the rapid accumulation of energy, it is essential to understand that unleashing divine abilities necessitates substantial spiritual strength. The more potent the ability, the greater the energy required. Others would not wait for you to slowly gather your power before striking. They would seek to eliminate you while you prepared. The meridians are also crucial for enhancing one's cultivation, serving as a pivotal factor in determining future accomplishments. Rising to his feet, he reveled in the satisfaction of his transformation. Merely activating the 2nd meridian had significantly amplified his strength. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment that the 5th level of the small tower remained shut. It appeared that unlocking the tower hinged not solely on the elevation of one's realm, but also on other factors. If his conjecture was accurate, it likely required one's strength to reach a certain threshold to access the higher levels. With this thought, he dismissed further contemplation. It was time to venture forth. Unaware of the difficulties others faced in searching for him, Fang Chen slipped out of the cave and into the open air. Along the way, he encountered others. Though these individuals were not pursuing him, rather, they were disciples genuinely engaged in their quests. Fang Chen chose not to disturb them, opting to continue on his own path. Little did he know that as he traversed the dense forest, a white butterfly gracefully took flight, dissipating into the air. After traveling 10 miles, Fang Chen came across another group of people. Initially intending to bypass them, he was startled to recognize a familiar face among them, Han Xiangxiang. Before Fang Chen entered the new world, Han Xiangxiang had conveyed a message to him, indicating that she had been sent by Elder Hong Yun to assist him in evading this perilous situation. However, after entering, he had been relentlessly pursued and had no opportunity to reach the central area. So he was taken aback to encounter her here. Who? Han Xiangxiang suddenly turned her gaze toward Fang Chen's direction. Fang Chen was taken aback. His presence had been detected. Chapter 49 Encounter with Han Xiangxiang at this moment. Han Xiangxiang was not alone. 2 others accompanied her, positioned as if one were a master and the other a servant. The man in front held his head high, wielding a folding fan with an air of elegance, while the man behind him bent forward, nodding and bowing in utmost reverence. However, upon hearing Han Xiangxiang's words, both men immediately became alert. Han Xiangxiang's spiritual awareness was significantly more powerful than that of others with the same level of cultivation. And it was precisely due to her formidable awareness that they had navigated their journey thus far without incident. Fang Chen had initially intended to remain concealed, but upon noticing that Han Xiangxiang had sensed his presence, he stepped forward. Upon seeing Fang Chen, Han Xiangxiang broke into a radiant smile. Fang Chen, you are alive. For days, Han Xiangxiang had been active in the central area, hoping to await Fang Chen's arrival. Yet, as time passed in this new world, she had begun to fear he had perished, only to be pleasantly surprised that he was indeed alive and well. Fang Chen offered a slight smile and nodded. It was merely luck. Fang Chen, the one being hunted by Senior Brother Luo? You wretched creature are still alive? How fortunate indeed, the man in front exclaimed, astonished at Fang Chen's survival. Han Xiangxiang furovit harbro. Tianxia. How dare you speak like that? If you continue to insult junior brother Fang, we need not proceed with our cooperation, she retorted, her tone unyielding. Junior sister Han, this fellow has offended Elder Luo and is as good as dead. Why pity such a person? Offending Elder Luo is a fate he deserves, Tianze responded, clearly displeased by Han Xiangxiang's defense of Fang Chen. His gaze towards Fang Chen grew more sinister, laced with murderous intent. Indeed, junior sister Han, why show compassion to one who is doomed? Echoed Tianze's lackey. Their disdain for Fang Chen palpable. Fang Chen's brow tightened. Had it not been for Han Xiangxiang's presence, he would have already slain the two of them. Given his current temperament, Han Xiangxiang's expression turned even colder. I shall say this once more. If you dare to insult junior brother Fang again, do not blame me for being impolite. Faced with her frosty demeanor, the two men dared not provoke her further. Han Xiangxiang turned to Fang Chen and said, from this moment on, you shall accompany me. My spiritual awareness is rather unique. As long as I am present, they will never be able to find you. Fang Chen had no reason to doubt her words, for it was through his soul heaven demon eye that he had detected Han Xiangxiang and her companions. The fact that Han Xiangxiang had discovered him solely through her spiritual awareness indicated her extraordinary power. Before Fang Chen could respond, Tianze could not resist interjecting. Junior sister Han, you must reconsider. Senior brother Luo and senior sister Bai are searching for him. Bringing him along will only invite trouble. The lackey chimed in, indeed. Junior sister Han, we cannot bear this burden. The best course of action is to hand him over to senior brother Luo. After all, the boy is as good as dead, they continued. Han Xiangxiang's expression hardened once more as she cast a cold glance at them. If you are unwilling, you may leave at once. Should you dare to hand junior brother Fang over to Luo Xiao, it shall be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, the two men fell silent. Although Tianze possessed the strength of the 6th level of the acquired realm, accompanied by a subordinate of the 5th level, they were unable to freely explore this new world without the keen perception of Han Xiangxiang. With threatening glares, they aimed to intimidate Fang Chen into refraining from accompanying them. However, Fang Chen disregarded their attempts and addressed Han Xiangxiang, saying, thank you, senior sister Han, but I can manage on my own and do not wish to trouble you. Upon hearing this, both Tianze and his companion revealed expressions of smug satisfaction, believing their threats had succeeded. Yet, Han Xiangxiang understood that Fang Chen genuinely wished to avoid being a burden. No, I firmly declare, she asserted, I promise my master to protect you, and I intend to fulfill that promise. I know you do not want to encumber me, but rest assured, as long as I am here, they will not discover you. Fang Chen shook his head, replying, thank you, senior sister, but I only trust myself. While he did have faith in Han Xiangxiang, he was wary of Tianze and his companion. Just as Han Xiangxiang was about to speak, Fang Chen suddenly sensed something, swiftly turning his head to look. His expression darkened immediately. Han Xiangxiang was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, she felt the presence of over 10 figures approaching from all directions. The direction they came from was precisely where Fang Chen had just looked. This revelation filled her with immense shock. Fang Chen had sensed their approach even more swiftly than she had. Junior brother Fang, we must leave quickly. They are in pursuit. She recognized that this was not the time for idle conversation and hurriedly urged him. Tianze, momentarily taken aback, soon comprehended that Luo Xiao was in pursuit. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Capturing Fang Chen would be an excellent opportunity to curry favor with Elder Luo. Very well, Fang Chen nodded, preparing to depart. However, Tianze and his subordinate blocked his path, sneering, where do you think you're going? Fang Chen's expression darkened at this obstruction, realizing they intended to delay him until their pursuers arrived. Stand aside. He had no intention of wasting words, summoning the Black Ming sword. With a single stroke, he struck. Now at the 4th level of the acquired realm, having opened 2 meridians and wielding his sword with the duality of combat and art, he was no longer the weakling who had struggled against a severely injured 6th level opponent. As Tianze saw Fang Chen's ferocious strike approaching, his face changed slightly, and he quickly raised his sword to defend. Bang! Yet, he was still sent flying by Fang Chen's blow. Though uninjured, he felt his chest shake from force. How is this possible? Tianze gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. A mere 4th level, by all accounts, should not possess such combat prowess. Young master, the subordinate, witnessing this, attempted to step forward to further impede Fang Chen. However, Han Xiangxiang, astonished by Fang Chen's ability to repel Tianze with a single strike, hesitated only briefly before declaring, "Let us see who dares to obstruct." With that, she brandished her jade sword, blocking the subordinate and countering with a powerful strike. "Junior brother Fang, quickly go," she called out to him. Sensing the pursuers drawing nearer, Fang Chen wasted no time and fled toward a nearby thicket. Tianze attempted to stop him, but Fang Chen executed the shadow step technique, increasing his speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the dense forest. Just 5 breaths after Fang Chen's departure, more than 20 figures swiftly materialized before Han Xiangxiang and the others. Luo Xiao, Bai Xiangmei, and others were all present. They gazed at Han Xiangxiang and the others, their brows furrowed in concern. Luo Xiao inquired, "Where's that wretched scoundrel?" Just as Han Xiangxiang was about to reply with ignorance, Tianze pointed in the direction where Fang Chen had fled and shouted, "Brother Luo?" That scoundrel ran off in that direction. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's expression soured. Instead of expressing gratitude, he stepped forward and slapped Tianze, exclaiming, "If you saw that scoundrel, why did you not stop him?" Receiving the slap, Tianze dared not show any sign of anger or resistance. He immediately knelt on the ground and explained, "Brother Luo, I intended to intercept him, but that little brat is incredibly cunning. He launched a surprise attack on me. I inadvertently allowed him to escape. Moreover, she aided that scoundrel. I had no means to stop him." He pointed at Han Xiangxiang, attempting to shift the blame onto her. Han Xiangxiang offered no further explanation, coldly fixing her gaze on Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao returned her icy stare, but did not resort to violence. Instead, he coldly snorted and declared, "Once I have dealt with that beast, I shall thoroughly settle the score with you too. Let us depart." With that, he led the group onward, pursuing the direction in which Fang Chen had fled. Tianze watched as Luo Xiao and the others disappeared from sight, his face etched with terror. Although he held some standing within the sect, it paled in comparison to that of Luo Xiao and his companions. This incident undoubtedly severed his future prospects within the sect. That scoundrel! His face darkened. It was all Fang Chen's fault. Were it not for him, how could he have offended Luo Xiao and the others? If he were to encounter that scoundrel again, he would undoubtedly tear him to shreds. Han Xiangxiang's expression was cold and grim, yet she chose not to elaborate. She simply cast a glance at Tianze and said softly, "Let us go." Tianze was taken aback, unable to believe Han Xiangxiang's words, thinking she no longer wished to collaborate. However, Han Xiangxiang calmly stated, "Our relationship is merely one of partnership for the sake of treasure. Once the treasure is acquired, we shall have no further ties." Chapter 50. A perilous moment. Since this was merely a collaboration, personal sentiments could be set aside for the time being. After all, once the cooperation concluded, there would be no further entanglements with the other party. She spoke coldly, "However, you would do well not to play tricks, otherwise." Tianze revealed a faint smile. "Sister Han, rest assured." Fang Chen fled with great urgency, yet behind him, Luo Xiao and her companions pursued relentlessly, closing the distance to merely 1,000 feet, nearly able to discern each other's figures. Simultaneously, Luo Xiao commanded her subordinates to encircle Fang Chen, intent on cornering him. With his formidable spiritual awareness and the soul-tearing demon eye, Fang Chen sensed their movements with clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated a ground-escaping talisman, aiming to create some distance from his pursuers. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao sneered, "A ground-escaping talisman? You don't truly believe you're the only one with such an item, do you?" One by one, her companions produced their own ground-escaping talismans, and theirs were of superior quality compared to Fang Chen's. Not only did Fang Chen fail to distance himself, but the pursuers grew ever closer, the gap shrinking to 500 feet. Realizing that their ground-escaping talismans were equally potent, Fang Chen understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be caught. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a map artifact, a creation of Du Tianxiang. During his seclusion, Fang Chen discovered that this map artifact could assimilate data from other map artifacts, enhancing its comprehensiveness. The map in his possession had integrated information from dozens of individuals, rendering it remarkably detailed, nearly encompassing the entirety of this miniature world. Through the map, Fang Chen noted several locations that remained uncharted, marked ominously with the words danger zone. Recognizing these areas as likely perilous, he felt no trepidation. Rather, a slight smile graced his lips. You wish to kill me? Then let us take a stroll within. He promptly ventured towards the nearest danger zone. The new world was not extensive, and with the aid of the ground-escaping talisman, he arrived in a matter of moments. Before him lay an eerie grove, its trees not the usual verdant hue, but rather a sinister crimson, as if stained with blood. The sky above, tainted by the forest's bizarre colors, appeared to glow ominously. This place was designated as the Blood Mist Forest, rife with peril, and records indicated the presence of several previously undiscovered beasts. Fang Chen mused to himself, even as Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei followed closely behind. Without hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the Blood Mist Forest. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei halted, their brows furrowed as they watched Fang Chen vanish from sight. They were well aware of the dangers lurking within the Blood Mist Forest, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. How could Fang Chen enter without a hint of hesitation? Is he not afraid of death? Luo Xiao remarked coldly. Shall we pursue? Bai Xiangmei inquired. Of course we shall pursue. However, there is no rush. We will wait for the others to arrive before we continue our chase. Luo Xiao replied. Though the interior is perilous, it is not devoid of life. This time, we must ensure that this scoundrel meets his end. He shall not be afforded a single moment of respite. Understood, Bai Xiangmei nodded. Before long, the others caught up, ready to join the pursuit. Upon learning about their impending entry into the Blood Mist Forest, the expressions of the group altered drastically, with some even contemplating retreat, unwilling to pursue any further. Luo Xiao, observing their hesitation, coldly declared, Fellow disciples, you have all benefited from my master's teachings. To accept such benefits without taking action, you should be well aware of the consequences. Her words silenced those who wished to withdraw, as they comprehended the dire fate that awaited them should they choose to abandon their mission. They were well aware of Luo Tian's ruthless nature. Failing to fulfill their obligations would likely lead to an outcome as grim as that of Fang Chen. Bai Xiangmei interjected, there is no need for excessive concern. While dangers lurk within, their severity is not insurmountable. As long as we cooperate and exercise caution, we shall emerge unscathed. Conversely, that wretch, who ventures alone ahead of us, may not last long. Her words serve as a balm, soothing the anxieties of those present. With this, Luo Xiao gestured, let us proceed. The group advanced robustly into the Blood Mist Forest. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of any avian creatures or beasts. Even the slightest breeze seemed to be absent. Utilizing the shadow step technique, Fang Chen weaved through the crimson woods, his soul heavenly demon eye fully activated, vigilant of his surroundings. Upon reaching a patch of red grass, he initially intended to leap over it. However, as he scanned the area with his soul heavenly demon eye, he abruptly halted, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the blood-red grass. To the untrained eye, the grass appeared merely crimson, without any discernible anomaly. Yet, through Fang Chen's enchanted vision, an innumerable swarm of minuscule insects writhed within, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. This was a species he had never encountered before, sending shivers down his spine. Had he leapt over without caution, he would have been devoured without a trace. He chose to circumvent the area, pausing on the opposite side. Sensing Luo Xiao and the others approaching, he resumed his advance. Meanwhile, Bai Dai had been stealthily trailing Luo Xiao and her companions, arriving at the same patch of grass. Initially, they were on high alert, wary of potential ambushes from unknown creatures. However, they gradually realized that the Blood Mist Forest, despite its sinister appearance, posed no real threat. They had yet to encounter any danger. As a result, they began to relax. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei remained vigilant in the heart of the group, their advanced cultivation allowing them to perceive the latent dangers of the Blood Mist Forest. Upon reaching the grass, the three leading cultivators at the 5th level of the acquired realm stepped forward without hesitation. The others, too, prepared to follow suit. However, just as the last of the group was about to tread upon the blood-colored grass, the ground surged violently. A torrent of tiny blood spots surged toward the three cultivators, enveloping them in a frenzied swarm. The trio attempted to resist, but it was too late. Countless minuscule bloodworms adhered to their bodies, gnawing at their flesh and siphoning their blood. Their screams echoed through the forest. Witnessing this, the rest of the group turned pale, hastily unleashing their powers to combat the bloodworms. Their combined efforts yielded some effect, but they soon realized that the visible bloodworms constituted merely a fraction of the swarm. Beneath them lay an endless swarm of bloodworms, provoked by their assaults. The creature surged forth like a locust tide. Flee! Luo Xiao's countenance changed dramatically as he bellowed and dashed to the side. The others promptly followed suit, with the bloodworms relentlessly pursuing them. However, after several miles, the bloodworms ceased their chase, returning to their original positions, transforming once more into a crimson meadow. It was only then that Luo Xiao and his companions could catch their breath, but as they counted their numbers, his expression grew exceedingly grim. Only 18 remained alive. The rest had perished at the hands of the bloodworms. Damn, that scoundrel! Luo Xiao's face darkened. The direction they had taken was that of Fang Chen's path. He must have discovered the bloodworms and lured them into the range of their attacks. How did that rascal detect the bloodworms? Could he possess some formidable sensing technique? Luo Xiao found it hard to believe, considering Fang Chen was merely at the 4th stage of the acquired realm. He is over there. At that moment, Bai Xiangmei exclaimed. Following her gaze, Luo Xiao quickly spotted Fang Chen a mile away, watching them with a mocking demeanor, as if he were observing jesters. Such a contemptuous gaze ignited the fury of the group, for they had always regarded Fang Chen as insignificant. Pursue! Luo Xiao, incensed, roared and charged ahead. The others showed no hesitation and fervently chased after him. Observing this, Fang Chen also turned to flee. He was not foolish enough to believe himself invincible against such odds. Only by escaping and defeating them one by one could there be hope. Chapter 51. The Outbreak Escape? I shall see just how far you can flee. Luo Xiao scoffed, casting a talisman that swiftly approached Fang Chen. In an instant, the talisman ignited just 10 paces away from him. The next moment, Luo Xiao's figure materialized there. A teleportation talisman. Fang Chen's heart raced upon witnessing this. Such a talisman was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. It seemed Luo Xiao was determined to eliminate him at any cost. Upon her arrival, Luo Xiao wasted no time and formed hand seals, unleashing 2 beams of sword light aimed directly at Fang Chen. Utilizing the extreme shadow step, Fang Chen attempted to evade, but the sword light seemed to lock onto him, relentlessly pursuing his every maneuver. Faced with this relentless assault, Fang Chen had no choice but to draw forth the demon shield to defend himself. Boom! The demon shield absorbed the impact of the sword light, yet Fang Chen was still sent crashing back several paces, severely hampering his speed. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Xiao closed the distance by another 2 paces, her attacks unrelenting. Fang Chen could only defend while retreating, their proximity dwindling. With a cold sneer, Luo Xiao taunted. You wretched creature, even in perilous territory, you face nothing but a dead end. I suggest you surrender and accept your fate. I could grant you a swift end out of mercy. Fang Chen's expression hardened. You lack the qualification to kill me. Luo Xiao's eyes glinted with disdain. Do you truly believe this insignificant insect can resist? In the face of absolute power and authority, you're merely destined for death. As her words fell, numerous beams of sword light surged from all directions, sealing off Fang Chen's escape routes. With no other recourse, he braced himself once more, raising the demon shield to defend against the onslaught. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to endure some of the blows. Nevertheless, he still let out a muffled groan, feeling his internal organs shift painfully. At that moment, Bai Xiangmei also arrived, her gaze filled with mockery. Forming hand seals, countless white butterflies surged towards Fang Chen. Though they appeared gentle and slow, a sense of overwhelming danger enveloped Fang Chen, causing his hair to stand on end. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he roared, drawing the Black Ming sword and striking out to defend himself. The demon shield whirled around him, desperately absorbing and countering the assault. Yet, despite his efforts, several white butterflies struck Fang Chen, causing him to spit blood, his body marred with injuries, some deep enough to reveal bone. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have perished on the spot. Others soon arrived as well, their eyes filled with resentment, disdain, and mockery directed at Fang Chen. Each began to unleash their powers, intent on slaying him where he stood. into the small tower. Unable to withstand the assault, he resolved to take refuge within the small tower. Though it would expose its existence, it was far preferable to dying here. However, Fang Chen soon realized that no matter how fervently he willed it, the small tower remained unresponsive. His face paled as a dreadful thought struck him. Could it be that he was unable to enter the small tower in front of outsiders? Was he destined to perish here? No, I cannot die here. Master, Grandpa Wang still relies on me. He cannot die. Fang Chen roared in defiance, his internal energy boiling, his eyes aflame. The sword demon body erupted forth, blood energy surging throughout him, resembling the descent of a deity or demon. In a primal instinct, he swung his sword. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, slicing through the air with a formidable sword strike, successfully deflecting the majority of incoming attacks. However, a few powerful techniques still struck Fang Chen. To his astonishment, he felt that the force of these techniques was surprisingly feeble, inflicting minimal damage upon him. No, that cannot be right. He quickly realized that it was not the weakness of the techniques, but rather the extraordinary resilience of his sword demon body that rendered him largely impervious to harm. Had I truly awakened the latent potential of my sword demon body, enhancing my offensive and defensive capabilities in an instant? A flash of insight crossed Fang Chen's mind, but there was no time for further contemplation. As a speedster of the fifth realm was rapidly closing in behind him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, with the activation of his sword demon body, Fang Chen's soul demon I had transformed into a terrifying tool, capable of observing his surroundings without limitation. As the opponent approached, he had already taken note of it. In an instant, Fang Chen pivoted sharply, his speed so remarkable that it created afterimages. The fifth realm cultivator was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Fang Chen could perceive him amidst the onslaught of attacks. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. His dagger lunged toward Fang Chen's neck, intent on ending his life. But Fang Chen's speed surpassed that of his assailant. In a flash of sword light, he had already severed the cultivator's throat. Before the blood could even spurt forth, Fang Chen vanished, propelling himself forward with the extreme shadow step, moving so swiftly that even Luo Xiao failed to react. "You audacious bastard! You dare to slay my people! You shall pay for this!" Luo Xiao bellowed, resuming his pursuit of Fang Chen. With an icy gaze, Fang Chen looked back at him, coldly declaring, "Luo Xiao, I, Fang Chen, swear to ensure that you remain here forever. Chase him," Luo Xiao commanded, hastening after Fang Chen. However, with the activation of his extreme shadow step, which had now advanced to the second tier, coupled with the speed afforded by the Earth Escape Talisman, Fang Chen was considerably faster than before. Although Luo Xiao and his companions had not been shaken off, catching up to Fang Chen in a short span proved exceedingly challenging. "Curse that bastard!" Luo Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Fang Chen would be so formidable. "Continue the chase. Once his Earth Escape Talisman is exhausted, it will be his last day," he shouted. Fang Chen was acutely aware of this, his mind racing with strategies to counter the threat. He had not foreseen that Luo Xiao would expend a teleportation talisman solely to hunt him down, disrupting his intended direction. Yet, he felt no regret. Had he simply fled, it would have been nearly impossible to ensure the demise of all his pursuers. By using himself as bait, he could lure the enemy deeper into peril. Now, he could only hope that within this treacherous terrain, other powerful entities existed that could be exploited to eliminate Luo Xiao and his companions. Suddenly, Fang Chen's soul demon I focused on a particular direction, sending a shiver through him. He sensed a potent and brutal aura emanating from that location, one capable of ending his life. Approaching it carelessly would mean certain death. However, with Luo Xiao and his group hot on his heels, Fang Chen pondered briefly before gritting his teeth and heading toward that ominous presence. Continuing to evade would only lead to his inevitable demise. He realized that he could not single-handedly confront Luo Xiao and his allies. The only viable option was to rely on that formidable entity to vanquish Luo Xiao and his companions. He may very well become the first to perish at the hands of that existence. Yet, Fang Chen could hardly concern himself with such matters. Fate governs life and death, and wealth resides in the heavens. In no time, he approached the vicinity of the terrifying aura. However, this ominous presence remained undisturbed, seemingly in slumber. A surge of joy filled Fang Chen's heart. This was a splendid opportunity. He dashed out of the dense forest, and before him loomed a vast cave. He could distinctly sense that the entity was within. Simultaneously, it became aware of the approaching life forms and began to awaken gradually. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword towards the depths of the cave, indifferent to whether it struck true. Immediately after, he hurled explosive talismans and fireball talismans at the swiftly approaching Luo Xiao and the others, holding nothing back and unleashing all of his offensive talismans. He then retrieved the last Earth Escape Talisman and the Mist Illusion Talisman to activate on his path of retreat. With all his might, he activated the Earth Escape Talisman, vanishing into the mist and illusion in an instant. Luo Xiao and the others, witnessing several offensive talismans, were taken aback, compelled to halt and defend themselves. Once they successfully withstood the onslaught, Fang Chen's figure had already melded into the foggy illusion, beyond the reach of even their consciousness. Pursue. They did not dwell on it too long, merely believing it to be Fang Chen's final struggle. But at that moment, an enraged, beastly roar erupted from the cave nearby. Following that, a colossal figure burst forth, its enormous, round, blood-red eyes fixated fiercely upon Luo Xiao and the others. This was dire. They had fallen into a trap. Upon sensing the presence of the creature, Luo Xiao realized they had been ensnared by Fang Chen once more. Chapter 52. The Bone-Forging Realm Boom. Bang! The earth trembled as a colossal beast emerged slowly. Towering at 3 zhang, it was encased in dragon scales that emitted an eerie, cold light. Its form resembled that of a tiger or lion, elongated and regal. With each proud step, its eyes radiated nobility and arrogance. Casting a disdainful gaze upon the myriad of insignificant creatures below, Luo Xiao's countenance changed dramatically as he sensed the aura exuding from the beast. This was a peak 3rd-level demon beast. We must retreat. A peak 3rd-level demon beast possesses the battle prowess of a pinnacle postnatal realm warrior, far beyond their current capabilities. However, just as they turned to flee, the demon beast vanished in a flash. It swiftly appeared behind one of them, and with a single claw, it tore the unfortunate soul in half and swallowed him whole. In an instant, the beast reappeared before a 5th-level cultivator, who was utterly unprepared and was swiftly dispatched by a single strike, consumed thereafter. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao's expression shifted in alarm. The creature's speed was formidable. Their only fate was to be systematically eliminated. He shouted, "Stop fleeing. Gather together and confront this beast. In the pinnacle postnatal realm, we still have hope for a fight. If we flee, we will undoubtedly perish." Upon hearing his words, they hastily regrouped. The demon beast, observing this, showed no sign of anger, instead regarding them with the same contempt one might have for ants, before disappearing into the forest. Luo and the others were momentarily taken aback. Had the beast retreated? But in the next moment, it lunged forth with lightning speed, tackling and tearing apart another individual before vanishing back into the thicket. Fear gripped the hearts of the group as they realized the beast intended to pick them off one by one under the cover of the forest. Luo Xiao bellowed, "Destroy the forest." He was the first to act, wielding his sword, and in a flurry of dazzling sword lights, he obliterated a number of trees. Seeing this, the others quickly joined the fray, and soon a vast clearing emerged. The demon beast could no longer conceal itself, fully exposed before Luo Xiao and his companions. Yet it remained unfazed, continuing to regard them with haughty disdain. "Attack! Slay this beast!" Luo Xiao's eyes burned with fury as he roared. Having been deceived by Fang Chen and now belittled by this creature, he was seething with anger, wishing nothing more than to dismember both the demon beast and Fang Chen. The remaining individuals wasted no time, launching their assaults. While the beast was undeniably powerful, it was still merely a peak 3rd-level demon beast and could not afford to underestimate the onslaught from so many foes. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the beast clashed with over a dozen cultivators, each intent on delivering the fatal blow. Meanwhile, Fang Chen sat cross-legged atop a great tree, having consumed several elixirs. His wounds were barely under control, yet he knew that full recovery would require time. However, he felt no urgency, as the battle between Luo Xiao and the demon beast would not conclude swiftly. He chose to remain undisturbed, focusing on his recovery. As his injuries gradually healed, his sword demon body underwent further refinement. Due to the severity of his injuries, this refinement reached its zenith, bringing him ever closer to the bone-forging realm. The bone-forging realm, an essential process for refining and reshaping the bones. This stage is indispensable in the cultivation of the body. Bones are of utmost significance to human existence, serving as the very foundation of physical enhancement. Without the forging of bones, even the most robust physique is but a fragile fade, lacking true strength. The bone-forging realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 focus on the limbs, the next 3 on the core, and the final 3 on the heavens and earth, representing the mind. Fang Chen sensed his imminent entry into the bone-forging realm and had no intention of conserving the last drop of sword demon blood. He directly utilized it for the enhancement of his physical form. Crack, crack. The sound of his bones resonated crisply within him, his brow furrowed and cold sweat streaming down his face. The process of refining the body and breaking through the bone-forging stage is far from trivial. The bones are the most challenging aspect to cultivate, with the initial step being exceptionally arduous. The cultivation not only demands constant bone refinement, but also requires enduring, excruciating pain akin to the agony of shattered bones, a torment few can withstand. This is why most cultivators opt for the path of spiritual cultivation rather than physical enhancement, as the latter is both costly and agonizing. Although Fang Chen did not expend excessive resources, it was due to his possession of the sword demon physique, complemented by the invaluable sword demon blood. The consumption of the sword demon blood alone could equate to the daily expenditure of hundreds of physical cultivators, which is one of the reasons for his rapid advancement. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of bone forging for an entire hour. Fortunately, his will was sufficiently strong. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the process, suffering severe injuries from shattered bones. Once a bone is broken, the path of physical cultivation would be forever closed to him. However, who is Fang Chen? With the sword demon physique and an indomitable will, how could he possibly fail? Accompanied by flickering golden light, the aura of his physical form surged dramatically. He successfully entered the first level of the bone-forging realm. In an instant, his aura underwent a profound transformation, with his physical strength reaching an astonishing 500 dings. Moreover, his Dao cultivation also advanced to the pinnacle of the 4th level. At that moment, the small tower within his body responded once more, unlocking the 5th layer. Without hesitation, Fang Chen entered, for he was in dire need of the treasures within the tower, particularly those capable of resolving his present predicament. Upon entering the 4th layer, he approached a wooden table and directly opened a wooden box. Inside lay a total of 8 drops of sword demon blood, which he promptly absorbed into his dantian without a moment's hesitation. Next, he turned his gaze to another treasure, which revealed itself to be 3 talismans. As Fang Chen examined the talismans, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The 3 talismans were not identical. One was a lethal talisman, capable of slaying any formidable opponent below the Dao realm. Another was a teleportation talisman, allowing instantaneous travel over great distances without leaving a trace. The last was a defensive talisman, an automatic protective measure that could withstand any attack from opponents beneath the Dao realm, activating itself in times of danger. It could be said that Fang Chen had gained an additional life. Most importantly, these 3 talismans were not one-time use. They could be employed 3 times each. This meant that Fang Chen now possessed the means to eliminate 3 adversaries below the Dao realm. A slight smile graced his lips as he contemplated one individual, Luo Tianxiao. You wish to kill me? I shall see who meets their demise. He withdrew from the small tower, his gaze sharp and profound as he focused on the area where Luo Xiao and others were engaged in battle with the demon beasts. At this moment, there were still 8 individuals remaining on Luo Xiao's side, including 2 at the 7th tier, 2 at the 6th, and 3 at the peak of the 5th, while the rest had perished at the hands of the demon beasts. Both Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei bore injuries, though theirs were relatively minor. The others were also wounded, with varying degrees of severity. However, the demon beast was not without its own suffering. Even though it was at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, it bore numerous scars from the relentless onslaught of so many adversaries. Yet, compared to Luo Xiao and his companions, it remained fierce and proud. Nevertheless, Luo Xiao and his comrades were gradually becoming accustomed to the demon beast's attack patterns, resulting in a stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. Damn beast! Damn mongrel! Luo Xiao seethed, his fury ignited by the heavy casualties suffered by Fang Chen and his group. He longed to devour its flesh and shatter its bones. The demon beast, too, was filled with rage from its wounds, as, in its eyes, Luo Xiao and his companions were mere ants, yet had been wounded by these insignificant creatures. Nonetheless, it remained remarkably composed, fully aware that the unity of Luo Xiao's group made them exceedingly formidable. Luo Xiao, on his part, remained vigilant. After hundreds of exchanges with the demon beast, he discerned that this creature possessed a significant degree of intelligence, being both cunning and treacherous, attributes that were not typical for a third-tier demon beast. However, as a product of this new world, it perhaps exemplified the unique characteristics of this realm. The stalemate continued, with neither side making a move, biding their time for the opportune moment. Suddenly, one of the fifth-tier practitioners on Luo Xiao's side was grievously injured. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he fell to one knee. Luo Xiao and his companions felt a tightening in their hearts, unable to resist glancing over to assess the situation. The demon beast, however, saw a glimmer of opportunity and charged towards the injured practitioner. "Intercept that beast," Luo Xiao shouted. The others immediately sprang into action. Yet, the demon beast swiftly changed direction, attacking another fifth-tier practitioner. Luo Xiao's heart sank. This beast was employing a feint. The group quickly redirected their attacks, but the demon beast shifted again, targeting yet another wounded individual. "This is bad," Luo Xiao cursed internally. The demon beast was far too cunning and its speed too rapid. They could only watch helplessly as their abilities missed their mark, and the gravely injured practitioner was cleaved into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. "Beast!" Luo Xiao roared in fury, unleashing his powers. A radiant golden light enveloped him, swiftly transforming into a golden sword that slashed towards the demon beast. Caught off guard by the lethal blow, the demon beast was struck squarely in the abdomen, letting out a series of anguish howls as it hastily retreated. It did not come to a halt until it had retreated several miles, revealing a deep gash upon its abdomen. It glared at Luo Xiao with seething rage. Luo Xiao, elated by the sight of its severe injury, exclaimed, "If we continue to wear it down, it is certain to fall." However, the next scene left everyone at a loss. The demon beast suddenly turned and dashed into the dense forest, making its escape. Chapter 53. The Battle with Luo Xiao, Cursed Beast. Luo Xiao was infuriated upon witnessing this. While other demon beasts would unleash their primal fury after sustaining injuries, this one simply retreated. Not only Luo Xiao, but even Fang Chen from a distance was taken aback. How can this be? It seems this demon beast possesses a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human. His gaze shifted back to Luo Xiao and the others, instantly turning icy and ruthless. 7 remained. 2 of the 7th-tier warriors were injured but not critically, while among the remaining 5, 2 were severely wounded, 2 lightly, and 1 unscathed. Although the situation was perilous, action was imperative. He would not grant Luo Xiao and the others any time to recuperate. Without further hesitation, he swiftly approached them. Only then did Luo Xiao and the others regain their senses. He shouted, "We must leave. Depart from this place." Despite their desire to eliminate Fang Chen, they were all wounded, and continuing the pursuit could very well lead to their demise. Thus, they resolved to retreat from the blood-mist forest and reconsider their strategy later. Naturally, there was no dissent. They had long wished to escape. After each consumed a healing pill, they began to retrace their steps. However, just as they had not traveled more than a few paces, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the blood forest. One of the injured 5th-tier cultivators was caught off guard and was instantly pierced through the back. "Ah!" The wretched scream echoed throughout the blood forest. Luo Xiao and the others assumed it was the demon beast returning. But upon seeing that the one who had pierced the 5th-tier cultivator was a blade, they realized it was a human assaulting them. Looking further back, they saw Fang Chen watching them mockingly. "You again, you bastard. I had spared you once. How dare you provoke us again?" Luo Xiao's gaze turned crimson as he glared at Fang Chen. Because of him, their numbers had dwindled from over 20 to merely 6. Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Spare me? You have pursued me relentlessly until now, and you think a mere word of spare suffices? Bastard, do not overestimate yourself. Bai Xiangmei retorted angrily. Do you truly believe surviving this calamity means you will live? Elder Luo will not let you off. You are doomed. It's just a matter of time. Offending Elder Luo means certain death. The others chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor. Have you finished? Once you are done, I shall send you on your way. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression darkened. He was not afraid of Fang Chen. He feared the demon beast returning and entangling them further, which would spell greater trouble. Yet he understood that without eliminating Fang Chen, they could not leave safely. Surround him. Dispatch this bastard with utmost speed. He roared. The others, upon hearing his words, sprang into action. Despite their injuries, they were confident they could easily kill Fang Chen. Seeing this, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of Fang Chen's mouth, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. His speed was astonishing, surpassing everyone's imagination. With his physical prowess reaching the bone refinement stage, combined with the technique of extreme shadow steps, Fang Chen's velocity had achieved a qualitative leap. Even Luo Xiu's expression changed drastically. Fang Chen's swiftness exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared before a fifth-tier cultivator, who was utterly astonished and hastily raised his sword to attack. However, a hasty attack could hardly inflict harm upon Fang Chen. In the fleeting moment of their collision, the opponent's sword was deflected by Fang Chen's dark humming sword, exposing his bare chest before Fang Chen. Naturally, Fang Chen would not show any mercy, and with a single stroke, he cleaved the opponent in two. With his current strength, he possessed the confidence to triumph even against a 7th-layer practitioner, let alone a mere peak 5th-layer ant who had yet to cultivate the path of the corporeal body. After dispatching one adversary, Fang Chen swiftly locked onto another, closing the distance with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Luo Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. In order to prevent Fang Chen from escaping, he commanded his companions to disperse and surround him. Little did he know, this would provide Fang Chen the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Quickly regroup, he shouted, but it was already too late. The man, witnessing Fang Chen's approach, turned pale with fear, lacking even a shred of courage to engage. He turned to flee. Yet, how could he outrun Fang Chen, who had mastered the first layer of bone forging and the shadow step technique? In a single breath, Fang Chen was upon him, and as the man turned to resist, Fang Chen struck him down with a single sword thrust. The others, now aware of Fang Chen's terrifying strength, dared not engage and hastily retreated towards Luo Xiu. Observing this, Fang Chen unleashed a flow shadow blade, targeting one of the 6th-layer cultivators. With the might of his current bone-forging power, this strike shattered the sound barrier, reaching the 6th-layer practitioner in the blink of an eye. The cultivator, taken aback, hastily raised his sword to defend, but the flow shadow blade was far too powerful, effortlessly knocking aside his weapon and piercing through his chest. The cultivator stared in disbelief at the gaping wound on his chest, unable to fathom that he, a 6th-layer practitioner, could not withstand even a single strike from Fang Chen. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining individuals flocked to Luo Xiu's side. However, they were now reduced to only 4. Apart from Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei, there remained an injured 6th-layer, an unscathed 5th-layer practitioner. Fang Chen paid them little heed, for these two were no longer his match. Only Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei posed a genuine threat. At this moment, Luo Xiu's expression grew grave. Fang Chen's strength exceeded his expectations. To slay 3 foes with 3 strikes was far beyond what Fang Chen had previously demonstrated. The most alarming aspect was that before entering the secret realm, Fang Chen was merely at the 1st layer of the postnatal realm. Yet he had now ascended to the peak of the 4th layer. Bai Xiangmei shared this realization. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Fang Chen must be eliminated now, or they risked facing death themselves. Kill this bastard. Otherwise, we will all perish. Luo Xiu, unwilling to waste time, bellowed as he charged forward with his sword raised. Bai Xiangmei formed hand seals, summoning swirling white butterflies around her, and also advanced to attack. Only the 2 5th and 6th-layer disciples exchanged hesitant glances, torn with indecision. The strength Fang Chen had previously exhibited was too formidable. They feared that should they engage, they would merely become fodder. Ultimately, gritting their teeth, they turned and fled. Scoundrels! Luo Xiao cursed upon seeing their retreat, but he could not afford to concern himself with them as he pressed onward to confront Fang Chen. Fang Chen, undaunted, drew his sword to meet the challenge. Clang! Clang! The two swords clashed. Fang Chen felt a slight numbness in his arm, forcing him to step back 3 paces, while Luo Xiao staggered, retreating only 2. Truly, as a 7th-layer practitioner, his combat prowess was formidable. Were it not for Fang Chen's mastery of the corporeal path to the bone-forging realm, he surely would not be a match. Fang Chen mused to himself, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet regrettably, your realm is too low. Prepare to meet your end." Luo Xiao tested with a strike, sensing that Fang Chen was not overly formidable, and with a cold smirk, she charged again. Bai Xiaomei also advanced, and the two unleashed their divine abilities, attacking Fang Chen. Luo Xiao's sword shadow shimmered. Streams of radiant sword energy surged from all directions toward Fang Chen. This was the Golden Light Sword Shadow technique, a 2nd-tier yellow-grade skill, which Luo Xiao had cultivated to the 3rd level, achieving a minor completion stage. Her attacks fierce and rapid. Bai Xiaomei was surrounded by countless white butterflies, their luminous forms fluttering. In that moment, she seemed to transform into a delicate white butterfly. This was the white feather butterfly transformation technique, also a 2nd-tier yellow-grade skill and one of Bai Xiaomei's primary techniques. As the two unleashed their respective proud divine abilities, Fang Chen faced them without fear, instantly invoking the fierce demon sword technique, engaging in battle with them. Luo Xiao's golden sword flow erupted, relentlessly slicing toward Fang Chen, while countless white butterflies from all corners assaulted him, appearing enchanting yet concealing deadly intent. Despite Fang Chen's application of the fierce demon sword technique, facing 2 opponents while both were at the 7th layer of the postnatal realm, he found himself at a disadvantage almost immediately. Observing this, Luo Xiao chuckled coldly, declaring, "Though I am unaware of how you have ascended so swiftly or acquired the capacity to battle beyond your realm, once I eliminate you, I am certain I will uncover satisfactory answers." A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. If he too possessed the strength to combat across realms, he believed he could become a top genius of the Tianyu Divine Sect. "Do you believe my strength is insufficient?" Fang Chen's lips curled into a smile. "In the face of such a disparity in realms, your demise is inevitable," Luo Xiao proclaimed proudly. "Then you may attempt to prove that," Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, as the aura of the Great Tao surged behind him, revealing the script of the sword character. Chapter 54, Cunning Tao 1. "Impossible! How could you bastard, possibly awaken Tao 1? Luo Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shook his head vigorously. He prided himself on his remarkable talent, convinced that he would awaken Tao 1 at the innate stage and become one of the top prodigies of the Tianyu Divine Sect. Yet, even he could not fathom the possibility of awakening Tao 1 at the acquired stage, but this individual, whom he regarded as a mere bastard, had achieved it. Fake. It must be fake. Bai Xiaomei's once alluring visage now bore no trace of her previous confidence and disdain, replaced instead by shock and disbelief. Fang Chen remained composed, his gaze cold as he addressed them. Fake? Then behold this. With those words, another character materialized, the character for battle. The 2 Dao characters radiated a powerful and mysterious aura. 2 Dao characters. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei were left dumbfounded. Awakening 2 Dao characters at the acquired stage was a feat only a true prodigy could accomplish. At that moment, they realized they had provoked a force they should not have. Now, you can perish. The bloodlight surged around Fang Chen as the sword demon body erupted forth. Dark energy billowed around him, his eyes a fierce crimson, with red demonic patterns swirling about him, his aura surging tremendously. This was a state Fang Chen had previously unleashed during a life-and-death crisis, though it had not fully manifested at that time. Now, with his physical body having reached the forged bone realm, he could support the full eruption of the sword demon body. Fang Chen referred to this state as sword demon transformation. Do not hold back. Kill him. Luo Xiao sensed impending doom and shouted to Bai Xiaomei. In response, a long sword shimmered with golden light, resembling a divine blade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Bai Xiaomei summoned white butterflies that swiftly coalesced around her, transforming into a massive white butterfly. With a powerful flap, the butterfly unleashed a fierce gale toward Fang Chen. The two unleashed their strongest divine abilities, intent on vanquishing him. In his sword demon transformation, Fang Chen appeared cold and bloodthirsty. He raised his trembling Black Ming sword, not out of fear, but because the sword itself trembled in trepidation, not of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, but of Fang Chen, now transformed into a sword demon. As the two divine abilities approached, the Black Ming sword gathered demonic energy frantically. When the two divine abilities drew near, Fang Chen struck with a single sword. The purple light of the demonic blade sliced forth. Boom! The purple light blade collided with the two divine abilities, obliterating them instantly, rendering them utterly powerless in defense. How is this possible? Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei stared in disbelief. This was their strongest divine ability, and it should not have been vanquished so easily. But in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. After annihilating their divine abilities, the purple light blade did not hesitate or pause, but instead locked onto them. In an instant, a chilling aura of death enveloped them, and they felt their hair stand on end. Flee! Quick, flee! Luo Xiao screamed inwardly, but it was too late. The purple light blade flickered by, and Luo Xiao's head was severed cleanly from his body. Luo Xiao's eyes widened in shock, unable to accept this grim fate. Gradually, his expression morphed into one of unwillingness, regret, and fear. The purple light blade had targeted Luo Xiao directly, while Bai Xiangmei was merely caught in the aftermath, losing an arm in the process. However, this decisive strike utterly extinguished Bai Xiangmei's will to resist. With a thud, she fell to her knees, pleading, "Please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything. I am adept at pleasing men. I have studied the arts of intimacy and can ensure your satisfaction." Yet, Fang Chen, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly drew his sword across her neck. Bai Xiangmei's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face, filled with regret and confusion. Was it because she was not beautiful enough? Did he feel no stirrings of desire at all? With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. This time, she bore no injuries. It was far better than before. Fang Chen withdrew from his sword demon form, assessing his condition. It was no surprise that he could dispatch Bai Xiangmei with ease, for his physical body had reached the bone-forging realm, and he had progressed through 4 levels of cultivation. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, despite being 3 minor realms above him, had not cultivated their physical forms, and the gap between them was not as vast as it appeared. Furthermore, with Fang Chen wielding a sword, his martial prowess enhanced by the sword's essence, and his unique body, they were hardly his match. Both women were at the 7th level, and he considered what valuable items they might possess. As Fang Chen approached Luo Xiao, bending to retrieve her storage bag from her waist, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. A murderous intent locked onto him. His expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he summoned the demon shield to protect his back. Clang! The crisp sound of impact rang out as the shield was sent flying, failing to impede the lethal force approaching from behind. Yet, this momentary distraction granted Fang Chen the opportunity to react. He quickly turned, raising the Black Ming sword to defend himself. Bang! Even so, he was struck and sent flying. He soared over 20 feet, crashing into numerous trees before finally halting. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he glanced down to find a gaping wound, deep enough to see bone. This blow had nearly cost him his life. Damn it, I should have known better than to block. Regret washed over Fang Chen. Had he chosen not to defend, he could have triggered the protective talisman, emerging unscathed from the attack. The defensive talisman only activated in the face of a lethal strike. And while his actions had prevented a fatal blow, they had nonetheless left him gravely injured. In that moment, Fang Chen had the chance to identify his assailant, and upon seeing the creature, he cursed under his breath at the cunning beast. The creature, resembling a lion or tiger, possessed a long, lithe form. Who else could it be but a peak-level 3 demonic beast? The creature gazed mockingly at the wounded Fang Chen, and in its jaws, it clutched not one, but 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than the 2 5th-level cultivators who had previously fled. It seemed the beast had been stealthily following them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fang Chen couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He had thought to use the beast to his advantage, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Meeting the beast's disdainful gaze, he mustered the strength to sit up and said, "My friend, we have had quite the partnership. I possess ample healing elixirs to restore you. Let's call it even, shall we?" The beast fixed a disdainful stare upon Fang Chen, showing no inclination to reach an understanding. With a heavy sigh, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness. When will the cycle of vengeance come to an end? He could only utter these words. The beast regarded Fang Chen with confusion. Despite the ant before it being gravely injured and devoid of fighting spirit, it still appeared nonchalant. Yet, it did not dwell on this for long. Observing that Fang Chen was excessively talkative, it ceased its mockery and, with a single gulp, swallowed the two individuals before it and charged directly at Fang Chen. Its speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneously reaching Fang Chen's side. However, Fang Chen was well prepared. With a flick of his hand, a talisman materialized before him. This was the offensive talisman he had acquired from the small tower. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman. The crimson runes upon it began to swirl, transforming into a red dot of light. The light instantly locked onto the beast, morphing into a beam that penetrated its skull. So swift was the attack that even Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye proved ineffective, and the beast had no time to react. Bang! The beast promptly lost all vitality, collapsing to the ground and skidding several feet before coming to a halt. Fang Chen exhaled a heavy breath, swallowed a few healing pills, and stowed the offensive talisman away. He cast a pained glance at the talisman, having used it once for this kill after just 3 attacks, and this was merely a peak postnatal realm creature. This was meant for slaying formidable beings like Luo Tianxiao of the Zhouyuan realm. Nevertheless, without the talisman, he too might have met his end here. As the beast was exceedingly cunning, he could not afford to wallow in regret. After reclaiming the talisman, he struggled to rise. Taking the storage bags of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, and unceremoniously tossing the beast's carcass into his own storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, he headed in a particular direction and soon arrived at the beast's den. Such lairs were typically secure, as other beasts would seldom approach its territory. Thus, Fang Chen intended to recuperate here before departing the blood mist forest. Upon entering the cave, he was astonished to discover a hidden paradise. The seemingly small entrance led to an expansive interior. When he reached the deepest part, he stood frozen, mouth agape in astonishment, nearly dropping to the ground. Chapter 55. A reunion with Han Xiangxiang. The hero rescues the beauty surrounding the cave. An abundance of spiritual herbs and flowers were unexpectedly arranged. With most being of the first tier, however, several rare specimens of the second and third tiers were also present. There stood 7 spirit immortal flowers. The third tier Yuzhou Lingqiao. This arrow Lingqiao must be a millennium old. This particular specimen, unseen before, is likely a product of this realm. Fang Chen gathered his findings, discovering over 50 plants, of which a dozen were of the second and third tiers, some exceedingly rare. If sold, they would certainly fetch a handsome price. Without hesitation, he collected all the spiritual herbs and flowers into his storage pouch. Just as he was preparing to tend to his wounds, a flash of golden light caught his eye amidst the tangled weeds where the beast lay sleeping. Though the radiance vanished swiftly, it appeared exceptionally dazzling in the pitch-black cave, instantly capturing Fang Chen's attention. What could that be? He approached the underbrush and parted it, revealing an egg. An egg? Could it belong to the beast? Fang Chen lifted the egg, which was just large enough to be cradled in both hands, shimmering with golden light and adorned with white patterns that lent an air of mystery. Gazing at the egg, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Its aura did not resemble that of the beast, but rather seemed to possess a stronger essence, suggesting it had been pilfered from elsewhere. As he pondered, the golden egg began to radiate light, intertwining around Fang Chen's hands. He felt a faint pulse of life emanating from within the egg, which inexplicably resonated with his sword demon physique, flooding his consciousness with a peculiar sense of familiarity. What could this mean? Was there a connection between this egg and the ancient sword demon? Or was it an egg of a magical beast? Contemplating myriad possibilities, he realized it was impossible to deduce the nature of the egg solely based on this faint connection. After a moment's reflection, he decided to place the beast's egg into his storage pouch for safekeeping. Just as he completed this task, Fang Chen let out a muffled groan, inadvertently aggravating his internal injuries. The sudden ambush by the beast had inflicted significant damage. First, he needed to recover. Delaying further would only complicate matters. Settling down amidst the weeds, he began to consume healing elixirs in succession to restore himself. A few days later, Fang Chen's injuries had finally healed. and his physical prowess had also improved. Although he had not broken through to the second level of bone refinement, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level, a remarkably swift advancement. Once restored, Fang Chen promptly retrieved the storage pouches belonging to Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei. Inside, he found not only higher-tier healing and restorative elixirs, but also a collection of assorted magical artifacts and talismans. To his satisfaction, the two had a modest supply of spirit-enhancing pills, superior to others, all being top-tier, second-level elixirs with enhanced potency. In terms of spiritual stones, the duo had merely over 3,000 combined, likely due to the minimal need for such resources upon entering this place. As for their most prized possession, it was undoubtedly Luo Xiao's innate magical artifact, a fourth-tier, yellow-grade sword named Ruo Jin Sword. Regrettably, it was of the light attribute and thus not suitable for Fang Chen. The treasure is not merely about being of a high rank. What matters more is its suitability to oneself. However, this golden sword is indeed capable of fetching a handsome price. Moreover, the maps of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiaomei are remarkably refined, suggesting that the two must have seized others' maps and treasures to achieve such completeness. After the integration, the entire new world, Fang Chen, has reached over 90% completion, with only 1 or 2 perilous areas remaining, which no one dares to enter. With 7 days left until the deadline, it is prudent not to linger here, as dangers remain uncertain. Once he finished organizing, Fang Chen did not tarry further and exited the cave, leaving the Blood Mist Forest. After safely departing from the Blood Mist Forest, Fang Chen intended to seek a secure place for seclusion until the time was right to emerge. However, he had not walked far when his soul heaven demon eye quickly detected 3 figures. Upon recognizing their faces, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Sister Han and the other 2 are together? Wait, something seems amiss. He swiftly altered his course towards Han Xiangxiang and the others. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang, gripping her longsword, trembled uncontrollably, her face pale and devoid of blood, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze on Tianze. Tianze, what do you want? What have you done to me? Tianze, with a sinister expression, also brandished his longsword, emitting chilling laughter. What do I want? Naturally, it's the treasures you possess. The heaven-linked cloud grassroot is a divine herb capable of opening the sea of consciousness. Do you truly believe I would relinquish it without a fight? You have already fallen victim to my harmony of heaven and earth powder. Let us see how you intend to resist. In these final 7 days, I intend to relish every moment. Ha ha, master, once you tire of it, may I have a turn as well? The lackey leered, nearly drooling. Tianze responded generously, do not worry. I shall ensure you have your fair share of enjoyment. Han Xiangxiang's expression darkened severely. Tianze, you dare. My master will never let you go. Your master? He sneered. Do not think I am unaware that you are merely an outer disciple of Elder Yinhong. Besides, do you honestly believe you will survive to return? His cold laughter echoed. Han Xiangxiang's expression shifted. You intend to kill me? At that moment, her body swayed, barely able to stand. Hee, Xiangxiang, before we exit, I will personally take care of you. Tianze chuckled. You. Han Xiangxiang's complexion turned even more ashen, and she could no longer maintain her stance, collapsing weakly to the ground. Help! Help me! She weakly cried out, attempting to attract the attention of anyone nearby. Tianze left coldly. This place is near the Blood Mist Forest. No one will come to your aid. With that, he lunged towards Han Xiangxiang. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through. Apologies for the interruption, a voice resonated calmly. Tianze was initially taken aback by the voice, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of shock as he turned to look. There stood Fang Chen, his demeanor tranquil, one hand gripping the lackey's head. Fang Shitty, you wretched spawn, the two exclaimed almost in unison. Fang Chen regarded him with an indifferent gaze. What? Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Tianze let out a cold laugh. Now that you have escaped from within, you ought to find a secure place to hide. Yet you still harbor fantasies of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. If I merely impede your escape, I am certain that Brother Luo will soon be upon us. This time, I shall see how you intend to flee. Luoxiao? Fang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. They have perished within. Perished within? Tianze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reverted to his mocking demeanor. Do you truly think I will believe you? You, a mere wretch. are no match for Brother Luo and the others. Junior Brother Fang, run. Do not wait until Luoxiao and the others catch up. When you return, inform our master. She will avenge me. Han Xiangxiang had initially held some hope, but upon realizing that Fang Chen was merely at the fourth stage, she knew he was no match for Tianze. Fang Chen gazed at Han Xiangxiang, shaking his head as he spoke. Sister, do not worry. I will rescue you. Rescue? You, a mere wretch, possess the strength for that? Tianze laughed heartily, charging forth with his sword. As for the lackey in Fang Chen's grasp, he disregarded the other's life or death entirely. His sole aim was to incapacitate Fang Chen and personally deliver him to Luoxiao. In doing so, he could settle previous scores and perhaps even gain favor with the esteemed Luo Tianxiao. Fang Chen sneered, gripping the lackey's hand and suddenly exerting force, causing the latter's head to burst as if it were a watermelon. With his current strength, such a feat was more than sufficient. He then drew the He Ming sword and confronted Tianze head-on. Bang! The swords clashed. Tianze felt a surge of formidable sword intent accompanied by terrifying power coursing from the blade into his arm and throughout his body. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his internal organs dislocated, sent flying over Tianzhong, and crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Refined bone realm. How is this possible? You have cultivated to the fourth stage of the postnatal realm, yet your physique has also reached the first stage of the refined bone realm. This cannot be. He howled in disbelief. Chapter 56. Junior Brother, take me in the realm of bone forging, at the fourth level of the postnatal stage. Han Xiangxiang wore an expression of utter astonishment, profoundly shaken by Fang Chen's rapid ascent in strength. Yet, her surprise quickly transformed into elation. Junior Brother Fang, this is wonderful. Fang Chen turned to Tianze, his voice as frigid as ice. When Luoxiao pursued me, and you intended to obstruct my path, you sealed your fate as one of my targets. What does it matter that you have entered the bone forging realm? To kill me is but a fanciful dream. With a roar filled with unbridled rage, Tianze's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he brandished his sword, launching another assault on Fang Chen. Unfazed, Fang Chen's expression remained impassive as he wielded the Himing sword, effortlessly deflecting Tianze's attack before sweeping his blade once more, severing the latter's arm. Tianze cried out in agony, his wails echoing in despair. How could he be so powerful? This is impossible. I cannot perish here. I am the young master of the Tian family. I have yet to truly savor life. The vast inheritance awaits my claim. I must survive. If I could just find Senior Brother Luo, I will be saved. His mind raced with desperate thoughts, searching for a glimmer of hope. However, Fang Chen surged forward with blinding speed, appearing before him in an instant. You have no chance left. As the words left his lips, the Himing sword flashed, slicing through Tianze's neck, severing his head. No, the Tian family will not let you go. Even as my head falls, I refuse to accept this fate. Tianze bellowed, his defiance unwavering until the very end, yet ultimately his lifeless head rolled to the ground. Beside them, Han Xiangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Tianze, who had reached the sixth level of the postnatal stage, perish so swiftly? Just moments ago, he had been in pursuit, and now he was vanquished. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Junior Brother Fang, did you truly kill Luoxiao and the others? Fang Chen nodded solemnly. Indeed, senior sister. I lured them into a perilous situation and employed a formidable beast to eliminate them. Han Xiangxiang pondered this revelation, accepting the outcome. If Fang Chen had single-handedly defeated Luoxiao and by Xiangmei, it would have been an extraordinary feat, senior sister. Are you all right? Fang Chen noticed the rapid change in Han Xiangxiang's complexion, from pale to a peculiar shade of red, her entire being flushed. He could not help but ask. It seemed she had just realized the effects of Tianze's seductive powder, the Hawan Tian Di San, as she let out a weak, breathy moan. Junior Brother Fang, Tianze must possess the antidote. Please, search for it. I can barely hold on. All right, senior sister, just a moment. Fang Chen approached Tianze's corpse, rummaging through his storage bag. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang suddenly embraced him, her senses clouded, her eyes glazed, exhaling a fragrant breath as her hands roamed over Fang Chen's body. Junior Brother, I cannot resist any longer. Take me. Fang Chen was taken aback, attempting to pry her off. Yet, Han Xiangxiang seemed entirely under the spell of the seductive powder, refusing to release her hold. The softness of her back and her restless hands stirred an unfamiliar sensation within him. With a sense of helplessness, Fang Chen grasped her wrists, preparing to break free. When Han Xiangxiang's gaze suddenly turned piercingly fierce. In the next instant, Fang Chen suddenly felt immobilized, realizing that a high-level binding talisman had been affixed to his back. A cunning act orchestrated by Han Xiangxiang. "Sister, what are you doing?" Fang Chen gazed at her in disbelief. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang exhibited none of the disarray befitting someone under the effects of the harmonious heaven and earth powder. Instead, she stood triumphantly, her laughter ringing clear and bright. "Hee hee. Those fools, Luo Xiao and his ilk, are utterly useless, unable to even eliminate a mere fourth tier like you. And now, I must intervene." She scoffed. "Do you wish to kill me too?" Fang Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Han Xiangxiang, brimming with pride, replied, "Did you think my presence here was mere coincidence? To tell you the truth, I have been waiting here for you, just in case. As for Hong Yin, she's indeed my master, but I am merely her outer disciple, lacking her favor. The one who truly values me is my master, Luo Yun, and it is he who has sent me to eliminate you." Luo Yun once again. Is he so fearful that he cannot wait, even 3 months? Fang Chen said coldly. Han Xiangxiang looked at him with disdain. "You, a mere waste? Think you can compare to my master? He is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, destined to become the strongest. Opposing him, I can only call that the height of folly. My master desires your heavenly Dao bone. You must obediently surrender it. To leave such a treasure in the hands of someone as powerless and useless as you is a gross misallocation of resources. If my master spares your life, you should be grateful." Fang Chen sneered. "What? He wants to extract my heavenly Dao bone, and I should thank him?" Han Xiangxiang replied with a sense of entitlement. "Isn't that the case? Someone like you is not worthy of the heavenly Dao bone. Only my master deserves it." Fang Chen couldn't help but admire her audacity. No wonder she is his follower. Her shamelessness is truly remarkable. Han Xiangxiang retorted coldly, "Blame yourself for lacking such a background and for provoking those you should not have." "Enough," she said, drawing her sword with a casual air. "It is time to send you on your way. Remember, in your next life, do not offend those who possess power and wealth greater than yours." With that, she raised her sword, aiming for Fang Chen's vital points. "To kill me? You are not worthy." Fang Chen remained remarkably calm as he faced the incoming blade. In the next instant, the demonic shield materialized, thwarting Han Xiangxiang's lethal strike. The demonic shield, a growing magical artifact imbued with its own spirit, required no guidance from Fang Chen and could autonomously protect him. However, should Fang Chen be gravely injured or unconscious, it might turn against him. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's sword demon body surged once more, unleashing the sword demon transformation, which relentlessly assaulted the binding talisman. Han Xiangxiang, taken aback by Fang Chen's ability to activate the artifact, scoffed, "This is a 9th grade talisman. You cannot hope to break it if you are below the 7th tier. Is that so?" Fang Chen smirked. "Only the 7th tier? I have slain those of that caliber before. How could I not shatter a mere talisman that only binds the 7th tier?" With a furious roar, he unleashed the full force of the sword demon transformation. The talisman could not contain such overwhelming power, shattering instantly. How is this possible? Han Xiangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. In disbelief, he gazed at the scene, astonished that he had truly broken free from his restraints. Fang Chen slowly rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Han Xiangxiang. "It is time for you to depart." Transformed into a sword demon, Fang Chen appeared as a malevolent entity. His blood-red eyes exuded a chilling intensity that sent shivers down Han Xiangxiang's spine. At that moment, she realized that it was not the beast that had claimed the lives of Luo Xiao and the others, but rather Fang Chen himself. As he advanced step by step, she retreated in fear. What do you intend to do? If you kill me, my master will undoubtedly avenge me." She cried out in terror. "Fear not," Fang Chen replied, gripping the Black Ming sword with an air of indifference. "Luo Yun will soon join you." With that, he vanished in a flash, and a beam of sword light pierced directly through Han Xiangxiang's heart. A moment before, she had been contemplating ways to save herself, but this strike utterly extinguished any flicker of hope she harbored. "Fang Chen, my master will surely avenge me," she roared, filled with resentment. Ultimately, her life force faded, and she perished. Fang Chen regarded Han Xiangxiang with an indifferent gaze, yet a twinge of apprehension crept into his mind. He inwardly chastised himself for placing too much trust in others. Had Han Xiangxiang chosen to attack directly instead of employing the sealing talisman, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. Of course, with his defensive talismans, his life was not in immediate danger. Nevertheless, Fang Chen resolved to remain vigilant in the future, vowing never to place his trust in others again, nor to expose his vulnerabilities. After taking possession of Han Xiangxiang's and Tianzai's storage bags, he sought a secure location and entered it. For the final 7 days, he had no intention of wandering aimlessly, choosing instead to devote himself to cultivation until the time elapsed. Once he confirmed the surroundings were safe, Fang Chen began to explore the contents of the 2 storage bags. Upon inspection, his eyes brightened with intrigue. Chapter 57. Your Luo Family, Unable to Annihilate Us. The celestial cloud grass, a divine herb for developing the sea of consciousness, alongside the leaves of the celestial cloud grass, serves as a miraculous elixir for enhancing mental acuity. Both are invaluable treasures. Fortuitously, with the celestial cloud grass in hand, I can cultivate the unyielding sea of consciousness technique and undoubtedly ascend to the 2nd level within 7 days. Subsequently, I probed the other items in the 2 individual storage bags, but they yielded nothing of significance, merely mundane trinkets. Realizing this, Fang Chen ceased to waste time and commenced his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and the 7-day deadline arrived. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and, as anticipated, he had indeed advanced to the 2nd level of the unyielding technique. Thanks to the assistance of the celestial cloud grass, his sea of consciousness expanded further, now equivalent to a 9th level of the acquired realm. His enhancement of mental strength was remarkably pure and formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Should outsiders become aware of Fang Chen's progress, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. It is well known that cultivating mental strength is an arduous endeavor. For an ordinary person, even a genius, to exceed their own realm by a level or 2 is already considered extraordinary. Fang Chen's ability to achieve such a feat is solely attributed to his unyielding sea of consciousness. This technique, originating from the Little Tower, is exceptionally remarkable, seemingly tailored to facilitate my rapid advancement. Otherwise, my enhancement in mental strength would not have been so swift. Furthermore, the potency of the sea of consciousness has significantly augmented Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye, empowering it to exert influence even against those at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Additionally, Fang Chen's cultivation has further progressed to the peak of the 4th level of the acquired realm, now merely a step away from breaking through to the 5th level. With the 7-day period concluded, it is time to depart. I am confident that upon my exit, the expression on Luo Tianxiao's face will be truly delightful. With that, Fang Chen left the premises and made his way to the exit. Outside, Luo Tianxiao and several inner sect elders, along with some law enforcement disciples, were busy counting the disciples emerging from the exit. At this moment, a considerable number of inner sect disciples had arrived. New worlds are seldom discovered, and their emergence signifies new opportunities. Although unable to be among the first to enter, being promptly informed of any medicinal opportunities within the new realm is of paramount importance to them. Luo Tianxiao's expression remained calm. Yet as he observed the increasing number of individuals emerging, his brow furrowed slightly. Logically, some of the 50 individuals he dispatched to eliminate Fang Chen should have returned by now, yet not a single one had emerged thus far. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, among those sent were 3 at the 7th level, 10 at the 6th level, and the remaining 50 in total. 50 individuals tasked with eliminating a 1st-level acquired realm disciple, aided by positioning, should be a straightforward endeavor. On the other hand, Su Wan'er, noticing that Fang Chen had not yet emerged, felt her smile grow more pronounced. That wretch must be dead inside. Otherwise, with so many having already exited, how could he still remain? She mused. Shortly thereafter, she chuckled maliciously. Since that wretch is dead, I shall seek trouble with that old woman shortly. This time, I will ensure to acquire all the treasures left by Tian Yangzi. Yet she remained oblivious to the increasingly grim expression of Luo Tianxiao. To date, over 200 individuals had emerged, yet not a single one from his faction had appeared. As anticipated, when a figure finally stepped out from within. His countenance darkened to an extreme. Fang Chen, he bellowed in a low voice, incredulous that Fang Chen had survived. Not only that, but Fang Chen's cultivation had evidently grown significantly stronger, having reached the peak of the fourth layer of the postnatal realm. Souvania floats a momentality, her gaze drawn to Fang Chen. Upon witnessing his calm demeanor, laced with a hint of mockery, disbelief washed over her. Impossible! How could this be? She cried out. Aside from them, others were equally astonished to see Fang Chen alive after being pursued by so many. Fang Chen fixed his gaze on Luo Tianxiao and remarked, "What is the matter? My continued existence disappoints you, doesn't it?" Luo Tianxiao's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as he glanced behind Fang Chen, searching for Luo Xiao and the others. "Stop looking," Fang Chen said nonchalantly. "Your people won't be returning." A tremor ran through Luo Tianxiao and his companions. That was 50 individuals, 3 at the 7th layer, 10 at the 6th layer. How could they all have perished? Could it be? Did you kill them all? Luo Tianxiao spoke with a darkened visage. Fang Chen offered no response, merely allowing a slight smirk to grace his lips, unmistakably conveying that it was indeed he who had done the deed. Impossible. You, at the mere 4th layer, could never have slain those at the 7th layer. Luo Tianxiao scoffed, convinced Fang Chen was merely boasting. Yet Fang Chen said nothing further, choosing instead to smile in silence. As the entrance neared closure, Luo Xiao and the others still had not appeared, further deepening Luo Tianxiao's dark expression. When the exit was entirely sealed, and not a single one of the 50 emerged, the onlookers were compelled to accept the veracity of Fang Chen's claims. In an instant, Luo Tianxiao's aura surged. The oppressive force of the peak of the primordial realm bore down upon Fang Chen like a mountain. "Fang Chen, how dare you strike at disciples of the sect? What punishment shall you face? Strike at sect disciples? Which of Elder Luo's eyes witnessed me inflicting harm upon them? Or do core elders possess the authority to frame disciples at will? In this Tianyu divine sect, can you, Luo Tianxiao, do as you please?" Fang Chen stood undaunted, locking eyes with Luo Tianxiao. Despite the overwhelming pressure from a peak primordial realm expert, he remained upright, resolute, and unafraid. The crowd gaped in disbelief, astonished at Fang Chen's audacity to publicly challenge Luo Tianxiao and cast blame upon him. Luo Tianxiao trembled with rage, fixing his glare on Fang Chen as he spat. "You wretched brat, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Fang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Has Elder Luo lost his hearing? Furthermore, to publicly insult a disciple of our sect as a wretch, is that how little respect you hold for our sect's rules? Luo Tianxiao's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging in fury, unable to contain himself any longer. He unleashed a fist towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming within as he thought, "Excellent, come at me." Thus, he could justifiably eliminate Luo Tianxiao, as it was an act of self-defense. According to the sect's regulations, the one who strikes first commits a grave sin, regardless of their status. "You dare." Just then, a commanding voice rang out, followed by another figure swiftly interposing between Fang Chen and Luo Tianxiao, effectively blocking the latter's punch. The individual who intervened was Aunt Jing, who had been secretly safeguarding Fang Chen. The speaker was the arriving Meng Yao. Her alluring visage was etched with frost, her demeanor icy as she fixed a cold glare upon Luo Tianxiao, revealing no hint of the murderous intent in her eyes. It was Senior Sister Meng. She had come as well, almost forgetting that she had previously declared Fang Chen to be her companion. One could not help but wonder if Senior Sister Meng was here to stand up for him. By her expression, it seemed she was indeed incensed. Meng Yao's arrival stirred considerable commotion, particularly as it was their first time witnessing her in such a frigid demeanor. Upon seeing Meng Yao, Luo Tianxiao's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Senior Meng, what is the meaning of this? This traitor has employed despicable means to slay Luo Xiao and 50 others. I am merely eradicating a rebel for the sake of our sect. Why do you obstruct me?" He had already devised a pretext for eliminating Fang Chen, and as for evidence, it would be a simple matter to bribe a few disciples entering the new world to provide false testimony. However, he had not anticipated Meng Yao's sudden appearance. Her countenance remained frigid as she replied, "Elder Luo, you claim Fang Chen is a traitor who has slain Luo Xiao and others. Yet, Fang Chen is merely at the 4th level of the acquired realm. How could he possibly kill those at the 7th level, such as Luo Xiao? Where is your proof? Furthermore, he is my companion, and should you lay hands upon him, it will mean a relentless feud with me. You Luo family shall not prevail." Chapter 58. Trouble returns. The words of Meng Yao reverberated throughout the venue, stirring envy and resentment among the crowd as they cast their glances toward Fang Chen. He met Meng Yao's gaze, and they exchanged a subtle smile. Luo Tianxiao's expression darkened further. He bore no fear of Meng Yao herself, but the family she represented was not one that the Luo clan could afford to offend. He glared coldly at Fang Chen, understanding that as long as Meng Yao was present, the notion of eliminating this wretch was futile. "You wait," he transmitted ominously to Fang Chen. Fang Chen smirked, replying softly, "Old man, you can only threaten. You are nothing." Luo Tianxiao's veins throbbed, his eyes reddening as he glared at Fang Chen, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, realizing he was powerless against Fang Chen at that moment, he suppressed his fury. "Enough." An elder from the intersect intervened to prevent further chaos, stating, "A total of 211 disciples have emerged. Now, all disciples, please present your map artifacts." Upon hearing this, the disciples began to produce their map artifacts. Some were incomplete, others roughly sketched the entirety of the new world, while some were partially clear and partially obscured. The new world was vast, and it was impossible for any single disciple to document the entire expanse within a month. The only viable method was to seize others' map artifacts, a practice tacitly accepted. One by one, the crowd displayed their map artifacts, and the intersect elder scrutinized them. Not bad. This one has a 50% completion rate. This one has 40%. Remarkably, this one has 70%. The elder expressed satisfaction with the performance of the disciples. Fang Chen also presented his map artifact, and when the elder examined it, he was taken aback. "This has a completion rate of 90%. This proclamation caused a stir among the crowd. 90%? How could this be possible? It must have been achieved by seizing others' map artifacts. My heavens, how many artifacts must one have taken to accomplish such a feat? The gazes of the crowd turned toward Fang Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. Fang Chen smiled lightly, stating, "By sheer luck, I came across 50 map artifacts." The crowd was momentarily stunned, but Meng Yao was the first to recover, bursting into laughter, exuding charm and grace. She shot Fang Chen a playful glare, yet her eyes were filled with affection, devoid of reproach. The others finally grasped that Fang Chen was referring to the 50 map artifacts belonging to Luo Xiao and the others. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss for words. Fang Chen's statement implied he had indeed eliminated those individuals, yet there was nothing they could hold against him. Luo Tianxiao's lip twitched, nearly provoking a roar of anger. This was a blatant provocation. He wanted to rage, but found himself utterly powerless against Fang Chen. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You will pay for this," before turning to leave, his intent to kill intensifying. Su Wanner's expression also darkened. Witnessing Luo Tianxiao's retreat, she dared not linger any longer. With a fierce glare, she coldly remarked to Fang Chen, "During the life-and-death battle, that shall be your end." The intersect elder cast a complicated glance at Fang Chen, undoubtedly acknowledging him as the foremost contender. As Luo Tianxiao departed, the elder cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Thus, congratulations to this disciple for securing the first position in this exploration." He presented a brocade box containing the pulse-opening pill along with 20 spirit stones, stating, "This is your reward." Fang Chen accepted the brocade box, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." The others also collected their respective 20 spirit stones, not begrudging the amount, for they had unearthed numerous treasures in the new world, which was the true reward. With the distribution of rewards concluded, the exploration came to an end. Following the elder's announcement, the crowd dispersed in a flurry. As for re-entering the new world, that would have to wait until a stable entrance could be constructed. Fang Chen and Meng Yao did not linger either, taking their seats aboard the spirit ship. Meng Yao apologetically said, "Brother Fang, I'm sorry for my previous seclusion. I was unaware of this matter." Fang Chen smiled and shook his head. "No need for such words. This is my own trouble, and I cannot trouble you every time. If I were to rely on you continuously, I would truly become a dependent. Becoming a dependent isn't so bad. I can afford it. Meng Yao playfully winked and laughed. If those people were to hear you say that, I would surely become a target for everyone. Fang Chen chuckled. Not only had he captivated the fiery beauty of the ice and fire twins, but he could also live off her. How many would envy and resent him for that? Let them dare. Meng Yao huffed. I'll take on anyone who comes. Having not seen each other for over a month, they found themselves closer than before. Miss, it's time to return. If we don't leave now, we will truly be late. Outside the cabin, Aunt Jing's voice echoed. Upon hearing her words, they ceased their conversation. Fang Chen inquired, Return? Where are you going? At the mention of this, Meng Yao's expression dimmed slightly, but quickly brightened again. She smiled and said, The family has sent word, requesting my return for a while, but I will be back soon. I see. Fang Chen replied with concern. What about your indulgent body? Meng Yao maintained her smile. Rest assured, the last eruption of my indulgent body will settle for a long time and will not erupt again. That is good. Fang Chen felt relieved and then said with determination, During this time, I will devote myself to cultivation. I sense that the higher my cultivation level, the better I can suppress the yin energy within you, and in the future, I will be able to resolve this issue completely. Seeing Fang Chen's earnest demeanor, Meng Yao displayed a blissful smile. Yes, I believe Brother Fang can do it. After exchanging a few more words, Meng Yao accompanied Fang Chen to the outer edge of the seventh peak, and they reluctantly parted ways. On the ship, Meng Yao turned to Aunt Jing and said, Aunt Jing, you should stay. In a month, it will be the life and death battle between Brother Fang and Luo Yun, and I fear I won't be able to return in time. Aunt Jing, responding to the downcast mood of Meng Yao, comforted her, saying, Do not worry, my dear. This family summons should not be of great concern. Meng Yao sighed deeply and replied, The ancestor has lost contact. My grandfather's condition is dire, and my father's old illness has resurfaced. The other members of the family are restless, particularly my second uncle, who has long coveted the position of the clan leader. I fear this return to the family will not be tranquil. I can only hope that nothing serious is amiss. She composed herself and continued, Well then, I must return. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Subsequently, Aunt Jing disembarked. She gazed after the departing spacecraft of Meng Yao, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chen encountered his mentor and the old man. Steel Tiger was in seclusion, according to the old man. It seemed that the previous observation had inspired Steel Tiger, leading him to retreat for a month. Not wishing to disturb him, Fang Chen was about to head back to his residence when a furious roar echoed from outside. Fang Chen, get out here. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Sensing trouble had come knocking. Just as he prepared to investigate, he noticed the old man emerging as well. Young master, you need not go out. I shall handle this. The old man insisted. Fang Chen interjected, Grandfather, I can manage this myself. From now on, do not concern yourself with such matters. Leave them to me. If I am not present, then let Steel Tiger take care of it. Isn't this too dangerous? The old man expressed his worry. It will be fine. Fang Chen reassured him with a smile. Brat, hurry up and get out here. The voice outside rang out again. After instructing the old man to look after his mentor, Fang Chen stepped out of the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall. Outside the hall stood 7 or 8 youths, each with a fierce demeanor and wide, glaring eyes. In the distance, many others had gathered, seemingly there to watch the spectacle unfold. Leading them was a young man with white hair named Guang Hao, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust build. He scrutinized Fang Chen and coldly declared, So you are Fang Chen, the bastard who harmed my junior brother. Your junior brother? Fang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, my junior brother, Luo Xiao. He glared at Fang Chen with a dark expression, saying, You have used despicable means to harm my junior brother. Our Tianyu Divine sect will not tolerate such treachery and cunning. Now, you shall forfeit your cultivation, sever your limbs, and leave the Tianyu Divine sect. Chapter 59. Before slaying Luo Yun, first sever you as the words fell, Guang Hao's aura, emanating from the 8th layer of the postnatal realm, surged forth, bearing down upon Fang Chen. Self-destruct your cultivation. Our sect cannot harbor a treacherous individual like you. one who endangers fellow disciples. Self-destruct your cultivation and leave the sect. The companions surrounding him echoed in fervor. Fang Chen remained composed, fixing his gaze upon Guang Hao. If you have come here merely to utter such drivel, then do not waste my time further, you imbecile. With that, he resolved not to squander any more moments in this place and turned to depart. Boldness. A newly initiated disciple dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Upon finishing his proclamation, he raised his hand and struck towards Fang Chen with a palm, employing 80% of his strength, intent on rendering Fang Chen incapacitated on the spot. Fang Chen sensed the impending danger in an instant and pivoted, countering with a palm strike of his own. Bang! The clash reverberated, and Fang Chen staggered back several steps before gradually coming to a halt. Guang Hao, however, took a step back, revealing the evident disparity between them. Yet, the collision sent a tremor of unease through Guang Hao's heart. He was aware that his strike had been meticulously charged, while Fang Chen's was a hasty response. Nonetheless, Fang Chen had managed to withstand his fierce blow. You wish to cripple me? Fang Chen's gaze turned frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. Had he not reacted in time, he would have undoubtedly been left crippled. Though Guang Hao was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and retorted with an air of entitlement. What of it? Someone like you, should you perish, would be a boon for the sect. The sect would not penalize me, and if I were to slay you, do you believe the sect would punish me? Fang Chen unsheathed the Hyming sword, preparing to engage. What significance does the 8th layer of the postnatal realm hold? For him, the prospect of annihilation was not beyond reach. Guang Hao, upon witnessing this, sneered repeatedly. A mere ant, do you truly think you possess such capability? You may attempt it. Fang Chen responded coldly, try me. Stop. Just as the two were about to engage, a thunderous voice erupted, and Jing Yi materialized before the crowd. Greetings, Elder. Upon seeing Jing Yi, everyone bowed in respect. Jing Yi was not only associated with Meng Yao, but also held the esteemed position of an intersect elder within the Tianyu Divine sect, ranking among the most elite, merely a step away from the core elders. Upon witnessing her, both Fang Chen and Guang Hao had no choice but to abandon their intentions of combat. Jing Yi's voice was icy as she inquired, what are you two attempting to do? Are you openly disregarding the sect's regulations? Elder, I am ridding the sect of a menace. Guang Hao feigned righteousness. Which of your eyes witnessed him committing murder? Jing Yi's tone was frosty as she questioned. Naturally, he lacks the ability. However, he employs deceit to harm his fellow disciples, and thus deserves death. And which of your eyes has seen him employing deceit to harm others? No need to witness. Junior brother Luo was indeed harmed by him. He must die, Guang Hao proclaimed with arrogance. You. Jing Yi's fury reached its peak. It was her first encounter with such an unreasonable individual. Elder Jing, why must you involve yourself in the disputes between disciples? At that moment, a languid voice resonated through the air. Fang Chen recognized the voice well. It could be none other than Luo Tianxiao. Fang Chen gazed ahead, and, coincidentally, Luo Tianxiao was also looking his way. Indeed, Fang Chen was not surprised. If Guang Hao had no backing, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Aunt Jing fixed her gaze on Luo Tianxiao and coldly remarked, Elder Luo, do you not feel that being so aggressive towards a disciple is beneath your dignity? If you suspect Fang Chen of wrongdoing, we may take this matter to the law enforcement hall. Luo Tianxiao smiled and replied, Elder Jing, you misunderstand me. I merely sensed some unusual activity here and came to investigate. As for involving the law enforcement hall, such trivial matters do not warrant their attention. He cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen. Guang Hao, seemingly receiving a signal from Luo Tianxiao, continued to mock, Bastard, do you only dare to hide behind others? Do you lack the courage to face me in battle? Attacking a 4th-level cultivator while boasting as if you were invincible. If I am not mistaken, your mother must have had a difficult childbirth, as your thick skin seems to have obstructed her. Fang Chen retaliated without reservation. The crowd was stunned by his words. They were indeed venomous. Bastard, what did you just say? Guang Hao roared in fury, having never been humiliated in such a manner before. What? Is your thick skin preventing you from hearing my words? Fang Chen replied coolly. You. Guang Hao's rage surged, veins bulging on his forehead. Had it not been for Aunt Jing's presence, he would have charged forward to tear Fang Chen apart. Luo Tianxiao's mouth twitched. He had not anticipated Fang Chen's tongue to be so sharp. Seeing Guang Hao seething with anger, he cleared his throat and said, Fang Chen, you pride yourself on being a genius. Do you not possess the courage to fight? Fang Chen scoffed, what are you? Just because you asked me to fight, I must oblige? Luo Tianxiao's expression turned cold. He had not expected Fang Chen to be so audacious as to insult him. You must consider carefully. If you refuse the challenge, he will call you out every day. Besides, I recall you have a mortal master. He smiled coldly. Fang Chen's demeanor instantly turned frigid. His master was his Achilles heel, and anyone who touched that would meet a grim fate. Luo Tianxiao had used his master as leverage, thrusting them into a relentless cycle of enmity. Very well, you wish for him to fight me? I accept, Fang Chen declared coldly. Luo Tianxiao and Guang Hao exchanged smirks. For as long as Fang Chen accepted the challenge, they had countless ways to eliminate him. Aunt Jing was taken aback that Fang Chen had genuinely agreed. But considering his ability to comprehend Taoist texts at the Gathering Spirit Realm, a battle against an 8th-level cultivator was not entirely implausible. It seems you are not as cowardly as I thought, Guang Hao sneered. Fang Chen responded, however, I am not in the mood to play with you right now. If you desire a life-and-death battle, we shall set the date for when I confront Luo Yun. Before I slay Luo Yun, I shall first sever you. 20 days. Is it? Guang Hao was well aware of Fang Chen's impending duel with Luo Yun. He glanced at Luo Tianxiao, seeking his approval. Luo Tianxiao nodded. As long as he could eliminate Fang Chen before Luo Yun did, it would suffice. He aimed to kill Fang Chen before Luo Yun, securing leverage that would prevent Luo Yun from becoming a candidate for family head. Very well, let us set the date before your life-and-death battle with senior brother Luo. Regardless, you are destined to die, whether by my hand or that of senior brother Luo. Guang Hao spoke with unwavering confidence. Once he had made his decision, he could no longer afford to squander time with Fang Chen. Cherish the time you have left, for it is but a month, he declared, gesturing for his companions to depart. With a cold smirk, Luo Tianxiao cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen before following suit. If it weren't for the fear that Luo Yun might shy away from battle, there would have been no need to delay for so long. As Fang Chen watched them leave, a cold thought crossed his mind. Fang Chen, do you feel confident? After Luo Tianxiao and the others had departed, Jing Yi, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired. Fang Chen offered a slight smile and replied, thank you for your concern, elder. However, in less than a month, I must confront Luo Yun. What difference does one more Guang Hao make? If I cannot defeat Guang Hao, how can I hope to vanquish Luo Yun? Jing Yi was taken aback. Fang Chen's assertion held truth. Luo Yun's innate talent surpassed that of Guang Hao by a considerable margin. Not long ago, he had already reached the 8th level of the acquired realm, and it was rumored that he was in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th. His speed of cultivation was nearly rivaling that of Miss Mengyao in her prime. As for his strength, it was beyond question that he surpassed Guang Hao. With a soft sigh, she said, very well, in the month ahead, focus intently on your training. Do not let the young lady down. Fang Chen clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Rest assured, elder, I will not disappoint you. Curiously, he then asked, by the way, why are you here and not accompanying Miss Mengyao? Jing Yi replied, the young lady instructed me to remain here to ensure your safety, as well as that of the others. She did not send me back with her. Fang Chen suddenly realized, so, it was you who intervened during the incident with the 7 Peaks? Jing Yi did not deny it. I am grateful for your timely assistance, elder. Fang Chen expressed his appreciation. Had it not been for Jing Yi's intervention, those individuals would have undoubtedly breached the premises. The best way to express your gratitude is to focus on your cultivation. As for the other members of the 7 Peaks, you need not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen, Jing Yi reassured him, waving her hand as she took to the skies on her sword. Fang Chen watched her depart before returning to the sanctuary of the 7 Peaks and entering the training chamber. Chapter 60. The Golden Egg acknowledges its master during this expedition into the New World. Fang Chen reaped abundant rewards. He amassed over 80,000 spirit stones and collected more than 20 bottles of medicinal pills, primarily for healing, with varying qualities. Among them, 8 bottles could enhance his cultivation, the finest of which he obtained from Luo Xiao and by Xiangmei, comprising 2nd and 3rd tier pills. These elixirs would sufficiently support Fang Chen in advancing to the 5th and even the 6th tier. As for spiritual herbs and flowers, he gathered around 70 or 80 specimens, either discovered within the layers of demonic beasts or retrieved from the storage bags of Luo Xiao and her companions. Although he found a considerable number of magical artifacts above the yellow grade, they held little significance for him as he practiced demonic cultivation. Even if he retained the useful ones, selling the rest would yield approximately 300,000 spirit stones. Then there was this peculiar item. With a wave of his hand, a massive carcass fell to the ground. It was that unknown demonic beast. Days had passed without it being dealt with. Yet the beast's body remained as fresh as if it had just perished. Rather than feeling alarmed, Fang Chen was filled with joy. The flesh of the demonic beast had not decomposed, indicating the presence of a demon core. Logically, only beasts of level 4 or higher possess such cores. Yet this creature was astute and cunning, with formidable strength, making the existence of a demon core entirely plausible. He promptly withdrew the flowing shadow blade and plunged it into the beast's chest. Sure enough, a palm-sized demon core brimming with demonic energy was grasped in his hand. This was a 3rd-tier demon core, its quality evidently top-notch. If sold, it could fetch a price of 70 to 80,000. Fang Chen mused. However, it was more advantageous for me to cultivate with it now. Demon cores can also be utilized for cultivation, and with a stroke of luck, one might even comprehend the innate talents of the beast's lineage. Yet, the probability of this occurring is exceedingly low, nearly a mere 1 in 10,000. Just as Fang Chen prepared to refine the demon core for cultivation, he sensed an anomaly within his storage bag. Pausing briefly, he probed with his consciousness, only to discover that the golden egg was reacting. I almost forgot about you. Upon returning, he had nearly overlooked this fellow. Summoning it forth, the golden egg began to wiggle on the ground, incessantly moving towards Fang Chen. No, it was less about approaching him and more about the demon core in his hand. Do you wish to consume it? Fang Chen inquired. The golden egg swayed back and forth, seemingly responding to his question. Surprised, Fang Chen gazed at the golden egg. This creature, even before its birth, displayed a degree of sentience, and it was already eyeing the 3rd-tier demon core as sustenance. Once hatched, it would undoubtedly emerge as a creature of formidable bloodline, perhaps even a sacred beast. With this thought, a glimmer of gold flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. He regarded the golden egg, his lips curling into what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Little golden egg, I can offer you this 3rd-tier demon core. However, you must acknowledge me as your master. The golden egg hesitated momentarily, seemingly pondering the proposition. Observing this, Fang Chen continued, I can provide you with even more demon cores in the future. Upon hearing the promise of additional demon cores, the golden egg shimmered with brilliance. No longer hesitating as it repeatedly nodded, it appeared that while it possessed great intelligence, it was still newly born and unaware of the treachery in human hearts. Content with this development, Fang Chen smiled satisfactorily. Then let us forge a contract. The beast contract is remarkably straightforward, akin to a fundamental agreement. One merely needs to inscribe the terms of the covenant to finalize it. Initially, this proves quite effective. However, should the beast possess formidable strength or heightened intelligence, it can easily break free from the contract. Fang Chen is acutely aware of this, yet for the time being, this agreement suffices, especially since the creature within the golden egg has yet to be born. He can always seek a more potent contract later. Thus, he inscribes the terms using his spiritual energy and signs his name. The golden egg, in a swift motion, also affixes its mark to the agreement. Instantly, the contract transforms into golden light and vanishes into the void, solidifying the pact. Fang Chen can distinctly sense the connection with the golden egg, prompting him to place the demon core before it. Gradually, the demon core begins to levitate, hovering in front of the golden egg. Fang Chen feels a powerful devouring force emanating, drawing in the demonic energy from the core. However, the process is somewhat sluggish. It is estimated that this 3rd-tier demon core will take about 10 days to be fully absorbed. Observing this, Fang Chen decides not to intervene further. He meticulously preserves the demon beast carcass, knowing that this unprecedented creature can fetch a substantial price. Properly handled, such a beast will not decay for 3 to 4 months. Once completed, Fang Chen retrieves the opening veins pill. He plans to activate the 3rd meridian. With the opening veins pill in hand, He believed that it should not pose a significant challenge. Once he begins cultivating, his progress will accelerate considerably. Regrettably, he possesses only one opening veins pill. With an additional 30 or 40, opening 7 or 8 meridians would be a breeze. However, the difficulty of opening subsequent meridians increases significantly. Otherwise, those affluent prodigies would have long since opened all 36. Subsequently, Fang Chen consumes the opening veins pill and commences his cultivation. In the following period, no one troubled Fang Chen. Neither Dream Yao's suitors nor those wishing for his demise believed he would survive for long. After all, he was up against the formidable Guanghao and Luo Yun, both far stronger than he. It seemed inevitable that he would meet his end. Yet, just 3 days before the life and death battle, at the second peak, Luo Yun's seclusion residence erupted in a towering pillar of light. The power of the Great Way converged from all directions. After months of cultivation, Luo Yun had finally completely fused with the heavenly Tao bone and awakened. This phenomenon shook the entire Tianyu divine sect. The mighty figures within the sect were stirred, and the talented disciples looked on with awe. The extraordinary signs of heaven and earth heralded the emergence of an unparalleled genius. One core elder expressed a sense of wonder. Who is this individual? Another elder inquired. Luo Yun, a direct descendant of the Luo family, possesses a fraction of his ancestors' talent. It appears he is a disciple of Qing Wuzi, with his master wandering freely. The disciple awakens the heavenly Tao bone. What fortunate luck! By the way, he should be returning soon. The elders lamented, envious of Qing Wuzi's remarkable fortune. Brother Lu, you are my idol. Brother Lu, you are the best. The disciples of the second peak continuously cheered, their eyes brimming with adoration. I knew it. Such celestial talent as Brother Luo should not be squandered on that wretch. A disciple familiar with the enmity between Luo Yun and Fang Chen remarked, that wretch dares to challenge Brother Luo? Truly, he is oblivious to the grave danger he faces. With only 3 days remaining until the life and death battle, that scoundrel must be trembling in fear. There is no need for Brother Luo to intervene. Brother Guanghao can easily dispatch him. Indeed, he is unworthy to engage in combat with Brother Luo. The crowd murmured, finding the impending life and death battle between Fang Chen and the Seven Peaks to be utterly ludicrous. Within the confines of the Luo residence, Su Wanner gazed adoringly at the recently emerged Luo Yun, who wore a proud expression. She believed that abandoning the useless Fang Chen in favor of Luo Yun was the most prudent decision of her life. This choice would undoubtedly elevate her to a position of unparalleled distinction, standing above all others. She was confident that the women outside were enviously admiring her, yet they would forever fall short of her brilliance. Upon learning that Fang Chen had survived and emerged from the New World, Luo Yun remained composed. So, Han Xiangxiang also perished at the hands of that wretch? He said calmly, it seems so. That scoundrel must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within, as his cultivation has remarkably reached the 4th level. Su Wanner seethed with resentment before softening her tone. Yet, even if he has been fortunate, he will undoubtedly be no match for my esteemed lord. The 4th level of cultivation? Luo Yun maintained his indifference. It matters not. Even if he were to ascend to the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level, he will face but one outcome in my presence, death. He was imbued with unwavering confidence in his own strength. Wretch, this time, no one will be able to protect you, he declared coldly. Chapter 61. Luo Yun. Descend and face your fate. On the 7th peak, within the sanctum of the 7 Peaks Holy Temple, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Deeply engrossed in absorbing the blood of the sword demon to transcend the confines of his physical form. This endeavor remained excruciating. Yet Fang Chen had long grown accustomed to such suffering. Despite the cold sweat cascading down his body and the relentless tremors, he persevered. With a fierce roar, he successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the bone refinement stage. Exhaling a heavy breath, he reveled in the transformation within himself. Utilizing just a single drop of sword demon blood, he had finally ascended to the 2nd tier. Moreover, his sword demon physique had become significantly more formidable, reaching a level of 3/10,000ths. Though seemingly a meager fraction, Fang Chen's physical prowess now far surpassed that of an ordinary individual at the 2nd level of bone refinement. Excelling in reflexes, recovery, and hardness, attributes unmatched by his peers in the same realm. The might of his sword demon body had amplified his sword transformation several-fold, propelling him into an entirely new phase. Additionally, the soul heaven demon I had also ascended in rank after absorbing a drop of sword demon blood, enhancing both its mental assault capabilities and probing range exponentially. Through the aid of the opening veins heavenly pill, Fang Chen successfully activated a third meridian, the Guardian Spirit Meridian, which connected to his left arm's dantian and was of utmost importance. His cultivation, however, had only reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage's 5th level. Despite consuming the majority of a spirit-enhancing pill, Fang Chen realized that as his sword demon physique grew stronger, the resources required for his ascension multiplied significantly compared to others. While others needed a single unit of resources to break through, he required a staggering 3 times that amount. Nevertheless, he was also vastly superior to his contemporaries at the same level, even capable of overwhelming them. This revelation stirred a concern within him. As his sword demon physique continued to strengthen, the resources he would need might escalate to an alarming degree. Should the day arise when the resources required reached astronomical heights, he might find himself ensnared at that threshold. Yet, to forsake the cultivation of the sword demon physique equated to abandoning the path of the physical and the absorption of sword demon blood, an impossibility. Resolving to take one step at a time, he found solace in the presence of the small tower, believing it would assist in resolving his dilemma. Gaze fixed outward, his expression gradually turned icy. With 3 days remaining until the fateful battle, Luo Xiao, I have sensed the awakening omen of the heavenly Dao Bone. Do not celebrate prematurely. I shall reclaim the heavenly Dao Bone. With that, Fang Chen closed his eyes once more to solidify his cultivation. The 3-day deadline had arrived. Emerging from the training chamber, Fang Chen was greeted by Steel Tiger, who awaited him. Junior brother Fang, I shall accompany you. We, the 7th peak, must not be bullied, Steel Tiger declared. Fang Chen smiled and inquired, Senior brother, has the Dao text awakened yet? Steel Tiger, slightly embarrassed, replied, Not yet, but I'm very close. Fang Chen nodded without further comment, stating, Let us go. When we return, I shall assist you in comprehending the Dao text. Excellent. Steel Tiger responded with enthusiasm. I shall join as well, Aunt Jing said, materializing before Fang Chen. Thank you, Elder Xia. Fang Chen understood that Aunt Jing was there to protect him. He acknowledged her with a nod and a respectful gesture, and the 3 set off together. The martial arts arena of the 7 Peaks is a vast expanse dedicated solely to the training of disciples. At this moment, the main platform is surrounded by thousands of disciples from the other 6 peaks, as well as numerous elders, including those from the outer, inner, and even core sections. Their singular purpose is to witness the life and death duel between Fang Chen and Luo Yun. One is the top contender of the 7 Peaks assessment, while the other is a seasoned genius who has awakened the heavenly Dao Bone, now possessing the potential to become an elite talent. Although the outcome of their duel seems predetermined, it promises to be an intriguing spectacle. However, many speculate that Fang Chen lacks the courage to face Luo Yun, as it would be tantamount to courting death. Even if he were to show up, he would first have to contend with Guang Hao, whom Fang Chen would undoubtedly be no match for. Brother Luo has arrived. How handsome! Luo Yun walks alongside Su Wan'er, followed closely by many who take pride in being associated with him. Approaching the elders on the high platform, Luo Yun bows respectfully, greeting them, Greetings, esteemed elders. The elders regard him with warmth and kindness. There's no need for such formalities, dear nephew. You are too humble. Do strive diligently. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. They praise him generously. At that moment, Luo Tianxiao also arrives, accompanied by Guang Hao. Greetings, Elder Luo. In the presence of outsiders, Luo Yin still refers to him as Elder. However, Luo Tianxiao's demeanor appears somewhat aloof. He merely nods in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Guang Hao interjects, Brother Luo, there is no need for you to intervene in this trivial matter. I can easily slay that wretch. Luo Yin replies, I have full confidence in your abilities, Brother Guang. But this is a matter of a wager. I must be present. Indeed, indeed. Then I shall not disappoint. Guang Hao responds before leaping into the air, performing 7 graceful steps in midair, his form transforming fluidly. He lands atop the platform with remarkable agility. What impressive technique. This must be a second-tier, yellow-grade skill. The crowd murmurs in admiration. Guang Hao is indeed a notable figure, a seasoned disciple of the inner sect. It is likely that Fang Chen lacks even the qualifications to engage with Brother Luo. The spectators below are filled with praise, convinced that Fang Chen stands no chance whatsoever. Guang Hao wears a smug expression, seizing this opportunity to display his prowess before the elders and the gathered disciples, determined to slay Fang Chen with a single stroke. From a distant tower, Lin Shuiyin has also arrived, though she prefers to remain inconspicuous. Beside her stands the elder who was once dispatched to monitor Fang Chen. Lin Shuiyin inquires, "Elder Lu, what is Luo Yun's current strength?" Elder Lu gazes at Luo Yun and after a moment's contemplation replies, "He is at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, unmatched." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin feels a slight tremor within her, a growing concern for Fang Chen. "I hope that man does not show up," she silently wishes. Yet, as fate would have it, her hopes are dashed by a voice that reverberates across the plaza. Fang Chen has arrived. There he stands, flanked by Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing, making his way towards the gathering. Is that Fang Chen? He doesn't seem impressive at all. It is rumored that the heavenly Dao bone belongs to Brother Luo. Such claims are mere fabrications. Brother Luo possesses extraordinary talent and would not be diminished by such a thing. Even if the heavenly Dao bone were to manifest in him, its true potential would be utterly wasted on a worthless individual. The disciples supporting Luo Yun scoffed at Fang Chen. "Huh, you dare to show up, you mongrel? I thought you would cowardly retreat like a turtle." Guang Hao cast a derisive laugh in Fang Chen's direction. However, Fang Chen had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with Guang Hao. He slowly approached the arena, and the crowd parted to allow him passage. "Shall we commence?" he inquired coldly. Seeing that Fang Chen's gaze had not once acknowledged him, Guang Hao felt a surge of indignation. How could he, a practitioner at the 8th level of the acquired realm, be so blatantly disregarded? Did Fang Chen truly consider himself a top-tier genius? "If you seek a swift demise, I shall oblige you," he retorted. At that moment, an elder ascended the stage, speaking in a calm tone. "This battle is one of life and death. Are both of you prepared?" "Very well," Guang Hao nodded. "Agreed," Fang Chen also affirmed. Observing this, the elder declared, "In a life-and-death battle, until the outcome is determined, neither of you may leave the stage. Let the contest begin." With that, he swiftly exited the arena. Guang Hao summoned a glimmering spear, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "To perish at the hands of my spear would indeed be a privilege for you, mongrel. Of course, if you were to kneel before me now." He intended to utter further threats toward Fang Chen, but at that moment, Fang Chen had already drawn the Hei Ming sword, dark energy enveloping the blade in an instant. The sword emitted a piercing cry, as if relishing the impending conflict. In that moment, Fang Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. He reappeared before Guang Hao, who was still mid-sentence. Slash! Fang Chen struck down with the sword. Guang Hao's head was severed in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Fang Chen had acted with such decisiveness and speed. Wasn't he merely at the 5th level of the acquired realm? Fang Chen did not spare him another glance, directing the Hei Ming sword, now imbued with overwhelming dark energy, toward Luo Yun. "Luo Yun, come down and meet your end." Chapter 62. He is also a genius. Silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness that left everyone in a state of disbelief. They gazed, wide-eyed and speechless, at the astonishing scene that had unfolded in mere moments, too stunned to react. In an instant, Fang Chen had vanished from sight, only to reappear before Guang Hao, whose head was severed and sent flying. Dead? The formidable Guang Hao of the 8th layer of the acquired realm had met his demise in such a manner. Wasn't Fang Chen merely at the 5th layer? Gradually, the stunned spectators began to regain their senses, yet disbelief still clung to them. Bang! Luo Tianxiao abruptly stood, his expression dark and contorted with anger. Guang Hao was his disciple, and to see him slain so ruthlessly by Fang Chen ignited a fury within him. Coupled with the earlier defeat of Luo Ao and Luo Xiao, he felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate Fang Chen and his entire lineage. "Fang Chen," he hissed under his breath. Fang Chen cast a cold glance at Luo Tianxiao. "Old man, today's grievances are between me and Luo Yun. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening. Our disputes can be settled another day." with his talisman of attack in hand. He felt no fear of Luo Tianxiao's wrath. Luo Tianxiao's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, but ultimately, he could only clench his teeth and resume his seat. The rules of the sect forbade interference in life and death battles, and with Elder Jing present, he had no recourse against Fang Chen. As Luo Tianxiao settled back down, all eyes turned to Luo Yun. His demeanor remained composed, unfazed by the fierce sword strike from Fang Chen. Slowly, he rose, preparing to step onto the stage. Just then, a booming laughter resonated through the air. My apologies for the delay, everyone. A robust, middle-aged man with a powerful build materialized in the void, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Elder Qing. Luo Yun's master had arrived. This man was none other than Qing Wuzi, the esteemed master of Luo Yun. The elders present rose to greet him, extending their congratulations on his acquisition of such a prodigious disciple. Prior to his arrival, Qing Wuzi had been informed of Luo Yun's awakening of the heavenly Dao Bone and the conflict with Fang Chen. Rather than feeling anger over his disciple's conflict with Fang Chen, he was, in fact, quite pleased. After exchanging pleasantries with the other elders, Luo Yun approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." Qing Wuzi appraised Luo Yun with satisfaction and remarked, "You have done well, living up to my expectations." He then cast a casual glance at Fang Chen, stating nonchalantly, "Go ahead. With your master here, you shall not come to harm." His words served to bolster Luo Yun's confidence, while simultaneously imposing immense pressure upon Fang Chen. Yes, Luo Yun's face brightened with excitement at his master's approval. Nodding emphatically, he leaped down, traversing the air with such speed that he reached the arena in the blink of an eye. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? Brother Luo will surely triumph. Indeed, Brother Luo is at the 9th layer of the acquired realm, while Fang Chen is merely at the 5th. The recent defeat of Guang Hao is simply due to Guang Hao's carelessness. I wager Fang Chen won't last 10 rounds against Brother Luo. 10 rounds? 3 would be impressive. Even though Fang Chen had defeated Guang Hao with a single sword strike, the crowd merely attributed it to luck. Luo Yun gazed at Fang Chen with disdain, remarking, "You wretch, you should be grateful to have survived the last time we clashed. Find a corner to cower in." Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "This time, it shall be I who excavates your bones. What right have you to claim what is rightfully mine? Such a precious treasure as the heavenly Dao Bone is beyond your worth." Luo Yun scoffed, "Let me show you who is unworthy. I hope you awaken to the power of my heavenly Dao Bone, for I do not wish to be disappointed." Fang Chen retorted, "Disappointed? Are you jesting?" Luo Yun perceived this as a grand jest. "Very well, let's employ your heavenly Dao Bone and reveal what true genius entails." As his words fell, Luo Yun summoned forth a surge of purple energy, transforming it into 2 spectral purple leopards. Second tier of the yellow grade, purple leopard shadow fist. With a forceful strike, the leopards lunged at Fang Chen from all directions. Remarkably, Fang Chen remained composed, refraining from drawing his sword, instead channeling his energy into his palms to confront Luo Yun. Observing Fang Chen's decision to rely solely on his physical strength, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, believing him to be deranged. Luo Yun, too, was taken aback but soon sneered. "You truly seek your own demise." With a resounding clash, their fists and palms collided, producing a series of explosive booms that sent shockwaves rippling outward. As they separated, each retreated several paces, leaving the crowd in disbelief. The initial exchange had ended in a stalemate. How could this be? After all, Fang Chen fought with mere physicality, while Luo Yun wielded the powers of the 2nd tier of the yellow grade. Given Luo Yun's 9th level of postnatal cultivation, it seemed impossible for them to be evenly matched. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi discerned the underlying truth. He is in the 2nd layer of the bone refinement stage. Yet he is a body cultivator. Body cultivation differs from Dao cultivation, focusing on internal strength in the early stages, making it difficult to gauge one's true level. Thus, as long as Fang Chen did not unleash his full potential, it was challenging for others to perceive his physical prowess. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Of the Tianyu Divine sect, only a small fraction dedicated themselves to body cultivation. After all, those who entered the Tianyu Divine sect believed themselves capable of comprehending the Dao and embarking on the path of enlightenment. Though few ultimately succeeded, most chose this arduous route, as body cultivation demanded significant resources not accessible to all. They had not expected that Fang Chen not only possessed a fifth level of postnatal Tao, but also stood at the second level of body refinement, rendering him akin to one who practiced both paths. So this is the source of your confidence, Luo Yun mused, momentarily surprised, but soon resumed his mocking demeanor. However, if you believe that your physical cultivation alone can vanquish me, you are sorely mistaken. With a flourish, he summoned a radiant sword into his grasp. Even if you have cultivated your physique, it is futile. In the face of absolute power, you are but an insect. At that moment, Luo Yun's aura surged dramatically, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, with purple energy swirling around him, the sword energy like a vibrant rainbow. This is the renowned technique of senior brother Luo, the purple Qi heavenly rainbow sword art. A gasp arose from the crowd below. This is a fourth-tier, yellow-grade technique. Fang Chen is doomed, shouted the supporters of Luo Yun, filled with fervor. Fang Chen's expression remained composed as he unsheathed his Black Ming sword, declaring his intent to witness who the true, insignificant one was. As his words echoed, the two figures vanished from sight, Fang Chen unleashing a fierce surge of demonic sword energy. The surrounding demonic aura swirled intensely. He had mastered the fourth level of his formidable demonic sword technique, which, when combined with his mastery of the dark arts, rivaled any fundamental technique of the lower yellow tier. Clang! Boom! The clash of their swords resonated, as the sword energies and demonic forces intertwined, sending ripples of violet energy across the entire arena. The air erupted with flashes of sword silhouettes, and the battle was extraordinarily fierce, rendering many onlookers unable to discern the fighters' forms. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of their confrontation before it dissolved in a thin air once more. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi's countenance grew grave. He had not anticipated that his disciple's opponent would prove to be so formidable. The other elders began to regard Fang Chen with newfound seriousness. Initially, they had assumed this would be a one-sided affair, yet Fang Chen, with merely his fifth level of acquired realm, was managing to hold his ground against Luo Yun. It was becoming evident that this young man, often dismissed as merely fortunate, possessed true talent. Chapter 63. The Soul's Inquiry. How is this possible? How could that useless Fang Chen be so powerful? He's been a waste for 5 years. Su Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart screaming in turmoil. Gradually, her gaze turned crimson, her expression twisted with rage. She could not accept, nor did she wish to acknowledge, Fang Chen's formidable strength. He was the one she had discarded, and she would not be mistaken. Kill him. Young master, kill him. He must not be allowed to live. At last, she shouted aloud. If Fang Chen were to survive and reveal his talents, she would become the subject of ridicule. She refused to be a laughingstock. Fang Chen must die. The Violet Qi Heavenly Rainbow Sword Technique. Violet Qi approaches from the east. The Violet Qi Heavenly Rainbow Sword Technique. 10,000 swords returned to one. Luo Yun continuously shifted his attacks, intent on exterminating Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen's fierce demonic sword technique consisted of but a single move, purely offensive. The more he attacked, the stronger he became. His grand and sweeping maneuvers, combined with his purest sword energy, rendered him unafraid of the ninth layer Luo Yun, let alone the fourth-tier, yellow-grade martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges. The vast arena lay in ruins, marked by the scars left by their sword strikes. Bang! The two figures separated, each retreating to a corner. At this moment, Luo Yun's expression darkened. Failing to slay Fang Chen was an immense humiliation for him. He glared at Fang Chen and coldly remarked, I never imagined that a waste like you could grow to this extent. Fang Chen regarded him with indifference, replying, There's no need for such threats. Don't you feel embarrassed? Luo Yun's demeanor was frigid, yet he remained confident. You have indeed surpassed my expectations, but that is all. Now, let me show you my true strength. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from behind Luo Yun, manifesting the character's sword. Upon seeing this character, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Dao text. The sword Dao text. My heavens! Brother Luo has awakened the Tao text even in the postnatal realm. A genius. An unparalleled prodigy. The spectators below were electrified. The Tao text was the coveted key to their dreams of cultivation. Without it, one would stagnate at the Zhou Yuan level for a lifetime. Qing Wuzi trembled with excitement, joy illuminating his face. Cultivating a disciple with an awakened Tao text was an extraordinary honor, sure to earn accolades and promotions from a sect. Other elders were taken aback, quickly casting envious glances at Qing Wuzi. Congratulations, Elder Qing. Well done, Elder Qing. They congratulated insincerely. Qing Wuzi laughed heartily. You are all too kind. It was merely a stroke of luck. Below, Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing remained composed, observing the crowd's fervor with disdain. Was awakening the Tao text in the 9th layer of the postnatal realm truly impressive? Steel Tiger muttered to himself. Aunt Jing nodded in agreement. Fang Chen had awakened the Tao text in the spirit-gathering realm, and it was a 2nd-level Tao text at that. Fang Chen was doomed. In truth, he was quite remarkable, battling against the 9th layer at the 5th layer, an exceptional dual cultivation genius. But what did it matter? Opposing Brother Luo was tantamount to courting death. Genius requires not only innate talent, but also a formidable background. After the initial excitement subsided, the crowd unanimously believed that Fang Chen was doomed. You, a mongrel, will perish beneath my peak power. Your demise is fitting, Luo Yun declared, gazing at Fang Chen with the expectation of witnessing a flicker of terror in his eyes. Yet, Fang Chen maintained an unwavering calm, showing no signs of despair or regret in response to Luo Yun's demonstration of Tao text. Observing this, Luo Yun let out a cold snort. Now, you may meet your end. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash, simultaneously unleashing his divine abilities. Countless strands of purple sword intent surged forth from all directions, aiming to strike down Fang Chen. This time, Luo Yun's displayed strength was magnitudes greater than before. Such is the might of the Tao text. Undeterred, Fang Chen advanced with his sword raised, re-engaging in battle with Luo Yun. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a tempest of sword winds, fierce and overwhelming. Yet, within just 3 exchanges, Fang Chen found himself on the defensive. Ha ha, mongrel, were you not so arrogant? Continue, do go on. Luo Yun cackled wildly, feeling assured of his victory, as he unleashed his divine abilities to subdue Fang Chen. He failed to notice the slight curve of a smirk at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. Very well, I shall reveal a fraction of my true prowess to entertain you. In the next moment, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically, his demonic energy soaring skyward. With demonic runes swirling around him, he transformed into the sword demon. With a resounding clash, the 2 swords collided once more. To Luo Yun's astonishment, this time the encounter resulted in a stalemate. How could this be? He exclaimed. I have even invoked the sword character Tao text. How can this mongrel still elude my grasp? Are you surprised? The real spectacle is yet to come. Fang Chen teased, his aura exploding anew as a blood-red halo, imbued with ancient demonic runes, emerged behind him. This transformation occurred after Fang Chen's sword demon form evolved to a new stage, which he termed Sword Demon, Level 1. In this state, Fang Chen appeared even more demonic, his crimson eyes, coupled with the swirling runes and energy, making him resemble a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell. With a silent determination, Fang Chen once again clashed with Luo Yun, their swords colliding with cataclysmic force, sending sword intent rippling through the surroundings. The arena lay in ruins from the residual shockwaves. However, in this exchange, Fang Chen stood his ground while Luo Yun was forced to retreat several steps. Luo Yun felt his hands tingling with numbness, pain coursing through his body, and his spiritual energy in disarray. He could not comprehend why, despite possessing superior artifacts, techniques, cultivation, and Tao text, he could not vanquish Fang Chen and was even being suppressed by him. Not only was he bewildered, but the onlookers were equally confounded. Their worldview shattered. The unfolding events were simply beyond their comprehension. It was not just them. Even the figures on the high platform, including Qing Wuzi and others, shared the same incredulity. The power Fang Chen exhibited was not characteristic of a mere 5th level of postnatal cultivation, even if his physical body had reached the 2nd level of bone tempering. Such prowess should have been unattainable. However, Fang Chen unleashed an astonishing prowess, leaving them utterly bewildered. Impossible. Below the stage, Su Wanner's expression grew increasingly grotesque, her features contorting in agony. The more terrifying Fang Chen's talent appeared, the more her face seemed to throb with pain. That individual had always been regarded as a waste by her. No, you must have employed some secret technique. It cannot be. You are simply not capable of such strength. Absolutely impossible. On the arena, Luo Yun's face twisted in rage as he bellowed. I am a prodigy who awakened a Tao text at the 9th level of the acquired realm. How could I possibly be unable to vanquish a mere waste like you? In the face of Luo Yun's furious outburst, Fang Chen remained composed and indifferent. Is awakening a Tao text truly that difficult? He spoke slowly. Naturally, you a waste. Will never be able to awaken. Luo Yun roared, attempting to humiliate Fang Chen, but suddenly fell silent. Surrounding Fang Chen, the aura of the Tao surged, and a character appeared behind him. It was the character for sword. Indeed, it was a Tao text. Furthermore, surrounding the character was a halo of light. This was astonishingly a second-level Tao text. A Tao text? Is it truly so difficult? Fang Chen questioned once more. This inquiry struck the souls of all present. Chapter 64. A single Tao script, and one believes they are invincible. Is awakening the Tao script truly a formidable challenge? Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. Countless individuals may spend their entire lives contemplating the Tao, yet never manifest a single word. However, Fang Chen awakened the Tao script at the 5th level of the postnatal realm and ascended to the 2nd tier. Impossible. Luo Yun bellowed with fury. You, a mere waste. How could you possibly awaken the Tao script? This is utterly inconceivable. Fang Chen scoffed. The true waste is you, believing yourself invincible with just a single Tao script? In my eyes, you are nothing but a joke. As he spoke, the aura of the great Tao surged once more from his back. The 2nd Tao script, the war script, appeared. Silence enveloped the arena. A profound stillness fell upon the crowd. They stared at Fang Chen, their expressions a tapestry of shock and disbelief. The one they deemed a hopeless waste had actually awakened 2 Tao scripts. Moreover, one of them was of the 2nd tier. This transcended the notion of prodigious talent. He was a top-tier genius among geniuses. Even many of the core disciples fell short in comparison to Fang Chen. Impossible. That waste cannot be this extraordinary. He cannot be this exceptional. Su Wanner clutched her hair and screamed in despair, disregarding her disheveled appearance. Regret washed over her, lamenting her choice to abandon Fang Chen for Luo Yun. She could have been the woman of a greater prodigy. From a distant high tower, Lin Shuyin could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor. Her stunning visage was marred by astonishment. So he is this extraordinary, and I failed to perceive it. Recalling their first encounter, she had exerted pressure on Fang Chen, declaring that they were not of the same ilk, and that they would never cross paths again. Yet now, her words seemed exceedingly ludicrous in this moment. Nevertheless, she did not regret her original decision. She aspired to become a formidable individual through her own merit, determined to shape her own destiny. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of regret lingered deep within her heart. On the high platform, the elders could no longer remain seated. They rose in unison, awakening 2 Tao scripts at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, one of which was at the 2nd tier. They comprehended the implications of this revelation. Fang Chen's displayed talent was sufficient to elevate him to the status of a core disciple. Qing Wuzi's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Fang Chen would prove to be even more extraordinary than Luo Yun. He must be eliminated. His heart screamed in desperation, understanding that as long as Fang Chen lived, he would pose an endless threat. This sentiment was mirrored in Luo Tianxiao's thoughts. If that bastard did not perish, the Luo family would undoubtedly face great turmoil. His expression twisted with malice as he silently raged. Unaware of the thoughts of the two on the platform, Fang Chen pointed his sword menacingly at the grimacing Luo Yun and calmly declared, "It is time to send you to your demise." With that, he vanished in a flash. Employing the extreme shadow step, the word sword and war erupted forth, combined with the 1st level of the sword demon technique, unleashing a fierce and relentless attack. This time, Fang Chen exerted his full strength. Luo Yun's countenance shifted dramatically as fear began to creep into his heart. The power Fang Chen exhibited had utterly shocked him. Anyone confronted with such a prodigy would undoubtedly feel trepidation. Even if he refuses to acknowledge it, deep within, he is already gripped by fear. Once dread takes root in the heart, defeat is inevitable. Fang Chen roared, and the purple-hued magic blade descended. A flicker of terror flashed in Luo Yun's eyes. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by a single sword. Fortunately, at that moment, a talisman appeared automatically, absorbing 80% of the power. Yet, the remaining 20% still carved a grotesque wound into his chest. This is bad. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi and Luo Tian's expressions changed dramatically. Once one is injured in battle, the outcome is typically decided. Boom! Fang Chen, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, leaving Luo Yun unable to defend himself. His chest bore several more wounds. Fang Chen coldly declared, "Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift death. I shall methodically carve open your chest to reclaim my heavenly Dao bone." The onlookers below witnessed this scene, realizing that Fang Chen was on the verge of victory. How could this be? Senior brother Luo is actually losing? This seems rather normal. After all, Fang Chen has comprehended 2 Dao texts, a talent befitting a core disciple. The other disciples murmured among themselves, filled with astonishment. Impossible. Senior brother Luo cannot be defeated. Indeed, senior brother Luo is destined for victory. Fang Chen, you must not kill senior brother Luo. He is a genius. You bastard, you cannot slay senior brother Luo. He is the one who should end your life. The die-hard fans of Luo Yun among the second peak refused to accept this reality, even threatening Fang Chen repeatedly. To their words, Fang Chen could hardly be bothered to listen. Seeing his injuries worsen, Luo Yun realized that if he did not act soon, he might truly perish here. Suddenly, he conceived the only possible means to turn the tide, though it would come at a significant cost, leaving him weakened for a year or more. But he could no longer afford to think of anything else. He glared at Fang Chen with venomous resentment, blaming this bastard for wasting over a year of his cultivation. Yet, if he could eliminate this fool, all would be worth it. Useless. You wish to kill me? You are unworthy. He produced a crimson pill and swallowed whole. Instantly, his aura surged, sending Fang Chen staggering back several feet. Aunt Jing's expression shifted slightly. She called out to Fang Chen, "Fang Chen, that is a frenzied pill, which can temporarily double one's strength. A pill for enhancing cultivation?" Fang Chen remained composed. He possessed such items as well. Though he deemed them beneath him, Luo Yun was unworthy. With bloodshot eyes and a contorted face, Luo Yun, having ingested the pill, felt his aura swell chaotically. He glared at Fang Chen, his intent to kill palpable. "Useless, you shall die." With a furious roar, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Fang Chen. Unleashing his powers, he struck down with a flurry of swords. Fang Chen's expression grew grave. Now that Luo Yun possessed peak innate realm strength, he was indeed formidable. After several exchanges, Fang Chen felt a tumult within him, as he found himself suppressed by Luo Yun. The crowd gasped in shock. Su Wanner and other supporters of Luo Yun were ecstatic. "Useless. What does your genius matter? You shall still perish here. Once you are dead, I shall remain the pinnacle of talent." As Luo Yun unleashed his myriad swords, an ethereal mist surged forth, transforming into countless sword intents that relentlessly assailed Fang Chen, forcing him to retreat step by step. "Now, you may die." He had no intention of prolonging the battle any further, raising his long sword high above his head, the purple aura behind him swirling like tumultuous river waters. "This strike shall be your demise," he declared with a cold smirk. In response, Fang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Let us see who shall perish." In an instant, Fang Chen's figure flickered, charging towards Luo Yun instead of retreating, while the dark and ominous sword energy swiftly converged. The fierce demonic sword technique erupted, the first level of the sword demon igniting into action, and the battle commenced with 2 sword intents unleashed. The suddenness of Fang Chen's actions left the onlookers in shock. What was he attempting? Was he courting death? Luo Yun sneered. "Do you think you can use my moment of accumulation to turn the tide against me? Do you believe you have the time?" As he spoke, A colossal purple sword had already taken form behind him, poised to strike down. Fang Chen, however, remained serene, devoid of any fear, even finding the leisure to respond to Luo Yun's query. You have time. In the next heartbeat, a blood-red light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. The soul heaven demonic eye erupted. Luo Yun's movements faltered for an instant as excruciating pain surged through his consciousness, disrupting the flow of spiritual energy within him. The meticulously amassed divine power began to unravel. At that very moment, Fang Chen's lethal strike arrived. A single sword slice appeared to be just that, yet it was, in reality, a triplet of blades. 2 blades severed his arm, while the third pierced through his chest. He had the ability to kill, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, feeling that such an act would be too lenient for Luo Yun. The phrase about unearthing the bones of the heavenly path was no mere exaggeration. Luo Yun let out a wretched cry as he was hurled several feet away. Crashing to the ground and spewing forth copious amounts of blood, his cries of agony persisting. Fang Chen, with a flick of his fingertip, wiped the blood from his sword before sheathing it once more. Chapter 65. A model master and disciple. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as the majority of those present struggled to comprehend the swift events that had just transpired. Even more perplexing was the sudden dispersal of Luo Yun's divine powers at the moment he was about to strike. Yun'e? Qing Wuzi was the first to react, his voice booming as he leapt to his feet and charged towards the stage. You little wretch, dare to harm my disciple. You are courting death. His aura surged, disregarding the sex regulations, as he unleashed a palm strike towards Fang Chen. The terrifying presence of the questioning Dao realm enveloped Fang Chen, causing him to let out a muffled groan and spit blood. You dare! Aunt Jing reacted swiftly, positioning herself in front of Qing Wuzi to shield Fang Chen from the overwhelming pressure. She countered with a palm strike, absorbing Qing Wuzi's assault. With a deafening crash, Aunt Jing staggered back several steps before barely managing to halt her retreat. She pressed a hand against her chest, visibly injured from Qing Wuzi's powerful blow. Yet she remained resolutely in front of Fang Chen. Get out of my way, Qing Wuzi bellowed. Aunt Jing replied coldly, Elder Qing, are you intent on defying the sex rules? Luo Yun and Fang Chen are engaged in a life and death duel. No one is permitted to intervene until a victor emerges. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Fang Chen's maniacal laughter echoed from the stage. What a pair of master and disciple. The disciple shamelessly excavates others' heavenly Dao bones to seize their legacies, while the master violates sect regulations to harm his disciple. Truly a model relationship. Amidst his laughter, Fang Chen slowly approached Luo Yun, his sword demon transformation rendering him cold and menacing. You bastard! If you dare to kill my disciple, I will ensure your body is torn to shreds. Qing Wuzi roared as he saw Fang Chen advancing towards Luo Yun. He attempted to rush forward, but Aunt Jing stood unwaveringly in his path. Despite his superior cultivation, he realized he could not reach Luo Yun before Fang Chen delivered a fatal blow. Fang Chen sneered and viciously stomped down on Luo Yun's chest. Luo Yun's agonized scream pierced the air as he spat blood repeatedly. Fang Chen coldly remarked, What is this? Only your disciple is permitted to kill me? Elder Qing, such arrogance. Qing Wuzi's heart plummeted, but suddenly he roared, Luo Tianxiao, are you not going to make your move? As his words fell, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Luo Tianxiao surged towards Fang Chen with astonishing speed. Aunt Jing, witnessing this, wished to intervene but felt powerless. Stopping Luo Tianxiao would mean allowing Qing Wuzi to pass. You wretch, today marks your demise. Luo Tianxiao closed in on Fang Chen, launching a palm strike aimed at obliterating him. Fang Chen was neither surprised nor afraid by Luo Tianxiao's sudden attack. In fact, he had been anticipating this very opportunity, a legitimate chance to annihilate Luo Tianxiao. Oh, whose demise is it really? He held an attack talisman in his hand, ready to counter Luo Tianxiao's assault with a defensive talisman. Bold! Just then, a delicate yet commanding voice rang out. A jade sword whizzed past Fang Chen, aimed straight at Luo Tianxiao. Seeing the jade sword, Luo Tianxiao was taken aback, hastily attempting to block it with his palm. Yet, the sword's intent surged with overwhelming might. In an instant, he struck down his opponent, severing an arm with a single blow. Luo Tianxiao let out a piercing scream as he was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a vast pit. The onlookers were taken aback. To injure Luo Tianxiao, who was at the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm, indicated that this individual possessed at least the strength of the Tao-seeking realm. They turned their gazes toward the source of such power. Before them stood a woman clad in a delicate green gown, adorned with crimson plum blossoms embroidered upon the hem. A white brocade sash cinched her dainty waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her dark hair was elegantly styled into an auspicious bun, secured with a simple yet exquisite plum-patterned jade hairpin. She exuded an aura of simplicity, freshness, and elegance. Greetings, Second Peak Master. The gathered crowd bowed in unison. This figure was none other than the master of the Second Peak, Master Meng Yao, known as Ying Qingxiang. Her stunning beauty was akin to a frost-kissed visage, reflecting her current fury. Very well. Qing Wuzi, Luo Tianxiao, as elders of the sect, how dare you defy the law? Is this how you instruct your disciples, with utter disregard for the sect's regulations? Qing Wuzi's expression shifted slightly, as he quickly replied, I dare not. In the presence of Ying Qingxiang, he was cautious not to overstep. And you? Ying Qingxiang's icy gaze fell upon the trembling and agonized Luo Tianxiao. I dare not. Luo Tianxiao gritted his teeth and managed to respond. Ying Qingxiang let out a cold snort. After this incident, you shall both face punishment, especially you. Elder Qing. The two men dared not oppose her and nodded in agreement. Only then did Ying Qingxiang's frigid gaze turn toward Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen stood undaunted, returning her gaze with a respectful salute. I pay my respects to the Peak Master. Seeing this, Ying Qingxiang nodded in satisfaction but remained silent. Yet within Fang Chen's mind, he heard her voice resonating. Young man, I have been informed that you possess the ability to cure the indulgent nature of Meng Yao Tu, and that you have also formed a bond with her. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Ying Qingxiang's voice echoed again. Today, I act upon Meng Yao's request, so do not let her down. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to eliminate you, regardless of the sect's rules. Fang Chen shuddered, but quickly firmed his resolve with a determined nod. I will not fail. At this, Ying Qingxiang's cold demeanor softened. Enough. The battle of life and death has yet to conclude. Let us proceed. She spoke slowly, then took her seat upon the high platform. Fang Chen's attention shifted to Luo Yun, who now bore a visage of sheer terror, continuously spitting blood. Master, save me, he pleaded desperately toward Qing Wuzi. Yet the latter could do nothing in response. Despair filled Luo Yun's eyes as he turned to Fang Chen with great difficulty. Fang Chen, do not kill me. If you spare my life, I will return Su Wan'er to you and offer a substantial compensation. He was unwilling to perish. He possessed the heavenly Tao bone, a potential to become an unparalleled genius and supreme powerhouse. Wretch, if you dare to kill him, I will ensure your dismemberment. If you choose to spare him, I shall consider our grievances settled. Qing Wuzi, unwilling to relent, transmitted his thoughts to Fang Chen, desperate to save his disciple's life. Fang Chen cast a cold smile at Qing Wuzi. Old fool, I am most eager to witness how you intend to tear me apart. As the words fell, Fang Chen no longer hesitated, directly piercing through the chest with a single stroke of his sword. Luo Yun's anguished cries echoed once more at that moment. His life force extinguished, leaving him but a breath away from death. No, no, Luo Tianxiao and Qing Wuzi shouted in unison. Yet, the scene that unfolded next provoked even greater fury within them. Fang Chen, half crouched upon the ground, grasping the shadow blade, ruthlessly extracted the heavenly Tao bone before the eyes of all present. In that instant, Luo Yun succumbed to intense agony and perished. Silence. The surroundings fell into a profound stillness. The onlookers gazed blankly at Fang Chen, whose hands were drenched in blood, clutching a dimly glowing heavenly Tao bone. This bone was rendered useless. Having been awakened, its extraction had rendered it entirely defunct. Nevertheless, Fang Chen insisted on this act, for it was rightfully his. A chill swept through many hearts. He was indeed a ruthless individual, unflinchingly excavating the heavenly Tao bone before Qing Wuzi and Luo Tianxiao, compelling them to witness their comrade's death. This was a point of no return. Beast, I will not spare you, Qing Wuzi exclaimed, his eyes aflame. His visage contorted in rage, as if possessed. Fang Chen's expression remained icy, unperturbed by their glare, even managing a faint smile. Yet this smile was distinctly macabre. I will remember you. Qing Wuzi spoke coldly, choosing not to linger further, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Luo Tianxiao, his gaze sharp and filled with resentment, ultimately followed suit, departing alongside Qing Wuzi. Fang Chen observed their retreat without uttering a word. He approached Luo Yun's lifeless body, retrieved his storage bag, and then descended the arena. No one dared to challenge Fang Chen's actions, as it was a battle of life and death. All belongings of the defeated party rightfully belonged to the victor, a tacitly accepted rule. Just as Fang Chen stepped down from the platform, Su Wanner timidly approached him. Chapter 66. Killing you would only soil my hands. She gazed at Fang Chen with a pitiful expression. Her delicate demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce rage she had exhibited not long ago, resembling a girl who had been wronged. This was a tactic she often employed with Fang Chen. By sincerely admitting her faults, he would invariably forgive her. She believed that this time would be no different, and soon she would reclaim her status as a brilliant woman, still reigning above others. Brother Fang, I realized my mistake. I was compelled by Luo Yun to act as I did. Could you please forgive me? Her eyes pleaded with Fang Chen, tears streaming down her face, embodying utmost grievance. In response, Fang Chen merely smiled, though his laughter was laced with disdain. After I relinquished my cultivation, you turned to Luo Yun. You are the only one privy to the secret of my heavenly Dao bone. If you do not speak, how would Luo Yun ever know? I. Stop pretending. In my eyes, you are nothing but repulsive now. Were it not for the sex regulations, do you truly believe you could stand here unscathed? Fang Chen's expression was frigid. Su Wanner, confronted by his icy gaze, stumbled back and fell to the ground in terror. She could sense that Fang Chen genuinely harbored intentions to kill her. Seeing her plight, Fang Chen sneered, Do not worry, I will not kill you. To slay, you would only tarnish my hands. Seated upon the ground, Su Wanner felt the scornful, contemptuous, and derisive gazes around her. This was not her rightful place. Not long ago, she had basked in envy, jealousy, and hatred. In that moment, she finally realized that she had lost everything. Her heart brimmed with loathing for Fang Chen. It was all because of him that she had been stripped of her possessions. Yet he had cast her aside so callously, despite the fact that it was he who had attained all this because of her. She wished to scream, but the disdainful and contemptuous looks surrounding her were unbearable. She understood that she could do nothing against Fang Chen now and could only lower her head and depart. However, her bowed demeanor was rife with resentment and bitterness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuanwen's expression darkened considerably. Fang Chen's displayed strength far exceeded his expectations. No wonder the assassins for the 1,000-mile shadow had failed to eliminate him and were instead slain. This young man possessed some skill. Yet he soon let out a cold laugh. But it matters not. The ancestor has returned, while the ancestor of the Meng family has perished on the battlefield. Now, our ancestor has begun to exert pressure on the Meng family. I am certain that before long, Meng Yao will become my woman. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally before departing. Fang Chen approached Ying Qingxiang and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master, for your timely rescue. Ying Qingxiang replied coolly, no need for thanks. Casting her gaze upon the lingering demonic aura surrounding Fang Chen, she continued, while cultivation in the demon path is swift, it is fraught with peril. It is easy to lose one's self in madness, and one may easily become a ruthless killer. Your talent is commendable, and you have even comprehended 2 Tao texts. If you were to abolish your demonic roots and cultivate the orthodox path anew, your future achievements would undoubtedly be significant, and the dangers would be greatly diminished. Fang Chen understood her intentions were benevolent, yet he shook his head and replied, Thank you for your guidance, Peak Master. But my choice to pursue the demonic path is not impulsive. It is a result of profound contemplation. Moreover, it is often not the demons that pose the greatest danger on the path of cultivation, is it not? Ying Qingxiang cast a glance at Fang Chen and remarked, You possess keen insight. Thus, I shall refrain from further persuasion. She then recalled something and continued, Interestingly, the current master of the Seven Peaks also practices demonic cultivation. Your entry into the Seven Peaks seems quite fortuitous. Is the current master of the Seven Peaks also a demon cultivator? Fang Chen inquired in astonishment. Qingxiang nodded. However, he is often away. Otherwise, he could provide you with some guidance. The two conversed for a while longer before Qingxiang said, "All right, you have sustained injuries. It is best for you to return and recuperate." Fang Chen took his leave. He cupped his hands in respect and then departed alongside Aunt Jing of the Steel Tiger clan. The news of today's battle quickly spread throughout the Tianyu Divine sect. Everyone was aware that the Seventh Peak, which was supposed to be in decline, had unexpectedly produced a prodigious genius who had comprehended two inscriptions. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he did not return immediately. Midway, he turned to Aunt Jing and said, "I need to step out for a moment." Having exhausted all his resources, he needed to visit the Wanqing auction house to sell what he had. "I shall accompany you," Aunt Jing offered. However, Fang Chen shook his head in refusal. "Elder Jing, you should return first. I am more concerned for your safety than my own." Seeing Fang Chen's resolute demeanor, Aunt Jing did not insist further but cautioned, "Do exercise caution." "Understood," Fang Chen nodded. Steel Tiger remarked, "Brother Fang, do return swiftly. I require your guidance on the inscription of battle." Upon saying this, Fang Chen transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Upon arriving at the Wanqing auction house, Fang Chen effortlessly entered, holding the token of a guest elder. Yin Xiaolin, upon learning of Fang Chen's arrival, promptly adorned herself and came forth to greet him. When she laid eyes on Fang Chen, her expression brightened. It had been 2 months since their last meeting, and she was greatly impressed by his remarkable advancement in cultivation. Her smile, radiant and mature, was utterly captivating. "Too kind. I merely had a stroke of luck," Fang Chen replied modestly. "Do not be so humble. Even the core geniuses of our sect are not on par with you," she said, her eyes sparkling with charm. "I lack the innate talent of Fang Chen. If you would be willing, might I invite you to my training chamber to impart some guidance?" Her words, laden with romantic undertones, combined with Yin Xiaolin's alluring demeanor, quickened hearts and stirred passions. Even Fang Chen felt a rush of emotions, yet he swiftly quelled them through the relentless workings of his mind. "Please do not jest with me, Yin Keqing. I have come today with the intent to sell a batch of materials." Yin Xiaolin's disappointment was evident. "It seems you have your heart set on someone special." However, she quickly regained her professional demeanor and inquired, "May I ask what items you wish to sell?" "There are quite a few, and they're somewhat varied," he replied. Yin Xiaolin smiled. "Rest assured, we have the most professional team for this." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen said no more and directly handed a storage bag to Yin Xiaolin. She accepted it with a smile, but as she sensed the contents within, her expression abruptly turned serious. "Is this what you meant by quite a few?" "This is an abundance. Within the contents lay an assortment of items, elixirs, herbs, materials, and magical artifacts, among others. Notably, the colossal corpse of a 4th-tier demonic beast was a sight she had never encountered before. Fortunately, having been exposed to various experiences, she swiftly regained her composure and addressed Fang Chen, saying, "Please hold on for a moment. I will summon the appraisers for a thorough evaluation." Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Before long, several appraisers arrived, and Yin Xiaolin promptly extracted all the items from her storage pouch. Initially, the appraisers maintained their composure, as seasoned professionals. They had witnessed countless scenarios. However, upon viewing the corpse of the peak 3rd-tier demonic beast, they collectively gasped in astonishment. It was a creature unlike any they had ever seen. Fang Chen did not conceal the origin of the beast and disclosed its background, noting that with the opening of the new world, this information would soon be common knowledge. One appraiser, after examining the corpse, suggested, "This beast possesses exceptionally rare flesh and bodily materials with significant utility. I recommend proceeding directly to auction, as it is bound to fetch a lucrative price, likely around 80,000. Such a high estimate? Fang Chen expressed mild surprise. Yin Xiaolin clarified, "Items that have never been seen before, especially demonic beasts, tend to pique considerable interest." Fang Chen, enlightened, responded, "In that case, let us proceed with the auction." Naturally, he wished to obtain the best possible price. "In that case, there will be a high-level auction this afternoon. I will arrange for the sale of this beast," Yin Xiaolin informed him. Thank you. Fang Chen acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, the group of appraisers meticulously assessed and cataloged the items for a duration equivalent to a single incense stick's burning time before presenting the compiled list. Yin Xiaolin took the list and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Kaching, these treasures have been thoroughly itemized and their values established, excluding the demonic beast's corpse. The total valuation of the remaining items stands at 310,000. Please review to ensure there are no discrepancies. Chapter 67. The auction. Fang Chen refrained from participating, stating, "I still place my trust in the credibility of the Wanqing auction house. Let be as it is." Yin Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, esteemed guest Fang, for your acknowledgement of our establishment." Fang Chen continued, "As for the spirit stones, I wish to procure elixirs from the Wanqing auction house, and I shall trade directly with them." "What elixirs do you require, esteemed guest Fang?" "I seek this spirit-enhancing elixir, as well as the meridian-opening elixir, preferably the meridian-opening heavenly elixir," he replied succinctly. His primary focus now was to elevate his cultivation and open his meridians. The refinement of his physical body could be set aside for the moment. Given the presence of the blood of the sword demon and his mental prowess having reached a bottleneck, the spirit-enhancing elixir is readily available. Yet the meridian-opening heavenly elixir is somewhat scarce, as it is a rare concoction. Currently, we can only provide 3, Yin Xiaolin informed him. The meridian-opening heavenly elixir was indeed an expensive rarity, with only 4th-tier alchemists capable of crafting it. "I will take them all," Fang Chen asserted. "In addition to that, I wish to exchange the spirit stones I just mentioned for the spirit-enhancing elixirs and any other elixirs that can assist in opening the meridians." "Understood," Yin Xiaolin nodded. She promptly arranged for the transaction and instructed her subordinates to procure the finest elixirs available. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered respectfully, bearing a tray upon which rested a finely crafted storage bag. Yin Xiaolin accepted the bag, and with a mere thought, 15 elixir vials and 5 ornate boxes materialized upon the table. "Esteemed guest Fang, here are 18 vials of the spirit-enhancing elixir, all of the 2nd tier's finest quality, with 5 elixirs in each vial. These 3 ornate boxes contain the meridian-opening heavenly elixirs, while the other 2 hold alternative meridian-opening elixirs, which, although slightly less effective than a heavenly elixir, still yield commendable results." Fang Chen nodded, calculating in his mind that if he were to acquire these outside, he would need no less than 3 to 400,000 spirit stones. It appeared that Yin Xiaolin had not only offered him a generous discount, but also additional privileges. He opened one of the ornate boxes, and an invigorating aroma of elixir wafted forth. Fang Chen realized that the meridian-opening heavenly elixirs contained within were of superior quality compared to those provided by his sect. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude. Yin Xiaolin smiled and replied, "We are all part of the same circle. Esteemed guest Fang need not be so formal." Subsequently, Fang Chen placed all the elixirs into the storage bag. Yin Xiaolin, still smiling, said, "If you are interested in this afternoon's auction, esteemed guest Fang, you are most welcome to participate." Fang Chen pondered for a moment and, not wishing to decline, replied, "In that case, it would be my honor to comply." "Excellent. I shall make the necessary arrangements," Yin Xiaolin said with a continuous smile. As the premier auction house within dozens of surrounding cities, the Wanqing auction house naturally attracted the attention of numerous powerful families during each high-profile auction. The expansive auction hall could accommodate over 1,000 attendees, in addition to 100 VIP rooms. Gaining entry to these VIP rooms required not only wealth, but also a certain status, making them a venue for families to showcase their power and prestige. As the afternoon approached, guests began to arrive in succession, and the seating for over 1,000 was nearly filled. The VIP rooms were equally bustling, rendering the grand auction almost entirely occupied. Yin Xiaolin naturally arranged a private VIP room for Fang Chen. She addressed him, "Fang Kaching, the time is drawing near. I apologize, but I must attend to some matters regarding the auction. May I have these 2 ladies escort you?" She gestured towards 2 stunningly beautiful maids, dressed alluringly. Fang Chen had no objections, responding, "No problem. Manager Yin, please do what you must." Yin Xiaolin performed a respectful bow and then departed. "Please this way, esteemed guest." The two maids approached, bowing respectfully, their voices sweet and enchanting. Fang Chen nodded and followed them towards one of the VIP rooms. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed through a long corridor. "What a surprise! You are here too, you bastard." Fang Chen furrowed his brows and turned to see Nwnzheng, who looked at him with a mixture of astonishment and disdain. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, exuding an air of superiority. Fang Chen recognized Nwn and, noticing his intent to provoke, retorted bluntly, "Oh, it's you, fool." Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Nwn's forehead. Fang Chen referred to the incident involving Nwn auctioning a fake pill. "You seek death." Nwn seethed with rage, unleashing the oppressive aura of his seventh layer of the innate realm. "Young Master Yun, this is the WNX auction house. Please refrain from causing a disturbance," one of the maids interjected. Only then did Nwn manage to calm himself, realizing that creating a scene here would invite considerable trouble. He glared at Fang Chen with malice before a sinister smile crept across his face. "Bastard, you may not be aware, but soon Meng Yao will be marrying into my family, becoming my woman." Fang Chen frowned slightly and replied indifferently, "Do you truly believe I would take your words to heart?" "Ha ha ha." Nwn laughed triumphantly. "Do you genuinely think Meng Yao would choose to be with you? Have you considered your own insignificance? You believe a toad can eat swan meat?" Noticing Fang Chen's silence, his confidence surged further. "Just wait, you will soon receive the news." "Ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally and departed with the old man. Fang Chen remained with a furrowed brow, fully disbelieving Nwn's claims. Yet, a sense of unease crept over him. Perhaps Meng Yao would encounter some trouble. "Fang Chen, let us proceed to the VIP room," the maid suggested. Aware that pondering such matters was futile at this moment, Fang Chen nodded and followed the maid to the VIP room. Upon entering the lavishly decorated room, he was greeted by an array of expensive spiritual fruits adorning the table. As he took a taste, a warm sensation enveloped him, invigorating his spirit, and the flavor was exquisite. His eyes brightened, and he decided to store some spiritual fruits in his storage bag to bring back for his master and the elder to savor. The two enchanting maids were taken aback, as it was their first time encountering a guest who could so easily consume spiritual fruits. Realizing he had acted somewhat impulsively and discourteously, Fang Chen offered an awkward smile, saying, "I apologize. I wish to bring some back for my family." The maid beamed in response. "There is no need for formalities, esteemed guest. Take as many as you desire." She then arranged for more spiritual fruits to be brought in and meticulously packaged a portion for Fang Chen to take with him. Fang Chen smiled in gratitude, and the two maidens responded with cheerful bows. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended the high platform at the auction house, smiling as he addressed the esteemed guests. "Thank you all for attending the Wanqing auction. My name is Fang Zheng, though you may also call me fellow Taoist Fang. Without further ado, we have a total of 20 auction items, and I am confident that one of these treasures will capture your interest. Let the auction commence." With a clap of his hands, a maiden pushed forward a display cart, on which lay a covered object draped in red cloth. This was no ordinary fabric. It possessed the remarkable ability to thwart any probing of one's consciousness. Fang Zheng continued, "This item hails from a place of utmost peril, a natural artifact renowned for its efficacy in forging divine weapons. Can anyone guess what it may be? Please do not waste our time." A voice from the crowd could not contain its impatience. Fang Zheng, unfazed, responded with a smile, "Since you are eager, I shall reveal it. This is a celestial treasure, a meteorite from the 1,000 holy mountains." He then lifted the red cloth, unveiling a piece of stone approximately the size of a fist with a striking purple-black hue. Chapter 68. You are a fool. This stone appeared exceedingly ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, yet elicited gasps from many onlookers. Fang Zheng was quite pleased with their reactions. With a smile, he remarked, "I need not elaborate on the efficacy of this stone, as it undoubtedly offers immense benefits to your treasures, even the potential for ascension." Upon hearing this, even those unaware were taken aback. Ascension of treasures? This stone possesses such capabilities. Instantly, the crowd gazed at the meteorite from Qianxing Mountain with sparkling eyes. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Fang Chen declared, "In that case, the auction officially commences. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones." Everyone was taken aback. A starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones was exceptionally high, even for a prestigious auction. 10,002, 10,004. The price escalated rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at 34,000. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled, yet he refrained from bidding. Alas, he was financially constrained. Having spent most of his spirit stones on medicinal pills, he was left with merely 50 or 60,000, which he might need for future endeavors. In another VIP room, Yu Yuanwen fixed his gaze intently on Fang Chen's area, eagerly awaiting his move. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, "You bastard. No matter what you seek, I shall not grant you your wish." Since Fang Chen was present, he undoubtedly desired some auctioned items. And Yu Yuanwen's intent was to either compel Fang Chen to spend a hefty sum or to secure the items for himself. Congratulations to VIP number 29 for acquiring the first auction item. Now, let's commence the auction for the second item. On the stage, Fang Chen said with a smile, promptly signaling for the second item to be brought forth. This second item was obtained from the perilous Wanjing forest. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion, with each precious item unveiled, prompting waves of exclamations and glimmers of excitement and greed. The bidding was fiercely competitive, with prices continually soaring, leaving the audience in awe. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with desire. Many items piqued his interest, yet just as he resolved to make a bold move, a random bidder's offer surged far beyond his means. He reluctantly lowered his hand, the longing and frustration evident, evoking laughter from two maidservants nearby. In the distance, Yu Yuanwen watched anxiously. Seeing Fang Chen's hand rise and then fall, he gritted his teeth in anger. "How many items have passed? Are you truly not interested in any?" An elderly man beside him frowned and remarked, "Young master Yu, we must focus on the matter at hand." Yu Yuanwen replied, "Do not worry, old Lu. I will deal with this bastard without hindering our main agenda." Old Lu, upon hearing this, ceased further discourse and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, Fang Chen sensed a malevolent gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he met Yu Yuanwen's scheming stare. He paused, contemplating, what does this fellow intend? Is he plotting against me? In an auction, there were only two ways to target someone, either by inflating prices to vex them or by bidding on the items they desired. Upon reflecting on this, he turned his gaze towards the auction hall. At that moment, a jade pendant was being auctioned, a treasure capable of autonomously protecting its bearer, able to withstand a full force strike from the Yuan realm. The bidding price had already escalated to 60,000, with numerous participants still vying for it. Not wanting to be outdone, Fang Chen called out, 65,000. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a voice from Yu Yuanwen's side rang out, 80,000. Fang Chen glanced over, meeting Yu Yuanwen's provocative and disdainful gaze. "You won't be leaving here with anything, for my financial prowess far surpasses yours," he communicated telepathically. In response, Fang Chen remained silent, bowing his head and retaking his seat. Yu Yuanwen, seeing this, felt a surge of triumph. He refrained from further bidding, instead keeping a watchful eye on Fang Chen. Little did he realize that the corners of Fang Chen's mouth were subtly curling upwards. Ultimately, the jade pendant was sold to another for 100,000, followed by several other treasures, in which Fang Chen did not partake. Finally, on the 13th item, it was Fang Chen's turn to present the corpse of a peak-level third-tier beast. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be something you've never seen before. I can reveal that it is the corpse of a beast from a new minor dimension. Making its debut here, Fang Chen stated mysteriously. This proclamation immediately piqued the curiosity of the crowd, as the emergence of new beasts often stirred considerable excitement. Sensing the moment was ripe, Fang Chen swiftly unveiled the red cloth, revealing the slain third-tier beast in all its terrifying glory. The creature's corpse, having undergone minimal processing at the Wanching auction house, emanated a fearsome aura that caused several onlookers to shift uncomfortably. Its peculiar appearance, reminiscent of both a lion and a tiger, further intrigued many. Below, whispers began to circulate regarding the beast's remains. It should be noted that the flesh, scales, bones, and organs of certain beasts hold immense value for cultivators. While selling an unknown beast's corpse could entail some risk, The path of cultivation itself is fraught with uncertainties. Fortune rarely favors the timid. Seeing the opportune moment, Fang Chen announced, "Let the bidding commence. Starting price, 30,000, 100,000. Almost immediately, an eager voice interrupted. The crowd paused, many retracting their hands just as they were about to bid, taken aback by such a high price. 100,000 for a third-tier beast corpse, even if it was unprecedented, seemed excessively steep. As they turned to identify the source of the bid, another voice rang out, 200,000. The audience was momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting towards the speaker. In a VIP section, Yu Yuanwen triumphantly raised his hand, casting a taunting look at Fang Chen. At that moment, he reveled in his ability to vex Fang Chen. Yet, in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. Wait, how much did I just bid? 200,000? His focus had been solely on Fang Chen, causing him to miss Fang Zheng's initial announcement. His instinctive reaction led him to call out the bid. Upon concluding his shout, he suddenly realized that Fang Chen had initially called for a price of 100,000. Unprepared for such a high bid right from the start, he had uttered the number without much contemplation. On the other hand, Fang Chen, having called out the sum, could not suppress his laughter. He had previously assessed the corpse of the demon beast, determining it to hold a maximum value of 100,000, 6 of which were attributed to the beast itself, and due to its unprecedented appearance. He was unperturbed by the possibility of others refraining from raising their bids, for numerous individuals had shown interest. An increase beyond 100,000 seemed entirely feasible. However, he was utterly astonished when Yu Yuanwen boldly declared a price of 200,000. Old Lu furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward Yu Yuanwen, inquiring, "Young Master Yu, what are you attempting to accomplish?" 200,000 for a third-level demon beast is an exorbitant price, regardless of its first appearance, especially considering it lacks a demon core. Although the Yu family was affluent, this matter transcended mere spirit stone valuation. It was a question of the Yu family's reputation. "Old Lu, it's all that brat S fault. I fell for his scheme," Yu Yuanwen exclaimed, his eyes narrowing malevolently at Fang Chen as he shouted, "You dare to conspire against me." Having had his fill of amusement, Fang Chen dismissed him with a smirk, retorting, "I bid for myself. How does that equate to a conspiracy against you? However, young Master Yu, I must concur with the earlier sentiment. You are indeed a fool. Brat, Yu Yuanwen seethed, his anger evident as veins throbbed on his forehead, wishing to dismember Fang Chen in his fury. Observing this, old Lu interjected, "Young Master Yu, it's merely 200,000 spirit stones. What does it truly matter?" He then discreetly conveyed, "Let us not forget our purpose here." At this, Yu Yuanwen gradually regained his composure, though he still issued a menacing warning, "Fang Chen, this time, there will be no one to protect you. Await your fate." Fang Chen merely smiled in silence, aware that many desired his demise, and he already held a grudge against Yu Yuanwen. Fang Zheng had not anticipated such a turn of events, but a higher price was undoubtedly advantageous. He called out, 200,000 once, 200,000 twice. Yu Yuanwen hoped for silence from others, yet the corpse of the demon beast was already grossly overpriced, even for a new appearance, and thus no further bids were forthcoming. Ultimately, the demon beast's corpse was acquired by Yu Yuanwen for the sum of 200,000, prompting him to shatter the expensive teacup upon the table in frustration. Congratulations to guest number 44. We shall now proceed with the next item for auction. Fang Zheng announced with a smile, as a maid entered the stage, delicately holding a tray. At the sight of the maid, old Lu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A lucrative opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 69. The Deception. Yuanwen's face lit up with excitement. The Wanqing auction house. You dare to swallow my 200,000 spirit stones? I shall ensure you return every last one. No, I will make you pay tenfold. He chuckled coldly, then turned to Elder Lu, inquiring through a sound transmission, "Elder Lu, is there any issue?" Elder Lu smiled confidently and replied through the transmission, "It is thanks to your mention of that counterfeit pill last time that I was inspired. Rest assured, the fools at the Wanqing auction house will never perceive the truth of this magic origin pearl. Otherwise, they would not dare to auction it." Yuanwen smiled insidiously. All that remains is to inflate the price continuously. Naturally, they would not act themselves, but had already arranged for others beneath the stage. They would raise the bidding price and secure it. Then, just as before, approach the watching auction house for compensation. Above on the platform, Fang Chen introduced with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this pearl is known as the Magic Origin Pearl, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with dense and pure demonic energy, which is immensely beneficial for those who cultivate demonic arts. While cultivation of demonic arts is rare in the Tianyu Divine sect, it is quite prevalent in the outside world, as demonic cultivators tend to progress more swiftly. Upon hearing this, many individuals' eyes brightened, fixated on the Magic Origin Pearl. Fang Chen, a practitioner of demonic arts himself, was equally intrigued by the pearl. However, he soon sensed something amiss. This intuition arose from his sword demon physique. If it were truly as Fang Chen had described, he should not feel this way. Activating his soul heavenly demon eye, he peers through the Magic Origin Pearl. First examining its exterior, then its interior, everything was laid bare before him. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen finally discerned the anomaly. The demonic energy emanating from within the pearl was not inherent to it, but rather a magic origin stone embedded inside. This stone's demonic energy bore resemblance to that of the Magic Origin Pearl, yet could not be preserved, typically dissipating within half a month. This method of forgery was reminiscent of the counterfeit pill from before, though lacking its intricacies. Nevertheless, the average person would find it difficult to distinguish the truth, especially those unfamiliar with the demonic path. Fang Chen silently mused, followed by a wry smile. The watching auction house had once again been deceived. The pearl must not be auctioned, otherwise the watching would find itself in dire straits. At this moment, the auction had commenced, and the price soared, reaching 500,000. Fang Chen summoned a maid and inquired, "Can the auction be interrupted midway?" The maid paused, then decisively shook her head. "No, it cannot, unless someone attempts to seize it. Once it begins, it cannot be paused." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart sank. He commanded, "Fetch Manager Yin, and tell her there is a matter of utmost importance concerning the reputation of the auction house." The maid hesitated, but upon seeing Fang Chen's grave expression, did not dare delay, nodding in acknowledgement before departing. Meanwhile, the bidding for the Magic Origin Stone had already surged to 800,000. This revelation left Fang Chen on the platform utterly exhilarated. The price of the magic source, Heavenly Stone, typically peaked at around 300,000. Achieving such a price had far exceeded his expectations. Upon witnessing this, old Lu remarked, "That's enough. If the price rises any further, it may raise suspicions." "Indeed," Yuan Wen replied, smiling as he nodded in agreement. 800,000 spirit stones, with double compensation, would amount to 1,400,000. However, their aspirations extended beyond this mere sum. Was there a higher bid for 800,000? Fang Chen gazed down at the crowd, hoping for a greater offer. Unfortunately, silence fell over the gathering, as if the attendees had lost interest in bidding. Slightly disappointed, yet acknowledging that 800,000 was already a substantial amount, he refrained from prolonging the auction. 800,000 going once, going twice, 820,000. Just as Fang Chen was about to finalize the bid, another voice rang out. The crowd gasped in surprise, not expecting anyone else to call out a price. They turned to see a calm young man in the VIP section, none other than Fang Chen. 820,000? Has he lost his mind? Regardless of the power of this magic source Heavenly Pearl, that price is exorbitant. Indeed, the onlookers regarded Fang Chen with incredulous expressions, but he remained unfazed. Since he could not prevent this, he intended to acquire the pearl himself, ensuring it did not fall into another's hands. After all, he was a guest of the watching auction house and could not bear to watch it be swindled. Old Lu and Yuan Wen were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone else would bid. Upon realizing it was Fang Chen, Yuan Wen's teeth ground in frustration. "That wretched brat is ruining my plans." He quickly transmitted a message to his associates below. "Continue bidding. We must secure this." "Yes," came the replies from his subordinates. Old Lu did not intervene. Failing to secure the item would render their forgery efforts pointless. Yet, he gazed at Fang Chen with confusion, muttering, "Why is he still bidding? Has he discerned something?" "Impossible," Yuan Wen asserted. "Old Lu's forgery skills are too refined for that brat to uncover. If I am not mistaken, He is also a magic cultivator, likely aiming to acquire the pearl for his own training. True, old Lu nodded in agreement, unconvinced that a mere youth could see through his ruse. 850,000, 870,000. Yuan Wen's associates continued to shout. Fang Chen remained composed, waiting until Fang Zheng was on the verge of finalizing the bid before casually announcing a price of 900,000. This infuriated Yuan Wen and old Lu, their teeth grinding in frustration, yet they dared not express their fury too overtly, instead cursing Fang Chen's ancestors in their hearts. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaolin finally arrived. Fang guessed. What is happening? She was acutely aware of the atmosphere outside. Fang Chen's sudden entry into the bidding surely had a reason. He bluntly stated, that pearl is a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaolin felt as though struck by lightning. A 900,000 auction item was, in fact, a fake. Should this information spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, severely damaging the reputation of the Wanqing auction house. Is Fang Qiqing speaking the truth? Even though he trusted Fang Chen, he felt compelled to inquire further. As a practitioner of the dark arts, I can discern the authenticity of that orb. If I am not mistaken, among those bidding against me below, there lies a conspirator. They aim to inflate the price and subsequently demand double or even tenfold compensation from you, Fang Chen asserted. Meanwhile, the bidding had escalated to a staggering 1 million spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen declared 1,200,000, 1,005,000, 1,008,000. A few individuals in the audience continued to contest Fang Chen's bid. Yin Xiaolin sensed something amiss. An orb of demonic essence would never command such a price. As Fang Chen had suggested, there was indeed an attempt to undermine their Wanqing auction house. She promptly stated, Fang Qiqing, feel free to raise your bid without fear. Our Wanqing auction house will ensure you are not at a loss. With a chilling gaze directed at the individuals below, she added, I have matters to attend to. Fang Chen nodded, rest assured. With that, Yin Xiaolin departed, and Fang Chen resumed his bidding. Lao Lu and Yu Yuanwen wore expressions of utmost displeasure, wishing fervently to dismantle Fang Chen piece by piece. At that moment, they realized Fang Chen must have uncovered something, prompting his reckless escalation of the bids. Could it be that this brat has discerned the orb's falsehood and seeks to profit, as we do? Yu Yuanwen speculated. Forget about it. We must silence those bidders. Otherwise, we will be in serious trouble, Lao Lu urged. Lao Lu, at this juncture, we cannot afford to relinquish our position. Yu Yuanwen retorted defiantly. What do you propose then? A sinister smile crept across Yu Yuanwen's face as he replied, I have a scheme that will ensure this scoundrel meets a fate without a burial place. Chapter 70. Retribution. He promptly instructed the auctioneer to halt the bidding, and the price reached an astonishing 1,200,000. The crowd remained in stunned silence. Purchasing a single bead for such a sum. Was this madness? Some, however, sensed an undercurrent of foreboding, feeling that a tempest was about to unfold. The auctioneer, Fang Zheng, remained oblivious to these sentiments, his excitement palpable over the exorbitant bid. Observing the lack of further offers, despite his disappointment, he announced 1,200,000, going once. 1,200,000. Confirming that no one else would bid, he declared 1,200,000 sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in VIP Room 7 for acquiring the Demon Origin Heavenly Bead. Wait! Suddenly, Yu Yuanwen exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Once he had captured their gaze, he proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I am acquainted with that individual. He is merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Tianyu Divine Sect, lacking both background and strength. I harbor serious doubts about his ability to bid. He certainly does not possess 1,200,000 spirit stones. At this revelation, gasps filled the room, and the crowd's eyes swiftly turned to Fang Chen. Yet Fang Chen maintained his composure, betraying no sign of distress. Yu Yuanwen smirked and turned to Fang Zheng, inquiring, What measures will be taken if a bidder cannot produce the requisite spirit stones? Fang Zheng replied, Naturally, we will take strict action to compensate for our losses, and the auction item will be reassigned to the previous highest bidder. A triumphant smile spread across Yu Yuanwen's face. This was precisely the outcome he sought. He then directed his gaze at Fang Chen, sneering, You wretch, did you hear that? Who would have thought that the prestigious Tianyu Divine Sect would harbor someone as disgraceful as you? I will certainly report this to our sect and ensure that you are expelled from our ranks. I suspected as much. This youth is far too young to possess such wealth. It appears he was merely bidding recklessly, others murmured, reveling in Fang Chen's misfortune. He has offended the Wan's auction house and will be cast out from the Tianyu Divine sect. His fate is sealed. Amidst the crowd chatter, many cast gleeful glances at Fang Chen. Fang Jing's expression soured, as he too found some merit in Yu Yuanwen's claims. Thus, he addressed Fang Chen, esteemed guest. I must request that our representatives visit your VIP room to verify your financial capacity. Financial capacity? Yu Yuanwen scoffed. What wealth could he possibly possess? He is nothing but a pauper. Fang Chen, throughout this exchange, refrained from rebuttal, yet a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he nodded. Of course. That is not an issue. Please proceed. Yu Yuanwen was taken aback, not anticipating Fang Chen's willingness to comply. However, he quickly recovered, sneering, You think you can feign wealth? I am eager to see how this impoverished wretch produces 1,200,000 spirit stones. Soon, 3 men clad in Wan's auction house attire knocked and entered Fang Chen's VIP room. Fang Chen remained still, while a nearby maid stepped forward to present a storage bag. One of the men accepted the bag, briefly sensing its contents before returning it to the maid, who respectfully placed it beside Fang Chen. Hurry up and announce if there are only 120 spirit stones inside. Yu Yuanwen mocked. His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The examiner, after clearing his throat, solemnly declared, The financial capacity of VIP number 7 has been confirmed. All is well. In an instant, the mocking laughter vanished. The crowd stared in astonishment at the composed Fang Chen, incredulous that he truly possessed such wealth. Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary disciple, lacking both background and strength? It dawned on them that if Fang Chen truly had no connections or capabilities, he would not be seated in the VIP lounge. I refuse to believe it. This lad cannot possibly possess such financial resources. You all must be colluding with him to deceive us. Yu Yuanwen adamantly insisted, unable to fathom the staggering sum of 120,000. Disbelieving? Fang Chen smirked, lifting a storage pouch, and with a swift motion, a cascade of spirit stones erupted forth, forming a small mountain within the expansive VIP room. The shimmering and power-infused mound sent the onlookers' hearts racing and their eyes reddening with envy. This was no mere 120,000. Even 150,000 would be an understatement. Fang Chen cast a cold smile at Yu Yuanwen and remarked, Do not presume that having a slight background grants you superiority. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond your own. Many surpass you in strength and status. So learn to remain humble. Do you understand, you pitiful fool? Yu Yuanwen's anger surged, veins bulging as his face shifted from pale to purple. He had never encountered such disrespect, and Fang Chen not only insulted him, but also labeled him a pitiful wretch. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Fang Chen, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. Fang Chen reveled in the moment. The spirit stones were not his own, but rather a generous gift from Yin Xiaolin. Nonetheless, they served to enhance his facade splendidly. However, displaying such wealth could potentially invite trouble. Yet, he was unconcerned. He had been diligently cultivating within the sect, and surely they would not dare to come after him there. At that moment, Fang Zheng received a transmission from Yin Xiaolin, casting an icy glance at Yu Yuanwen before announcing, Congratulations to VIP number 7 for securing the auction item. We shall now proceed to the next item. He then instructed the attendants to bring down the demon Yuan Heavenly Pearl. Old Lu sighed. It is time for us to depart. The watching auction house may have caught wind of something, and we should not linger here any longer. Let us retreat. Though Yu Yuanwen harbored intentions of harming Fang Chen, he recognized that the timing was not right and could only acquiesce to Old Lu's counsel. Unbeknownst to them, they were already being watched. As they made their exit, someone stealthily followed. Fang Chen, losing interest in the subsequent auction, was escorted back to his previous room by the attendant. Before long, Yin Xiaolin arrived to see Fang Chen, her expression filled with gratitude. Fang Kaching, we just conducted an attack probe on the demon Yuan Heavenly Pearl and indeed discovered it to be a forgery. It was merely a piece of demonic stone. I am truly grateful to you. Otherwise, the reputation of Wanqing Auction House would have plummeted. She bowed deeply and continued, As a token of my appreciation, We shall forego our share of the 200,000 from the sale of the beast's carcass and additionally present you with another 200,000 spirit stones as thanks." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen resolutely shook his head. "Many thanks to the gracious manager Yin for the generous offer. While I can accept the sum of 200,000 from the auction, I cannot accept the additional 200,000 as a gift," he replied resolutely. "This is indeed my responsibility. Otherwise, I would find it hard to reconcile with my conscience for receiving my annual 10,000. However, Yin Xiaolin, with a smile, countered, "Your words are quite unnecessary, Mr. Fang. After you resolve issues for our establishment, you will receive a corresponding commission. This 200,000 is, after all, a commission. Given the substantial amount involved, it is also crucial for the reputation of our institution. Is that truly the case?" Fang Chen expressed skepticism. "Indeed," Yin Xiaolin affirmed, and the maidens around her nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Fang Chen ceased his objections and stated, "In that case, please convert the 200,000 into spirit-enhancing pills for me." Yin Xiaolin nodded with a smile. "Certainly." She promptly arranged for the exchange. While waiting, Fang Chen inquired, "Do you know who is behind this?" Yin Xiaolin replied, "If I am not mistaken, it should be Yu Yuanwen. I will capture those involved and interrogate them one by one. This vendetta will not be forgotten by Wanqing Auction House." As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly cold. Soon after, 10 bottles of spirit-enhancing pills were delivered. Upon receiving them, Fang Chen intended to take his leave. Yin Xiaolin remarked, "Mr. Fang, allow me to have someone escort you home. If you return alone, you may encounter trouble." Chapter 71. The eccentric mansion Fang Chen was well aware of his predicament and did not refuse the assistance. He expressed his gratitude to Yin Keqing. Subsequently, Yin Xiaolin arranged for 2 formidable practitioners from the Zhou Yuan realm to safeguard Fang Chen. Upon exiting the Wanqing auction house, he observed the bustling crowd, but sensed no unusual occurrences. However, the 2 Zhou Yuan realm protectors exhibited a hint of vigilance, indicating that they were indeed being watched. Unfazed, he proceeded towards the Tianyu divine sect under their protection. "He has escaped," a middle-aged cultivator growled from atop a rooftop. "Since he has retreated, we must let it go. We are not like those madmen from Qinli Yingsha, rushing into the Tianyu divine sect." With that, the cultivators dispersed. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Yu City, Yu Yuanwen, "You have truly burned the bridge after crossing the river." Old Lu knelt on the ground, a gory wound marring his chest. Beside Yu Yuanwen stood 2 elderly men, both strong practitioners from the Zhou Yuan realm. Yu Yuanwen scoffed, "A useless fool, to be exposed as a fraud by a mere bastard. What good are you? You shall meet a miserable end." Old Lu's face was twisted with resentment. This was supposed to be his chance to ascend, yet he found himself in such dire circumstances. Have the others been eliminated? Yu Yuanwen, disinterested, turned his gaze to one of the elders and inquired. "All have been killed," the elder affirmed with a nod. "Excellent." Yu Yuanwen nodded in satisfaction, ensuring that even if the Wanqing auction house had surmised his intentions, they could do nothing against him. The elder then asked, "Young master, shall we return? The Meng and Yu families have commenced negotiations." "Not yet." Yu Yuanwen's expression shifted between light and shadow as he declared, "I must eliminate that bastard Fang Chen before we return." He then commanded, "Go, raise the bounty on Fang Chen to 300,000 and ensure his death." "Understood." The elder respectfully complied before departing. Fang Chen. Yu Yuanwen stood over old Lu's corpse, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "I will kill you." Under the protection of the 2 strong cultivators, Fang Chen returned to the sect unscathed. After expressing his gratitude to them, he made his way back to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall. "Brother Fang, you have finally returned," Steel Tiger exclaimed with great excitement upon seeing Fang Chen safe. Fang Chen smiled and nodded before producing 5 vials of spirit-enhancing pills, handing them to Steel Tiger. "Take these 5 vials for your cultivation. The 7th peak lacks spiritual energy. Without spirit stones or spirit-enhancing pills, cultivation is impossible." Steel Tiger was taken aback as he opened one vial, extracting a single spirit-enhancing pill. Upon closer inspection, it radiated golden light. "This is an exquisite 2nd-tier, top-grade pill. Extremely valuable." He quickly opened the remaining vials, revealing the same high-quality pills within. Tears welled in his eyes. "Brother Fang, these are far too precious." Fang Chen looked at him incredulously. Despite his words, Steel Tiger's gaze remained fixated on the vials. Take them, Fang Chen insisted. I have enough for myself. You are with me. I cannot let you have nothing. Steel Tiger was deeply moved and earnestly proclaimed, Rest assured, Brother Fang. I shall never betray the seventh peak. He continued, Yet it is indeed curious that the seventh peak, once rich in spiritual energy, has suddenly lost it all. In the past, the seventh peak was no less than the first peak, a sacred place for cultivation. However, following the demise of Master Fang Chen, Tianyangzi, the spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and now there isn't even a trace left. The powerful members of our sect have investigated, yet found nothing. Perhaps it is related to the back mountain. At this moment, an old man who had been approaching interjected, The back mountain? Fang Chen turned to the old man and inquired, Grandfather, why do you say that? The old man replied, I used to reside in the back mountain, for it was suitable for farming and did not tarnish the image of the seven peaks. After living there for a while, I noticed that the back mountain was often shrouded in a mysterious white mist. I considered venturing in to explore, but each time I stepped inside, I found myself emerging again without realizing it, so I ceased to enter. The back mountain, Fang Chen pondered, sensing that there might be a secret hidden there. Possibly even the reason behind the disappearance of the spiritual energy. With this thought, he declared, I shall investigate the back mountain. Steel Tiger responded, I will accompany you. Fang Chen nodded, and together they made their way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the seven peaks was not particularly vast. Apart from a patch of woods, there were a series of small hills. At that moment, deep within the forest, white mist swirled, occasionally revealing birds that took flight, leaving behind their melodious calls. Fang Chen activated his soul heavenly demon eye, granting him a penetrating view of the entire forest. With the current strength of his soul heavenly demon eye, he could see the entire woodland in one glance. However, a frown creased his brow as he realized that even with his formidable sight, he could detect no anomalies. Steel Tiger, too, found nothing amiss, scratching his head as he remarked, I don't see any issues here. It seems quite ordinary. Shall we venture deeper? Fang Chen consented, and the two entered the woods, pressing further in. The forest harbored wild beasts, yet they were merely low-level creatures that posed no threat to the two of them. As they delved deeper, a mist began to rise, shrouding their surroundings and blurring their vision. Seeing this, Steel Tiger scoffed, Brother Fang, do they think such a little mist can confuse us? How naive. But when he glanced towards the spot where Fang Chen had stood moments before, he realized Fang Chen had vanished. Brother Fang, where are you? Panic set in as Steel Tiger called out repeatedly. At this moment, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Just as he had ventured deeper into the misty area, he felt the space around him warp. The scene remained unchanged. Yet he sensed he was no longer in the same place, and Steel Tiger was nowhere to be found. Indeed, there was something amiss with the back mountain. Have I entered a secret realm? Is it truly this simple? Fang Chen pondered, wondering why he had entered so easily while Steel Tiger had not. At that moment, he sensed a faint reaction from the small tower, which emitted a gentle glow. He caressed his chest and suddenly understood. It seemed that it was due to the small tower that he was able to enter this place. Meanwhile, the surrounding white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a grand estate ahead. Gazing at the mansion, Fang Chen silently mused, If I'm not mistaken, this must be the opportunity left for me by my master. He then approached the estate. The mansion exuded an ancient aura, its architecture marked by the passage of time. He pressed his hands against the grand door and gave it a gentle push. The door slowly creaked open. What met his eyes was a spacious courtyard, but what astonished Fang Chen was the statue at the center of the courtyard, depicting an ancient sword demon. The sword demon held a sword in one hand and a tower in the other, resembling the small tower within him. Indeed, the small tower must have some connection to the ancient sword demon, Fang Chen contemplated. He had suspected this before. After all, every level of the small tower contained the blood of the sword demon, indicating some profound relationship with the ancient sword demon. Now, upon seeing the statue, he could confirm his thoughts. He stepped into the estate, and an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy immediately enveloped him. The richness of this energy was comparable to that found within spirit stones. This meant that every inch of the estate equated to a spirit stone. Merely the courtyard was worth millions of spirit stones, and the energy replenished rapidly, almost inexhaustibly. If I could cultivate here, a single day of training would equal 10 days of others' efforts. Fang Chen's heart raced. This was indeed a sacred ground for cultivation. At that moment, he noticed some words etched on the statue, though they were obscure by dust. He brushed away the dust, revealing the inscription. If one can enter this place, it signifies a bond with the true self. I bestow upon you a technique, hoping that one day you may elevate it and never tarnish the name of the sword demon. As Fang Chen finished reading, the words glowed with a red light, and a fragment of a text materialized before him. He took the fragment and examined it closely. The fragment of Divine and Demon, Volume 1, First 3 Layers. This technique is of no rank. The stronger the individual, the more powerful the technique becomes. Cultivating throughout one's life awakens the true potential of the sword demon's body. Fang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the sword demon transformation is not the true strength of the sword demon's body? He flipped open the fragment and began to read the introduction of the first layer. Upon finishing, he gasped in astonishment. So that is how it is. The reason the sword demon is called such is not because it truly requires a sword. His body itself is the sword, and any part can become a blade. Anywhere can be a weapon. Fang Chen looked down, and a peculiar image began to form in his mind. Chapter 72. Mingyao's engagement. He swiftly dismissed the inexplicable thoughts that had suddenly surfaced in his mind and continued reading. Upon encountering the introduction of the first layer, Fang Chen gasped in astonishment. At that moment, he realized how little he truly understood about the sword demon. It could even be said that he had squandered the potential of his sword demon physique. Truly, the ancient sword demon was formidable. If I could master the first layer, my combat prowess would multiply, allowing me to engage in battles across tiers with ease. Upon my return, I must diligently study and cultivate. He tucked away the martial art manual and approached the grand entrance leading into the estate. This was merely the outermost layer. Within, there were surely other treasures. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy from the seventh peak was undeniably connected to this place. Fang Chen raised both hands, intending to push open the grand door. Just then, a flash of red light erupted from the door. Fang Chen was instantly propelled backward, crashing to the ground. He let out a muffled groan, gazing at the door radiating red light, and managed a bitter smile. It seems I am not yet worthy to step inside, to gain entry. My strength must reach a certain threshold, reminiscent of the little tower. Fang Chen felt no anger. Even if he could enter, seizing opportunities that were beyond his current capabilities would not be feasible. He was already quite content to have obtained the fragment of the divine demon. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, making it an ideal place for cultivation. I will first reunite with Steel Tiger and return here to cultivate another day, he resolved. If I begin my training now, Steel Tiger might return and worry the teacher, which would undoubtedly cause her distress. Thus, Fang Chen made his way outside. As he reached the woods, the surrounding mist thickened once more. Accompanied by a distortion of space, he successfully exited that realm. Steel Tiger sensed his presence immediately upon Fang Chen's return. Brother Fang, where have you been? How did you suddenly vanish? Upon seeing Fang Chen, Steel Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Chen shook his head and replied, I don't know. I also suddenly lost track of you. He had no intention of revealing the estate in the woods to Steel Tiger, as it pertained to his secrets. Upon hearing this, Steel Tiger felt an eerie chill envelop the forest. Brother Fang, let us leave this place quickly. It feels quite strange here, he urged. Agreed, Fang Chen readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow forest, beneath the ground, lay a dimly lit underworld. The underworld was heavily guarded, teeming with powerful individuals. This was the headquarters of the 1,000-Mile Shadow Assassins. Inside the tavern of the estate, several cultivators were pointing at the bounty board. Numerous images of individuals adorned the board, accompanied by their basic information and cultivation levels. Among them, Fang Chen stood out conspicuously. A reward of 300,000 for a 5th-tier postnatal cultivator? What sort of enemies has this fellow made? Only silver-tier assassins and above are permitted to take on this task. The assassins engaged in lively discussions. Their curiosity piqued regarding Fang Chen. Just then, a figure entered the tavern, forcefully shoving aside. Several assassins gathered before the bounty board. You, the assassin, initially poised to unleash his fury, found his countenance shifting dramatically upon the arrival of an unexpected figure. This newcomer, A young man named Tian Chong bore darker skin, adorned a red scarf, and displayed a scarred visage, yet his face was perpetually lit with a smile. Prominently displayed on his chest was a silver badge, indicating his status as a silver-tier assassin. Tian Chong's gaze swept across the bounty board, swiftly landing on Fang Chen's bounty notice. 300,000. A fifth tier in the postnatal realm. Intriguing indeed. He peeled away the notice, a smirk gracing his lips. It's you. With those words, a terrifying aura of demonic energy surged around him, causing the sword strapped to his back to tremble slightly, not out of fear, but from the thrill of impending bloodshed. Patience, my friend. Soon you shall taste the blood of a genius, he murmured to his sword before departing with the bounty notice in hand. The other assassins, witnessing his departure, finally exhaled in relief. The madman had come, and they had feared he had succumbed entirely to madness. With him in pursuit, it was likely that Fang Chen's demise was inevitable. However, this could also attract considerable trouble for their organization. Yet, they dismissed such concerns. After all, his brother held a high position within the organization, which explained his brazen demeanor. None dared to challenge him. As the assassins engaged in hushed discussions, they refrained from speaking too openly, returning to their tables to resume drinking. The matter of Fang Chen slipped from their minds, as such occurrences were commonplace. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he had once again caught the attention of the shadowy assassin group, but the ensuing days were remarkably tranquil. Occasionally, challengers would approach him, yet he paid them no heed. Elders from other peaks sought to recruit Fang Chen as a disciple, drawn by his prodigious talent. However, he steadfastly declined, citing his commitment to revitalizing the seventh peak. Gradually, the number of visitors to the seventh peak dwindled. During this period, Fang Chen continued to guide Gang Hu in comprehending the essence of battle through the written word. Although Gang Hu had yet to awaken his true potential, he made significant strides, advancing to the third level of the postnatal realm. One day, upon returning from the character peak, an exhilarated Gang Hu burst forth, exclaiming, Brother Fang, I have uncovered monumental news. Fang Chen paused his training and inquired, What is it? With palpable excitement, Gang Hu replied, I have just received confirmed news that, at the earliest in 6 months, the sect will host a contest known as the Heaven Strife Platform. What's the Heaven Strife Platform? Fang Chen inquired. Are you not aware? The top 10 victors will represent our sect at the Divine Continent Central Region, Luo Tian Domain, during the Divine Continent Conference. The Divine Continent encompasses 9 major domains, including Luo Tian Domain and the Shandong Domain where you reside. Luo Tian Domain is the heart of the Divine Continent, renowned for its prosperity and power, a place yearned for by countless souls. However, he soon fell into a more somber tone, adding, Yet the core disciples will also participate, and they are all innate experts, possessing at least one awakened literary path. They're the pride of heaven, far beyond my current capabilities to contest. 6 months is far too brief. He then turned to Fang Chen, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Brother Fang, your words may yet hold a glimmer of opportunity. With your innate talent, it is highly probable that you will break through to the innate realm within half a year, at which point you can contend for a spot in the Divine Continent Assembly. The Loxianyu. Fang Chen is naturally aware of this. Loxianyu lies to the east of the Shandongyu, separated by a vast cliff that divides the two regions, with Loxianyu perched atop this precipice, towering 500 zhang above the entire Shandongyu. It is rumored that the spiritual energy in Loxianyu is several times more abundant than that of Shandongyu, teeming with powerful individuals and opportunities, making it a revered sanctuary for cultivation, yearned for by countless souls. The two regions resemble their geographical features. One is akin to the heavens, while the other is like the earth, with a stark contrast between them. The inhabitants of Shandongyu can only look up in admiration towards Loxianyu. This is true for people as well. However, not just anyone can gain entry to Loxianyu. Without a guide and lacking sufficient strength, one is unqualified to set foot upon that land. It is also a place that Fang Chen aspires to visit, for it is only natural to seek higher realms, and he yearns to witness a broader expanse of the world. Moreover, this is a place his master has traversed. Thus he too wishes to behold it. Half a year? That shall suffice. Fang Chen silently resolved to secure a place among the top 10 of the Heavenly Challenge. At that moment, outside the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, a voice resonated. Fang Chen, I wish to see you. Fang Chen was taken aback, recognizing the voice of Lin Shuyan. What did she want? Puzzled, he made his way outside the hall. Steel Tiger also found the voice somewhat familiar and followed suit. Upon exiting, he found Lin Shuyan standing alone, adorned in a flowing blue and white dress that accentuated her slender figure. Yet, at this moment, Lin Shuyan appeared somewhat frigid. Upon seeing Fang Chen, she directly stated, I have come to inform you that Meng Yao is engaged. Chapter 73. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen trembled with astonishment. Engagement? What are you talking about? He found it hard to believe. Lin Shuyan replied coldly, Indeed, it is an engagement, a union with the Yu family, with the male counterpart being Yu Yuanwen. This revelation instantly reminded Fang Chen of Yu Yuanwen's earlier words at the Wanqing auction house. He never imagined that the man would speak the truth. Meng Yao would never consent to marry Yu Yuanwen. Fang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Shuyan nodded affirmatively, saying, That's correct, but it is unavoidable. The elder of the Meng family has perished in battle, and Meng Yao's grandfather is gravely ill. They are the backbone of the Meng family. Should both of them fall, the Meng family would inevitably be gradually devoured by other clans. Thus, the Meng family has decided to ally with the Yu family to weather this crisis. So, Meng Yao has become a sacrificial pawn? Ling Fan's expression was icy. Lin Shuyan nodded. After a moment of silence, Ling Fan inquired, When is the engagement set? Lin Shuyan shook her head. I do not know, but it is likely to happen within the next 6 months. Fang Chen nodded. Understood. Thank you for informing me. Senior Sister Lin. Lin Shuyan gazed deeply at Fang Chen and asked, Do you plan to go to the Meng family? Fang Chen did not deny it and nodded. I am sharing this news with you to urge you to give up, as this is also Meng Yao's wish. Whether it is the Yu family or the Meng family, you cannot afford to offend or confront them. Lin Shuyan continued. As for the Meng family, let us not even mention it. The Yu family is beyond your reach. The ancestor of the Yu family has returned, possessing strength that transcends the asking Dao realm, and there are countless other powerful individuals. Those in the innate realm are mere ants in their presence. What can you, a cultivator in the acquired realm, bring back to Meng Yao? Had this situation not arisen, perhaps your talent would have permitted the Meng family to refrain from obstructing you both. However, circumstances have changed. You must accept this, whether you wish to or not. Fang Chen said little, yet his expression remained resolute. Lin Shuyan, perceiving his unwavering determination, recognized that she could not sway him. I came here to convey Meng Yao's words. As for how you choose to decide afterward, I shall not interfere. However, I can tell you unequivocally, should you go, it will not alter anything. At this, her gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with indifference, reminiscent of their first encounter, cold and disdainful. What does it matter if one possesses talent? In this world, talent alone cannot alter everything. A genius remains merely a genius, not a true powerhouse. This is fate, she stated. I do not believe in fate. I believe in myself. Fang Chen replied resolutely. With those words, he turned and made his way toward the Seven Peaks Holy Temple. He needed to prepare for his journey to the Meng family. You will perish, Yu Yuanwen, Luo Tianxiao, and the Luo family are all watching you. Once you leave the Tianyu divine sect, you will undoubtedly face their pursuit. Lin Shuyan warned. Fang Chen did not pause his steps. Then let them come. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Throughout this journey, Meng Yao had assisted him countless times without seeking anything in return. How could Fang Chen abandon her in her moment of utmost vulnerability? Truth be told, he feared that his next effort would yield a result akin to that with Su Wan'er. Yet, he feared even more the prospect of inaction. Even knowing the dangers that lay ahead and the slim chances of success, he felt compelled to proceed. Lin Shuyan gazed intently at Fang Chen, seeking to discern a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Yet, throughout the encounter, Fang Chen's posture remained unwaveringly erect, his steps resolute. In that moment, Lin Shuyan felt an unexpected turmoil within her once icy heart, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, Aunt Jing appeared, having overheard their earlier conversation. I shall accompany you, she declared. However, Fang Chen shook his head in response, stating, Elder Jing, the Seven Peaks still require your protection. This time, I can manage on my own. Although Aunt Jing's cultivation level was in the realm of Zhou Yuan, which could offer him some assistance. It would be of limited significance. Yet, she was about to voice her thoughts. Fang Chen reassured her, "Do not worry, Elder. I will not be venturing to the Meng family alone." "What do you mean?" Aunt Jing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Fang Chen smiled enigmatically. "You will know soon enough. However, I must continue my seclusion and strive to break through to the 6th level." He understood that this matter could not be rushed. Even a marriage alliance between the two families would not materialize in just a month or two. For now, his priority was to enhance his strength, ensuring he possessed the means for self-preservation. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao crushed the communication talisman in his hand. "Bastard! This time, I shall see where you flee." He sneered. His losses had been considerable. Not only had Luo Yin perished, but he had also suffered the crippling of one hand and was demoted to an inner door elder, facing further punishment. As for Qing Wuzi, he was to be confined for 3 months. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall, reporting, "Elder, the Luo family has sent someone." Luo Tianxiao was not surprised. Luo Yun's death had incited the wrath of the entire Luo family, and the patriarch had issued a death order to eliminate Fang Chen, so it was only natural for them to send reinforcements. "Let them in," he instructed. The disciple then ushered the visitors into the grand hall. Initially, Luo Tianxiao maintained his composure, but upon seeing the leader, his expression shifted dramatically, transforming into one of deep respect. The leader was a middle-aged man, adorned with heavy makeup, exuding an air of cultured sophistication laced with a hint of femininity. "Elder, I did not anticipate that the patriarch would dispatch you for this matter," he said. The visitor was the Luo family's grand elder, Luo Xiaoshan, a formidable figure in the 3rd stage of the inquiry realm. Luo Xiaoshan spoke coldly. "Luo Ao is dead, and so is Luo Yun. Are you merely idling away your time at the Tianyu Divine Sect?" Luo Tianxiao immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Grand Elder, this truly cannot be laid at my feet. I had no inkling that the bastard would prove so monstrous, able to slay the 9th level Luo Yun with mere 5th level cultivation. As for Luo Ao, I was at the Luo family at the time of the incident." Luo Xiaoshan snorted derisively. "Once that bastard is dealt with, you will face your own punishment." "Yes," Luo Tianxiao replied, nodding respectfully, too fearful to offer further explanations. "Where is that bastard now?" Luo Xiaoshan inquired. "That bastard is at the 7 Peaks. But I recommend we wait a little longer." "Wait longer?" "Indeed, I have received word from the Yu family. That lad will soon depart from the Tianyu Divine Sect to head to the Meng family. At that time, it will be the perfect opportunity to strike," Luo Tianxiao asserted. "Is the information accurate?" Luo Xiaoshan pressed. "Absolutely accurate." Luo Tianxiao nodded emphatically. "The Meng family is about to unite with the Yu family, and Meng Yao will be the unfortunate victim of this alliance. That bastard has some connection with Meng Yao. He would undoubtedly not allow her to become a sacrificial pawn." Luo Xiaoshan slowly nodded. "In that case, let him live a little longer. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Whoever dares to harm my Luo family shall undoubtedly pay a painful price." In addition to Luo Xiaoshan, more than 10 other individuals from the Luo family were present, all of whom were innate realm experts. It was evident that the Luo family had put considerable effort into eliminating Fang Chen. Outside the Tianyu Divine Sect, Luo Tianxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by 2 experts of the Zhou Yuan realm and over 10 innate realm warriors. These were summoned from within his family, and the purpose was straightforward: to deal with Fang Chen. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided that witnessing Fang Chen's demise with his own eyes would bring him greater satisfaction. "Bastard, this time, I shall see how you escape. You will either remain a coward, hiding within the sect for the rest of your life, or you will emerge to meet your end." I believe that upon hearing this news, Meng Yao will lose all hope. Chapter 74. The advancement of the Soul Heaven Demon I at this moment. Fang Chen remained oblivious to the perilous situation outside, which had transformed into his own perilous lair. He sat cross-legged within the confines of the forest residence, facing 3 ornate boxes containing the opening vein pills. By opening another vein and subsequently utilizing this vein to break through to the 6th layer of the post-heaven realm, he would significantly expedite his progress. Additionally, he intended to use 3 drops of the Sword Demon's blood to enhance the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, as survival amidst the looming dangers would heavily rely on its power. It was also imperative to fortify the heavenly Tao Demon Bone, attempting to cultivate the remnants of the divine and demon scripture to its first layer. As he contemplated the divine and demon scripture, Fang Chen let out a deep sigh. He was acutely aware of the scripture's arduous nature, yet he had not anticipated the extent of its difficulty. Over the past period, he had diligently practiced the scripture, but his progress had been painfully slow. Currently, he hadn't even reached the threshold of the first layer. Reluctantly, he had to momentarily abandon his training to focus on breaking through his realm. Having made up his mind, Fang Chen commenced his cultivation anew. This time, he aimed to activate the auxiliary spirit vein that corresponded to the protective spirit vein, despite their opposing nature. The difficulty of activating this vein was exponentially greater than the previous one. The further one progressed in opening veins, the more intricate the connections to previously activated veins became. However, establishing these connections was no simple feat, as the various veins were not inherently linked, and achieving harmony required a considerable expenditure of energy. This energy consumption not only stemmed from Fang Chen himself, but also from the opening vein pills, which accounted for the increasing difficulty of opening additional veins. He consumed one of the opening vein pills, leveraging his formidable sword demon physique to absorb its potent essence. Yet, upon fully absorbing the essence, he discovered that he had only managed to open 1/4 of the vein. While he was not surprised by the incomplete activation, he was taken aback by the meager progress. It should be noted that he was capable of fully absorbing the essence of the opening vein pill, and even as the veins became progressively more challenging to activate, he had not expected such minimal results. Fang Chen furrowed his brows, glancing at himself with a sense of resignation. It appears that this is somewhat related to my sword demon physique, much like the challenges I face in enhancing my cultivation. He sighed once more, recognizing that his sword demon body was both a curse and a blessing. The endeavor to fully activate these 36 veins was indeed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Subsequently, he ingested a second opening vein pill and continued his cultivation. By the 3rd day, utilizing all available vein opening elixirs, he successfully activated the 4th vein, the auxiliary spirit vein. Instantly, Fang Chen sensed a marked improvement in the flow of spiritual energy. It surged with greater fluidity and intensity, and the energy he absorbed was significantly more powerful. Both his sea of consciousness and dantian grew stronger, while his foundation became exceedingly solid. Not bad. Compared to others, my veins are likely larger and wider. The arduous process of opening veins granted Fang Chen several advantages. Under the relentless onslaught of energy, his veins would be considerably thicker than those of others. He then retrieved several vials of spirit enhancement pills. It was time to break through his realm. Without any hesitation, he poured an entire vial into his mouth. Were others to witness this, they would surely be left in astonishment, deeming Fang Chen insane. Such reckless consumption was tantamount to courting death. Before even absorbing the essence, the terrifying energy of the spirit enhancement pill could potentially rupture one's body. This entire vial of elixir is beyond the capacity of an ordinary practitioner at the acquired stage. Yet, Fang Chen is no ordinary cultivator. His physical body has already transcended into the bone-forging realm, and the formidable power of the sword demon physique is unmatched by others. Furthermore, having unlocked 4 meridians, he is utterly unafraid. Swiftly, Fang Chen activated the fierce sword demon art and began absorbing the spiritual essence from the surrounding estate. He rapidly refined 10 spirit-enhancing pills. However, even at the pinnacle of the 5th level, a single vial was still insufficient for him to break through his bottleneck. Without hesitation, he consumed another vial, yet still remained unable to advance. He continued to swallow pills without a moment's pause, knowing that his sword demon physique could fully absorb the potency while repelling any toxic residue, thus avoiding any adverse effects. Thus, he consumed the 3rd, 4th, and even the 7th vials. It was not until the 12th vial that his aura surged dramatically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced, finally enabling him to break through to the 6th level of the acquired stage. Fang Chen exhaled a heavy breath, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The amount consumed to surpass a single bottleneck was equivalent to what others might require to ascend 2 minor realms. Yet, the solitary benefit was that his strength post-breakthrough was several times greater than an ordinary 6th-level cultivator, potentially rivaling even the weakest of those of the 9th level. Should he unleash his full power, confronting a 1st-level innate realm cultivator would pose no challenge. With his realm now elevated, he turned his attention to enhancing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. He extracted 3 drops of Sword Demon blood from his Dantian, allowing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye to absorb the first drop. Instantly, a wave of scorching sensation surged forth, and this absorption proved to be even more agonizing than the previous ones. What could be the cause? Fang Chen furrowed his brow as the intense pain caused beads of cold sweat to stream down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Soul Heaven Demon Eye, akin to a black hole, seemed insatiable after devouring a drop of Sword Demon blood. Observing this, Fang Chen hastily fed the 2nd and 3rd drops into the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. The eyes swiftly absorbed them, unleashing a terrifying energy from Fang Chen's eyes, instantly saturating the spacious cultivation chamber with overwhelming demonic aura. Simultaneously, a searing pain coursed through his eyes and spread throughout his body, as if countless whips lashed against every inch of his skin. Fortunately, with his resolute will and the fortitude cultivated through the unyielding sea of consciousness, he managed to endure. Is the Soul Heaven Demon Eye poised to ascend? These eyes ultimately belonged to Fang Chen, and he could sense the impending change. You wish to devour Sword Demon blood? Then I shall grant you your fill. Gritting his teeth, he produced 2 more drops of Sword Demon blood and offered them to the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. However, even after absorbing these 2 drops, the eye still seemed unsatisfied. Not enough? Then take the last 2 drops as well. If that is still insufficient, I shall have none left. With a firm resolve, Fang Chen relinquished the final 2 drops of Sword Demon blood to the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. Fortunately, this infusion finally allowed the eye to reach a state of saturation, initiating its ascension. Fang Chen felt a burning sensation in his eyes, as if they were about to explode. Simultaneously, a formidable energy began to coalesce at the center of the spiritual eye. Boom! In the next moment, Fang Chen's aura surged. His cultivation steadily ascended, directly reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level. As Fang Chen opened his eyes, a brilliant red light erupted forth, striking the walls of the training chamber. This chamber, crafted from exceptionally resilient minerals by the renowned Tianyangzi, was not easily damaged even by formidable practitioners of the Zhou-Yuan realm. Yet, the red light unleashed by Fang Chen left a profound crack in the stone wall. As the crimson glow dissipated, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged. Yet unlike before, these eyes were adorned with a shimmering white halo. Simultaneously, an aura of profound energy coalesced behind Fang Chen, giving rise to the character for Eye, which represented the path of enlightenment. In that moment of ascension of the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, Fang Chen also comprehended the essence of the Eye character's path. After a considerable time, Fang Chen finally recovered from the recent agony. Following this elevation in power, how formidable had the Soul Heaven Demon Eye become? Fang Chen activated it and gazed at the stone wall. Instantly, a 2-foot-thick stone barrier was rendered insubstantial, pierced effortlessly by Fang Chen. Ecstatic, Fang Chen reveled in this divine ability that countless men yearned for. Furthermore, upon penetrating the wall, his range of perception extended to a full 10 miles. It is worth noting that this range is typically reserved for late-stage practitioners of the innate realm. Moreover, should he encounter living beings, no matter how well they conceal themselves, they would find no refuge from Fang Chen's gaze. This ability far surpasses that of mere spiritual perception, as even innate realm practitioners would struggle to accurately locate a target within a 10-mile radius. Coupled with the Eye character's path that Fang Chen had grasped, the Soul Heaven Demon Eye could be further enhanced. With this Eye at his disposal, as long as he was not confronted by a Zhou-Yuan realm practitioner, his safety would be assured without question. Fang Chen smiled faintly. Although his Sword Demon blood had been entirely expended, the power of the Soul Heaven Demon Eye left him thoroughly satisfied. Regrettably, there was no means to enhance the heavenly Dao Demon Bone. However, Fang Chen remained unperturbed, believing that upon breaking through to the 7th level of the postnatal realm, he would be able to re-enter the small tower. All preparations were complete. He was merely awaiting the right moment to embark on his journey. Slowly, Fang Chen rose, ready to set forth towards the Meng family. Chapter 75. Journey to the Meng family. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chen entered the Grand Hall to meet his Miner's wife, Xiaomei. She was already aware of Fang Chen's impending departure and the perilous journey that lay ahead. However, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she presented him with a neatly folded garment. "You have been growing lately, so I have woven this for you. Take it with you on your journey," she said softly. After arriving at the seventh peak, she continued her usual routine, tending to flowers or weaving clothes. Previously, she had woven for Tian Yangzi, and now it was Fang Chen who benefited from her craft. Occasionally, Gang Hu and the old man would also partake in her kindness. When Gang Hu received his first garment, he was deeply moved, for it marked the first gift he had received since reaching adulthood. "Yes," Fang Chen responded, placing the garment into his storage pouch. He then added, "Mentor's wife, I promise to bring back a daughter-in-law for you upon my return." Xiaomei smiled gently and replied, "Very well, I shall await my daughter-in-law's return." After a brief conversation, Fang Chen took his leave. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that Gang Hu and the old man had been waiting for him. "Brother Fang, go forth without worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure that no one disturbs the Seven Peaks," Gang Hu declared confidently. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Brother, you must also cultivate diligently. I wish to see you awaken to the Tao text when I return." "Absolutely," Gang Hu replied, patting his chest with assurance. Fang Chen nodded and turned to the old man, saying, "Grandpa, I leave my mentor's wife in your care." "Rest assured, young master," the old man said, unable to conceal his concern for Fang Chen. "You must return safely. With the lady gone, we cannot afford to lose you as well." Fang Chen smiled, offering comfort. "Grandpa, do not worry. It will not be so easy for them to take my life." Despite the old man's lingering worries, he understood there was little he could do and simply said, "I will continually pray for your safety, young master." Fang Chen nodded with a smile, then called out into the void, "Elder Jing, I entrust this to you." "Do not worry," a voice from the void responded. With that reassurance, Fang Chen felt unburdened as he departed the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, heading towards the outskirts of the sect. Once before the Tianyu Divine Sect, he produced a sound transmission talisman. After muttering a few incantations, he cast the talisman, which immediately transformed into a beam of light, racing deep into the sect. Only then did Fang Chen finally leave the Tianyu Divine Sect. As he stepped beyond its boundaries, he was immediately detected by Luo Tianxiao. "At last, he has emerged. Let's act," Luo Xiaoshan said, his expression darkened. "Patience," Luo Tianxiao replied. "This is still within the Tianyu Divine Sect's jurisdiction. If we were to kill that wretch here, it would surely attract the attention of the powerful within the sect. This wretch has exhibited extraordinary talent. Striking here may provoke their ire, and our Luo family could face grave consequences." Luo Xiaoshan considered this reasoning and asked, "Then, when shall we strike? Since he has come out, he will undoubtedly head to the Chu family. We shall wait until he has ventured further before we make our move," Luo Tianxiao suggested. "Let us allow this young man a few more hours of life," Luo Xiaoshan agreed. After Fang Chen departed from the Tianyu Divine Sect, he paused momentarily before heading towards Yuqing, ultimately entering the Wanqing auction house. Luo Xiaoshan furrowed his brow, pondering Fang Chen's intentions. What could he possibly seek within Wanqing? Surely, he aims to procure some treasures for protection. Luo Tianxiao sneered, asserting that regardless of Fang Chen's purchases, his demise was inevitable. Luo Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, disdainfully remarking that in the face of absolute power, all tactics are mere child's play. True strength lies in one's own might. Fang Chen lingered in the Wanqing auction house for an entire half-day. However, when he emerged, Luo Tianxiao's expression turned rigid. To his astonishment, two individuals adorned in the robes of Wanqing's elders, one male and one female, followed closely behind Fang Chen, both possessing the formidable cultivation of the ninth layer of the Yaoyuan realm. This scoundrel, he has actually sought bodyguards. Luo Tianxiao's countenance darkened. Given Fang Chen's lack of background, they had underestimated his capacity to hire powerful protectors. Now, it was evident that they had misjudged him. He possessed the financial means to do so. This only intensified Luo Tianxiao's murderous intent. Fang Chen must be eradicated, lest he become a future threat. Luo Xiaoshan, however, remained unconcerned. Merely 2 ninth-layer Zhaoyuan cultivators. Do they truly believe they can ensure his safety? Such delusions are laughable. Luo Tianxiao complimented, indeed, with the Grand Elder present. No matter how many Zhaoyuan experts surround him, his fate is sealed. We shall strike as soon as he is 30 miles out of Yuqing, leaving him no further chances. Agreed. Luo Tianxiao nodded solemnly. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, who seemed oblivious to the stalking presence, he swiftly departed Yuqing under the protection of the 2 Zhaoyuan cultivators. This time, his destination was indeed the residence of the Chu family. Luo Tianxiao and his companions followed closely behind, confident that even with Luo Xiaoshan's presence, the 2 peak Zhaoyuan cultivators would remain undetected. Thus, Fang Chen and his companions traversed the skies, and the 30 miles were covered in no time. Upon reaching a hilltop, the male Zhaoyuan cultivator, Long Qi, furrowed his brow and immediately halted Fang Chen and his companion. Stop, there is something amiss. Long Qi, a second-rank elder of the Wanqing auction house, possessed immense strength and had safeguarded the auction house in Yuqing for over 2 decades. What is it? Fang Chen inquired. Your troubles have arrived, the woman slowly replied. Her name was Lan Bingxin, also a second-rank elder of the Wanqing auction house, her credentials rivaling those of Long Qi. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen displayed no sign of panic, instead responding nonchalantly. Since they have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Scoundrel, this time I shall witness your demise. Before any figure emerged, the sinister laughter of Luo Tianxiao echoed ominously. In the next moment, dozens of figures swiftly materialized, encircling Fang Chen and his companions. It was none other than Luo Tianxiao and his entourage. Yet Fang Chen paid them no heed, continuing, Fellow friends, are you not going to reveal yourselves? At this proclamation, Luo Tianxiao and his comrades were taken aback. Besides them, there were others. In the following instant, a chilling voice resonated. Scoundrel, it seems you are indeed prepared to meet your end. Yuan emerged alongside a dozen companions, and by his side stood another formidable being from the Winter Realm. Moreover, the opposing party possessed a formidable prowess, standing 2 realms above Luo Xiaoshan at the 5th level of the Dao Inquiry Realm. Their sudden appearance even caused Luo Xiaoshan to change countenance, for throughout the encounter, they had remained utterly undetected. Truly,